Engaging. One down.
Vexite and Nerds 1-for-1 to kick things off. Alongside Nerds, we talk about this combo. Mirage holding down the B site to do it again here on Train, and it's only Nerds required.
Little bit of combat opping as the nade from Ultimate. Alley-oops himself for the double into the AK. 3 frags with 3 different tools. It's a quad.
Going to be MPL waiting in jump. Oh my goodness, a denial. The bomb plant second kill as well.
You've lost track of him. A chance. Oh, they lined up.
Can Biguzera finally take a chance for Pain? He's taking an aggressive stance, and Hetrick walks right into him.
Oh God, he's gonna go for it again, but the smoke's deep. The kills not coming their way. Snow double kill hold.
What?
Third frag as he turns it over towards the tunnels. More to go.
No way.
Quad on his own.
Youngster and X-Club both gone, but Alcarin could pick it up immediately, and he will. The AWP out from CT, punching their tickets. Because of this one man on the balcony, it's Jota again, looking to deal with this threat, but they just haven't figured out an answer for him. Waiting on contact to go in towards his crosser. Again, he's got a molly, he's got to throw it out, but his teammate's down. And now a low HP on Zantara's back turn, but Alcarin, can he turn in time? Yes, he can! Now Lux is going to cross over. This boosted box, Kenz is all going to be spotted. Lux with an essential kill to keep this one going. And Hetrick will get the one he needs. Especially with the map Lux is having. 12 and 4 at the moment. Can he go to 4? Oh, they line up! Surely he gets away with it. Gets back into the bomb site. Down to 24 now. Essential on the line. Lux looking for it all, and he's got it. Lux is just destroying them today. Berserking his way through this bomb site. And Sadzin tracks him. Oh, the plants come out. Oh my God, he gets away with a knife as well. Right click, right to the back.
Sadzin has no vision as well.
Oh my God, how have they done this? How have they got themselves into this position? Sadzin, what a round. He's going to feel good about that round.
Either way, we look straight back at the action. We're going for a fast A, and there might be enough more they can shoot here because Hetrick's here with the AWP.
Not a bad way to start. Gifted that first. There's the follow-up. Only one left to find. Hetrick.
Damage on the way in. Play for the retake, but bomb site. Kind of open.
Collateral.
Yeah, all the way through at a distance, and all 3 to close it out. 7-5.
He sees the trajectory. He knows Muterus is stuck in this corner. He doesn't keep him locked in on A.
Wait, if he goes to plant, Madger's got to be careful.
Oh, he stops the bomb.
Walks got to figure out what he wants to do.
Stomping around. This is well heard. It's a clock in hand, and they have done it.
Wow.
Down the vent again, only the Glock.
Oh, yeah, baby! Muterus. That's like a trick shot. Put that in a montage.
This guy is so hungry at the moment, and so's Biguzera, but you'll be caught out by Red. Oh, okay! Revealed, drops down to try to get himself another, but now the main player can come through with the cover. Rez on for the ace. 16 kills to his name, PR into the kill feed, and that low health DGT creeped out from heaven, denied boom, smithereens.
Timing. They're going to be watching it, but it just depends how long.
Yeah, good call this time. Hypex's not going to fall. Oh, Rez is doing it alone. He was scoped in the whole time, and Rez was looking elsewhere, but he had that inclination.
Team Liquid, who are very, very good, who are strong on a lot of maps. But Train not yet in the pool. Oh, that's unfortunate for Major.
Could be panic mode for Astralis, especially missed shots like that, allowing players to cross into the bomb site. Jorda's got the kill. And now the defuse is happening. The defuse is being stuck. Can anyone stop it? It has to be Rugger, and it's denied. All over the place. Yeah, he's hyped about that. He loves a good sequence, Jorda.
It's playoffs day, baby. We are here at PGL Masters Bucharest, and we're getting ready for quarterfinals and semifinals today, and it is going to be a banger. So I hope that you're ready. Also, happy Halloween to anyone who celebrates. I thought about dressing up, but then I remembered I do a podcast with Thorin every week, so my life is scary enough. Striker and Bus at Dust are here. We're ready to get into the action. We saw some of their highlights, and I kind of want to focus in on this straight away. The Aurora Astralis game, and I think Moses mentioned this, that he released a podcast last night on Talking Counter, and he said that he was chatting to Dinko when they were walking back from the studio, and the big conversation wasn't that Aurora made the playoffs. It was that Aurora almost didn't make the playoffs. It looked pretty damn shocking against Astralis, and Astralis was playing with their coach. That should never have happened for a team that we were calling one of the up-and-comers in the world.
Yeah, I was about to say, if people want to see a real horror film, they can watch Aurora on the B stream later today in the quarterfinals. And you'll get your fix. No, seriously, I mean, it is very damning, the situation that Aurora are in for a team that did make playoffs, right? Like, you know, most of the time you're celebrating, oh yeah, they made it to the playoffs, like a chance for a good run, but it just looks so underwhelming and uninspired right now for Astralis, for Aurora. As you said, almost losing to Astralis with the stand-in, you know, Rugga coming in on short notice. It's just been a very labored run for a team that we thought could be one of the favorites to win the whole thing, considering their ranking and status in the scene.
If there's one last thing I expected to see at this tournament, it was a Magisk alt package. Let's just say that. That was a very surprising for me, to be honest.
Do you know what the problem is now? Every time I watch Hooksy play, and especially in this particular instance, all I can imagine is Kassad, like sitting somewhere alone, raging. So when there was a moment and you started seeing Astralis do so well, and then I was like, there's a chance they could make the playoffs, I just imagined what Kassad looked like in his room somewhere, just losing his absolute mind. But jokes aside, this is very concerning for Aurora, not only into playoffs, but in general, because this is a team that had kind of been earmarked as one to watch at the beginning of the year for the major. Like, what is going on there? Major looked terrible yesterday. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it. Like, something is not working here.
He might be the worst IGL in the top 10. As far as like top 10 teams ranked,
that's harsh, but
it might be harsh. But the problem is that they're playing the same Counter-Strike they were playing day one of this year.
Yeah,
you know, they're very reliant on just kind of gathering up and going. They're really not reliant on set plays. They're not very good at managing tense mid to late round situations, and they're lacking consistency in performance. And it's like at some point, I do have to wonder where that's coming from, and you kind of have to blame leadership at that point. Whenever you're not seeing them innovate, you're not seeing them make adjustments. You're not seeing, like, think of all the other teams we've seen this year who have not made roster changes, but have made internal changes to get through tough times. You know, you see it, even this event we're going to talk about later with Pain, they've made role changes to try to, you know, get through the tough times. Whereas like with Aurora, it's the same team I watched, you know, at the beginning of this year at Bounty.
The problem I have with that is not necessarily the style as much as they just don't give the individuals enough space. And I feel like this is such a stacked team mechanically, and there's enough support there from the major side that surely you can make it work in a way where you can play a little bit more defaulty in like the more traditional sense, right? When you can utilize those individual pieces to their best ability, right? I mean, why do you have to play very pack-heavy CS if you have individuals like you have Xantares and Wicadia? Wicadia, I think, has a really good sense of when to push for some of these lurks, when to take advantage of the rotations. Jota actually on the sidelines, I think, is very skilled, and he can also, I think, take advantage of that stuff as well. So why not let those two pieces have a little bit more agency rather than, you know, forcing them for pack plays all the time?
We can focus in on this quite a bit, but I think that the other team will be coming in a little bit later to talk about Aurora. Let's look at some of the other teams that made it through and how we got here. Obviously, today is jam-packed. We've got 2 streams running. All the playoffs games are pretty much happening today, and that's so that PGL could accommodate for teams that wanted to travel to Chengdu. So big up on them for changing the schedule to make sure that teams didn't feel like they had to choose. Take a look now. When we look at who's qualified, I would have said at the start of this event, okay, Aurora is the favorite to take it. Who is the favorite now when you look at all the teams that are making the quarterfinals?
I know. I was going to say, I already know.
Liquid.
Okay, so who are you going to say?
Surprise. Okay, who were you going to say?
I would
it
say that
bait?
there is none. That's my argument is that this is a wide open playoff. Right?
It is. It is.
I don't. I mean, obviously, maybe you figure, oh, can Legacy go back to back? Like they've looked really strong. They've made like a really nice charge to get back into the playoffs after a little bit of a cold start. You know, Aurora certainly still has to kind of just be up there, just off of name value from some of their players and how talented some of those guys are. And then you know, Liquid, I think to me is like kind of a wild card. Like they could pull something out, but you wouldn't label them a favorite in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think, especially with the way that some of these paths have gone, I mean, Liquid didn't look that convincing. If they looked convincing in the group stage, maybe I would have pegged them to be the favorite in the playoffs. But I think there was some shaky moments there that I think don't make them one. And then the one convincing team that we've seen here is Heroic, who obviously have had a pretty rough season up until to this point.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not like I have loads of confidence in them just being the favorite to win. Pain, same thing. They're the ones who went 3-0. I'm still not very convinced by their T-sides, for example. You know, so I'm just still kind of on the fence about a lot of these teams.
That's what makes it so fun, though, is that you have an event like this where it's just like anyone can win.
Yeah,
it's up for grabs.
Heroic is my favorite.
I'm
basing it purely on what we've seen.
Okay,
sure. So it's just from this tournament. I think Heroic is the one that everyone should be a bit concerned about.
I mean, they've been bulldozing people. Like xCloud and Nilo are 2 top 4 players in the tournament so far. I think xCloud is #1. So, yeah, the individual performances have certainly been there to fuel them into a chance at a run at the trophy.
Here we go. We can take a look at those top players from the tournament so far. And like you mentioned, Nilo and xCloud in the mix as well. Torsen, we'll see.
All these guys, apart from one, are in the playoffs.
So that's poor Blame
F, mate.
How do we get him out of Fnatic jail?
I'm glad you've come to my side now. I'm glad that, you know, she's walked over. She agrees with me. Blame needs to be rescued.
Put him, though? I think that's my biggest...
Anywhere.
No, but this is the conversation we always have where we're like, okay, well, we need to get that player out of that team. Cool, where does he go? Where is there realistically space in a better team where he could potentially fit?
Any international team.
I mean, you can do it.
Except for, like, you know, obviously, like the top 5 teams.
This is why you're not a coach and why you're not involved, because it's not that easy.
I'm glad not to be.
You can't just pigeonhole a player into a team. There is all sorts of dynamics that have to fit around them. So where does he go?
I mean, I would have thought, like, with all the craziness that was going on at Heroic, that he could have been a guy that looked good on a team like that, in my opinion.
Could have been.
Absolutely. I think that's kind of one. Not going to like this one, but, like, at some point, Mouse Sports is going to have to start considering things.
Okay.
No.
If they stay where they're at and they actually have aspirations to get better, like, you may have to think about it.
I think that the only problem is that the way that BlameF plays some of these space taker positions, I think if you would play Xerxon, I think there's a lot of agency there that you remove. As much as I'm not... Like, Xerxon, I think, has his weaknesses for sure, but I think the balance of aggression on that team would be maybe a little bit off, unless you put some other pieces in there as well.
I agree with Striker. I don't think that's the move. Is there a way to make Fnatic better for him?
I mean, Jamba was a nice pickup. I mean, obviously he had a rough tournament this one, so that's kind of, you know, a little bit of recency bias might be there. But I think in general, when you look at the fact that he's still a very young player, not many lands under his belt, cool op hybrid, like, I think that's a great tool to be next to. But I think you have to kind of, you know, figure out the rest of the elements, because I just don't really believe in this Jacasmo Fear whole situation. Like, I'm not into it, really.
This was basically an HLTV forum thread without any of the mean comments. I enjoyed that. But it doesn't matter what's happening with Fnatic. They're not in the tournament anymore. Let's focus in on who is. We've actually got your bracket now. Like I mentioned, lots happening. So we have 2 streams running. The quarterfinals are running at the same time today. You'll get to see 2 here on the A stream, 2 on the B stream, and then we move to the semifinals later. A bit tough for the teams, those sort of 2 games back to back. Very little prep that you can do for whoever you're going to be facing in the semifinals.
I mean, the good thing is they have the next series to effectively prepare for the semifinals, and both of them are on the level playing field in that aspect. You know, of course, maybe one of them will just stomp the quarter, and then we'll be able to watch the other quarterfinal happen at the same time, and maybe they'll get a little bit of an advantage there, but generally they will just have the whatever it is 3 hours between the series that they will have to prepare. The good thing is, again, both of them will have around the same amount of time, so I think it's all good.
These are the quarterfinals that are happening on the B stream with, I believe, Henry and Anders. So Bait and Aurora kicking it off, and then Team Liquid up against Saw. What you get to see here, if you're watching, is 2 other quarterfinals. Obviously, later on today, you'll have a chance to see that Brazilian derby, Pain Gaming up against Legacy. But we're kickstarting with GamerLegion up against Heroic. For me, Heroic definitely a pick to keep an eye on. GamerLegion, it hasn't been as easy for them to get to the playoffs, but something Jackie mentioned yesterday, we brought it up on the desk. A lot of the teams are saying this is the hardest team to play against. And despite that shaky group stages, they're here they're ready to bring the heat. So what is it that we like about this GamerLegion lineup?
I mean, I think that like the core identity of this team that drove them to so much success in the first season is still there, in my opinion. Obviously we talk about, Rez getting a second win to his career on this team by being that aggressive rifling guy who brings a lot of impact. You talk about, PR, who has been one of the best rookies of the year, in my opinion, as an extremity playmaker and star CT player. And then we've been talking about it time and time again, Towson, who's actually, I think, in the top 4 ranked in this tournament, has developed so much as a player throughout the course of this year, from kind of meek extremity player to confident, assertive playmaker, and also play some important anchor roles on the CT side. And they have gone on a very good run to make it to the playoffs, right? Even in the losses that they had against Pain and Saul, they were very competitive, and they 2-0'd the other teams that they beat to make it to this bracket. So this is the perfect opportunity for them to bounce back after a tough second season.
I was talking about it yesterday. I really like the core trio of riflers on GamerLegion. They're all very strong, all have some individual agency on certain maps to express that skill, because they're all very, very sharp riflers, and you can see that from the numbers that they put up. It's almost like, the Opera can just be there as a supportive piece, and it doesn't necessarily have a lot of impact either way. He will have a couple of moments here and there, but it's usually about those 3 guys that will make the difference in any game, So those guys are really, really fun to watch. It's almost a little bit, it's kind of similar to me to Heroic, in a sense where, Alcaran's also that Opera that just can be a little bit up and down and doesn't necessarily have the consistent impact of an Opera yet, at least. So I feel like this is going to be an interesting matchup of just a very high-profile riflers, effectively.
You know what is kind of cool, and I think, Striker, you brought this up yesterday, none of these teams have met each other in this event just yet. So the
it's
playoffs
crazy.
are wide open, right? Normally you see a repeat performance. This is not happening here.
Not even this event. It's this whole year. All these 4 quarterfinal matchups have not happened all year long. And I mean, of course, these two haven't met ever. These cores have never played each other. Which is crazy to think, because these guys have been on a similar level for effectively in the entire year. Sometimes, up and down, but usually they were competing around the same kind of level. So it's crazy to think that they've never even met before.
You want an interesting wrinkle on this matchup, Sam? What do you think ZTR, the in-game leader of GamerLegion, has in common with Linus and Nilo on the other side?
I don't know.
They all came from NIP's academy system.
Wow.
So 2 in-game leaders clashing, coming from the same school, so to speak. So that's kind of an interesting, just little historical tidbit in there.
I don't feel about that school,
NIP spiritually at the playoffs, I guess.
that is a cross.
As much as it's kind of like a fun fact, it actually does make a lot of sense in the sense of how similar the philosophies of ZTR and LNZ are. I feel like they both play very similar T-sides, where they can both be very dynamic. They generally have a good structure, but they just have this flair sometimes where they can just pack up on one side, just make a quick opening move, and then quickly turn to another, and then they just work with a lot of dynamic riflers, as I was saying, so they just have a lot of agency in that sense. So it's just very fun to see these 2 guys who both kind of failed in their attempt to get promoted to the main NIP roster back when Device was still there. This was like within a span of 3 months, they effectively traded places and both tried it on the main roster. Didn't really work, but here we are 3-4 years later, and these guys are competing at the top.
Who do you think's the stronger IGL?
Ooh.
I like ZTR a little bit better, but I don't know if that's because of like the coaching of Ash behind him compared to the fact that Heroic's going through a big coaching transition, losing someone so valuable in Saul and bringing in Tobis from the Mouse Academy system. But to go to what he was saying, like, yes, they do play similar styles, but I do sometimes feel like Heroic is a little bit scrappier and a little bit more reliant on individual playmakers. Like, I think a lot of their success has been driven by XFlout and Delo just going nuclear, whereas I feel like with GamerLegion, there's a little bit more foundation there if things start to kind of slip, that they can kind of get back together a little bit better in some of the mid-round situations. I'm just personally impressed that Heroic has made it this far. Think about the ringer they've been through, losing Tanir, losing Sun Pius, losing your head coach, having all these events not go your way because of all the moving parts, and then somehow stabilizing, kind of a decent finish at CAC, and all of a sudden the path is there for them to a trophy at this event. I mean, this is an incredible come around for Heroic, in my opinion.
It's actually kind of funny because you say changing the coach, but effectively them bringing in Nilo was effectively Saw's decision. It just didn't really work at the start of the year when he just suddenly disappeared for kind of unexplained reasons. Effectively, for half of a year we didn't know what was going on with Nilo, and then Tobis Yes, Tobis comes in. I just had to think that for a moment. Tobis comes in and is like, can we bring that guy in? Like, we actually need him.
And they balance each other so well. Like, xCloud's like that super flashy, in-your-face entry fragger, and he's just teeing off right now, entering at a very, very high level, also playing all those star rotator CT positions very well. And then Nilo, more of a passive guy on the T side, more of a trade fragger, more of a closer, but very good at trading and closing. And then he also plays like kind of the other star CT spots on this team, aside from xCloud, and has also just been wrecking in those positions.
T sides, actually, these two guys work a lot together. I mean, if you think about Mirage, Nilo is the guy underpass who's just waiting for xCloud to have his take some of the rotation, or not rotation, but attention in top middle, and Nilo's the guy in underpass who can get sneak into con or just work off of what xCloud is able to do. The same thing in Nuke. Yep. Nilo is the silo guy, xCloud is the outside guy effectively, and he's just always working off of xCloud information. So I feel like what GamerLegion's probably going to do is look at how those two guys play together.
Okay, so obviously the Veto's here. We're talking a little bit about how they play on different maps. I mean, GamerLegion making the Ancient pick.
This is honestly a veto that I felt like wasn't going to matter in the sense of neither of these teams have a home map that they're just destroying everybody on. But it just depends a lot on their prep. Heroic, I think, makes a lot of sense. It's their comfort. Yes. So I thought that was going to happen from GamerLegion's side for an overpass, for example.
Overpass was going to come from
exactly because
Ancient's definitely a sneaky pick from them.
I
like it though because Heroic don't have a lot of reps on Ancient, and even though GamerLegion's record hasn't been that crazy on the map, they've played it a good amount recently.
They had a lot of close losses from what I remember on Ancient as well. So it's not like they are terrible on it.
They lost to an OT in this tournament, for example. So yeah. Interesting.
It is curious. I think it just comes down to whatever the teams wanted to prep on, and maybe they saw some weaknesses for the other team on Ancient that they were gonna try to exploit. So I think, again, I don't necessarily think that the veto is gonna make that much of a difference. I'm just curious to see whether they're gonna have some opening moves that will be targeted at the other team, at their other team's weaknesses, to see if they can exploit.
How does Heroic play Ancient?
That's an interesting question because they just haven't played it that much with this configuration. As far as bringing xCloud back off the bench, getting Nilo more actively involved, all the different moves that have been made. They've only played, I think, like 4 games. They had the one win against Foot, I believe it was, at CAC, but they've lost their other games. But one of the main things I can kind of just point to is just, again, xCloud. That's the guy you got to keep an eye on. He's their mid player both ways. He's their big playmaker. He's the #1 player in the tournament. He has really been the driving force of Heroic's run this event because he has been just taking so many of the opening duels on this team, and he's been successful. And one of the stats from this tournament is that they have won 90% of the rounds that he has found the opening kill in on the T side. So, that is how much value he could bring to the server.
And he is hyper aggressive. I think his opening stats are something or opening attempts are something like 30 something percent. Yeah. So him having the success, obviously, a lot of it comes from the first series. I mean, he destroyed an IP. That was by far the biggest performance we've seen. Even I would say one of the best performances we've seen all season, to be honest, because he was just going crazy, and a lot of his insane stats effectively come from that series. But if he can hit that level, that he can have the impact.
Very interesting matchup, by the way, PR versus xCloud. I've got to highlight this one because again, these are 2 top 4 players in the tournament, and PR, even though he's not the same level of aggressor as xCloud would be, he's not considered an entry fragger per se. He's a playmaker, man, and sometimes on other maps he might play like more lurky positions, but on this map he's kind of more of a featured player and definitely can create a little bit of space. Obviously, Ancient adds a little bit of responsibility, and so maybe his rating isn't as high in the matches they have played, but when he can feel comfortable and get things going, definitely very flashy, can go toe-to-toe with xCloud, in my opinion, in a straight-up duel.
Yeah, in this position, you'd usually expect a guy like Rez, who's the most aggressive guy on the team, to be on middle, right, set up by Tossin, who's the AX Remedy guy. So it's curious to see generally the transition that they've gone through with PR, where he was doing more of the extremity stuff, but recently we've seen him go into a lot more of the aggressive positions. They've been activating him a lot on several different maps. Actually, Dust 2, he's changed positions. Inferno, he's changed positions to become more of the aggressive guy, to take a lot of more fights, have a little bit more agency, be more of that playmaker that Dust was talking about. So that's what I'm curious to see.
And Towson's going to be with him, I think, is the big thing that you have to add. Like, Towson's usually going to be with him, so he's not going to be alone in dealing with those battles.
Yeah, I'm Czech, so this is me just looking at PR the entire series and then talking about how amazing he is.
Before we get into the series, we've got to introduce our casters. We've had a little bit of a swap around. Dinko and Moses are here. And Moses, because it was Halloween, I thought it would be fun to cosplay you with hair. I know it was so long ago, though, that a lot of people don't know. So we actually have an example and what the hairstylist team used as
look
inspiration.
at that.
Look at that fro you have.
That's a good-looking dude. That's all I'm going to say. The baby blue really brings out the color of his eyes, I think.
You mean the red?
Yeah, the red. I mean, look, that was 2004, I think.
Oh my God.
2005.
I was like 3 years old. Jay.
So the cameras didn't automatically take out. The cameras didn't automatically take out the red eye effect. You kids have it great these days.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sam's a little angry about how I commented on her Halloween costume today.
Sam, was this a pre-prepared thing, or did you do this like last second?
So let me give us
a rebuttal.
No, so the irony was this was planned very early in the morning, and then Moses walked into the green room, saw my hair, and made a comment, which we won't share.
I mean, it's fair game, isn't it?
And at the time, I chuckled because I was like, I was prepped already.
You make it sound like I said something terrible. I didn't say anything that bad.
We'll never know what you said because the game is live and we got to get
perfect.
Into it.
Well, now that I've just been painted with a broad brush here,
Jason, and people have made enough comments about your lack of hair over the years. You get one about hair.
I deserve one.
You get one at least. Happy Halloween, everybody. Heroic versus GamerLegion as we get into the quarterfinals. And let's see how this is going to go. Taliesin with a Molotov, a quick B-pop coming right through towards the site. Molotov's going to make things uncomfortable here for Youngstar. And LNZ having to drop in behind the smoke. A lot of highly rated players in this series. Youngstar looking to get off to the races. He's done very well to take the first, but Hypex and Taliesin respond immediately with that bomb plant going down. GamerLegion in a good spot to kick off the quarterfinals.
Yeah, cave control, B ramp control. There's no flank coming in whatsoever. They've already handled that issue, so it's going to be tough, but no one's watching for this, so who's going to spring the trap? They need someone to make the contact, and it's coming very late, but well done. The triangle set up with 3, including inside the bomb site, is way too strong to overcome, and that's the pissed around for GamerLegion.
Oh yeah, well, bringing some energy. That's how they start the game. It is. I mean, GamerLegion coming into this, a team that have had a string of disappointing results lately, Jason. This is a team that we started getting excited about the future. They've got a good coach. It looked like their steps were going in the right direction, but they've taken a couple of steps back this season because they haven't been able to find an offer that really works for the squad.
Yeah, they've been filtering through a ton of them. And also, I mean, both these organizations kind of in a similar place, right? They're that team that kind of trains up the next generation of talent, which eventually gets poached away. And GamerLegion's the one who haven't really been able to build some success off of some of that young talent since they've made the previous swap. You mentioned, we'll hold the phone. Mid-control coming in, 4-player push, 2 kills for the Heroic side. Make it 3 as xFloud chimes in.
Okay, well, Heroic with a force buy response at the moment. Let's see if Hypex and Taliesin can gain control of this again for GamerLegion. There'll be a smoke down in the donut. Molotov's going to actually force Alcrin forward. That's exactly what Alcrin wants. He denies that bomb plant. And now Taliesin with a 1v4.
That's an interesting decision. Yeah, Taliesin, he spots xFloud with the Deagle. That's a player he might just want to get aggressive on. He knows it's going to be a 1v1. Now 2 to find.
Taliesin's been getting so much better as a player. We've seen him elevate his performances, but he's not going to be able to pull this one off. Alcrin dropping him on the MP9 and Heroic answering back.
You mentioned some of the top-rated players at this event being in this server today. Pretty crazy when you go and look at the stats sheet for the event so far. xFloud is the #1 rated player of PGL Bucharest thus far, 1.46 rating. You've got Taliesin as #3. Nilo on the Heroic side is #4, and PR #5. So 4 of the top 5 players at this event inside the server today. I mean, you can just tell too with xFloud #1, with Nilo performing well, 3-0 in the Swiss for Heroic on their path into these playoffs, this quarterfinals game. So a tough task for GamerLegion, especially now that they failed to convert the second round. Hypex, the newest opper they're testing in the roster.
Because it was just like, yeah, that's how we start this game, and then they lose the force buy.
Yeah, that is how we start this game. Ah, damn it.
Stubbing their toe instantly. Well, a lot of smokes in towards that B bomb site. GamerLegion not using them just yet because they've been blocked out themselves. They're blocked the cave at the moment. Smoke will start to fade away from Jack now. There's a resmoke available for Youngstar as soon as he spots him in contact.
Yeah, gonna chuck it out very, very early as well. Just want to delay the contact as long as possible. Only 1 smoke on res, so use it for Red Room if you want to try and cross towards Donut. Otherwise, you got to save it for a hit into the B bomb site. But they're coming back towards middle and actually holding onto the smoke even further. Taking the risk. Nobody's peeking from the defense. So pretty decent avenue of attack.
A chance here for xFloud to mow them down. Taliesin's Tech 9, gonna get rid of him. Now Nilo waits on the boxes. It's gonna be nice and easy for Nilo on the first 2, and then just too much to handle with Taliesin coming in on that Tech 9. So 3v3, bomb planted, and an M4 to boot here for ZTR.
Yeah, just newly recovered. PR's gonna have a tough job. Oh, he spots the shoulder first, but can't land the headshot. Now the retake begins.
Both players on rifles. Taliesin committed on default. He's going to peek out into the open, immediately dropping Youngstar. Gonna try and get a second as well here in Alcarin as he moves into the bomb site to the Tech 9. Taliesin goes, and the Tech 9 with the headshot, and this back and forth, this tit for tat starting off in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, now it really is how they start the game. Now they're hyped again. It's gone the other direction. So a little tug of war to get things started early in the morning. These two teams struggling to convert, following up with some wins.
I'll tell you, GamerLegion are going to have to deal with another force spike coming at them, though. Heroic, they were on double eco on a few players, so they're going to invest.
Oh, absolutely going to fight back into it. Nobody wants to relinquish this control. The problem is, as you just mentioned, with the kind of CT economy, always gets punished more in these back and forth affairs. They do manage to bring out 2 FAMAS, but 5-7, lack of utility on the other players. And a nade that does more damage to GamerLegion than it does to Heroic. So that's kind of a bummer.
At least it's not a huge amount of damage. But it does make you a lot more susceptible to that instant headshot.
I was going to say, when there's FAMAS at 5-7 on the board, even that little bit of, even that like 18 damage to ZTR, even that 14 damage under res can be a difference.
LNC down to 7.
That's a nice push in towards A main for Alcarin, keeping a lot of information for his team. Nobody's even flirting with the idea of the A bomb site, so the defense can be confident to stay in position, stacked towards the other side of the map. xCloud even starting to shift over towards Red Room so he can have a faster rotation.
Oh my. Absolutely wrecked.
So I'm telling you.
Darkstar just dropping res. Opening kill of the round goes the way of Heroic. 48 seconds left. PR timing to come off that angle as the teammate, or rather opponent, pushes in towards him. It's now a real tough spot for GamerLegion as time is starting to tick on. There is a world in which this goes south again. They push down the smoke. Taliesin gets blinded. Luckily, ZTR is there to help him out. LNC gets another one in the 5-7. Important frag here from Taliesin as he gets into that wallbang battle against LNC, who's actually sent a lot of shots down on towards ZTR. He's on 6 HP now. Bomb plant looking to be secured, but it's only a fake tap. And then Alcarin's actually got the pick on Hypex. ZTR has to take the risk, go into the cave smoke, and Taliesin and ZTR together combined do win out the rounds here for GamerLegion.
That's really well done from GamerLegion. I mean, yeah, all the advantages, but still put in a really awkward position with some of those 5-7 kills, and that could have been a dicey scenario to try and get the bomb plant down. So just smart play to bail themselves out, and they win 2 in a row. They win this tug of war to start the map. They're going to be up 3-1 with an economic advantage. Back to USPs for the Heroic defense.
Yeah, we got to watch that game where Heroic get a real beatdown to Aurora. And that was, in particular, xCloud was having a great game throughout the early stages.
Yeah, he was spanking him, wasn't he?
No, xCloud was the player removed when the roster reshuffle came through. And then brought back in when they got rid of Grix again. After they only had him in such a short stint of time. And I think that's the conversation around Heroic at the moment. It's just the inconsistencies of this roster. I think both teams kind of going through that same experience. They're just not really finding the 5 that they feel like they can move forward with all the time.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're also playing against, these are kind of like the tier 2 teams, like the gatekeeper teams, right? So yeah, you're always kind of in a progression of trying to build up this team constantly. It never feels like you get to settle your feet when there's those roster changes. It's always building up to the next big peak. Good dink, but this shouldn't be any damage, although it's a little bit crazy coming through the smokes. But the recovery's there. The MAC-10 does work, and the AK recovers. Rez with a double kill, but dicey against unarmored USPs.
Dude, that's just USPs. It starts with a boost in towards Donut, and then it gets so messy on that B bomb site. Rez has to recover it. I mean, you're not going to be super happy about that by any means for GamerLegion. That should have been a round where you don't concede anyone. And actually, I think Asha is very unhappy with it, so calls the timeout.
Yeah, very costly. I don't think necessarily Ash is going to be talking about being in any sense of being unhappy. I think it's more like, you know, this happened, and now we're going to have a little bit battered of economy. Like that growth that we had that we were excited about isn't there anymore. So let's make sure this round we're all on the same page, and let's see if we can win this one pretty clean. So I think it's just a timeout to make sure everyone's organized for this next gun round. You could see a MAC-10 picked up for PR, who's got 2,000 in the bank, so he could have gone for an AK-47. That obviously lends itself to the idea that maybe this is going to be a faster round, or at some point the MAC-10 is going to lead the way in a sort of burst. On the other side, for Heroic's defense, Alcarin has his AWP out in play. Kind of a cool idea, using that smoke to just run on through, wrap around into the bomb site, gain a new angle. GamerLegion never saw it coming.
Running up through the smoke, the molly rather, is PR straight away into the B bomb site. They burst through, they break through, but LNC has no problem in dealing with them until PR comes forward with a MAC-10. It's 2 kills very quickly from the SMG, and that bomb goes down. It looked like LNC had done enough to put Heroic in the better position, but suddenly GamerLegion fight forward.
Yeah, great flashbang from Youngstar to activate LNZ for those 2 kills. Both the ramp players completely blind. Now, the cool play is that MAC-10 on PR. Ignores everyone in the bomb site. Almost feels like he sells his teammates out, but he trusts the follow-up AKs to clean up and trade those kills in, and he pushes forward to handle the rotating players. And that MAC-10 in a round like this with a lack of head armor, just as Heroic is starting to buy back up in, is so deadly.
Yeah, that actually helps out the money problems we were just discussing as well. Now, Nilo can make it expensive on the way out here. Holding on. Can he get a double? Yes, he can. PR and Rez both die. ZTR a long way off. And Nilo and Alcorin will save their weapons, at least here for Heroic.
Lots of useless kills here, boys!
All right, talking some smack. 5-1, it's a 4-round lead. That is an incredible start to the gun round. However, unfortunately for GamerLegion, they're going to be so happy about the win, but as we can see and as they know, the AWP is one player that they didn't find during that, so that weapon's still on the map and still something they have to consider moving forward into round 7. Double door smoke, instant elbow smoke, red room smoke coming in from GamerLegion, so early utility, tons of it being chucked out.
Oh, Nilo committed down middle. Sending shots for that smoke. PR is gone. So the hero from the last round dead immediately. And Taliesin swinging out into the mid-fights. It's going to be Heroic coming out on top of these. Rez trying to recover things. He will get at least one. But Alcorin, they know where that AWP is, and he's struck true. So ZTR, the only play left is to try and make some solo action happen towards this A-bomb site. And he actually has the space to do it.
GamerLegion really, really interested in fighting for mid in that round. Even after the first kill goes the way of Nilo and he gains that kind of space towards the jump up, they still want to force their way through the smoke and still want to challenge as Taliesin comes out next. And caught in the crossfire. ZTR plant would be excellent, and he should have it. He obviously doesn't know it's this clear, but going to take the risk, and that plant will go down. So all of Heroic lining up for a retake, a 3-on-1.
They don't have a smoke, and he's got a Molotov. So let's see how long it takes for Heroic to get into position.
So I don't think he can win if he stays in A main. So you can see him wrapping around towards Donut. He wants to catch a player retaking from Donut or maybe flanking, but you can't win being this 1v3 being passive in A main. They're just going to swing into you.
Well, last-ditch effort. Molotov goes out. They know where he is. The lineup's there onto the site. But they're just going to stick to defuse. Oh my God, the last tick.
Yeah, he had a kid anyway, so even if he goes down and doesn't get the defuse, they pick it up and have plenty of time. But okay, that Molotov threw a little X factor into the mix.
But it was just exciting watching him like stick it in the fire. Know that he's got it. Well, I'm going to believe that he knew.
Yeah. Those 1v3s are so hard. It's like the only way to win is if ZTR gets aggressive somewhere and turns it into a 1v2, like finds a 1v1 and kind of, makes it a situation where he can realign after that. Yeah. Fortunately, Heroic just plays it so well. All 3 guys together at all times.
So Ash, sort of tongue-in-cheek, said in the last round, all these useless kills right now. Well, they're not so useless anymore because you can see the damage done to GamerLegion's economy. 1 round lost, you've got 3 rifles, 2 pistols, and Youngstar's off to a good start.
Listen, it doesn't always matter if you're accurate when you're trying to hype up the boys. You just try and give them the most positive thing in the world, right?
Yeah, we're just kind of hoping.
Doesn't have to be true. Just have to believe it.
Sure, you can kind of say anything, anything at all, really. Hypex, he's got rid of X-Floud. Alcorin going to be blocked out by that red smoke, and now he's a little bit panicked because they could push through that at any point. He doesn't want to be in that position with the AWP, so the rifle will take that angle instead. And for GamerLegion, not the start they were hoping for.
No, but this is still recoverable. I don't know if how confirmed any of this damage on LNZ or Youngstar is for the GamerLegion side. If some of the dead players can call that out that they did a decent amount of damage, but this can turn really quickly if GamerLegion manage to find some success. Those guys can get cleaned up very, very fast. So over towards the B bombs that we go. Utility being shuffled around, so it can be thrown in short and long smoke likely. Fortunately, only one flashbang to use to really get in. Retake from the Heroic defense. They're all lined up behind the cube, so everyone's smoked off. No need to break the smokes as they move in. There is one on Nilo, but he's that 4th player who hasn't yet arrived.
14 seconds, and that fire makes things very uncomfortable, and those long smokes don't last forever, so ZTR gets into them. Hypex nades landing towards him, but he's able to put that bomb down, and now a shot from ZTR. He was hoping for a multi-kill, unable to collect that, so it all falls to Towson. 11-4 start here on Ancient. He is hoping for another 2 to be added to his tally. They are taking their time, creeping ever closer together. And Towson, he's got the low HP player up first. LNC, oh, the no-scope! Goes into the cave, no shot for Towson. And Heroic recover the round.
I like it, though. I mean, he's just being the bait, right? He's just like, okay, I'm going to hard clear this corner. If he's not here, I die. But my teammate knows exactly where he is, and then we win or lose by the trade. But still, just nailing the no-scope as he turns the corner. Really nice defense, shutting down Cave early, some presence in middle. And a very conservative, safe retake setup at the B bomb site. Almost goes against them. Lovely shot from Alcaron to keep things in their favor. And obviously LNZ just selling it right at the end. 5-3.
So 1 AK for PR and everybody else on pistols. 4 rounds, incredibly likely here from Heroic. And this is what you wanted to see coming into this series.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Just a back and forth affair. But and also, as we kind of highlighted, 4 of the top 5 players in this game. And, you know, Towson, number 3 rated player of the event so far, delivering with his kind of performance. So we're getting some of those players still shining in the quarterfinals.
You laughing at the way I said PR? I see you have a little chuckle to yourself. I did. I felt weird. I said it.
I didn't notice. Honestly, my brain had gone back to the Sam segment this morning, and that's
it's like it's playing catch up anymore.
It was like a flashback. So.
Yeah, it is early. It's 10 a.m.
I know.
The players always complain about 10 a.m. games. They've got a quarterfinal straight away. But oh my God, Alcaron! He's got himself a double collateral straight away. Hypex and Rez both claimed. And it really doesn't seem all that likely that this round is going to be recovered whatsoever here by GamerLegion. PR going to do what he can. And he's going to start backtracking into middle. 45 seconds remaining. How much damage can PR do?
Well, they're so concerned about Red Room that it's really isolated xFloud as the sole defender of this A bomb site. Nilo can turn quickly, but that won't help with PR's play out of Donut. Might help with ZTR over in main, but PR is going to be the one to make contact. And now aggressively clearing out Red Room, so they want the information, and PR need to go hard to the right.
Oh, knife out, xFloud.
That's crazy.
That's a free kill. That is wild. How often do you see a player knife out of Donut?
Not that often, not in that kind of a situation. So might have just thought with his earlier peek that he would have cleared that angle if somebody was there, but obviously extremely incorrect. So easy kills for xFloud. And an easy 4th round for the defense.
GamerLegion had a very strong lead. It is now fizzled out. And they're going to have a timeout to figure things out because PR is going to be a little bit lower on money. ZTR is going to take the hit, go to the Tech 9, allow PR to have an AK again.
It's a classic though, isn't it, right? Like we saw that back and forth. We saw GamerLegion win that economic tug of war early. And we even had them, you know, really lean on that economic advantage with the MAC-10 buy in the first gun round to get some easy headshots, which worked perfectly. So yeah, you get a ton of rounds off the back of winning that back and forth in the early stages. And, I mean, really, like, you think about it, 5 rounds, you're going to be so happy with that on T-side Ancient, especially considering you did... Oh, no, they did win the pistol round. Heroic won the second. They could respond with the third. But, like, you know, you're going to be super pleased with this regardless of what this ends up with. Obviously, scraping together 1 more round to get up towards 6. 2 if you can get it. 3 would be absolutely lovely if you get up to 8. But 5 is more than enough for this T-side.
So we've hit the bare minimum.
Yeah. Well, not even. You're past the bare minimum.
Okay.
You're in a happy place.
A happy place. I'm not so happy in this round as PR. Towson to move out of elbow. Oh my God, good shot from Rez. Youngstar walks to his death. Rez immediately takes it off. And now we're looking at 2 low players at GamerLegion, but they've got the player advantage. And Alcaron feeling like he has to make a move to pull it back.
Yeah, but look, what's the timing on this? Does he keep going forward? He's got a teammate now pushing up as well. That's LNZ. Ooh. Good shot. That's deep through the double doors. And the follow-up flank, that's low HP, hits him in the dome regardless. So all of a sudden, a 4-on-2 into a 2-on, or 4-on-3 into a 2-on-3.
Yeah, and if you're GamerLegion, you know you haven't got this B lane control, and that's the problem because that's where the bomb is. You may have 1 player in cave, but Alcaron's aware that gap has confirmation of the player's presence within the bomb site now, and they just smoke out the doors. So GamerLegion, there's nowhere to go here. They're in a really tough spot. They're going to have to fight so hard just to get that bomb back.
And during all this time while the smoke is still up and Heroic know that GamerLegion is split and can't actually get together, they've wrapped behind Rez. Timing is going to be brutal, but he reads it and runs out of bullets.
Yeah, now Hypex left with 17 HP, 30 seconds. Bomb's just being picked up. He can give it a go here. But it's going to be incredibly difficult with very limited health.
Only hope is the ult misses, right? Alcaran against the low HP. If he misses, you can get that kill, and maybe the reaction is fast enough, but doesn't consider it. We're all tied up at 5 as Heroic come back. You said this lead was so strong for GamerLegion. It was, what, 5-1 at one point?
Yeah.
Now Heroic rattling off 4 in a row.
Yeah, and they're doing it in gun rounds as well, mostly at this point. So GamerLegion, they're in a hole at this point, and we'll see what decisions they make economically. PR once again going for a rifle, always feeling like they want to have at least one rifle on the table. PR decides against it, goes to the Tech 9 armor instead. So let's see what GamerLegion can do in a round like this. They're saving for that next round. They'll have a lot more cash available, but the Tech 9s can always pose a threat.
Not if they get shot in the face through the wall.
Yeah, that definitely tends to hurt.
Taliesin, no chance for impact here in round 11.
ZTR hopping up. LNZ's going to spot him out.
I know relinquish control of Jaguar. Let them have it if they want it when that smoke fades. Preserving the 5-on-4 advantage. Next issue for GamerLegion, as if there needed to be another one off of the man already gone down, is no utility. It's 2 flashbangs. There's no smoke to block a choke point, no smoke to take away lines of sight from the Heroic side. And you're going to have to rely on this Deagle to provide you a headshot at range while the Tech 9s try and scale and close the gap on xFloud.
Yeah, they're coming at xFloud. Well, let's see what he can do. He moves over towards the donut. He's blinded. He holds down and gets a double kill. Hypex to come back with 1 shot on the Deagle, but immediately Nilo has the response. The CTR inside of donut. The final victim of the round picked up by Nilo. And 6-5 as Heroic have claimed the lead after being 5-1 down. They're now 6-5 up.
Yeah, and regardless of whether, you know, the 5 for GamerLegion is enough, and regardless of, I mean, you feel good, you'd be content with 5, you can work with it. The problem is now 5 straight losses.
Right.
I think that's the thing going into halftime. More than the scoreboard is just going to be like, oh, we just lost 6 rounds in a row, if potentially 5 rounds straight at this point. And then
it's not a good feeling to leave the half with.
No, it's just like the momentum goes away, doesn't it? Like you just feel like they've built up. So yeah, that'd kind of be a bummer if GamerLegion is not able to squeak this last round in their favor. Aggression from the defense in xFloud. He wants that kill and he's got it.
Yeah, chases after Rez, keeps him pinned behind the corner. Everybody's flashed, everybody's blind. And it will be Heroic to come out on top. xFloud goes in again. Unleashed over the top of the smoke. Is this going to be the play that nets xFloud another one? Yeah, it is. They line up, and xFloud just shreds them in the last round of the first half. It's PR and Hypex immediately with a recovery mission, and this looks like mission impossible.
Yeah, that's one player basically disrupting your entire round. xFloud just ruins everything GamerLegion wanted to do. B lane control ripped out of their hands. So PR and Hypex to try and pick up the pieces, but even if you want to take like a cursory glance into the B bomb site, AWP with the deep angle is going to be a very dangerous thing to get past that line.
Sort of slowly moving their way through the cave now. Youngstar is going to detect them. Alcaran going to be put in position. And 25 seconds left for GamerLegion. I think does land.
Oh, nade coming in. That could actually do great work. Okay, backs off Molotov.
How has he made it out? He's 5 HP. And then PR through the smoke is taking Youngstar out, so at least a lot of damage. A kill being picked up. GamerLegion with some space. Final 10 seconds. Got to get that bomb planted right now, and Hypex will secure it. They start to close the distance. Can GamerLegion somehow win this last round of the half? It would be so hard fought from PR and Hypex to pull this one off. The rifle of Hypex, not the one to get the kill. It's PR with 5 HP. And he's now hoping that lineups are successful. And he's dropped Alcaran. He's put LNC down on 6 HP, but then the grenade finds him. And this round comes so close at the end of the half, but just about winning it are Heroic.
That's unreal. What a great attempt in the clutch. The spam almost getting a double kill, down to 6 HP is LNZ. Thank God that nade gets the kill, because it looked like that clutch was coming in for sure for GamerLegion. But now it's that eventuality. It's Heroic ending the half on a 6-round win streak from 1-5 to 7-5 at halftime. And for GamerLegion, it's been a long time since they felt the celebration of a win. Even though you get the rounds necessary, still kind of feels like you're on the back foot. It's the quarterfinals of PGL Bucharest. A little bit of a different feel to it today with the change in the schedule to allow for travel out to IEM Chengdu.
A lot of games.
A lot of games. Quarterfinals going on at the same time. Not used to a quarterfinal B stream, but you got one today. Heroic GamerLegion quite obviously here on the main stream. Bait Aurora going on at the same time on the B stream.
I think we got semifinals.
And then we're going to have semifinals later on today. The second set of quarterfinals, Pain Legacy, Liquid Saw, and semifinals played later on today.
Can you believe that? Semifinals, quarterfinals on the same day. Action-packed day, Counter-Strike coming along. Could be a marathon for a couple of these teams as well.
It's probably been a while since some of these teams have had to play 2 best-of-3s in a day. We kind of got away from those formats over the past few years. So,
especially playoffs, man.
Welcome back.
A little bit of a throwback. A lot of Counter-Strike coming your way over the next few weeks. Well, xFloud just jiggling on out of the elbow. Continuing his good form at this event in Bucharest. Said Bucharest has great memories for him, in particular in this studio. It was his first international event. And he's playing extremely well. Now Rez going to be holding down in the donut. He's going to come away with the first headshot. He'll go out again. xFloud, the next victim of Rez's USP. And because of that early distraction, Hypex is given a moment, a mere glimpse of a free kill. But Alcarin's going to take him down with ease on the Glock. Nilo catching Talson, getting aggressive, and just like that, all of Rez's hard work has gone the other way.
Talson's had started out great and has had some tough rounds, and that one right here in this pistol might be trying to force the situation a little bit, going for that really, really quick flank from the CT side, pushing out a cave, taken down for free. So Rez, you might need to do a little bit more after this double kill. PR spots the bomb over in Donut. You're going to start seeing the defense shifting. ZTR and Rez on their way, but the bomb site is going to be overrun, and PR has to sit back and let them have it. Wait for the cavalry to arrive.
Alcarin going into the CT fight. It's going to be Nilo on the Glock. A knife coming out as Alcarin runs out of bullets, but fortunately Nilo is landing all of his shots until he meets his match in PR. And PR looking to ignite this 1v2. He just can't find the follow-up. LNZ gonna peek out, and they're happy about winning the pistol here in the second half.
7 straight now for Heroic.
And GamerLegion won the first half pistol. Heroic have the second half, and yep, with that streak of round victories, Jason, it's starting to feel very good for Heroic.
Yeah, they've caught a nice little streak here. This is lovely stuff to see. So T side, we'll see if it continues on this run to be able to convert the second. Shouldn't be too bad considering 4 USPs and a Deagle.
A Zeus.
And a Zeus. How can I forget?
Yeah, you can't forget about that. This is GamerLegion's map pick, just to remind everybody.
Not ideal?
Not ideal at all. As we go to Dust 2 next, the selection of Heroic. Sam in the pre-show today talking about how Heroic could win the event, Jason, in her opinion, from what she's seen so far.
I mean, we talked. Yakko talked about this on the podcast last night with the struggles of Aurora, with 3D Max getting eliminated and not even making it into the playoffs. This field is wide open. Like, you could probably make a case for it feels like at least like 5 of the 8 teams, right? No one left in the event is a world beater that is an insurmountable opponent. So yeah, very much Heroic have a chance at taking this trophy, and every team here has got to be thinking along those same lines.
And now Rugger's gone as well. I mean, it's wide open.
Way to drop that in.
Hey, that was wild yesterday.
That was. Yeah, Magistop isn't in the tournament anymore.
Yeah, anybody can shine now. Well, xFloud, Youngstar, and Talson was just jumping up and down in the corner. Nice and easy here for Heroic.
Yeah, he missed his Zeus. We heard the little squawk. It didn't get anything done, and then you got nothing to do. So xFloud's Mac 10 cleans up the defense.
So there's been 2 timeouts used by GamerLegion so far. Would you want to use one now, Jason, or you just see how this first gun round goes?
I think you got to let them play the first gun round. Like, you don't, there's nothing you're going to say here. I would imagine in halftime, usually you're kind of going over how you want to start your gun rounds, the kind of philosophy you're going to operate with to open up the half when the guns come out. You're going to go over a pistol round. So they should have the plan, and it should be all fine. And I think you kind of got to let them play at least one gun round before you start chiming in and see how things are going to go. Problem is, obviously, what you're getting at is they don't have a whole lot of runway left.
They do not. They got to start lifting off soon here, GamerLegion. Heroic have the momentum. It needs to be disrupted. And perhaps a play down the B-ramp like this could be exactly what they need. CTR coming away with Nilo, LNZ, and smoking out the double doors. Here's the response for Heroic, trying to come out of A. Important fight, won here by PR.
Yeah, and actually XCloud will be frustrated. They missed the jump initially. If they got it clean on the first try, maybe XCloud has a better look at that. Has a couple extra, like 1 extra second to actually set up and prepare for the fight. Rez at the jump up. Gonna spot the elbow play from Youngstar. Now Karen trades it off, but it's a 1 versus 4. They know exactly where he is.
I mean, you're going to be very happy with this round so far, GamerLegion. Just don't concede too many other players here.
Yeah, and I mean, the bigger thing is you finally stop this streak. You finally shut Heroic down after 8 rounds in a row. GamerLegion are going to get their first round back after some time.
Alcarin, it's going to be walking out towards the A bomb site. There is a world in which he gets a bomb plant, but he's got to have a quick rotation to the donut, and he's going to get spotted early. So, oh, actually, the play that could have went donut fast is PR, and he's actually gone for the flanker on the back. So Alcarin does actually have a free plant here if he wants it, and then spam through the smoke. It's not as free as it might
Not as
look.
free as it looked, yeah.
But
hand caught in the cookie jar.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 4 players stay alive for GamerLegion. They put an end to that streak, as you mentioned. So this is an opportunity to start to actually get going on their map pick. Remember, it's 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, they needed that win. They needed that stop desperately. Almost a couple of rounds almost go their favor in the first half, but finally getting it here. And the nice thing is the money's pretty busted out of that 1 single victory. So if you feel like you need to win multiple to build up that momentum, a great opportunity to do it against a Galil, an AK-47, and 3 Tech 9s. Really, really limited on nades. I think this is going to have to be relatively quick timing for Heroic and pretty aggressively poppy.
ZTR dropping a smoke. He'll jump up into the corner. Unleashes one on towards LNZ, but a really effective trade from Nilo coming through. They're going to try and dive out of the cave into the bomb site. XCloud straight through that smoke. Hypex overwhelmed, and Heroic to respond immediately once their streak is broken.
That's a nasty break of the smoke over in cave as the Tech 9's running into the bomb site as well. Defender wanted to look in the bomb site and clear out the really dangerous Tech 9, and all of a sudden all of his cover disappears, and you're not getting back into this bomb site. It's got to be a save for PR and Towson. And they miss that chance to destroy Heroic's economy. 2 rifles, 3 Tech 9s. Heroic pull it out. They get up to double digits. And GamerLegion missed the opportunity to string rounds together and build back into this game.
And that is going to take the wind out of your sails if you're GamerLegion, because the way they win the last round, they only lose a single player. You think, okay, here's a great chance to put some stopping power on the CT side, and then immediately just get broken open.
This is where you take your time out, right here, because you're going to have to, I mean, you obviously need to win the round 10-6. You're going to have to drop weapons over, so money's not going to be pretty after this one. This is the all-important round where if you lose it, the game's essentially over. So I think Ash needs to be involved in the conversation. A timeout is indeed called. The third and final for GamerLegion, unless they're able to find a way, or unless the eventuality is that overtime comes along, they get that bonus timeout. But for now, it's all about coming back into this. A 9-1 run at the moment for Heroic. GamerLegion put a stop to it, but Heroic get right back in the next round. Tobiz, the former coach of Mal's NXT, taking that experience coaching at the lower levels, underneath Cyclone over in the Mal's organization, and really it looks like he's got this team on a great path. He's set himself up, I think. Heroic, with all their struggles this year, and obviously losing Saw was always going to be a difficult one to replace, but it feels like Heroic has done a great job finding another coach to start building a new path forward for Heroic.
Yeah, obviously for Heroic as well, an event of this caliber is so important because they've lost out on that major qualification. They will not be in attendance in Budapest.
Yeah, and we've kind of shied away from the VRS conversation with the major right around the corner and all those implications being figured out during Pro League, but obviously the VRS for the next season events and the invites that are going to be coming in for the early stages of 2026. Pretty critical. Heroic's able to scrape as many as they can at the end of the year.
ZTR waits as LNZ and Alcarat about to peek in towards him. ZTR and Rez combining. 2 kills quickly. Rez to follow up. And it's Nilo and XFloud left 2v4. So important here for GamerLegion out of the timeout to find success like this.
If you can find PR right here clean, if you're XFloud. He's been excellent at this event. Oh, and he's just off the mark. PR is able to clean it up close. But now just Nilo left.
If you're coming out of the timeout and you win a round like that, you're going to feel pretty happy about things if you're GamerLegion.
Especially the confidence of the call too. Whether it was the coach, whether it was the players deciding to double up over in Cave, but you get a 2-on-3 in that scenario and end up going a 1-for-3 trade in your favor. Going to be super pleased with how you read the situation and had the right call. Rez gets the final kill. That's a triple for him overall in the round. And GamerLegion get it a little bit closer. Ash trying to take the opportunity with this round win to hype up the boys and let them know it's still possible. 3 rounds away from tying up the game. And again, the money, despite Heroic kind of fighting back, battling back, trading off a round, winning a round with 2 rifles and 3 Tech 9s, they don't really have the funds to keep fighting. So going to have to sit back. And this is, again, another great opportunity for GamerLegion to build up their own money and their own momentum moving forward into the latter stages of this map of Ancient.
Well, heavy commitment towards A for Heroic. When you have weaker weapons, perhaps the strength in numbers mentality will pay off. You've got PR waiting. And he could shut everything down here with the AK.
A simple plant is what you'll be happy getting out of this round with if you're Heroic.
Yeah, there's no flashes here to get PR off the angle, so you have to hope that you can maybe sacrifice a player on the way. Make it uncomfortable as they double peek towards him, and I like that move. They get the 1 kill, and they get the bomb plant straight away.
Yeah, it's a lot of freedom for the T side to actually walk up and get that boost off. Nobody really being aggressive to the choke point.
An AK picked up L as well here for LNZ. Fight out towards CT, goes down to Hypex and Rez. And a recovery of the round as GamerLegion only lose PR, but for Heroic, that's really the objective, was getting that bomb plant, so they do very well to get a kill on a bomb plant.
Yeah, a kill doesn't even really matter to him. That bomb plant is everything for the extra money across the team. Nice creative way to provide the opening. Little drop off the boost. So that's a very efficient round. You get a lot for very little spent if you're Heroic, and now you buy back up into it. I think this is the first time on the T side we've seen Alcaran with the AWP. It's mostly been rifles, so we'll see how much that changes the Heroic attack. Might not be as fast-paced, might let the op have some freedom to pick, might try and find them some ground to work with over in middle. A lot of the action for Heroic has been dictated and decided early off the presence in the B lane. Haven't seen them had to really traverse into the mid portion. XFloud wants to look for a fight. Nobody's pushing down.
A lot of mid-utility thrown out and not really forcing the issue through elbow yet. Alcaran boosted up on the box, catching Towson. That weakens the B defense significantly as they've got this double donut set up. They have to start moving forward, trying to adjust the defenses, but as soon as they do so, XFloud is ready, and it's Heroic in a 5v3 almost immediately into the round.
Yeah, he spotted 2 over in donut as well, right? The op took the shot and he gets the kill, so he's going to be calling that out at the moment. It's up to Heroic. I think that's the scary thing, is do they realize that it's only 1 defender at the B bomb site? It's wide open right now. But Heroic, I mean, they might think that there's another player here just by the op or by 2 in donut. But as GamerLegion clear elsewhere on the map, they are out of position. Shifted over to try and recover the round, and it's not the case, so now they save. And Heroic get up to 11.
Yeah, this is This is fun to watch for Heroic, the way they're so confident. I think XFlood in this tournament, he's going to be feeling so full of himself at the moment because he's hitting everything. He's playing so well consistently. You know, he even starts a little slower on this map than we've seen in the rest of the competition. And eventually, he's just showing up again and again. And he's ready just in front of the donut as soon as they try and adjust because they lose that B player. XFlood's just there ready to punish and break apart their setup.
Like, this is a really cool T-side from Heroic. I mean, obviously very effective, winning in multiple different ways. They've won with low buys, with tactical rounds. They've played trade game. They've gone fast pace. I think LNZ is calling a great game at the moment and a lovely game plan set up between him and the coach. GamerLegion really struggling to handle this attack.
Yeah, it's so interesting that this series, like, we haven't seen these two teams play against each other.
Yeah, they have. It's been, yeah, these two orgs haven't played together recently at all.
Yeah, so it's kind of wild because both teams are kind of at the same level. So,
yeah, I mean, but you can imagine that, right? They're not getting seeded against each other in a lot of these tournaments, and as we've mentioned a couple of times, both these teams struggling to have enough success to make the playoffs at a lot of the events as well. Wow. So this is a great look at two teams who have been trying to recover and have a better second season than the first.
Oh, Red's gonna make his. Oh my God! Alcarin no scopes him, turns around at the right time. That looked like Rez had guaranteed that kill. Alcarin, look how panicked he is. He's very worried. Could be split on right now. This is a very uncomfortable position for an AWPer, but his teammates have come and saved him.
Oh, but look at the player. This is a great repause from ZTR. You'll never expect this. He can have a fast flank. Alcarin might just come back and walk into it at any moment. Bomb is readjusting to come down towards B ramp, but again, the information gathering as well with the scope in this position, every time he scopes up and ZTR hears it, it's another piece of information they can be confident in keeping multiple players at this B bomb site.
He's just, he's just waiting for Alcarin to eventually walk back in towards him. ZTR knows his reposition is a winning play. But can he make the most of it as LNC starts to move up close towards him? Will he be looking the right way at the right time? LNC and Alcarin starting to clear together. Now ZTR, they know exactly where he is. They can heat things up. They can force him out with utility. And Alcarin's going to come out on top of the duel.
Yeah, he was waiting so patiently for that op to peek the other side that he actually got baited and lured into sticking around in the open way too long. And now GamerLegion, they feel like their only option is to hope and gamble that the finish is going to be at the A bomb site. And if not, they save again. But that gets Heroic up to map point.
It's a tough pill to swallow, isn't it? Having to save when you are conceding map point on your map pick.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the op is valuable on Hypex. He's going to be able to drop a gun over to PR, which is going to be necessary. Too much value in saving these weapons and staying alive. But it all falls on the shoulders of GamerLegion here on forward because they've got to win 4 in a row to force OT.
I think it's really important to point out that this was a 5-1 start again for GamerLegion. Yeah, they've won 3 rounds outside of the 5-1 lead.
An 11-3 run for Heroic since that point, since they started on their winning ways in that first half when the gun rounds. Just a shocking turn of events and so convincing as well. That's the thing. This Heroic T-side has been so good.
Rounds like how many, you're forcing GamerLegion to save on the other side of the map multiple times just because it's so convincing that they never actually even get into a competitive position to think they can go for the round win. Alcarin doing really well here. Coming from the Team Spirit Academy, played his debut Tier 1 game at EWC just a few months ago at the start of the season. It was against Team Spirit where they actually won the game. They still had Tenier on the roster then. It was his last event with Heroic.
Saw Maui tweeting as well about the opping situation. Now, there's not, like, the oppers at this event are not super effective. They're obviously not the top oppers in the scene as well. So opper's been struggling here at PGL Bucharest, but I mean,
apart from Magisk.
Apart from Magisk, he did have a disgustingly strong game on the AWP. But it's nice seeing some of the younger op talent having some pop-off games like this. Alcarin in this map of Ancient. Oh my, good find from Nilo.
The fact that he goes back again just to finish him off.
Let's give it one more little tappy. I think Hypex had a pretty sick game on Train with the AWP. I think was it against Gentlemates yesterday?
Shadow. And PR will capitalize on his chance on XFlood. He'll throw the utility down and force Youngstar away, and that's an audio cue. He knows. Also, I want to say, Youngstar, he said he was never going to sell his knife that we discovered was owned by and signed by Pansy. It was Rush's old knife. He did sell it, Jason. So
can't believe it.
Want to point that out?
Just so heartbroken.
50 seconds. Probably for the best he sold it.
First time I've heard of any shenanigans around skins.
Young start. He's about to peek out from elbow. He'll start to drop a little bit further back, and it's going to be Alcarin again predicting or reading the flank.
It's a bomb spotted, but it doesn't matter when Nilo just hits you in the face like that.
Well, that's the map.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? Missed shot, that's definitely the map. Rez, the last one left. He's in T-spawn coming in for this big flank, but obviously it does not matter. Alcarin was still holding the flank up until about 2 seconds ago with the op. They're just making damn sure they're not going to lose this round that's already secured.
Well, first day of playoffs, GamerLegion's map pick has gone against them. Rez will do what he can, but they now know exactly where he's coming from. They can position themselves perfectly to deal with this threat.
17-9 for Alcarin, 20-12 for Nilo, 18-17 for xFloud.
The strong, heroic individual performances continue as they take down GamerLegion on their map pick 13-8. The quarterfinals are off to a great start for Heroic.
It was a great start for Heroic. A little bit scrappy in the beginning, but they showed their quality there as they close out on GamerLegion's map pick.
You love to see it, Sam. Just a slobber knocker to kick off the playoffs. When you just got two forward-facing strikers in the ring together, just trading blows. And I mean, that's how this game started. Obviously, GamerLegion out on top with the 5-1 start, but Heroic quickly got into the fight and didn't really let up once they did.
English is my first language, but I've never heard that word.
Slobber
What did
knocker?
you call this?
It's got to be an American term.
A slobber
It's like in
knocker?
boxing, whenever you're hitting them so hard that, like, you know, this.
Ah, okay, that makes a lot
wow.
of. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Have you ever heard that word
No,
before, Striker?
but also I'm not a UFC or a
Can
boxing.
I be
or
honest?
whatever.
I thought he just made it up. I was like, are we just making up fun words to describe
I wish I did.
maps?
That'd be pretty
Nah.
cool.
Anyway,
Honestly, it's my new TIL, man. I'm just gonna start using it from now on.
sorry.
I have to see it in your next
interrupt you.
article somewhere.
There you go.
I was just super surprised by that word. Continue with your analysis.
No, it was just a fun, scrappy game at the start, man. That's really all I can say. But I feel like Heroic kind of quickly settled in and took over.
Yeah, pretty much. I was kind of impressed with how they were approaching middle. I think they were pretty disruptive to PR and what PR and Towson were trying to do. I mean, Towson went from being like 10-1 in round 4 to 13-13 by the end of the game. We were doing so much praise of their rifling core trio, and I don't think any of them really had any impact in this game. It was xFloud and Nilo who were just doing a lot of work in middle, and then Alcarin actually had a lot of good rounds as well. Just being that third supportive guy, that's what I was looking to see from Heroic if they were to make the next step to becoming more of a top 10 contender. So this was a really cool game from them in terms of the output from their stars.
I also just love that, you can see there by the scoreline, all of their players, Nilo obviously having the banger game, but everyone stepping up, getting frags on the board. There's a confidence to this Heroic lineup that I think is quite interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you look at all three top performers for Heroic. You talk about Nilo, a guy who gets signed but just immediately goes to the bench for the first 6 months of the year, hops off and has immediately had phenomenal impact for Heroic since he's been on the squad. Definitely one of their star riflers. xFloud continues to just be a huge star and a very important role as being that aggressor on both sides of the map. And then look, Alcarin, what a performance from him, too. I mean, he's a guy who's just coming off an academy team. He's coming into, a revolving door roster where things are a little bit shaky. He obviously wasn't even able to play CAC. They had to use Hades as a stand-in for that event. So Alcarin's future all of a sudden becomes a little bit, you kind of wonder where it's at because he is on loan. And Hades actually did play kind of well for a time for Heroic at that CAC event. But he's proven why Heroic had interest in him in a game like this one. And honestly, he's been playing pretty well all tournament, in my opinion. So cool to see him heating up with the op.
Yeah, for me it was more concerning that we didn't really see that much out of GamerLegion. I mean, some of their approaches I was talking about the middle, I was going to be the guy who was just going to hype up PR all game long, and he was actually struggling a lot in middle. I mean, he was getting picked off through smokes. He was trying to be the opening guy for Towson, as you were talking about in the pregame, that was going to be a big duo in middle. They were just catching him off guard all the time, or they were just catching him through a smoke. He just wouldn't make those opening moves happen, and effectively, how the first, let's say, 5 gun rounds went was there was no real early round. Like, everything was basically decided in the middle, and it went straight to late round. It's just like you have the 3v4, 4v3 instant switch up to like late round games at like 120 in the round.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up because it's like our job kind of is setting the table when we're in these pregame segments. We're like, this is the key matchup to really look out for. And sometimes the teams just kind of toss the table over and say, yeah, what you said has nothing to do with what's going to happen. That's not reality. And this one, it really was the key matchup, I felt like. The fact that xFloud was able to really come alive kind of, through that 6-round stretch in the first half defensively and shut down PR and Towson was massive in how they were able to eventually recover and take the lead. And then they carried that momentum into the second half and pretty much bulldozed them on their T side to finish the game. So that really was a critical point in the match throughout.
early map recovery. I mean, that is what happened with Heroic. I think, Striker, you have a round example that you wanted to bring up, which was in that early game. What are you looking to highlight here?
Yeah, this was just right after the chaos of the force buys we saw back and forth, and this was just actually a full eco from Heroic, where they actually use GamerLegion's smokes to their advantage. I mean, this is the one that's near Donut, right? They just boost over to get the pick, and this is the second one. So ZTR puts the smoke down in short, right, and it just actually covers the entire pathway from short towards the bomb site. And what Heroic do is they just push through it, and they just create so many different angles that you have to take care of if you're the riflers, that you don't even know where to expect them to come from. So it was just kind of a cool little small way to put or to take GamerLegion off guard. It actually ended up in a 1v2 for Rez. And what I wanted to point out from here, this was actually the round that put their economy under a lot of strain, because the next round that ended up in a 1v or it was like a 3v1 fight, or they were trying to search for the last guy, and 2 of them got killed and only 1 person survived. And 3 rounds later, that actually caused Heroic to take the 7-5 in the half, because towards the end they actually didn't have the money to be able to buy up for the rest of the half, because it looked like they were going to build up so much economy from the early chaos. But that's actually what stopped it.
I love that you highlighted that round specifically, because I think a lot of people maybe would have overlooked the economic impact that a round like that had, because they ultimately lost the round despite doing a lot of damage. But I think it also just totally encapsulates what we saw the entire first half, which was just scrappy, just banging plays, and eventually the tides did turn though.
We're now moving to Dust 2, which is Heroic's map pick. And based on what we've seen on Ancients, should GamerLegion be worried?
They should be, in my opinion. I mean, they only recently started playing Dust 2 within the last few months, and while they have had some successes, it's like you kind of wonder, do they have the protocols in place to deal with some of the mid to late round situations they're going to face against a Heroic team who is very scrappy, very in your face, and play a very oppressive play style, and their riflers are in fine form, and so you know that you're going to be dealing with X-Fly, who's just a menace. Had to kind of hold back my word there a little bit, but the dude's just a terror on Dust 2. Good luck containing this guy.
Yeah, I think both of these teams actually approach T-sides quite similarly, where they just work with a lot of short control. Early round they will just go for short control and then work from there. Either they will go for a B split, or they will try to go for the short execute into A. They just like that control to take that control first, and don't do a lot of crazy stuff like early round, like from spawn a lot. At least from the couple of games that I saw from this tournament. Well, on the CT side, I think Heroic is really good at disrupting the T side in terms of pushing upper dark, pushing lower dark, to try to keep the terrorists on their feet. So I think that's where Heroic have that extra level that maybe GamerLegion is still looking for in terms of what they can do on the CT side to disrupt, because I think that's where the better Dust 2 teams actually separate themselves from some of those ones that would just have it as a middle of the board kind of map.
Yeah, 2 quick notes for me is the top 4 riflers in the tournament are playing the 4 rotator positions on the CT side, and we know how important that mid-round decision making is when you're in those spots to kind of figure out exactly where you needed to be and when to have impact. And I think the one thing that GamerLegion could try to kind of use to their advantage here is we know that Heroic's very top heavy with their front line. X-Cloud, great, Nilo, great trade fragger, but what GamerLegion kind of has that can be somewhat of a luxury is they have extremity playmakers. I think Towson and PR are not your typical guys on the edges of the map. They're the guys who can create space for you in openings and feel confident in taking space. And I know PR had kind of a weaker game, if we're honest, on Ancient, but I don't expect that to continue. I think this guy's been class the entire tournament and really the entire year. So that's kind of an extra little ace up their sleeve I feel like that they have.
Yeah, and I think PR is actually the one that has changed some of the roles on this map in the recent times. He actually got activated. He was taken out of long and CT side, and now he's the rotator guy, effectively, who's doing a lot of work either on ramp, or he's rotating to CT, or he's doing some short plays with the guys from middle. Some of these aggressive moves that I was talking about. The GamerLegion do have these in their arsenal. They just don't have them as much as a Heroic would. So I'm curious to see whether he was going to thrive in these roles, because last time I saw PR on this map, he was destroying from that ramp. And he was just basically terrorizing the other team completely. And so that's what I'm hoping to see after such a bad game on Ancient.
Final question before we go to the break. Obviously, you mentioned what GamerLegion has in their arsenal. I'm going to change that analogy and call it the tank. And the question is, do they have enough in the tank to equalize this series, or is it going to be a struggle for them?
I think they absolutely do. If you look at the entirety of this tournament, while there were some knocks along the way, they ultimately played very good Counter-Strike in the games that they won to make these playoffs. And even in some of the losses, they were tight races. And you have constantly seen this rifling core perform, even with dire results throughout the course of the season. So absolutely, if they dig in deep here, they can easily flip this around.
Yeah, they have the individuals, as we were we've been talking about the Rifle Corps. Obviously, it didn't necessarily turn up so much on Ancient, but just like Dust, I don't really expect that to continue. We haven't really seen all three of them disappear in a game this whole tournament, so I think that we're bound to see one at least.
Very quickly, the Hypex factor has to come into play here too.
Sure.
Like the Alcaran's opping performance compared to Hypex's has been kind of night and day. Needs to change if you want to stay in these playoffs.
It's kind of funny how we're talking about Oppers, or more like not talking about the Oppers in this game. You know, it's just because that just kind of shows how we're feeling about where the impact is on these teams.
Let's see if GamerLegion has it in the tank. Let's see if they can equalize this series. It's quarterfinals. They want a spot in the semis. Everyone does, but Heroic is one map away from securing it. Quick break, and when we get back, Moses and Dinko will be ready to take you into game.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love how I'm going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
He's a demon.
We came here Bucharest without practice, but we are pretty happy that we went 3-0. So NIP game was, to be honest, we did very good analysis. We were looking at like, okay, individuals, we need to be sharper. Okay, analysts, we need to like read them better. So I think especially me, I had very good game against NIP, and it was because of like I had very good analysis against them. Like I was controlling most of the game, and it went very smooth on NIP game. I would say BetBoom game was a little bit harder, to be honest, because they had better individual stuff, and as a team they playing more confused. It was a bit hard for me to read them because sometimes they play pretty fast, sometimes they play pretty slow, and they like to use a smoke in different variations. But I think that game also Youngstar popped up and carried over, as I was not expecting that game gonna be that close. When I checked after game, the who killed who performance, and Boombuch killed me like 14 times and I killed him only 3 or 4 times. Against Aurora, it was an important game for me because we're playing against them for a while and most of them they are the favorites and they are winning against us. I didn't expect that this game will be like easier like this, because like Mirage game was, I was expecting more more close game, if I need to be honest, but it went very smooth for us. And I think only the round we lose was when they like pissed us. So like this shows us like we are playing very smooth gun rounds. And Inferno game, I think we started very well, like it was 5-0 or 6-0, and the rounds we lost was we had good read but we didn't execute well, so it ended up at 8-4. And on T side again, like I think we need to fix our T sides a bit, because when we have momentum, especially when we are closing the first half around 8-4, we are born to lose our momentum very easily when we switch up to T side. So I think this is a thing we need to improve on. But I think on T side our coach helped us a lot, because when players didn't have solution to how to win the rounds, and he just take a pause and he said, guys, let's do these tactics 2 times in a row, last 2 rounds, and it worked, and we closed the map basically.
LNZ on the box, look at a crossfire together here. Alcarin waiting on contact to go in towards his crosser. Again, he's got a molly, he's got to throw it out, but his teammate's down. And now low HP on Zatara's back turn, but Alcarin, can he turn in time? Yes, he can!
Because of we are inexperienced right now, our nerves are going up when it's a close game, tight game. So I think he won it, but I think we could finish the post plant more smoother, in my opinion, in different scenario. So I think our nerves was a bit high, but I mean this round was very important for us to win the game. But after NIP game, we were not thinking about 3rd game without winning the BetBoom game, you know. So we just focused 1 by 1 to enemies. Everyone put individual work, and we put a lot of work as a team, like prepping every day. Everyone is like long hours, and it worked out very well. And I think individually, everyone is doing their job. Like LNZ is calling very nice, Youngster is clutching very well. Alcarin is helping us with like that talk or like second voice when we need, and Nilo and me is just killing enemies. So I think if we can keep our strength in the playoffs, I think we can still show like a good show. There are gonna be some nerves going up, so it's gonna be important if we can handle it or not. Playoff gonna be different than Swiss system. They're gonna be new heroic, and we need to be able to show the same performance as we put in Swiss system. But for me, I think it depends. Like I have no doubt about our individual skills or what we have as a team, but I'm just a little bit curious about like if we can put the same resilience, control the nerve. So that's, if we can do that, I think we can go even final. And as I said, we beat the favorites in the tournament, so we can even win this tournament if we can be the same guys in the server.
Welcome back to PGL Masters Bucharest 2025. We're here in the playoffs. We've just had map 1 of the quarterfinals, and we were just hearing XFlood talk about their expectations and what he thinks the team are capable of. They absolutely look fantastic at the moment in this event. And now that first map, they've just defeated GamerLegion on their map pick so easily. This feels so good for Heroic right now.
Yeah, their T side was just clicking. They did so good. I think every single, I mean, they lost, what, 3 rounds in that second half, but all the rounds they won, like even some of those rounds they lost, they accomplished the goal. The save round where the goal is to get the bomb plant, they got a kill, they got the bomb plant. T side just looking very efficient at the moment for Heroic, and it's fitting that we hear XFlood talking about it, because he's big reason why this team is having this kind of success so far here in Bucharest. #1 rated player of the event. This glow up from XFloud so far in PGL Bucharest is the primary reason Heroic is looking this solid.
I mean, it was never a guarantee that it was going to work out bringing XFloud back into the team. It felt like it was the player they had contracted, a team that don't want to spend a huge amount of money. They moved in a direction for the future without XFloud, but they bring him back, and you know, he provides a lot. I mean, with Tanir going out, they're kind of the opposite player.
Yeah, they've a lot of skill has left this team, which they got to be scared about. So it's been cool seeing him pick up some of the slack. And obviously, Toby's the coach. You got to give some credit over to him and what he's been able to accomplish early on. Heroic lining up all 5 players in the B tunnels. You've got Smoke, Molotov, Flash, Molotov towards back platform. If they can get the safety for it, they don't even need it. Molotov reigns in regardless, but Towson's already down. And now Rez is forced back as well. B bomb site overrun.
You know, Rez being so low on health, not getting a single kill. This looks so difficult to imagine a world in which GamerLegion get back into this round. You got 1 flash. That's it. Let's see if it pans out. I actually got 2 flashes, but let's see if they go well. Zito is going to send them over the top into the bomb site. Start holding onto the window. Flashes run in. Alcarin and LNZ continue to frag out here for GamerLegion. Zito are able to get 1 after a couple of missed shots towards him. But the round is done. Heroic will pick up the pistol. And let's see if they can continue this beautiful T-side they've been displaying today.
Yeah, nice and simple. Back platform player couldn't get secured into any kind of a safety. I think even felt relatively caught off guard entirely by that timing of the attack and the push into the B tunnels. Molotov was going to make it awkward regardless. So Heroic pick up right where they left off. A very strong T-side to end Ancient. A huge run to close out the map. And now the pistol starting here in the second on Dust 2.
Couple of scouts. Hypex and PR.
Mentioned also, I mean, the first map was GamerLegion's map pick that Heroic just kind of destroy them on. This is Heroic's selection. So, I mean, this is the map they're coming into that they actually knew they'd be playing completely and were able to just create an entire game plan for it. So, in one level, you look at it and you're like, this should be a way stronger win.
Yeah. And I mean, it certainly helps if Heroic get off to this clean start, and they have. So that's pretty much the round done. So
Still
you're
looking
save
sharp,
these
aren't
weapons.
they?
Yeah. That's the B-bomb side being abused 2 rounds in a row. Towson's going to be that B-bomb site player, and Towson, he's definitely...
Oh my God.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is Heroic just looking insanely sharp at the moment.
Oh, it's funny as hell. Oh, yeah, get another one. Long range, duel the scout. Peek again, peek again, peek again, peek again.
No, they're getting out of that. No, they're not crazy. But I was mentioning, like, Towson is, over this season in particular, has just started looking really strong inside of this team.
Yes.
I mean, I think a lot of the early headlines were about, you know, the riflers of Rez and PR, but Towson, second half of this year, we've just seen him start to get better and better. He's definitely in that conversation for one of the top Danish players.
But I think that tracks too with like the feeling that, you know, I mentioned a couple times, you know, Toba's coming in as the coach, I think making this team look better on a team-wide scale as well. So when you start getting the team more organized and more comfortable and everyone kind of has a clearer understanding of what the goal is, what the philosophy of the round is, of a tactic, and the philosophy that they're supposed to operate with in different situations, everyone's going to play better individually because you're on the same page as a team, and it just makes you feel more comfortable down the entire roster. So a lot of factors influence that individual step up, and certainly the team Counter-Strike is one of the things starting to make these guys look a little bit better.
CTR with the Deagle. It's going to be making his way into the long towards xCloud. He's going to be blinded. He's not spotted anybody because there's no presence from GamerLegion in and around mid and towards the lower tunnels. GamerLegion going to be sitting back on the A-bomb side with a stack. PR can try and soften them up.
Yeah, but no great weapons to do anything, right? The scouts over in mid, that's really the one that you'd want to soften up the opponent so the pistols can clean up the kills, but no tags coming in on their progression up short. And then you add in the full set of utility when the execute comes in. Great nade onto Hypex, but Molotov smokes for the wall if they want to cross short.
Oh, there we go. The
damn.
scout
Yeah,
softening them up quite a bit.
It's tagged Nilo as well.
Yeah, doing a decent amount of work here. We'll see. If Heroic decide to finish on the B-bomb site, then it's going to be very rough here for GamerLegion. The best chance is if Heroic just limp on in towards A.
Yeah, but I think the philosophy of Heroic is going to be the scout from PR, even though it's got a kill, it's got a tag, but it's kind of been taking shots and tracking us, taking short control. I thought maybe they'd fall into a mid to B split, assuming that scout had put the stack at the A-bomb site. They still can, but it looks more like they're huddled up for an execute, and that should still be safe, all things considered.
Yeah, but it's definitely the best opportunity for GamerLegion. With 20 seconds left, you can make things a little uncomfortable, especially with a Deagle shot coming in from ZTR. He's still up. Rez needs one of his own if this is to happen, and Towson, he's still a goose. So 10 seconds. This could easily go wrong in the final few seconds here. Youngstar doing what he can. His teammate planting the bomb. Youngstar to protect him. The plant is in, but it comes down to a clutch, and Nilo can't get it. PR is going to win it. And Heroic walk right into the A stack, and GamerLegion do just enough.
Yeah, big smile on the face of Rez. He hits an absolute banger with the Deagle, and those Deagle shots at range. No clean fights, no clean kills to open it up. Just onto Hypex jumping up onto the box, but over at the railing, the Deagles were able to survive for quite some time to make that flank dangerous. What a round from GamerLegion. Just enough done by PR with the 1 kill, with the 1 tag. The Deagles are able to mop up some frags on the short exec.
Yeah, it's always scary when you're walking into an A-bomb, so we haven't really picked up a whole lot of info. But it's the time that's the problem. You can take more time, be more methodical, make sure that Goose has been cleared out, put more pressure on the ramp player. If you have more seconds left in the round, but they go in with 20 seconds.
As we saw in the replay as well, a second smoke would have done wonders if you're able to actually get that first smoke so you could actually cross safely towards the corner of Catwalk. All right, Alcaran wants a timing with the peak with the AWP. Towson has spotted it. Deep nade comes in, lands right onto xFloud, who's going to try an entry, but that nade forces him back, makes him a little nervous. The defense starting to cheat over as well. They didn't like that initial glimpse. Hypex has taken an angle CT spawn towards the double doors, but get himself a closer chance to hustle over to the B bomb site if the execute was coming in.
So Heroic clear out lower. They'll detect that no one from GamerLegion is being aggressive. Smoke for the mid doors. Gonna get some responses of utility. Deep Cat, they're gonna progress up. A little bit of a nade battle going down in the longhouse as well.
Yeah, great ship damage from GamerLegion in this round with utility at the B halls and now over towards the long cave. They've done, what, 43, 46 damage to Nilo and xFloud.
Nilo's out of there as well. No longer going to be holding over towards long because they're setting up for a B finish.
And Alcaran can actually just post up when he turns this corner, right? You can post up back platform, look for that big box peek. You can provide a lot of cover for your teammates, letting them scale quietly without utility, but he misses the shot.
They're just going to go.
And now they know it's coming.
Yeah, straight through the utility. It's been severed off, though, because the fire doesn't allow them to continue streaming out, and that short lurk has been caught as well. So this round does not progress in the way Heroic would have liked, but somehow they're still in a 2v2.
Another smoke for the door as well. Once this bomb gets planted, they can drop it and give themselves plenty more time to settle up and make the retake difficult.
Especially with that resmoke coming down at the door, and the fact that they don't have any utility for the retake. They don't have flashes. They've got one HE grenade, and it's not going to be used towards the low HP player. This is still looking good somehow. A nice boost, though. I like that play. PR going to jump up onto the ledge and take down LNZ, so it puts it all on Needle, all the pressure on his shoulders, and he'll be playing just underneath this window. Time is ticking on. Over the top, triggered discipline, and he comes close to it, but PR able to react fast enough. The low HP of Nilo is carved away, and that round didn't progress the way Heroic wanted. They get it into a competitive position, but GamerLegion still win out the retake.
I like that boost. I'm going to put that in my back pocket for the next Dust 2 games we play in matchmaking. That's a cool way to just grab a cheeky kill on a position that's very hard to clear out otherwise. That position is so annoying when you have to come through windows, so a very nice find. And a very important retake for GamerLegion.
Yeah, without that boost, they don't get back into that retake. The boost actually makes up for the lack of utility. And as per Heroic, they finally got rid of the money here, GamerLegion. Per Heroic to Galil and Pistols.
I was going to say, they missed some of the opportunities on Ancient to reset the Heroic economy, so it's good they found it here. That was one of the factors that could have helped them out on the first map. ZTR blinded by a late flash. He's not going to be able to get away if they turn this corner, so he stands his ground for the moment, finally gets into some safety. But Heroic picking up the pace. There is a mid-push from Rez. Youngster very aware of that, but the kill's coming out for the M4s, and now at range, no chance.
Yeah, shut down. And they really have gotten rid of the money now, because this was an investment for Heroic. They threw everything they had into this one, and it didn't look pretty. It was one rifle, pistols, and everybody else. So not only is this going to be the lead being taken by GamerLegion, but it's likely to be a 4-2 lead, because Heroic will have not a whole lot available in the next round. Maybe come up with upgraded pistols.
This was the most effective time of Ancient on the first map in this series for GamerLegion, is when they had economic advantage. That's where they put up the majority of the rounds. Yeah. It was on the T side, to be granted. We'll see if they can handle it on the CT side. It's starting to build up into this. 8-1 for PR. Hypex has the op-out. 3 kills for him so far in the game in the first 5 rounds of play. And a little bit of an aggressive push. LNZ going to spot this. Now out in the open and taken down. One more player there. It's going to be Alcaran with his own deagle, so they can't lose track of that, and they won't. Rez now aware of the situation.
Yeah, got to keep an eye on Hypex throughout this map. I mean, this is an AWPer who had a bit of a tough time in the earlier stages of the competition on the AWP on this map. So excited to see if he's going to be able to step up with that weapon in his hands. He's dropped Alcaran in a round like this. You don't want to be conceding anybody else. You are the only player to go down. You don't want to let Youngstar and Nilo do significant damage to GamerLegion here, and Rez isn't going to allow that to happen.
Okay, nice recovery of the M4. Rez a little bit too eager to get involved in that one. Youngstar wants one more kill, but flanked out from ZTR. And a 2-round lead, 4-2 for GamerLegion. Nice piece of aggression in middle. Little psychological warfare.
Buyback here for Heroic. Alcaran's going to have the AWP. AK's out on the rest. Round 7 is where it all went wrong on Ancient, though, for GamerLegion. From that point onwards, it was, what, 3 rounds?
Yes.
So a 4-2 lead this time for GamerLegion.
So you're pumping the round 7 angle. All right.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Round 7 curse.
Exactly.
Okay.
Let's see if it becomes a science. The curse on Halloween of GamerLegion. Youngstar is going to make himself known towards the blue bin. They spot him, the flashes are up, and Youngstar to the double kill. We've got Hypex to try and make sure that this goes back in favor of GamerLegion. Needs at least one. Goes forward, commits to the deagle.
What?
A wild play from Hypex. His teammate's going down, so he really does need to just pop off, and he gets another one at least on the deagle, but all of his teammates are dead. So a very disappointing round here from GamerLegion. The curse shall continue.
Yeah, I don't know if Youngstar did this intentionally, that little jiggle when he gets to blue bin, but it freezes both defenders trying to cross the pit out in the open and just makes him so susceptible to the double flashes coming over still. So some delayed utility from Heroic on the long take and completely ruins GamerLegion's ability to fight back. I think that's obviously Hypex. I mean, the deagle, the kind of re-peek with the deagle looks insane, but he's kind of feeling like, all right, well, I just got to frag out. So his brain went to deathmatch mode. And just all across the map, Heroic finding their respective kills and trades.
Would have been sick if he nailed the deagle shot.
It would have been, yeah.
Would have been frag movie material right there for Hypex.
That's why I mentioned, like, I saw the train game where he was popping off on CT side with the AWP. I'm pretty sure it was yesterday against Gentlemates, and you could just tell, like, he hit a mode where, like, he was, oh, damn, okay, right through the smoke. Now there's the push, hold the thought. Hypex gonna try and keep Alcaran pinned down, but there's a timing on this play, surely, right?
Yeah, well, he's gone. He got out with a flash, so Hypex realizes, missed the window of opportunity, it's shut, let's get away.
I think, like many younger, inexperienced players who are coming in and getting tested at this level early, you have those games where, like, things just naturally work out in your favor and you start popping off, and then, like, your brain kind of settles into this point where, like, you're not really, you're thinking less, you're going by instinct a little bit more, and that mode is where I saw Hypex kind of have the most impact with the AWP that I've seen him have in this roster yet, and obviously the goal is to bring that level of, like, intuition to just a typical round so you don't have to be influenced by just the fact that you have a hot start.
Well, I was banging on about Towson having a good season. He's had a bad start on the map here, 0-6 at the moment.
It's your fault.
It is my fault. I apologize, Towson. Look at ETR, though. Protected from the flames.
Yeah, it's all right. Heroic not heading here whatsoever, so it doesn't have too much impact. However, Hypex is going to have his chance.
It's got to step up. There's the first peek. Alcaran goes to challenge him. You know the AWP's down on the B-bomb side. They're going to apply pressure to the AWPer. Hypex, he's got cover. Another shot before he goes down to xFloud. And here's the lurk from Nilo. Okay. If he had got both, that's the round completely shut down in an instant. But the fact that he gets traded by Rise still keeps this open for GamerLegion.
Yeah, but this has got to feel like deja vu. Another 2-on-2 at the B-bomb site after the plant. LNZ has one more smoke for the doors. They can try and funnel the retake in through the window, but the flank is there way too quick. So LNZ's got a decision to make. Does he stand pat or does he get aggressive towards one of the players?
LNZ. He's spotted. They know he's on the platform. They're going to move in. He's got the 1v1. Can he drop Res? He goes into the peak, and LNZ comes out on top with the 1v2 post plant. It's a tight game again as Heroic continue to battle forward.
And that's just crippled GamerLegion. I mean, you tie things back up, you take a lot of money away. This round, GamerLegion can't really invest in any kind of rifle. Scout comes out on Towson, but those missed opportunities when you have that 2-on-1 and unable to convert. This time, they didn't want to try and force two players through the window. They split up, and it looked good at the start. But a brilliant clutch from LNZ. And a chance for Heroic to take the lead here on Dust 2. And as you mentioned, it once again starts in round 7. Now I'm just going to try and create the round 7 curse.
Oh, yeah. I think it could become legendary after today.
It is the most magical number.
The white lynx appears. GamerLegion, it all falls apart in round 7. It's all adding up.
The white lynx.
Yeah. Oh, good shot from PR. That's xFloud. Gonna be domed by the deagle.
Hold the phone. He's got a cannon.
And it's in his hand. Let's see what we can do again. L1Z. Not wanting to get taste that PR deeg. We've got Res now moving up into the tunnel. He's not alone. He's got ZTR and Towson with him.
Yeah, I like this because Heroic's really slowed this down after a player falls. So you're shrinking the map, you're finding information, and there's a stack in middle as well, which is going to delay any kind of a take. So depending on the timing, oh, it's brutal. It could not be worse. That's the bomb dropped as well.
I want to see what Nilo can do up on short. He can still recover this. Great shot on Res. Needs to be careful on that Xbox peek up. They're going to double peek and make it very difficult. And ZTR in the end will finish off LNZ. So around the GamerLegion shouldn't have won. You can see how happy Ash is about that.
You love that kind of a round as a coach because you see your players problem solving, right? You know it's an eco round with just pistols. It's very easy to kind of just mentally be like, we have such a disadvantage. We're just gonna like no one have any ideas because nothing seems like it's likely. There's no obvious answer where you're gonna have an advantage, but still working the problem as GamerLegion after they get that opening kill is a lovely way to win the round, and Ash is gonna love it. First time out from Heroic, as that's quite a speed bump put up in their face. How fortunes have changed. It's Heroic who's struggling for cash, and GamerLegion who's able to salvage all the weapons that hit the deck in the previous round, and now they've got tons of money. A complete reversal of fortunes in this half, and now GamerLegion seem like they have the advantage of taking it to take a lead into the second half.
LNZ going to try and start things off with a long peek. Oh my god, he's got a lot of space, hasn't he? The op shot misses, but he's created space and he's created panic. And now Heroic starting to rattle their way up. What is that shot from xFloud?
Well, they don't control long or short, so they have to win these fights. 2 kills for PR is nice. ZTR adds another pair, and that should be the round all covered. Great flashbang. So a little bit of worry when Hypex gets dropped, but ZTR is there to pick up the pieces in combination with PR.
Yeah, it was just a chance to do some damage, see what they could get done. LNZ obviously investing into the Galil. He'll have to take another Galil into the next round, but this is the shot. Oh my god, you're Hypex. You're like, well, fair enough. That happened.
You also think like there's a Molotov down, so no one's going to be turning that corner. So yeah, everything about that situation is surprising.
Well, Ash extremely happy with PR there, because he stabilizes. There's a world in which PR doesn't stay composed and he gets overrun at short, and then suddenly you've got T's flooding all over that A bomb site.
I mean, it was a cool way for the round to build up, right? Like you had one player long, just like hyper aggressive to apply that pressure to make the defense feel like it's a stronger long take, and then they back off to the bomb site. So combined with that fast short push from Heroic, all of a sudden they control short and they control long, which puts the defense at the A bomb site in a really awkward scenario. So good that PR and ZTR stepped up. But a very cool idea that was almost extremely effective. Double door smoke is going to block the angles for Hypex.
xFloud jumping up on top of Xbox. And X'd out by Ruds. Alcorin clearing up through Cat. LNC going to join him. Progress up short with a Molotov to the bottom of the stairs.
It's this long play. If the long play gets shut down by ZTR, I don't think Heroic has a great shot at winning this. And he's won the initial battle, the initial duel, but getting a wide angle. Flashbang is out. That's ZTR.
Yeah, Rez saving the day. ZTR with a second kill at long, and the round is done. Alcorin diving down to his death. All 5 players of GamerLegion stay alive. And it is that round with the weaker weapons that they are able to turn their fortunes.
Yeah, completely changed the nature of this game. Final round of the first half, and Heroic is fighting with scraps. A stark difference to their T-side on Ancient, which was just so efficient and so successful in everything they wanted to do. Here in the second map of Dust 2, having way more problems finding that similar success.
Yeah, let's see what they are capable of pulling off now. They've got 3 MAC-10s, a Deagle, and a Galil. It's not exactly the prettiest buy going into the last round of the first half. 8-4 is the most likely outcome here for GamerLegion.
So they want to show utility for a standard default. The double doors smoke. xFloud's in lower is going to give some presence, so if anyone was close by, they'd hear him kind of jumping up on the boxes, taking short control. Nobody's home to really have that information, but this is always going to eventually fall into a B hit or a split.
Oh, Taliesin just jiggling, throws the smoke out. It's too late though. Got to get the AK in play. And Rez and Taliesin shutting it down. And there are windows of opportunity that Heroic are finding here to catch a good timing, trying to overwhelm the GamerLegion players, but they're playing off of one another so well at the moment, stopping any of these Heroic players from being able to capitalize on their chances. It's a good way to get a kill here for xFloud down through CT.
Alcarin's just waiting for the signal from his teammates. He's only got a Deagle behind the smoke, and he needs them to create the opportunity at the B bomb site. There's the kill through the smoke and trade it off. Heroic have found a way in.
Yeah, look how quick the flank is though through the tunnels here from ZTR. He was pushing through T-spawn. He's already at the tunnels.
He made noise though. I think that was heard.
Well, they could be playing a card. Let's see if they're ready for ZTR. They're not looking towards him. No one is occupied about the tunnels fight right now. And a MAC-10 against the AK. No shot, really. They go to the Deagle instead. ZTR definitely confirmed now at the end of the tunnels. It's Hypex trying to come back in with him, but it has to be ZTR. He's had a great half here so far, but oh, and a bullet! xFloud, one bullet away. That is so heartbreaking. An 8th round for GamerLegion. It looked like Heroic had stolen away a 5th.
Yeah, he had the exact fight he wanted as well. Swinging wide instead of tucking in away from the flashbang. He wanted to get that fight when it was least expected, just running out of ammunition and catching that flash at the worst moment to be able to adjust his aim. Brutal way for that to close out, considering the work that Heroic had to do to get into the round to begin with. A nice find in CT spawn as the smoke breaks. Through the smoke, they get a little bit lucky, trading off this kill. That was hard fought to get in, and heartbreak right at the close.
Oh, it's the tucking in that catches ZTR a little bit of a break. And yeah, you're going to be so frustrated about that. Understandably, you had won the round. You had done everything now. It's just one bullet making the difference. Great half here from ZTR and PR, though.
And performing on the CT side on Dust 2 the way that you couldn't do on Ancient, right? With the way that Heroic played, they kind of took all that ability out. They outworked the team so well. Here on Dust 2, GamerLegion's defense really got things figured out and had a strong, strong performance. They take a 4-round lead into the second half pistol. As they switch over to the attacking side. Utility being shuffled over. Nade flash for Alcaran. Dooley's on LNZ. So 3 players to defend long at the start for this defense. 1 crosses over to the B bomb site. Nilo looking middle, just looking for information, trying to see if he can find anything. Hoping he could get lucky with that kind of a shot. So it looks like PR is going to be mollying short, smoke for double doors so they can scale without the risk of a flash peek from Cat. One smoke, 1 flash remaining, so perhaps out mid and hustle into the B bomb site.
Oh, nice shot from LNZ. PR is trying to hold off the aggression, couldn't do so. It's going to make GamerLegion feel like they have to accelerate in towards the A bomb site. xFloud sees 1 player descending down into spawn. He'll stay committed to the fight, and a clean second here from xFloud. Telson! Great shots, and now you have to put Heroic on high notice because you could still win this. Yeah, limited bullets. They're pushing together, though. Good team play on Heroic to make sure that that becomes impossible for Taliesin, being pushed from 2 different sides at the same time.
Yeah, smart from xFloud as well. He was going to swing for that fight in the first player coming through the smoke, but when his teammate goes down so quickly and just 1 shot, backs off, waits for the second teammate to follow it up. Almost gets lured into a fight that would have given a chance over to GamerLegion. So pistol round for Heroic. Very much needed with GamerLegion already up at 8. No plant, no second round buy. Deagle picked up onto Taliesin is really the only danger point on this GamerLegion round.
Don't want to let this one go, and Heroic are not going to do so. Taking themselves the early kills, putting it down to just 3 players at GamerLegion, and Heroic starting to shrink that gap quickly here in the second half. You'll forget about the frustrations of conceding the last round in the first half if you get a good start here, win the first gun round. Alcaran knows there's a lot of Glocks around the corner here.
And as an Opera with an MP9.
You want to make that money.
Yeah, you're thirsty as hell.
Yeah, and he is drinking up right now, Alcaran. Loving the fact he gets a 4K in this round, money made.
Yeah,
$7,000 in the bank.
I think, you know, he has a decision to make if he wants to upgrade to the AWP, and I think you just do it. With that, all that bonus money made, yeah, you know there's going to be a buy coming in, so Alcaran has the AWP in this first attempt for GamerLegion on T-side Dust 2, and with the AWP or getting those 3 kills with the MP9, they should be well aware that the AWP is likely going to be in play. So 2 rounds back for Heroic as this defense begins its campaign into the gun rounds. Two towards long for GamerLegion to start. Resin Taliesin in the B tunnel is watching for an upper and lower push. So round starting slow and conservative for GamerLegion as they want to see what kind of defense they're going to be facing up against. Double door smoke in space, and Alcaran's vision is taken away from him. Another flash down, and you're going to start seeing GamerLegion work the middle of the map. Smoke dropped underneath ZTR, so this first one is just going to be a pump fake. Utility exchange from the CT and the T side. They want xFloud to feel nervous in CT spawn and use some of that utility towards middle. Unfortunately, catches PR right on the shoulder. Great damage done with the nade. This will always descend into a B split for GamerLegion. xFloud desperately trying to be in place, but he's used that grenade so he can no longer blow open the CT smoke.
35 seconds. It's going to be xFloud straight away with that kill on CTR. Youngstar can't do anything from window, so more pressure now falls upon Nilo's shoulders. xFloud smoked away, severed off from his teammate. Nilo does well to get one. It's xFloud incapable of getting both, but it's the one kill that puts LNZ into a winnable 1v2 because both of the T-sided players have taken significant damage on board.
Oh, but if PR, he crawls over and he's going to tuck himself in behind the box at Car. That's a brutal position. So he'll wait tucked down to peek on Hypex's contact.
Top, and then immediately the peek comes out from PR. So tough round to win that for LNZ once they get established in their post-plant positions. High fives go out among GamerLegion. There's now 9 rounds reads as they get going on the T side.
Hard to get the kills necessary to break into that bomb site. Even still got some pretty good exchanges. Good mid defense as well. xFloud working the edge of the smoke. Still wasn't enough. So 9-6, and the money is a problem for Heroic. Timeout taken to talk things over exactly how they want to handle this stretch. There is another round you can give up. GamerLegion isn't close enough now to where you don't really have you still have a round to sacrifice if you're Heroic. Let him get up towards 10 and begin the comeback with the next buy round, so you don't have to feel the pressure to force buy and spend too much cash here. Heroic come with the 5-7 and armor on xFloud and Youngstar with some of that extra cash. Nilo going to save his money to drop over an AWP, you'd imagine, in the next round for Alcaran. But Heroic running out of rounds. GamerLegion's creeping closer to forcing us to a third deciding map. They've got long control early in the anti-eco. So long extended hold of the cave, likely some more utility. I mean, Hypex's job is to always make this feel like the finish is going to be towards long A. We can tell GamerLegion is going to the other side of the map, and this is GamerLegion toying with the current meta. We all see this round play out a million times. Get long control early, re-smoke cross a couple times, force out the counter utility, force Heroic to make a decision about how aggressively they want to try and defend against this. And you know you'll have a battle at the bomb site, but you have overwhelming advantages, except now GamerLegion have just taken Heroic's assumption of what's coming and exploited it to the other side of the map.
The bomb will go down comfortably. Hypex will be overrun. But GamerLegion will happily trade his life for a 10th round victory as we get ever closer to requiring nuke in this quarterfinal. It's great to see GamerLegion showing this life. It would be so disappointing for GamerLegion to come into the quarterfinals against a team. Well, you've said that they're at a pretty similar level, right? And to be banged out so easily on your map pick of Ancient, to lose 2-0 in the quarterfinals would be so disappointing for GamerLegion, because Ash has talked about it so many points. How GamerLegion's, some of these inexperienced players can collapse when it comes to the playoffs. We've seen that happen before. We've seen it earlier this year in the first tournament of the season.
Yeah, and it's nice. I mean, they have the benefit, obviously, of the studio playoffs here at this event for those more inexperienced players to gain some experience in playoff games before you throw them in front of a big crowd. And also, I mean, with younger players, inexperienced players, and a team that's still kind of finding itself, we could talk about it at length, but I mean, just finding that playoff win, even in the quarterfinals, even if it's over, you know, just Heroic and not one of the top dogs, still going to fill you with confidence, and that can elevate the team game as well moving forward. So, pretty big.
Especially because we've talked about how this tournament is wide open.
Yeah.
You can be, I think GamerLegion are capable of beating everybody who's left in the competition. So A timeout taken here for GamerLegion. It's stark contrast to Ancient. They've got 3 still available. They used 2 within the first half of Ancient. Now they've called their first tier in round 17.
Well, it probably also feeds into the conversation we were just having about inexperienced players. This is probably Ash trying to just have a quick conversation while you have a 4-round lead of not trying to change anything. You don't have to adapt anything. Just reminding everyone to settle down. Don't try and end things. We know it's getting close, but don't get too excited. This is a heroic team that can still come back into this, so stay sharp and stay focused, stay locked in. Keeping his team mentality as strong as possible. Over on the B stream, as we mentioned earlier, a little bit of a crazy day. The quarterfinals have a B stream as we'll be playing quarterfinals and semifinals today on this Friday afternoon and evening. Aurora taking on Bait in the alternate stream. Aurora took the first map, Bait leading on the second.
Alcarin, just scopes up as they run towards him. A committed position for the AWP. He just can't handle the pressure when Rez runs at him. And now we've got GamerLegion with a 5v4, a couple of seconds into the round, really, and they can just stabilize across the map.
He picked the wrong moment to try and get a deeper angle up the stairs.
He did.
That was just the wrong moment.
As soon as he did it, suddenly multiple players appear right in front of him.
Quite a bummer. Especially when you consider that was a pretty big piece of the puzzle. They took that timeout previously to talk about money, and one of the decisions was for Nilo not to buy anything in the previous round so they could afford the AWP, and it already hits the deck with no impact. This would be a great find, though. If Towson, there's probably no reason for him to ever be concerned about this kind of a push. Good flashbang as well. Now he's concerned about the B main push, but hidden and tucked into the corner, he could become the flanker now because Nilo thinks he's cleared out upper B tunnels.
And it is going to be a long commitment here for GamerLegion with 40 seconds now left on the clock. 3 players ready to defend the A bomb site. xFloud, LNZ, and Youngstar, who holds the flash, ready for the swing. Util comes up, xFloud's blinded. Oh, his teammate LNZ's gone down, and that setup breaks apart immediately. They never find the timing to send the flash out and allow the peek, and as soon as xFloud turns his head, he dies.
I mean, both teams had the same kind of idea, is find a time to chuck this flash out that's going to be the most disruptive. What Heroic didn't count on, that GamerLegion was going to peek before the smoke actually pops. They flash and peek as the smoke rains in. Great counter. And Ancient felt like Heroic was 2 steps ahead on their T side. That's the kind of round that makes you feel like GamerLegion is 2 steps ahead on this T side of Dust 2.
Yeah, winning each other's map picks in this series. It doesn't look like GamerLegion are going to drop the ball. It doesn't look like Heroic have it in them to get back into this game.
You should hunt this weapon down as well.
That would certainly help matters. They are hunting. Steps being heard towards the longhouse. Nilo knows it's going to be a fight to the bitter end to try and hold on to this AWP. CTR going out with a pistol, confirming the position of Nilo, who tries to dive into the pit. He will make it. Will he hold on, though? Yes, he's got the AWP in the next.
I'm surprised that wasn't a little bit more aggressive from the last player trying to jump over, but trying to preserve money, probably economy more of a concern in his head than the AWP being in the field of play. It would have been nice to remove that entirely.
Now, suppose that it's okay when you do that to the AWP immediately at the start of the round, right? Alcarin just getting caught in lower tunnels. And the frustration obviously seeping in for Heroic at this point.
11-6, AWP nails the first shot. Alcarin off Cat. Gives a 5-on-4 over to Heroic. And they're feeling very much like they must convert this round. This advantage that's been provided to them.
Flash allowing the peek of Rez to the double doors. We'll climb up short. Taking some space, at least GamerLegion, even though they're a player down. That mid to B smoke has been headbutted by xFloud.
Heroic had the pistol in the second round conversion. They've won 2 rounds in this half. It's been all GamerLegion since then. 3 rounds straight to get up to 11.
Could be another round here, though, for Heroic. Alcarin's giving them the opener. Can the rest of the team shut it down and close? Nilo's chimed in. Alcarin's AWP can't find a further kill. It's Rez looking sharp on the AK. Hypex to help, and with the damage done by Rez, finished off by the fire, they've taken the A-bomb site.
Yeah, advantage of utility. The superiority of Molotovs in the hands of GamerLegion. Heroic don't have all that utility. It's found them an equal post plant. From a 5-on-4 now to a 3-on-3, GamerLegion holding onto this bomb site, and Heroic have to retake when the smoke clears. One player short, one player CT spawn, xCloud coming long.
And Rez awaits on top of the ledge. His teammate Taliesin taking the initial contact, but it's Rez to land the headshot. Nilo left 1v3. And it may have been an even numbers retake scenario, but GamerLegion find every single kill in the post plant. They're up to 12-6. Map points secured here on Dust 2. And this series will be going to Nuke.
Yeah, it's going to burn that third time out of Heroic, the final one as well. You can understand why. They've got to embark on a 6-round comeback, and starting it off is going to be very light on rifles. That AWP that's been a priority these past 2 rounds no longer available. That's the weapon that gave him a 5-on-4 in the previous round. Alcaran can force out armor and a FAMAS, but I mean it's gonna be tough for everyone else to really get into any kind of significant buy. Auto shotgun coming out for Nilo, FAMAS on LNZ, utility's gonna be missing, kits are gonna be missing, so a lot of pieces for this Heroic defense aren't there. And a great advantage for a GamerLegion offense that's already looked fantastic on Dust 2.
And Nilo having to play with an XM as well coming into the last round of the half. Tells you everything you need to know, really. Looking at the buy of Heroic.
Oh, that's a way to start it.
A great start for Hypex. Yep.
And they spotted the lower push as well.
So Nilo's dead, but there's a short push going on, so he has to deal with that threat first, and he doesn't.
Yeah, big assumption on the deep angle that he want to swing hard into along the wall. So a wider gap boost up over the smoke has found the AWP. Okay, good look for Heroic. They still know this shotgun is downstairs. Actually, they don't know it's a shotgun.
Yeah, that's true. That's a big difference here, and it doesn't matter. Taliesin clears out the XM 10-14 with ease. Now we've got a 3v3. A lot of time. I mean, all these kills have happened so quickly in the round. Heroic have had to drop back a little bit from short. They've left 2 players still committed on the stairway, and they could go aggressive again at any point, and that is now. They go forward. Rez hears the steps, gets the info, and the headshot. It's now xFly going over the top to try and finish off the low HP, and he will do so. Bombs drop top mid right now for GamerLegion.
Yeah, kind of necessary that xFly actually hunts that kill down. Problem is he has nowhere to go. He knows the A bomb site could be taken. He thinks mid is clear based off his previous presence, but PR and Rez have come right back at him.
Alcaran to try and prevent this map from being closed right now. 1v2. PR has been stellar throughout this map so far. Alcaran's missed the timing to try and stop Taliesin from running up short, but PR's baiting him into it. And PR with a 22-10 performance. It will be a 13-6 victory from GamerLegion. The 2-0 dream from Heroic shattered as this one is dragged into Nuke.
I did ask the panel, Dust and Striker, is there a way that GamerLegion can equalize up the series? You both said yes, and they've done just that. They looked so much more cohesive on this map, which wasn't their map pick in comparison to Ancient at the start of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that this matchup that has not been played before would be determined by the rifling cores and what the impact they were able to have on the server. Obviously, on Ancient, you saw the same star shine for that we've been seeing all tournament long with Nilo and xCloud having a mega performance. But this time around, GamerLegion showed you a little bit about what they have in their locker, and that was honestly just the freaking PR show in the first half. Yeah. I mean, the guy just showed you the value that he can bring to the server.
I feel so vindicated after that first map. He's my favorite player on this GamerLegion team. Totally not biased. Totally not because I'm from the same country, of course. But he's just so exciting to watch when he's on form. He's just so sharp, and like his whole first half, he was just having play after play, opening after opening. I think it was 4-1 in openers. He had 6 multi-kills in that first half, and he was also effectively in the two rounds that decided the entire game. There was the round 3 where he gets the opening in middle with the scouts, where they just force buy into, or they have a half buy, and then he just gets the opening, and then they win on the A site when they get swarmed. And then it's the round 9 force buy or half buy where he gets the deagle shot from short, and then they again come up short and they're just ready for the push. So it was just so much impact from this one guy alone, and that's even without Rez and without Taliesin having that much to do on this map, to be honest.
What do you think the conversation was between Ancients and this map for GamerLegion? Like, what was Ash saying to them that just activated them so much coming into this?
I think it's just shake that one off. Like, you know the quality of CS that you guys are capable of playing. It's the same mental battle that they've had this entire season, where it's like, we know they're capable of having deep runs in big tournaments against high-level opposition. We know that these players, under pressure, can perform. Again, earlier this year, if you rewind your head back, Before Maladoy came onto the scene and established himself as pretty much the clear Rookie of the Year, PR was 100% one of those players that's in that conversation, and I think he's still going to be considered one of the best rookies of this year for sure. And this is why. Look at the mayhem this guy creates, dude. Like, look at this heat map. On the CT side, all he did was get in Heroic's face. And that's the big thing about Dust 2. If you're a CT guy who's confident and you can rattle their foundation before they can get their cat cross lifted, before they can get their mid to B split activated, you just shut them down before they even get started. I mean, he had like a kill almost every single round.
You highlighted some of his impact in the early game. I mean, we're going to see it now all over again with these highlights, showcasing exactly what he was capable of doing.
And it's also what I was talking about in the pregame, right? When I was saying how Heroic liked to have the short control and then work from there. PR was disruptive there so much, and he was, even in those 2 force buys that I was talking about, they're trying to get the short control. He gets the pick off on them with either a Scout or a Deagle, and they just are uncomfortable, and they just are feeling like they're pressured to go for that push in the end, and they're obviously doing it against the numbers at that point, and GamerLegion know this is coming as well, so it was just so much. Yeah, he did so much.
It's also like when you flip sides, the dude's an extremity playmaker on the T side, bro. He's not just some lurker who's just going to passively hold position and, you know, kind of like look for lurk time. So he's going to get in your face and create plays. And you saw it there, like that one long A-cross play where he's like, yeah, I can entry too, guys. Like, you know, that's not my main role, but I can pop off whenever I feel like it. And it's just like, it's hard to contain someone like that.
Yeah, he's just he's been really impressive after the switch that we've seen that I was talking about in the pregame from long to having him be the ramp guy, the short guy, the CT guy. You can see what the reasoning behind that is, right? Like, put ZTR on long where he will sometimes get positions, like, because there's, you know, sometimes long is just all about spawn, and sometimes you get the long control, and then you have to have a guy there who can have the impact sometimes. And a lot of teams will put like their best aimer on long, even though that doesn't necessarily make so much sense. But they obviously did it in a way where PR can have the agency to go for his plays, to have those solo plays that we were seeing. He didn't even have that much support in a lot of these rounds, and he was just doing it all on his own. So yeah, super impressive map from him, and you can see the GamerLegion's the reasoning behind this move.
It wasn't only the PR show though. I mean, I think there were some really good examples of great calling from GamerLegion. I think that you have a round that showcases this sort of late in the map.
Yeah, I wanted to show round 17 because that was just a really cool way that it was kind of the only way that they could win that round, because the way it starts is Nilo gets this upper dark control. We will see it in a moment, you know, where some of these openings are happening. Nilo gets the upper dark control. He misses Towson there, but it doesn't really matter because Heroic actually push up or back off to have this triple control of long, because they know it's not a B play from that Nilo push. But the way that GamerLegion actually preempt this, they throw the smoke, but before the smoke blooms, they pop it and push into the triple setup. And literally there are 3 people watching that smoke, just waiting for it to pop, potentially maybe waiting for like a smoke break or something like that to be able to fight as 3. But that one pop flash makes so much difference in that moment where you are ready for that exact play, but one pop flash just made all the difference.
That's what I love about GamerLegion. Like, they are a team that's super diverse, and they hit you with those off timings sometimes, where it's just like, we all know what the expectation is in that situation. The smoke's going to land, then they're going to, you know, maybe flash through the smoke, then they're going to start crossing ramp. So when you decide to like just change the timing of your scaling just a little bit, just that flash timing just a little different, you know, that's the type of like little key adjustments that, you know, can make this game so fun to watch. And that's why this game is a game of milliseconds. You know, the world's a difference in just that little brief amount of time.
I hate phrasing a question like this, but I can't think of any other way to do it. So we're going to go ahead. What went wrong for Heroic there on their map pick? Why weren't they able to get rounds on the board?
Well, it was a lot of the first half, to be honest, where they did get broken twice by those force buys I was talking about. So, of course, I mean, when that happens to you twice and a half, it's going to be a struggle. Then even when they had a 1v2 from LNZ, you know, they couldn't really recover it. So they did have economic control in a couple of those positions, and it could have been like a 6, maybe even a 7-5 for Heroic, but those 2 rounds just changed the pace of the game entirely.
They just weren't getting the same entry power and trading that they're normally able to get, right? Whenever you have Xcloud coming upstairs, Cat, he's usually able to give you that entry, or at least create the space for the follow-up trade. Meanwhile, you got PR on an island by himself in a couple of rounds on Cat, and he just double kills. It's just like, what can you do against that?
Yeah.
You know, when someone's on a heater and you're in the right positions at the right time, but you just can't trade, it's just like unlucky.
Okay, so now we're moving to Nuke. This is now the decider. It's a complete reset. Doesn't matter what's happened in these last 2 maps. This is where the semi-finalist will be determined. How do both of these teams come into this? What are we expecting from them? How do they play?
See, what's interesting is, like, if you would have asked me this when the tournament started, I'd have been like, GamerLegion's in a lot of trouble, because they had lost their last 4 out of 5 games on Nuke with a 35% T win rate. Awful. I mean, that's just like you're done. You're toast at that point. But they've won both their games on Nuke at this tournament with really good T-side. So they turn it around. Meanwhile, Heroic have just kind of incorporated Nuke recently into their map pool, but it's been impressive so far. They've won both their games here as well.
Yeah, actually, we've been talking all about the riflers in this map or in this matchup, but actually one guy that I do want to put a little bit more spotlight on this time is Alcaran, because this is the map where he does about the most opening plays out of any opera that I know, to be honest, on Nuke, because he's going for like hot pushes with the op, or he's going for secrets, for pushes up secrets with the op. He's down secret a lot actually, and trying to disrupt the outside control from the T's. He will even sometimes push up against the smokes that T's throw outside and just try to work around them. It does work a lot, and it doesn't work a lot. When you are that aggressive on the CT side as an opera, obviously it's going to be very high impact, very up and down. And so I'm curious whether that's going to be something that GamerLegion are going to be aware of and try to exploit a little bit, because it's not something you see every day, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that is like a crazy high opening attempts, by the way. Like most operas are like maybe in the mid to high 20s. If that's pushing near 40, it's just like an absurd difference in opening attempts. But he's been very successful. And again, that's been kind of the key matchup we've been talking about. Like, what opera's going to have more impact, Hypex or Alcaran? Alcaran's been the more impressive opera so far throughout the course of this tournament as well. But I think the other big thing that allows him to have so much freedom to go for those opening picks is the fact that you have Nilo just locking down ramp. Like, you don't have to really even worry about that. And xCloud's such a confident yard player in his own right that it just gives him a lot of freedom to make those dynamic moves and to have the impact. And so I think that is really going to be key. But and again, it'll come down to the rifling core though. Can Rez and Towson, who have been playing well so long, can they pop off and try to win that battle outside? Can PR be that playmaker in the lobby we know he's capable of being, where he'll just find these off timings to peek ramp and create an opening, or peek hut and create an opening? Like, that's the thing. Like, he doesn't just hold lobby, he excels and pushes you back. So that's going to be another big one.
Screw it. Let's put this one on the table. Who wins the series?
Oh, that's so tough.
Oh, man. I'm going to go with GamerLegion. Honestly, yeah, I think the second map, you could see that the core trio that we were talking about the whole time, they were getting turned on. Obviously, PR was the spearhead of that, but even Towson, he had a really bad start, but then he started having some impact later on in the first half, and then second half, I think we started to see him come alive. Rez still, having some of these aggressive pushes. I think we saw him that he was getting into his element as well. I do think that they're going to turn it on Nuke.
Oh man, that's a tough one. I like what you I have secretly thought this the whole time, is that like I think GamerLegion are just a little bit deeper. Like when the going gets tough and you have to make a key adjustment, I think the coaching of Ash and just the gameplay I have viewed, I see them being able to tweak things on the fly a little bit better. I see them having a little bit of a deeper playbook. It's something that's not working. I think they have other plans that they can go to, which I feel like Heroic has been a little bit more driven by momentum and the individual playmaking of guys like xCloud and Nilo, just being able to make big plays happen for them and play a scrappier style that relies on those individual moments. And so I'm always going to kind of pick the team that I think is a little deeper, in a situation like this when the pressure's on the line. And GamerLegion's also faced these pressure situations a little bit more than Heroic has this season, right? And they have the more stable lineup that's been through those moments. So I will choose GamerLegion as well, actually.
Well, there you go. The disc is leading towards GamerLegion, but there is still one map separating Heroic from the semifinals. It can go either way. We'll take a quick reset. When we return, we'll find out who will make it through.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live at PGL Masters, Bucharest in Romania, and today I'm going to be going around finding out some of the memories that spring to mind for players when I ask them about their first Counter-Strike event. Let's see what they say.
First Counter-Strike event, I would say French lands. It was like way different than those one, but I guess yeah, like the family thingy, like atmosphere and stuff, but also like yeah, clicking, be able to like spam insult to the other one and stuff, so yeah.
The first memory that I have, it's a local tournament in my city, and I played against my brother. So it was without playing for a year, and we won 16-14. So for me, it's the first memory and the most memorable that I have. So that's it.
I remember that my first tournament in Counter-Strike in CSGO, I was really nervous. It was like one online tournament. It was not that big. I was like starting my career and I was really nervous. And after the match, I just told myself that if I was going to play like that, I would never be good. Like I can't be like that nervous as I was. So I think it was only one match that I played like that. I was so nervous. I was shaking. My hands was shaking. And after that, I was like every match I was way more calm than that, and I think it was my first memory in playing competitive.
I think it was Pro League season 18 it should be. We played quarterfinals, then we got eliminated by Navi, so yes, I think that one.
And was like in Godsent Academy, was my first experience outside from Brazil, and was We Play Academy, I think. And it was a good experience for me. I played against very good names in the scene. I played against like Donk in Spirit Academy, and was a very good experience. I like so much to play in these events, and yeah, it was a good experience, and I like it.
My first event was in LAN, BGS. It was in Brazil. I was kind of nervous, but yeah, it was very memorable for me. It was very nice.
How did the event go?
I played good. I actually played against Fallen in the final, and we lose it. But it was very good. It was my first time meeting Fallen, so yeah, it was very good for me.
International event. It was like I'm in the same place where was my first international event. It was PGL Antwerp Air Mars in Romania, in same hotel. So it's very good memories for me to come here again, because we qualified for major that time. So it was like I'm also like, people ask why I like Romania rather than others, because I say like this is my first international tournament, and it was very good memories for me.
I was playing with some friends, and then it was like a mix of friends, right, against real Romanian teams in a tournament called Romanian Esports League. And then we played there, we had fun, and I don't know, then yeah, rest is history, I guess.
Welcome back to PGL Masters Bucharest 2025. The playoffs in full swing. Heroic versus GamerLegion has gone to 3 maps. Both teams winning their opponents' map picks. We haven't seen these two teams clash before, Jason. We wonder what it would look like. We've had two pretty one-sided affairs. Hopefully, it's all out on Nuke.
Yeah, and both teams snatching away a map pick, so this is kind of the middle ground that we've gone to, and even GamerLegion doing enough on Dust 2 to make Striker kind of put some confidence in them in this third map.
Well, you say confidence, it took a while for him. He's like,
okay, so yeah, right.
GamerLegion.
Yeah, that's fair.
I suppose that is some confidence, Jason. Let's see if the Pisteron inspires more.
Yeah, maybe it does. Dualies on Youngstar and Alcaran.
What a Karen.
I hate you. I hate you for that. LNZ, just a flashbang. xCloud's going to be outside. Youngstar alone in the upper bomb site. They're going to execute a very fast ramp push on this heroic defense, and it all depends on the timing of when xCloud can get the information.
You gotta love when you're given a P250 and the responsibility to move outside.
It's going to be PR who has the most issues coming up, and oh, maybe not. Don't look for him, but oh, that initial miss of the salvo. Now you really are in trouble. 1 kill, trade it off, and the secret play is underway.
Yeah, well now Youngstar ready with the dual Berettas to unleash, and nothing. As Hypex will drop in Alcarin's turn, and he's gone too. Hypex charging forward here for GamerLegion.
Oh my lord, it felt like they were in a decent place with the 2 sets of dualies, and none of the kills come in their favor. No production from those weapons. Into the upper bomb site we go. GamerLegion's offense picking up right where it left off on Dust 2, just steamrolling over Heroic.
Yeah, and that's a great sign for GamerLegion coming into Nuke. You win the T-side pistol, a great opportunity to get off to a good lead, pick up the first couple of rounds here on the T-side of Nuke. It's going to make your half look very pretty almost immediately. You're not going to have to fight for gun rounds on the T side as much. Let's see if there's a force buy coming up here for Heroic.
Remember also the way it started on Ancient was actually a good start for GamerLegion on the T side. And part of that was having the economic control early on and taking those advantages and getting that 5-1 lead. You do something similar here on Nuke, and yeah, you're laughing all the way to the bank. You're loving that.
Well, they won the force buys, right? The battle of the force buys that kept going on. Heroic have invested into this. A scout coming out for Alcarin, MP9s, Deagles, 5.7s. Always a threat in rounds like this. GamerLegion going to be aware of that.
We're going to go fast pace. They don't want to mess around, get tagged up by the scout, lose a stupid death somewhere. So into the bomb site we go. They still take that stupid death. This one through the smoke from Xfloud and through the smoke from Alcarin.
Okay, no scope through the smoke. Youngstar denies the bomb plant. And okay, GamerLegion getting wrecked here by Heroic's force bite. ZTR are doing what he can, but all of his teammates are already dead. Bomb down in the bomb site. And look, so many different players in so many different positions. It just isn't going to happen here for ZTR.
You got to be joking me. That's how they lose the round. To a 5-7 kill through smoke, a scout kill through smoke that cleans up 5-7 damage. That is the definition of stealing a round.
Well, let's see if GamerLegion decide to force buy back. You'd imagine it's on the table for them. And they are going to invest. So an AK coming out for PR, Deagles coming out as well. And we are getting that similar start to Ancient that you were highlighting. GamerLegion on Ancient won this follow-up round, and we're able to take control of the economy. But look how strong the buy is now for Heroic. It's going to be tough to break this down.
It really is. I mean, the lack of plant, stopping that plant makes this such a weaker investment from GamerLegion. This one hurts. PR with the AK-47. Oh, he's going to force it.
He's already
Good
through.
Tag. Oh, they hit Nilo just as he's coming through the smoke. PR can give you another, but Alcarin wants nothing to do with this fight.
They're already down. Down in towards lower. It's Youngstar out for the control room. Does very well at the Hypex. Looking for a follow-up. Rez and Towson fighting on for GamerLegion, though. A 4v2. And it starts with a PR entry on the AK-47. You were just talking about how much weaker their buy was, and absolutely, but GamerLegion still making it work.
I almost feel like, I mean, they should just save these guns.
Yeah,
like,
feels
don't go for this 2-on-4 retake. I know you have some advantages, but if you lose everything, you're just going to a force buy or a save in the next round. At the moment, if you save these weapons, Youngstar can pick up a rifle as well. You can have some dropped guns. You can have another full buy in the next round. So I like the idea they're staying put in ramp room and might be able to get some exits, might be able to grab this AK-47 down the stretch.
Oh, nice shot from PR again.
He's being hunted.
LNZ will grab the AK. Yeah, being hunted from hell, but LNZ ready and quick to that headshot on ZTR. So second round for GamerLegion. And it's picked up in the force buy battle. We'll see if that AK save entices Heroic into another buy, and we really will be in the full war. They are, in fact, going for the full investment here again.
Yeah, they didn't even second guess it. It wasn't even a question. It was snap buys immediately. So Heroic coming right back up into the battle. Back and forth we go, and GamerLegion is very content, very happy with how they are. 2 MAC-10s picked up. Expect something fast again here in round 4.
Now, PR, who had an AK and made the difference in the last round, he's got a MAC-10 this time around. Red's going to be rushing outside. Plenty of his teammates in behind him. They're already crossing Red, just open for fights. Rez comes out on top of Xfloud. A second shot on the LNC.
No way!
Rez, that is special. He just shuts them down outside, showing Rez's ability on the AK-47.
Oh, 1968, Rez, I Am Oakland has come to play today. That's a lovely little shot to give GamerLegion the advantage and to really seal their control of the early stages of the map. Absolutely brilliant triple kill.
The Golden State Warrior himself. We've now got Nilo just dropping down. He's going to try and hold on to the M4. And we are looking at a 3-1 lead for GamerLegion. Very similar to Ancient, where win the pistol, lose the second force, but come out on top of the force by wars. Might actually work out very well here for GamerLegion, because not only will they pick up a number of T rounds early, but they're going to have an eco coming up next, which will allow a 4-1 lead. This is fantastic for GamerLegion's T side. Even though it looks messy losing a force by the second round, because they've won the follow-ups, it's actually looking really pretty for them.
Yeah, I mean, Rez has just delivered you such huge impact there. Like, it's hard to quantify that one, right? The round win, the economic advantage, and however many rounds they get off this. Look at this third kill. Oh, it's gross. Right to the dome, I think through the railing.
Yeah, look at that smile. He knows what he's just
He's
done.
done something dirty.
Yeah, okay, actually, Jason, they bought again. They keep buying.
Okay, well, you're putting a lot of risk of your CT side nuke into this round.
Dude, this is crazy. Third and final map of the quarterfinals.
It could work if they continue coming towards ramp.
Oh, the stack. This is exactly what GamerLegion want. Nilo not going to be disrupted too much. He's still able to hold his position down. He just wants to pull distraction, pull contact. The pistol's going to take the first fight. Then he peeks out, but now LNZ's up on top. And GamerLegion, despite walking into the trap that was laid by Heroic, they still find the kills and really dodge it.
Not only did they walk into the trap, but they led with a MAC-10 that was carrying the bomb. You know, so like there was
more risk involved.
There was no way to get away from that trap if it had gone south. Dangerous, but coming out on top with the superior weapons, the boost up in the 3-man stack in ramp room, not nearly as effective as Heroic, would have liked.
Well,
you don't often see a scout making this kind of a lobby play, but it's really the only option Alcaran has available to him.
Yeah, the problem is here for Heroica is just how much they've thrown into these force buys time and time again, and another round where it doesn't go their way, the risk doesn't pay off.
Yeah, you're in double save territory now as well.
This could be such a great start for GamerLegion. So many rounds going to be racked up here.
Save and a half buy perhaps would be maybe the eventuality we'll see Heroic get into. Footsteps in towards Hut. Xcloud has come up the vent, but Rez is watching for it. No detail missed for GamerLegion. A 4-1 lead, but that's going to build up even more.
And the money's not really that inflicted either.
Yeah, it's not double save territory. They had enough of a losing bonus built up, so they get a decent buffer here, but this save is coming a little bit later.
No, I'm talking about GamerLegion's money.
Oh, sure.
So if you're consistently buying, consistently forcing into these rounds, you want to at least be doing damage in those, but they haven't really done that, and so GamerLegion actually have heaps of cash left over, and with a round like this coming up, they should completely stabilize. So you're going to have to deal not only with the T side that's starting 5-1 up, you're going to have to deal with the T side that has a couple of buys in them as well.
Yeah, as long as you don't fall prey and nothing silly happens with this Deagle on Xcloud. There's a P250 on Nilo, there's the 5-7 on Youngstar, so I mean, you have some things available. Pop Flash outside to push into. Rez just hiding inside the smoke. He has the information. Spots one. He's gone down. PR finds LNZ on the other side of the map, and that's a nice release valve to find. Into the lower bomb site we go. Don't really have to mess around with finding these pistols across the map, but Xcloud in a creative position.
Yeah, but he's going to get cleared out by the double doors of ZTR, so he was distracted and he was looking for that kill up to control room. ZTR leaves no stone unturned.
Yeah, what a little rat.
Methodical rat.
The fake tap and everything.
All right, so 5-1 confirmed. An 8K save would be massive here for Nilo, best case scenario.
Heroic, I mean, look, nitpicky, not the biggest thing in the world, but they're missing perhaps an opportunity to go for some exit kills considering they don't have two players together. It's just isolated to look for various points of exit. But now that ramp room has been cleared and overtaken, everyone from GamerLegion going to head in that direction. Deagle picked up. Alcaran wants to go find something right at the close. PR hears the footsteps. Well done from GamerLegion. Very focused to start out Nuke. 5-1. Ash has got to be very pleased with his squad early on in this third map. Semifinals on the line for these two teams. Loser eliminated from the playoffs here at PGL Bucharest. Winner going on.
I mean, yeah, this is a GamerLegion who went out to Shanghai last week at CAC, and they were given interviews saying they could go on to win the whole thing. They have that kind of expectation for themselves. looking at the champion, it was Legacy. So, I mean, GamerLegion absolutely in the conversation to be capable of winning a tournament like that. But they went out last, Jason. They went out in a disastrous way. And it's just a string of bad results in events for GamerLegion as of late. You know, a team that were on the cusp of taking the next step up, having issues. But this would be a massive step back in the right direction if they get into the semifinals of PGL Masters Bucharest.
Yeah, at least they've seems like they've figured out some of the solutions to the issues that they've had, at least against this level of competition. They're on the side of the bracket with Aurora and Bait, which is the quarterfinal going on in the B stream right now. So winner of this game plays the winner of that game in the semifinals. That game being brought to you by Henry G and Anders on the alternate stream if you want to head over there. Have it up on a second monitor. Smoke wall outside, counter utility being held by Youngstar inner. They're expecting an upper pop and it might be coming in any moment. xFloud to clear outside. He's got a great dink onto Rez to make him passive. And that portion of the GamerLegion attack has to fall back and split away. Him and ZTR change positions.
All right, ZTR getting himself into the main smoke. Youngstar ready to drop some fire at the feet. It's going to be LNCL from Tetris. The single kill. Youngstar burning at the back of the bomb site. Still able to get away with one until Hypex hunts him down and nearly transfers back up towards Alcarin. The Alcarin AWP will come through and Nilo's flanked through the ramp.
Yeah, this timing is so fast and so sick. I don't think anyone is even going to think it's a problem quite yet.
Yeah, that's the kill on Towson. No problem whatsoever. Rez on 12 HP. 25 seconds on the clock. He'll walk into the hut and die immediately to Nilo. There's a really good flank coming in there to secure the double kill on the second round for Heroic.
Yeah, really nice upper hold, especially with the wraparound through mini. The defense wasn't really geared for that, although they were kind of hidden in a position where the mini play couldn't hurt anyone. But one final kill from xFloud as he evacuates the Molotov behind the silos to grab that kill in towards main. And the first time out taken from GamerLegion is they don't want to see this lead drift away. They don't want to let it slip. They know they've got a good stranglehold on the game right now with a 5-2 lead on the T side. They don't want to alleviate that by giving Heroic 2 pretty clean wins in a row. So investment from the T side, AK-47s, they're coming right back into it. You just mentioned their economic situation. Flush with cash was GamerLegion. And still got a little bit of money left over after this one. One for one from both your defenders, and really Alcarin's AWP is the one that comes over and gets the kill that secures the bomb site, making sure Hypex can't get in and keep him pinned down at the top of ladder, making them very susceptible to this flank. Heroic now just 3 rounds back.
Well, this is what we were just talking about, though. Even if you win the round, you still got a really good buy from GamerLegion coming at you again. xFloud looking to be disruptive, get in behind enemy lines somewhat. He's pushed up outside. Rez has already crossed. And xFloud, oh, he gives away his position. Now, can he get a second? Yes, he can. Great work from xFloud. Removed by Hypex eventually, but all the damage has already been done.
Yeah, that's so frustrating for GamerLegion because they're just like, how's he getting 2 here? You know, like that's maybe a 1-for-1 position. Yeah, he could have even had 3. But that goes down, and it's just like, damn it, that was way too costly to get this first stage of control, and now we don't have a whole lot of options. We've lost information across the map. We don't have the ability to drop someone back and have that intel for us over in lobby. Heroic just cleared everything out, so they know the likely play is all 3 bodies outside.
Yeah, that's the other side of xFloud's plays. He spots so many players outside.
And there's no more smokes. There's no more smokes for GamerLegion, so they can't put anything down for the cross. So, I mean, you're either going to have a contact, a dry challenge outside that hopefully you can win or go 1-for-1. But that's against Alcarin's AWP, and oh, he's going to slice you down. Hypex, and there's no chance from that angle to have a rebuttal.
Just don't let this one go now. Heroics detected PR, who was... That was really the only pathway they had, was maybe he can creep up heaven and wrap around the back, but just isn't going to happen here for them. So 25 seconds. We're looking at a 3rd round for Heroic, and yeah, really starting to close this gap down now.
They're
already started with 5 rounds, though, for GamerLegion. This is good already. Let's see what they can get out of this round.
Yeah, I mean, they got to go for the plant now. 13 seconds left on the clock. Towson going to evacuate. Nilo is looking towards window, heard the footsteps, so he just gives up the fight, gives up the angle. Says, I'm happy to play the 4-on-2 in the post plant. You guys, good luck. Get comfortable inside the bomb site. PR and Towson have to find good positions, and Towson can't get out.
Towson pin to the box, but it's a really strong position, especially if you can win the fight against Youngstar at the door, and he does so immediately. Oh, the wallbang by Alcarin. It is PR. There's no way, surely no way, that GamerLegion win this round. This looked done from the get-go, but PR standing up. The defuse not planted for him. Gets close to it, but the defuse secured right at the end. PR does get all the kills. He wraps them up. GamerLegion get competitive right down to the final line, but Heroic just scraping it over.
Yeah, it's a lovely win from Heroic, but this is the position you put yourself in if you're GamerLegion and you had that hot start. Is on one level, you're telling your teammates, who cares about that loss? We still have 5 rounds on the T side. There's still plenty to play. We got all 5 kills. We got a bomb plant. We know we're buying again in the next round, and we just did great damage to the economy. So you've set up this round to be very, very impactful if you can actually convert it here. So GamerLegion, no time to be sad about the close loss. You got to get into this round, and you can deliver a knockout blow here.
CTR going to be playing with a UMP. Just keep eyes on that. Well, it's a weaker weapon, but PR has got off to a great start again. It's Alcarin, a victim of the PR AK. Here comes the ramp room hold. Nilo's done well, removes Rez and PR. Oh, he's got the track. He's tracked LNZ all the way back in. The Hunter finds his prey. And a shot from Hypex on that flank. Youngstar caught. And we're looking at just 2 players remaining for that of Heroic, with all the time left in the world for this T side. Xlot actually gets away with that one. Well, he's the only player left, and they know exactly where he is.
This is such a beautiful round from GamerLegion, tactically speaking. I love watching it. Good kill from Taos, and Xlot trying to bait out the shot, not able to get away. I mean, I just love watching it because it's players that understand what their philosophy and what their goal is. Like PR, you've already got your teammate down vent. You've got an opening kill at the upper bomb site. Your job isn't necessarily to hustle and follow and support the player going down. Yours is to take advantage of chaos. You have complete freedom in this kind of scenario, and he's just waiting for that follow-up lurk, and it falls into place. So many pieces of Heroic moving and confused and just trapped by GamerLegion. And they do get that huge benefit of the round they set up previously. All 5 kills in a losing round, but it takes the money away from Heroic, who now have to sit back on pistols and watch as GamerLegion march towards 7 with a big advantage.
Yeah, timeout taken here for Heroic. And it's definitely got to feel like a terrible feeling that you're about to concede 7 rounds to the T side on Nuke of all maps. This is a fantastic lead to have for GamerLegion. It's really helping their chances of getting into the semifinals.
This is like the scoreline that you look at as your Heroic, and you're like in the back of your head as a player. It's like not necessarily scary, but like you are just sat here and you're like, okay, well, we can no longer have a good half.
Yes,
it's
over.
Yeah, we just have to make this half as close as possible. The second half is going to be hard no matter what happens.
At least give us something to play with going into the second, so there can be you can survive a pistol round loss.
It's kind of like you have to put your mindset in like, I just accept this situation, that the second half is going to suck and it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, you gotta find the next best thing, I suppose. Well, GamerLegion just going to be settling into a round like this, perhaps trying to figure out... You will have known that you've done all that damage a couple of rounds ago, and you've just won another round. So figure out, have Heroic gone for an investment? What if they got, is there a trap laid, a stack somewhere? So GamerLegion don't want to be rushing into anything. Because there is a bit of a stack on the A bomb site.
Yeah, and it should probably never break up. If they haven't moved, do it based off that smoke wall outside. I think this is just going to stick here. They're just going to gamble the entire time. Molotov might force Youngstar into a peek. Burns them away from Hut. Smoke to provide cover in towards Mini. Xfloud wants to get aggressive on contact. PR ignoring the USP on the ground to cover Heaven. Takes tons of damage, but it's all good. His teammate's going to mop things up.
Well, a dink on board, a lot of damage being done, but no kills until Alcarin, and then Rez makes sure it's a 7th round easily there for GamerLegion. So Heroic, they took the timeout. They've got a bye coming up in this next round, but like you said, it's now sort of damage limitation. You've got to win at least one more in this half, otherwise it might just be all over in the quarterfinals.
Oh yeah, I mean, Heroic's thinking in the back, like they have to scrape these 2 rounds together. These are critically important to give yourself just as much space to work with when you switch sides and you get onto your own offense. Obviously, just enough space to at least survive the pistol round. If you're to go on and lose it is the ideal scenario.
Well, all the smoke's being tossed out to Hypex. His job is to create the outside wall, construct that, and we've got Alcarin looking to constrict them outside. We've got Rez moving through the smoke. Xfloud not going to be able to get away. But he's done well to get the opener. Rez, can he move on the space? He's going to be shut down, though. Alcarin had the gap covered. LNZ into the vent. Oh my god, the knife is that! Old teammates to the backstab straight away here from LNZ. ZTR feeling the heat.
Timing of that couldn't have been better for LNZ. He slides down that vent just a second before ZTR makes the move.
So a 4th round looking almost confirmed here, but what can Hypex and PR do? We've seen them come close to round victories in this scenario just a couple of rounds ago. PR was a part of that. Off he goes towards Hell.
Hoping that this fake from Hypex down low is going to bring Youngstar down the ladder. Is going to cause him to move. Pull a player into the crosshair of PR. Not the case. Nice and easy. Youngstar never budged. No need for him to. Such an advantage in a 4-on-2 that Heroic was more than confident just sending a couple people down vents. And now it's all about saving the op. So Hypex, he's not going to move. He's got money to drop rifles over to his teammates. PR is going to need an AK-47 in the next round with $300 in the bank. So Heroic do get the first of these final 2 all-important rounds. Close the gap to just 3 between themselves and GamerLegion.
GamerLegion have a really good buy going to the last round of the first half, so...
It's such a good read, too, from LNZ, right? When his teammate goes down outside after going 1-for-1, right? LNZ's like, okay, they've taken out the player who would have been playing mini. They might try and actually challenge to make a play where this position would be covering. So just really intelligent to get ahead of that and just give it, 5-10 seconds while the utility's up, while you can kind of feel safe to see if you catch someone in that move, and obviously he did exactly that with the knife kill. Full buy for both teams in the last round. ZTR forced back to a Galil, so that's unfortunate, but not too much to be concerned about.
xFloud, always aggressive. Always a threat early in these rounds outside. He's not allowed GamerLegion to feel comfortable at any point. When he's gone aggressive, he's always getting at least something. Last round was immediately traded by Rez.
That'd have been a nasty shot from PR. I think that was Youngstar either playing up in the rafters or trying to push in towards HUD. Either way, equalizing kill. All going to give another advantage back to Heroic. Alcaran has been mobile and has been influential with his AWP these past few rounds.
Yeah, Hypex now waiting for the peak. Here comes Alcaran. Of course, the Hypex op, but neither of them kill each other. A lot of damage done to Hypex. He's down to 2 HP.
That's sad. It's like he saw the pixel of the defuse kit.
The shot.
Yeah, coming around the corner and took a shot way too early. Hypex brought very, very low. And Alcaran, despite some missed shots, is at least maintaining presence in the upper bomb site that GamerLegion don't want to mess with.
Yeah, good reposition just in time here for xFloud. He's low HP, so he's hoping the off angle is going to allow him at least 1 kill. 35 seconds on the clock. 1 kill would be massive in this scenario, and he actually might end up getting both. And he will. xFloud's done very well in the last round of this first half. Heroic are going to scrape together 5. Securing 1 extra, and that's good enough now for Heroic. Considering how the half was going, the fact that they get 5 rounds towards the end, it was, damage limitations certainly were apparent there for Heroic.
Yeah, I think, and you're never going to be happy with it. And as we talked about earlier, you already know the second half is going to be really, really tough, especially if you don't get the pistol round. But at one point during the game, I mean, it's just at some point you just say, we got to get as many as we possibly can. 2 out of the last 3 ain't bad, all things considered. It was that, I think that early... They had that early force buy in like round 4 or something after losing. They had that 1 extra force buy they just added on top. Might have been a little bit too cute. They got buried early on under the economy of GamerLegion's attack. Much like they did on Ancient, couldn't style it out quite the same way. And now they've got to play the harder side of Nuke. And GamerLegion really, I mean, like since Dust 2, they've picked it up. They look very strong so far, individually and as a team. 14 kills on PR. 12 for Alcaran are the only 2 players inside the server with double-digit frags.
Yeah, you're certainly going to feel like 7 rounds. Let's put you in a very nice position moving over to the defense of Nuke. Especially with a pistol round victory. It's essential Heroic win this one. Lindsay. Maybe tossing the smoke out. Big old run up this one. Bang. And towards Heaven. And Youngstar is going to be running down into the ramp.
Oh god, are they
bringing out the ramp room? And yeah, no one's home, but it's down on the B bomb site where Hypex currently resides.
He's got no
immediately
backup.
gushed up. Yeah, he has no backup and he has no kill. Now Talson, he's the closest responder, and he can't do anything about it with the dual Berettas. So Heroic can't let this one slip.
Yeah, exact start you wanted so far. 5 on 3, and they're positioned to stop all of this. There's the swing. No chance for Rez to even get an idea. Okay, sure. Let's give him that kill as well. PR, you're very lonely right now, and there's no reason for you to do anything pushing forward whatsoever, so maybe just save that armor for the second round force buy.
Well, Heroic are doing everything required to actually come back into the game, right? You win the pistol at the start of the second half. You secure the last 2 rounds of that first half. PR event, you know, a lot of bullets.
He did that thing we all do, where like you empty an entire magazine at a player and it feels like every shot should hit and none of them do, and then you just kind of take your hands off the mouse and keyboard like, all right, like just take it.
Yeah.
I don't deserve to fight again.
You can see me laughing on the player cam. He's like, well, no, everyone's watching that.
Not the prettiest.
Well, actually, a force buy coming in for GamerLegion. No. It was a bit of a force buy battle going back and forth over there in the first half. GamerLegion won that. Can they win a force buy themselves in the second half, Jace?
Let's find out.
Scout for Hypex. 5-7s. Let's see if Heroic can put this one to bed. If they do so, we get a tie game again.
Well, GamerLegion don't care about ramp room in this round. Instead of defending everything, they want to put the minimal resources they've brought to bear in the right place. xFloud makes the cross with some pace, with some quickness. He's already downstairs pressuring Secret. The rest of this attack is going to come in towards ramp, where the defense has vacated. Hypex tries to come over with the scout, but you've got what, like 1 shot, and that's it?
Hypex burning is going to be sent back into his help. Advantage collected by Heroic, and not only is it the player advantage, they've done so much damage as well here to ZTR down on 17. Heroic just gathering at the bottom of the ramp, ready to enter the B-bomb site.
Yeah, these aren't positions that can do a whole lot of work for GamerLegion. ZTR even burns, trying to crawl out of there. Just falls prey. PR, the only one remaining downstairs. Bomb going to be planted. A 7th round for Heroic. They've tied things up off the pistol, and with this second round conversion, Talson, Hypex, and PR just trying to save these weapons into the next.
Well, there's the peek out from PR, going back again, but this time Alcarin dropping in with a MAC-10, making a little bit of extra money for that AWP as well a little bit later on. Switches to the AK now, and xFloud on the hunt, spotting out the scout and actually getting tagged. So he's like, I want none of that.
Probably also thinking, where do I go for the bomb blast?
Yeah, now he's like, yeah, this is quite a massive explosion. I need to run away with 10 HP.
Yeah, towards Talson.
Yeah, towards the other players saving on the other side of the map. Okay, well, xFloud should not be... Oh, well, the bomb actually catches him. He got onto the ladder.
You actually can't survive anywhere.
He got onto the ladder, so he's above the bomb blast, and he dies. So it is a tie game. 7-7. Force buy doesn't work out for GamerLegion. In fact, it's going to be Heroic heading to the lead. That happened pretty quick.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, it's the benefit of winning that pistol and obviously the conversion, and then you get the gun rounds coming out, and so many more situations going to lean towards the CT side. Even though, I mean, there's one like you might be on the lead statistically, but it feels like with the strength of the CT side on Nuke, 8-7 isn't really a lead for the T side. And we'll see how Heroic can handle the gun rounds when it comes out. Needing to win 8 rounds on this offensive half of Nuke if they want to win the series in regulation. A very tall task for Heroic. PR the defender downstairs. It's Youngstar and LNZ in lurk positions on the map. Alcarin, xFloud, and Nilo, excuse me. All working together. My brain just really goes to Nilo every once in a while. It's that American thing, I think.
Yeah.
The hard vowels, you know?
Nilo. 100 minute left.
I have Alex's Valley Girl accent playing in my head.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
The names can be a... Dude, some of the Counter-Strike names, they can throw you for a loop. Major.
True.
Voxic, PR. Headshot on the xFloud. Nilo with a headshot on PR.
Everyone's got 2 names now. Oh, you're going to wrap in, but LNZ's so low on health.
R-Easy. ready for the P250, and it's going to work on one. Nearly a second, but Youngster makes sure it's only the one. Nice shot from Nilo out from Vent. And we got Towson alongside Hypex.
Yeah, and the bomb is playing it safe as well. They haven't made a decision. Up Vent they come. Both defenders are here, but you need some spectacular shots, some tags from the scouts, and that one's beautiful.
Okay, well, round's back on. 5-7 in Hut. 10 seconds left. There's a tap on the plant, but here goes Towson. There's the bomb, and there's the round. Okay, how have they lost that? That is a ridiculous round, and GamerLegion laughing about it because they almost can't believe that round's fallen into their hands.
Yeah, you get enough kills early on in the round that it forces Heroic to slow everything down and play it like a standard gun round.
Oh my god.
Just enough kills with his Deagle shot with Resin towards Mini, and after that, GamerLegion, they have to play it cautiously and just get annihilated. Gives times for Towson and Hypex to work together, work in tandem to get in the same place, and a huge steal for a team chasing a semi-final.
Yeah, now for Heroic, you can see it was hands to the face from LNZ because that's a disastrous round to lose if you're trying to come back into the game.
Especially on the T-side nuke. It's already hard enough at a 5-7 CT half. Now all of a sudden you got this, losing an early eco.
Yeah, you should have been in the lead, but instead you've conceded the lead, and you're going to come into a pretty battered buy, right? You've got two AK-47s, a P250, MAC-10, and a Galil. Not looking good here. Heroic gonna go with the outside smokes on the cross. Really sharp shooting again from XFloud, this time battling against Rez. Hypex to respond. Towson to follow up here for GamerLegion. And things not looking good here for Heroic. They're down to 3 and they're split up, they're disjointed.
Yeah, Nilo even getting forced into awkward situations. Hut player, okay, the run and gun P250. That's why you can always afford it.
Always get a P250.
It's a versatile little guy.
Well, XFloud and Nilo gotta come towards PR. Oh, goodness, great shot from Nilo, but XFloud's gone, so all of his help. Oh, God! And it comes down to a 1v1. A Swedish derby in the 1v1 fight here. Nilo, low in HP, puts the bomb back. And ZTR is, well, he's got the health advantage. And he's just going to start creeping forward. Oh, gets spotted, diving down. Nilo at least knows exactly where his target is, but can never get the fight he's looking for. And GamerLegion loving the fact that they've capitalized on their chance to break it down Heroic.
Nice quick move, quick decision-making by ZTR to drop down into dark to avoid that second flashbang coming in. He'd already made the decision to start pushing forward and scaling on the final player. Gets himself into some safety. And Heroic, even with a plant, it's not enough at the moment. That's going to help them with some extra cash, but there's no buy they can bring out that's all that pretty. Now you wonder if they're starting to feel like this quarterfinal is slipping out of their control.
Well, you know what? There is a semifinal that you have to play again today. So get the job done here, GamerLegion, without this one dragging on.
Yeah, nice and quick. They have to withstand this upper rush.
Yeah, it's coming fast.
Upper fake into a ramp rush.
And now PR's got the AK. He's done good damage. AWP's put in position as well. Fortunately for GamerLegion. Oh! Hypex just about getting away. It's actually going to pull them into the rifle. And it's worked out perfectly for GamerLegion.
Actually, yeah, it worked out better than it would have otherwise.
Yeah. I think they're very happy with that. PR, though. Okay, comes back at the right time. Looked like he might get caught by the backstab. But a 2v4 now. Still so many advantages here for GamerLegion. It would take a monumental mistake to concede this one. Bomb plant actually going to be denied as well.
And Rez had heard the footsteps over towards single door, so he already knew exactly where Nilo was going, so was able to kind of just say, you know what, I don't need to go back in towards control, try and jump up, gets caught anyways, but Nilo brought very low and brought down to his death by Hypex. Good shot with the op. And GamerLegion continue marching forward, 3 rounds away from the semifinals.
We were talking about how difficult it is going to be on this T side. Just losing that round against Pistols has shattered Heroic completely. GamerLegion have gone on a run since that. They're now 3-round victories away from qualification into the semifinals. Heroic have had a lot of roster inconsistencies. Even the last event, they couldn't play with their full squad. Alcarin couldn't make it out to Shanghai. Had to play with Hades as a stand-in, who did very well. They made it to the semifinals there. Get a fall one step closer. Well, we've got a buy at least being considered, figured out. They've got P250s, Deagles. Some players leaving their money. Nilo going for the AK. In all likelihood, we're looking at 11-7 in the next minute, 55 seconds here.
quick pace to get started towards ramp room. Nilo gonna lead the way. The boost has taken some time to get set up, but finally there. Rez backing away. Those footsteps might sell the boost up on top of the boxes, but they've got attention towards the hole. Gives a duck triple.
Oh my God, PR! That is filthy! He just shuts everybody down. His teammate gets knocked out from hell, but he just steps up, and with one magazine, he takes down 4 members of Heroic in one foul swoop.
Yeah, and Heroic was so excited hearing Rez run. It felt like they were like, great, he's bit on the fake at the upper bomb site. We've got ourselves a kill. We've got ourselves a ramp room. Everything's working perfectly. And PR just rips all of that away.
Yeah, great quarterfinal performance here from PR. Dust 2 into Nuke have been stellar. Seen Dust highlighting during the map break there just how active and how much of a nuisance PR was on the CT side. Delivering another great defensive performance here for GamerLegion. And this is it for Heroic, their last stand, and PR just pushing in towards them. He is the nightmare for Heroic today.
There's the drop down, still trying to cross outside. Nilo wants to challenge close up, and he's going to use this opportunity to close the space. The shot from Hypex, the spam from his teammate, great covering fire. Hypex is aware of the potential though, not going to fall prey for free.
Nilo climbs into his lockers. Gonna bide his time. Hypex will be patient.
He can fall back into ramp room. They have control of it.
Yeah, you can see him slowly making his way to that position, but he's anticipating a possible peek. He knows that's the opening.
Problem is he can't watch heaven at all, so the upper defenders probably don't feel comfortable. They're just kind of sliding back in from lobby. They have a lot of information.
They just smoke it? Yeah. So CTs have smoked it out because they're that worried about it. And that's going to signal to Heroic that they have no control of heaven.
LNZ's going to have a very hard job to do, controlling this team and the timing of this hit, but also his lurk when he wants to come in.
Well, xCloud has caught Rez.
That's going to help. That'll take a lot of attention to the upper bomb site instead of behind them.
Yeah, you see Taliesin completely occupied about the heaven push. Can Taliesin step up? 25 seconds left. It's going to be Molotoved into the open, but the low HP player found first. A lot of damage done to Nilo. LNZ nearly gets back to a further kill, but it's ETR finished off by xCloud, and PR, the nightmare, the living nightmare here for Heroic, shows up out of the vent, and Nilo to walk into him, but PR's got away. 10 seconds left. He's got to commit to the bomb plant. Nilo commits to it at the back of the site, and PR repositions to top hut. A great, smart play. He spots out Nilo, who knows exactly where his target is, but the low HP costs him, and PR drops him. It's GamerLegion up to series point, semi-final point, off the back of a PR-heavy performance.
24 kills, 13 deaths. He's been a monster leading the way for GamerLegion, and now he's given them 5 opportunities to close this out. Their best finish of the year this would be. A semifinals. They haven't been in the semifinals yet in 2025. This is going to be the best celebration they've had of the year, and PR's the one driving the bus.
Timeout. Last one here for Heroic. Feels like a losing effort though. It's got to be perfect just to get overtime, and GamerLegion, they have got a star showing up right now. Dust was talking about the fact that if it wasn't for Molodoy, we'd absolutely be talking about PR as potential Rookie of the Year. He had a great showing kicking off Katowice in the beginning of 2025. And an A for himself, had some moments. Steadily got better, obviously a dysfunctional team at times, not having an AWP or a stable roster to play with. But we have seen glimpses all year long of what PR is capable of. And I think we'll see a future for him in a top team, probably not so far away. Rez has pushed himself over towards Secret. It's a strong position to gain this early in the round. Outside smokes deployed. xCloud moving with them.
Will you clear Rez though?
I don't think so. Rez should be getting this one, even if you go to look at it. He is guaranteed the one. Nilo to respond immediately. It's the best case scenario for Heroic to at least get that trade through.
Well, it's PR to drop down and hold down the fort, so you're going to love that. If your GamerLegion feel very confident, then he's going to be able to put a stop to things. ZTR is kind of stuck over towards Mini. With that smoke out towards single box, he's going to start feeling the pressure. He knows they're coming in his direction.
Flash in towards main. It's ZTR to nail his opportunity. A kill from Taliesin at the back of the bomb site, and GamerLegion will confirm semifinals. Straight into the next stage of the playoffs. And for GamerLegion, it's some positive PR.
Ooh.
Dinko with the hotlines there. That was very clever. Enjoyed that very much. Well done, Dinko. That may be my line of the day.
Double entendre there.
Slow clap.
play.
Slow clap. Very nice.
Well done, mate.
Heroic came into Ancient looking so confident, looking a little bit cocky, like the young guns. And then all of that was gone on Dust 2. And it felt like when they got to Nuke, they were still in that Dust 2 mindset, nothing happening there. GamerLegion, on the other hand, there was a plan, Striker, and they came in here. It looked really good. What did you think of their Nuke performance?
To be honest, I think Heroic kind of dropped the ball in the sense of there were just a couple of swing rounds and both of them forced buys. Same thing as on Dust 2, where the wrong rounds went the other way and then suddenly just they all swung in GamerLegion's favor. Honestly, I didn't mind the way that they were playing Nuke in the first half. XCloud was being very disruptive outside. They were actually doing really well to recover from that bad start because of that forced buy loss. But then, second half, they get off to a pretty decent start on the T side, but then they lose to a forced buy in round 15, 8-7, and from there, GamerLegion just closed it, where it's just a couple of rounds going the wrong way for Heroic, and it all basically changes everything.
Yeah, I mean, GamerLegion just got way too much on that T side, and it's always going to be hard for Heroic to come back at that point. And then, as Striker already noted, you're trying to make the comeback, on your own T side in the second half, then you lose an anti-eco, and it's just like, all right, like you're really just piling on at that point. And meanwhile, where we saw GamerLegion's rifling core remain pretty consistent throughout the series, Heroics unfortunately didn't quite get to the same mark across this playoff match. And I think that does come down to a matter of this GamerLegion team, despite their struggles this season, are a more stable team that have been doing this for a while. They know what it's like to be in these situations. For the Heroic guys, it's a little bit different. It's kind of a new feeling for them. They really only had CAC prior to this to really kind of understand what it's like to play in these playoff situations, and just got outclassed in this case.
I mean, it was just the PR diff, wasn't it? Both of these games, to be honest. It's not even that the whole core trio turned up. It was like PR just came up with two massive performances to get them over the line. Really, really huge. Of course, I mean, some of the anti-eco batches, that's just comes with the job sometimes,
Just no ramps closed when that guy's over there.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not, you're not getting anywhere. And then the fact that he could just be such a playmaker inside the lobby on the T side and just be that luxury.
I mean, this 1v2 as well, that was another one that just basically was the final nail in Heroic's coffin.
It's kind of the dream that you want, though, right? When you've got players like this, you need them to step up. XCloud on the first day for them now, like obviously here with PR. This is kind of what you're hoping for when you put these young players into the server, is that one of them will give you the game that GamerLegion just got from PR.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how like Nilo and Exile are two of the top 4 riflers in the tournament coming into this playoff series, and they had their moments obviously in the opening map, but these last couple of maps not to the same regard. Meanwhile, PR, cold start first map, just lit it up the last two. I mean, there's barely around this guy's not getting at least one kill across these last 2 maps that we just watched, and they're also impactful ones that really set the pace of a round. So again, he's just such a luxury player to have, in positions that can sometimes be very thankless, that you don't really give a whole lot of shine to. This guy's making plays in those positions and giving you additional options that maybe another player wouldn't give you on other teams.
So I'll give you something. The last 4 map wins for GamerLegion, PR's ratings were 2.00, 1.88 against Gentlemates, 2.07, 190 against Heroic. Those are massive performances from PR to bring them to this point.
Someone's going to have their eye on him now, because this is how this goes, right?
Especially with GamerLegion being in this kind of an awkward position at the moment where, for a moment they were looking like they were going to be the top 10 gatekeepers and sometimes maybe pushing above that. But at the moment, with them being in such this weird place where it's, can they actually stay there? It doesn't look like it at the moment, so I would be very surprised if he didn't get the call up at some point.
The story for both of these teams, I mean, obviously we're saying goodbye to Heroic, but I don't want to take away from the fact that they got into the playoffs 3-0, right? I think the story for both of these teams is that they are the feeder teams. They are the place where the bigger teams are looking for new talent. They've both kind of got that, I suppose it's a burden, but also the benefit that that's where the scouting is happening. And we saw a really good performance from Heroic all the way through to this point. Obviously, it fell short here. And now GamerLegion, a little bit more difficult, could potentially take it all the way to the finals. It's a nice showing for young talent.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have a lot more opportunities to talk about, GamerLegion throughout the rest of these playoffs. But as we send Heroic off, I think it is fair to say that what they've accomplished in these last couple of tournaments is great. I mean, when you consider the situation that they have been in, losing Sunpius, losing Tanir, losing your coach, all the different trials that this team has been through this season, having to bring Nilo off the bench after he was was inactive for 6 months. You know, all these variables that come into play. The fact that they were able to go, what, 4th at CAC and now find a playoff appearance here in Bucharest and have a phenomenal group stage performance and played a pretty good, you know, obviously first map, you know, against GamerLegion in this quarterfinals match. I mean, that's pretty good, and it gave you some signs of like the future of some of these players. You know, xFloud showing his capacity as an entry fragger, and you know, I think they have a lot to be proud of still.
So I do believe that we have an interview, and I'm not 100% sure where Jackie is, because I think that's Lash from Deadlock.
That's right, Sam. The Lash, aka Jackie here with an even bigger legend, PR, hot off the back of an unstoppable performance, mate. You were def slamming him on the server, playing some blinding CS. Talk to me. What's going on? What have you had for breakfast, buddy?
I mean, for breakfast, I had a yogurt. Just that. I didn't have much time, to be honest. And yeah, on first map, to be honest, I was nervous. I felt like it's my first game on LAN. Yeah, I had cold hands. I was stressing, but yeah. Then I said it loud to my team. I got some support, and yeah, I bounced back on the last 2 maps. So yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine, right? That's a hell of a victory to take. It's a great game. Big win there over Heroic. It now looks like perhaps even the slightly longer run you had throughout the Swiss was even better for GamerLegion. It feels like we're really sort of ramping at the right time. This is a semi-final now for you boys. What kind of thoughts are going through your head about this? How are you processing this right now?
Yeah, as I said, I'm happy. First playoff game that we won. I mean, it's in the studio, but it doesn't matter. We never won a game in quarterfinals, so finally we broke it, and we had some, I mean, worse period. So maybe we broke it today, and yeah, maybe we will see what will happen.
And then obviously if we talk a little bit about the other game that's on your side of the bracket, Bait taking on Aurora, that's still currently underway, is there a team out of those two in particular that you'd either feel more comfortable or would like to even perhaps challenge yourselves with as a matchup? Is there one in mind?
Not really. I don't care, to be honest. We are gonna play. I mean, we never played Aurora. They are more experienced. We played Bait. We beat them every time. But yeah, I don't mind, to be honest.
Just kind of take it as it comes, no matter what the opponent is. And if it's Bait or Aurora, you're happy. You're just looking maybe perhaps for a trophy in the cabinet for GamerLegion at this point. Do you think that could be the run?
I mean, yeah, as I said, we will see what's gonna happen. But we take it game by game, and yeah, we will see.
All right, awesome. Well, it's looking really good, PR. Individually, you've been playing some blind and CS, mate. Before I let you go, obviously this is quite a big resurgence, a good event run for GamerLegion. Is there anything you want to say to your fans and to the GL fans out there that are going to be rooting for you?
Yeah, thanks for your support, guys. Thanks for watching our games. And yeah, I love you all.
There you go, PR, a beautiful man, a wonderful team taking home W's. Let's get back over to Frankie Ward on the panel.
I think Jackie made a joke there, but Dust's phone was ringing in studio again, so I didn't get to hear it. How disappointing. What did you think about what PR had to say in that interview, Striker?
Look, I'm just a proud Czech at the moment. He's just, he was just having such a good time, and obviously he was being very humble. Only yogurt for breakfast, I guess that's what gets it done. I don't know.
I don't think they're used to waking up so early. But this is actually, when I talk about waking up early in time and things like that, this is where it's going to get really difficult because these teams are playing 2 games today. If you win the quarterfinals, you're going straight into the semis. We've just found out that they're going to be playing Aurora. Aurora's won theirs. There's not a lot of time to reset. You've got 1 best of 3. It could go to it could be a very quick best of 3, and you've got to try and prepare now. That's going to be really hard for Ash and the support system at GamerLegion to try get these players back and focused.
Yeah, I mean, this is not something that these teams have to do very often, and obviously we have special circumstances that cause this to have to happen, but it's for the best kind of for everyone when you're balancing everything out, and I think that is what's very important, that you have someone like Ash who has probably kind of realized, like, hey, we need to prep for the quarterfinal, but I know that I'm going to get one of these teams, and he probably at least has some idea, you know, he'll be able to go back and look at maybe some of the film from the quarterfinals match if he needs to, but it's also one of those things where it's just like bring your own game and play the way you want to play and you should be fine.
Yeah, and this is also Aurora, so this is a team that I'm sure Ash, as much as they haven't played them, I'm sure he's had his eyes on them and he will know what they're about, what their sort of playstyle is going to be. So I don't think the prep is going to be necessarily super hard, even if, you know, from what I know, that they actually did close out the game against Bait, so that's going to be the semi-final. Another first-time matchup. It seems like we can't get enough of those.
I'll do you a favor, Ash. I haven't changed anything all year, so it should be good to go.
Cheeky Dust. Okay, we've said goodbye to Bait. Now we're saying goodbye to Heroic as well. GamerLegion is marching into the semifinals alongside Aurora. Who else will join them? We're going to find out in a little bit because the Brazilian derby is on the way. Pain up against Legacy. Don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest. Here we are getting ready to go into our next game. This is a studio event, but next year there's lots of opportunities for you to join us for the playoffs. You saw there, the Cluj tickets are now available, so go grab them so we can start the year off well. Now we're going to start off on the second semi-final, the Brazilian matchup. Legacy up against Pain. And normally when we talk about these South American teams, they're constantly playing each other in South America. We see it so often online. They've met each other so many times. Striker, these two teams have not played each other this year. This is kind of mind-blowing when you think they both come from the same country.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that this entire playoffs have all been first-time matchups effectively for the past year or so. This is another one of those, and as you say, for me, a big surprise. But then you have to think about a little bit that they don't really play locally, either of these teams, because they have enough international stuff to play. And then Legacy's only entered that cycle kind of in the last couple of months, so they haven't had that many tournaments where there was overlap, to be honest, because usually, sometimes they just take spots away from each other because they have some of these qualifiers.
The stakes are pretty high for both of these teams. Obviously a spot in the semi-finals, but there's a couple of other things on the line as well, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at a team like Pain, it's a chance to prove that they can redeem themselves, right? I mean, it's been a tough year. We mentioned Cluj. That was the one event that they actually had at the beginning of the year. They actually played very well. Top 8 finish there in that stadium. But then you look at the rest of that season, it was tough, you know, revolving door roster, stand-in situations, results weren't there. Then they finally had that magical moment at the major where they get a top 4 finish with the win over, you know, Furiel on the way, which is an incredible win. And then this season has just been a struggle. But now they have arrived. They've gone 3-0 in the groups. They're looking in really fine shape compared to what we had seen recently. And they have an opportunity now to prove that that was not a flash in the pan at Austin, that they are a team that needs to be considered.
And that's the same for Legacy, right? They're just coming off of the CAC win, so this is more their chance to confirm that that was not just a flash in the pan, right? That there's a chance for them to enter that top 10 or have a chance to fight for some of these obviously smaller titles where the elite isn't there. But I mean, to do it back to back would be crazy. So this is another chance.
There's also a really cool story here about the teacher and the students, Dust. For people that aren't paying attention, what the hell am I talking about?
So obviously Lux was a member of Pain Gaming last year and had some success alongside his in-game leader at the time, Biguzera. He was kind of the more aggressive rifler on the team. He eventually got replaced by Davideus actually, and he moved on to Legacy and reinvented himself into being an in-game leader in his own right. And he has helped bring Legacy, as you said, kind of from regional play now into the Tier 1 spotlight more often. And we have seen both of these players also play very good CS individually. For Biguzera, he always had the reputation of being a fragging IGL, struggled to keep that up this year. This event, he seems back on track. Meanwhile, Lux, look at the amount of openings he's going for on the T side, and the fact that his success rate is so high. He has really kind of added another element to Legacy's game. It's not just Dumal now that can create space, it's now himself leading by example that can give his team opportunities. And so it's really cool to see that student-teacher situation kind of happening here.
And it's not even just Lux and Pain, it's Nissim who used to be in Pain, and it's kind of like Pain and Legacy is more like, you know how the rule goes with like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon? This is more like 1 degree of Kevin Bacon, because there's also Dumal and Lotto used to play with NQZ because he used to be on that same team with them in 00 Nation, and then whatever they were called after that, Fake Natty, and eventually when it transitioned into Legacy, right? So yeah, a lot of shared history between these two teams, and I'm so that will play a factor at some point for sure.
It's that very Brazilian thing where they've all kind of stayed in the same pot. But something else that's been very Brazilian for a long time is keeping those rosters. Portuguese speaking. We've seen this change with the likes of Furia, MIBR choosing to go international for AWPers. These two teams choosing not to do that, Dust.
Yeah, these are the kind of current generation of Brazilian operas now that people like Fallen and Henny and so on have kind of passed the torch. And NQZ has been a guy who has been a prophet, in my opinion, for quite some time in Brazil as an opera, and definitely has had his moments this year with Pain where you can really see the value he brings as an opera. Very young as well. I think he's only 20 years old. Sazin, on the other hand, also only 20 years old and has way less experience than NQZ. And while he had kind of a tougher time at CAC, if we're honest, throughout the course of this year, he has proven that he is a guy that can have his moments, and he's certainly had plenty of them this tournament where he's had massive impact. He's been one of their best players so far, actually, this LAN. And so it is neat to see, as you were kind of setting up there, Sam, where you see these other teams having to go for international operas. They've stayed at home with Brazilian operas and have found impact with them.
Yeah, and QZ has definitely been rated as probably the best Brazilian opera at the moment. I don't even think the conversation is particularly close. Obviously, you know, maybe you had that moment when Fallen was still opping. Now he's not anymore, you know, so you can't even put him in that discussion. We're looking at the Veto we were just talking before. These guys have really shared map pools. I mean, effectively, Pain doesn't play Train, and then Legacy actually plays all 7, but Overpass is generally on the lower end. I'm kind of surprised that Legacy didn't go and end up going with the Overpass, but it looks like they're not even going to kind of jump on that opportunity from Pain or Legacy to take that map. So I'm just kind of curious about whether that's going to end up as a decider. I would be very surprised, to be honest, if it ended on Overpass.
I like how Pain's kind of forcing, you know, Legacy to choose. Do you really want to go there? No, you don't. So it's with them having a shared map pool, they kind of get the luxury of kind of, with them being in the first and the second ban phase, to kind of push that over to Legacy and give them the chance.
Yeah, very similar conversation as last game, where it's just kind of come down more to prep, because I think they do have very shared map pools. All 5 maps that they don't generally ban are going to be, you know, they're both having a lot of playtime on them, so it doesn't necessarily matter who's going to pick. I think it's more about whether they have something in their mind to try to exploit on the other side. Curious just to see whether why the Mirage ban went through from the Legacy side, why that was the one that they wanted to take away, because Pain's been a bit up and down on the map as well.
Very quickly before we get ready to go into game, player that you've got your eye on.
Snow.
Why?
Snow is a completely different player this tournament than he's been even just a week ago at CAC. You know, this team has not made any roster changes since they brought DGT on, but they've still struggled. And so what they have decided to do instead is look to internal change. And they have turned Snow into now their primary entry fragger besides Biguzera. Look at the amount of opening attempts this guy's going for compared to just what he was doing 6 months ago. And his success rate's actually been pretty high, and his T rating has improved, and he's playing his CT anchor spots still at a very high level. And I think I want to point this out. This guy used to be an aggressive player when he was 16 years old playing on Case and like the lower Brazilian team. When he came to this squad, he got more of a supportive role. Now he's back in the spotlight.
And the thing that it impacts is Davideus, right? I mean, he's been super aggressive in the past iteration, or I don't want to even say iteration because the lineup stayed the same. But before some of these changes went through, he was going for all the openings. He was like super aggressive kind of a guy, but he was actually making it work a lot. I mean, his success rate in that was something about 30%, which, you know, when you're talking about your most aggressive star, you really want them to take it a little bit easier and to be able to be more successful. So clearly they identified that as a problem on the T sides that I've been kind of very critical of this season, and try to solve it by moving Snow more in the more aggressive positions. What that means is Davideus has to learn a bit more of a new role, and he has to take it a little bit easier and not go for these crazy plays sometimes. But it just feels like as a whole it just is working a little bit better.
Is it a big enough fix, in your opinion?
I think it's always going to be a bit of a give and take for these two guys, to be honest, just because we've seen it time and time again on Pain, where they've made a lot of these switches actually over ever since Bigu's era, or ever since DGT came into this team earlier in this year. Instantly, they were making something like 5 changes. Even mid-tournament, they were changing spots and things like that. So, yeah.
Let's find out how this plays out. Pain up against Legacy.
Thank you very much for setting the scene, guys. We've got Pain Gaming versus Legacy, a Brazilian brawl with a few imports, Jason, but let's get into it. A T-side start for Legacy on Inferno.
A little bit of the battle for who's going to be one of the best Brazilian teams. I mean, this has been extended with some of these teams over the past 2 years, never really being able to establish themselves as the best. A good chance here to get some points of pride within the region. NQZ is going to put a stop to the progression of Sadzin, but here's the rest of the play. Up short and out halls.
Yeah, we got NQZ and Lato going blow for blow, but it's Davideus, the side of the site. Oh, the triple run is getting away with one. That Dumal takes a long time to finish his meal. And that leaves Lato in a 1v3. That smoke will actually allow him a 1v1 fight against NQZ. He just loses it. And Pain bringing the energy after a pistol round victory.
Honestly, the only reason this series like kind of has come to interest me, because I'll be honest, I completely lost interest in watching Pain. Like it was clear for a long time that peak they had at the major, getting as deep as they did, was like kind of a one-off scenario. And I've kind of just like not really been interested because I haven't thought the progression was possible until they've swapped these positions of Snow. Now all of a sudden I find this to be an incredibly exciting and interesting team to see what's the new ceiling. And you know, the early results of Snow and his performance. We casted one of their games during the group stage. Snow is a beast, especially on a map like Dust 2 where he's put into place to grab some of that initial contact. He was great for Pain. So for me, that swap has given this team a different dynamic that they haven't had for a long time.
Yeah, breathing new life into Pain Gaming. And for Legacy, off the back of a win in Shanghai just last week, a huge step. First trophy for this organization. Snow going to be playing committed down. Banana gets traded out by Nissim. Now Nissim has been a player that I think he was a big reason as to why Legacy were able to win their competition in the last tournament. Well, he's been a little bit quiet coming into Bucharest. Would love to see him start stepping up in the playoffs.
Oh, look how much pressure they've applied to allow Lux to have this kind of a lurk, this kind of a presence in CT spawn.
DGT going to be backtracking as Lux is Tech 9. We're going to win the fight against the M4. Just can't do it. Did have the chances and got a lot of damage off.
Yeah, and that tells Pain exactly what's coming, right? You know they're lining up outside the B bomb site after that, so drop another defensive smoke. You see nobody's home. So going to warn the defenders over at the A bomb site, Davideus and DGT. Hey, chill. They might be coming back to you guys. 35 seconds on the clock. No utility for the attack.
Yeah, it's going to take some misses from Pain Gaming as well here in the final 25 seconds. The setup is quite strong. DGT's low, so he could be a problem.
Well, the biggest problem is if he misses his initial shot, there's nowhere to fall back into. You kind of are standing and fighting with low HP. You do have your teammate who can turn and help out, but that'll take his gaze away from short.
Oh, he did look away. And then the player up on top of the box is Davideus, just not in a position to get a multi-kill. So he's taken out, bomb site taken, Legacy putting the plant down, and Pain Gaming have got to go for a retake. They don't have any utility for it. They have just picked up a kit.
Yeah, I don't like the way that setup actually ended up playing out. I don't think that it felt like it could have been way stronger. That one glance away from the players supposed to be watching about the wrap. That's painful. So
yeah.
Now a huge advantage over, and there's one kit on NQZ.
He had time to set up as well. Plenty of time. NQZ creeping up through short. Again, he's the man with the kit. They've got to get a move on quite quickly here. Legacy have sunk their teeth deep into the post plant. Nissim out from the apartments, catches NQZ leaping into the bomb site. Nissim steps up with a 4K, and just as I was calling him out at the start of this round, saying I want to see Nissim get involved in the playoffs, it's a great start, at least in the quarterfinals here. He's 4-1 up.
That's how it works, isn't it? As soon as you tell him they gotta perform for you, well, at least he listens. You know, that's the lovely thing.
That is true. He does listen, apparently.
Yeah, lovely trade here over in Banana. Another great trade here, following up on Sadzin. Grabbing the deep player with high HP and then finishing things off. Lovely round start to finish from Nissim to get Legacy on the board. Force buy from Pain on the other side of things. We've had a lot of this today. A lot of teams not able to convert that second round force buy. Well, I mean, you know, it's happened a few times. It was only the two teams in the first series of the day, the quarterfinals. Now these two squads, Pain and Legacy, on the side of the bracket with Liquid Saw is the alternate quarterfinal on the B stream. The winner of this will take on the winner of that.
Yeah, I think Saw's been a bit of a surprise of this tournament coming into the event.
I said it last night talking to Yanko. I was like, Team Liquid's obviously the favorite, and by name value and you know, kind of by watching them, we're going to go into that series with them as the better team, but Saw is actually like the perfect trap opponent. I feel like that's such a sneaky trap opponent, and Liquid's a team that has historically been susceptible with various lineups over the years of falling prey to those teams.
Well, that's going over on the other stream. And if you're just tuning in today, there is plenty of Counter-Strike action coming your way. 4 quarterfinals, we're halfway through them. And now you get into the 2 semifinals at the end of the day as well. 35 seconds on the clock. And Legacy gathering at B.
That smoke is going to fade right around 19 seconds. So once it fades and Legacy call for the hit, it's going to have to be very efficient. Not a lot of time to fix anything that goes wrong, that goes awry, but the pop flash through the smoke completely wrecks Snow. Didn't expect it whatsoever, and Big Uzera's locked out. So it's going to be time for him to back away and save. You have armor, you have 2 MP9s, some upgraded pistols, and you can bring all those to bear in the next round as well. But Legacy take a very slow-paced round into a victory.
Yeah, at least you'll have some weapons to challenge within the next round, but Legacy getting into the series now. The worrying thing about this series for me is for Pain is the fact that, you know, Legacy get to pick Inferno, but Pain pick into Dust 2, and that's been a map that Legacy have shown a willingness to play, and honestly, with Sadzin playing the way he is at the moment, they are a really deadly Dust 2 team. So,
I mean, I just made the point that I think Snow, with the kind of like, that was the map for me that like was the most indicative of
the way he was taking short.
Yeah, the different responsibilities that he's going to have, and he was the point man jumping up on Xbox, helping clear out short, pushing those aggressions back. Same with the double doors. He was really, really good in that role. He looked absolutely excellent. I think that was against Bait that he pretty much embarrassed the day after they had an upset win. So
yeah,
was cool to see.
Well, conversations being had over in Pain, and right now they don't have a whole lot. Obviously, they just have those saved weapons. Just figuring out what they could do with it. Gonna start with. Actually, it looked like we were gonna start with 3 players towards A, but NQZ just going back to get some utility. So no traps being laid, no stacks, just a standard setup right here for Pain Gaming, and the standard setup with no standard utility. So
I think both these teams, it's going to be fun to watch the CT side. I feel like both these teams can, I know Legacy can pick up the pace, but I feel like both of these teams, especially from what we saw from Pain the other day, play pretty slow-paced T-sides, right? Like they run the clock down a little bit. Around like this, they're going to try and apply some pressure to bait out utility. And get some freebies and great damage with the MAC-10. But once the guns come out, I feel like T-sides are going to be a little bit slower paced, a little bit longer lasting. So interested to see how the various defenses actually handle that.
I do like I do like Legacy CT side. I think Dumao and Lato can be a real scary combo on that B-bomb site.
Yeah, I think we all know that by now. I think we've seen that enough times. We're like, okay, these guys are good. They finally arrived. Pain going to take the intelligent decision not to feed over any kills. And again, with these armor without helmet, easy upgrades if it hasn't been damaged. Can help your money moving forward into the next round. But Nissim's going to have an early challenge and might be able to just sneakily kill NQZ if he pops his head up. That one's actually watching for the Halls play, but I don't think Nissim on the other side, if he has to actually come out Halls to take any of these weapons away, he's not super motivated for that. potentially passing over an AK-47.
Another cool story that I really like about this game is
Go
the
on,
fact
then.
that Lux is getting to sort of in-game lead against his former team. He left them in January 2025. He was with them for 2 years. And he's getting the call against his former in-game leader, having just won a trophy as an in-game leader himself. So I think it's probably a pretty cool experience for Lux.
The student has become the master.
Yeah. And if he beats him today, I mean, that's gotta feel amazing.
Yeah, it would feel great for Lux for sure. Probably less so for Big Uzera.
Yeah. It's going to suck for him.
It's going to be really awful for him.
Well, Enki's, he's got the AWP out. You've got MP9 still here. Davideus, DGT rocking them with FAMAS for Big Uzera.
Look what it's done to the cash flow, though. DGT has 2,600 left up. Davideus has 2,700. So, yeah, weaker weapons, but taking that risk that if you win this round, you all of a sudden are rich as hell with free upgrades. And if you lose, you have the money to replenish a buy. Smoke broken open. Snow goes down for free. Good find early on.
Yeah, commitment now for Legacy. Steamrolling towards Big Uzera. He's only got the FAMAS. Can he slow him down? No. Doomao destroys them and moves into the site. NATO follow up, and Legacy have B. It's got to be a save here for Pain.
Yeah, not going to be a slow round when you get that kind of a kill on Snow and you pick up the pace and find the second one essentially without any real work being put in. So another round, Pain's just going to have to back off and save. That's tons of rounds. It feels, I mean, tons of rounds relative to the 5 that have been played now.
Yes.
Where the B bomb site has kind of just been battered down in the initial engagements.
Yeah, definitely tendency to hit the B bomb site early here from Legacy, and going to be holding on to the lead.
It makes sense on Inferno, right? In this early going where you have all the advantages of extra utility because you have the extra cash. That's where you can gain the most ground and the most advantage due to that.
Right. So, but now there's a great buffer here for Legacy to kick off the quarterfinals. We got 4-1 up on the T side already. This is where that extra cash you mentioned at the start of this round comes into play as well. Pain can obviously buy and drop those weapons over to Big Uzera and Snow and bolster the purchase going into the next. But Nissim, he could cause a couple of problems if he can find some extra kills here at the end. I mean, very likely the player to go down is Davideus. He's going to hide on the balcony. The Satsing goes to the arches. It's an extra kill here on DGT. So one extra taken away right at the end there.
Everything counts, but now that extra cash flow comes into play. MP9 is passed over to Big Uzera. Still plenty of money in the bank for Pain despite the sequence of losses. And even behind this buy, they've got another. So despite all these early losses, because it's been so convincing for Legacy on one side of the map, the other side of the map hasn't had to risk their weapons. So Economy's still chugging along because they haven't had to reinvest a whole lot.
And not a whole lot of hunts from Legacy.
Yeah. Well, it's harder to be motivated for the hunt when 3 players are alive and they've already had their 30 seconds to set up and get situated in pit.
That's true. Look at the grenade damage down here. Doomao down to 59, 50 for Lux, 46 for Lato. Heavy utility damage from Pain. Actually going to discourage Legacy from hanging around, Banana. You don't want to take any further damage. Maybe there's a little pool of nades dropped over. You don't know for sure. Doomao stays committed to at least showing some presence there, but he's going to fall away and join up with the rest of his teammates. We talked about a lot of the B bomb site hits. The back to your buy round and Legacy thinking about A at the moment. Could drift away from that at any point, and that's what they're doing. They're dropping on down out of the apartments.
Yeah, but that smoke on left side mid is, we'll see how nervous it makes Pain Gaming. I mean, DGT was playing behind it, but now he's drifted back towards Library. A follow-up smoke is going to come in to show that they want to split towards CT spawn. So for DGT, it's likely to keep him frozen here, although steps through and sees nobody home. Now he's getting the call, but does he feel comfortable enough to rotate to the B bomb site?
This is going to come through this. Doomao again, up first through the fire though. Snow is going to have no problem in melting Doomao away. It's Big Uzera's turn as he goes out into the open, and Lux this time trading out. So a 3v3, look at the amount of damage done to these players. It's easy for DGT to commit one as he goes straight through that smoke with bullets. It's now Lato putting the bomb down behind the fountain.
Bomb plant and any extra kills are going to be huge for the T side.
Yeah, but can they win this? That's the question. Doesn't look likely now with Lato falling. It's on this 20 HP. Let's see what extra damage you can get out on the way here.
There's no play to make for Nissim.
Once they get the info, it's going to be a kill on towards Nissim. Doesn't get an extra kill. Legacy get the bomb plant, they get 2 kills, but finally Pain with some stopping power, at least thinning out the herd on the initial attack.
Yeah, and actually they put a stop to this where there's still plenty of time to have a really, really good CT side. I mean, I like you're kind of, you know, it was pardon the pun here, but it was painful for them to like have to save all of those rounds, right?
Yeah.
Like to actually just give them up. But the fact that you've done it, now you get to reap that reward because out of one victory, your money's much stronger than in theory it should be because you've been able to actually stockpile a little bit along the way. As long as they can continue to keep winning, because there's a lot of money built up for Legacy. There's 7,000 left on Lux after the buy, 4,000 on Sadzin after he picks up the AWP. So Legacy is rich. These teams are going to have to grind the opposition's money down. Early nades deep in Banana does no damage. This time Legacy stay passive, stay outside of the choke point. This is actually a sick timing. He's going to beat the rotation back from the B bomb site.
Sadzin, drop back, and misses the shot. It was right there for him, right there for grabs. But
yeah, it's a great idea. Bummer that you missed out on the opportunity, but it's also opened up Lux, who's like, okay, well, now it's my turn to shift forward. They actually have a further step than this Pain defense expects, but a good peek from Davideus traded off. 2 players wrap side. Big Uzera is going to try and hustle into the bomb site, but the A bomb site's in trouble.
Oh, looked like DGT might have got caught moving, but Big Uzera has committed towards default. Sees the barrel, but he's been spotted as well. Lato carves out Big Uzera from the defenses, and the site has been taken. And with that Moto smoke still up, it gives Legacy all the time in the world to put the bomb down and get into good post-plant positions.
Yeah, 2 players, including the AWP, entrenched in pit. And they will have eyes on this retake and eyes on this flank where Snow is coming. Now, there's 2 Molotovs to utilize, so it's not going to be so easy. Sadzin with no defensive smoke should get forced out of this position.
Yep, off the left side he goes now, waiting for that balcony peek. Hasn't come through. Molotov's going to force Sadzin to change his position. Now Nissim and Sadzin are doubled up in the mini pit. Nissim can keep his head down. Sadzin can act as the only player that's here and allow Nissim some impact later into the round. Sadzin still around, still kicking, but missing shots, so it's on Nissim now to deliver because he's alone in Snow. How does he get both?
Oh,
that is so ridiculous, but the time is so close and just about 0.2 seconds left on that defuse. They just about win it here for Pain.
Sadzin's looking down the line right now saying, that's my fault, guys. That should have been a win every day of the week. Misses the opening shot on that pick after he catches the nice timing up in halls. And then down the stretch in pit, misses 2 shots on Snow, who's about to exit the halls to go for these kills. He could have won the round a couple of times and missed opportunities, missed op shots. Seals their fate.
Yeah, that's the thing about Sadzin, right? He can be the player that wins you so many rounds, but also will lose you rounds in these series with the missed shots that he has. A little bit inconsistent as an AWPer. He's been having a good event, but yeah, that's a round that really falls to him. It's Doom out, going up towards top Banana. Big Uzera around the side of the car. It's going to be an opener from the Brazilian in-game leader as Doom is dead first.
He's hoping for that boost. He's got it. Good spam, misses the shot off the mark. An advantage held by the Pain Gaming defense, but Big Uzera brought low NQZ at about half HP, and Legacy's quickly going to wheel themselves back towards the A bomb site. Smoke for left mid. They want to hit this quick.
Yeah, Davideus just moved forward under the porch. Was that smoke is still up? It doesn't allow this crossfire, but certainly a lot of impact with 1 kill through the smoke. Nissim realizes there's a gap. He gets forward. Oh, a second as well from Nissim. This one to the head of DGT. And a missed shot from NQZ Sniper this time. Both Brazilian AWPers failing to connect shots.
Damn. Legacy just picked up the pace. As soon as they saw that opportunity, it's a very convincing hit. There was no second guessing. Once Lux said the A bomb site's the target, they've cracked in and Pain yet again have to take that unenviable position of sitting this round out. It's so convincing, so fast after the B pressure. They don't feel like they can get over in time.
You know, at least saving 3 players will continuously allow you to purchase. We will see a buy again for Pain in the next. No hunt really being sent out at the moment. They're a long way off of this. They're still anticipating Pain could even go for it. But I think they're starting to realize now that isn't happening. So Sadzin starting to clear out, looking to see if there's anybody set up for some exits. He'll go on a bit of a hunt, an excursion himself away from the bomb site as that blast will go off. It's massive these days. They are going to force the T's deeper in towards CT spawn, but no one from Pain Gaming there to capitalize on any exits. So they will save 2 AK-47s and AWP. Nissim is the player to deliver the round win this time.
Yeah, very good game out of Nissim so far. He also had the quad kill in the second round after losing the pistol.
Yeah, 2 rounds won by Nissim.
I mean, that's where the majority of his kills come from. He's got 7 total as well, so there we are. 5-3. T-side looking good so far for Legacy. Pain CT side looking all right as well. It's not like they're getting battered or run down. They have a fight back. Just a convincing call in the previous round for Legacy. And importantly, because of the money they've been able to preserve, they're still fighting back. Despite like some of these streaks that Legacy's been on, haven't had to see a whole lot of like full-blown saves at a Pain. Every round's been competitive. So you have to love that if you're Pain. It's obviously unfortunate that you're not able to convert more of those, but the fact that you're not just getting destroyed and sent back to just pistols, you're able to fight for every round. Look how much money is still left in the bank. They've done a lovely job.
It's a very cinematic camera angle, isn't it, of that chicken, Jason?
Yeah, it is.
Depth of field, looking good.
That chicken looks like way more high def than most chickens I usually see.
Yeah, that's true.
What happened there?
I think they had a cinematic lens on it, Jason.
Gotcha.
Yeah, great cinematography here at PGL. We've got Doom out, dropping down into the underpass. A little bit of a burnage going on. Davideus, whoop, get out of there. Doesn't want to be boiled alive. He's going to go up on top of the porch instead. There's a lot of players up there, actually. You don't see this all that often, do you? 3 players towards porch. 1 player out long. A 4-man stack on A for Pain.
Yeah, defensive setup that's designed to stop those kind of like grouped up Legacy, like the barrels up mid that they just had in the previous round and the mid round. If you ever come back, you take Banana. If you try and come back with that kind of quickness and pace, this stack is there to deny you access.
Here goes Lato. Oh my goodness.
It doesn't work?
Yeah, it doesn't work at all. Instantly destroyed. Flashes are effective. Bullets even better. Legacy, at least a player has been dropped from the T side. It's NQZ to keep things interesting, but just as they've moved off, Snow came off B, the Legacy team bail out and go back to the B bomb side.
And Dumao is always holding on to the top of Banana, so now as they rotate back, he's like, yeah, we got it, guys. Let's just start moving in. He'll take the first step. They actually keep CT spawn unsmoked. They want to block off coffins. So the cross was available to be harassed, but nobody home for Pain as they all shifted to control the A bomb site if that hit continued. You might have to back away from this. TGT isn't going to budge. So another round of saving.
That is Inferno.
I know. I wish Inferno would kind of do me some favors. I feel like I'm trying to stick up for it all the time.
Oh yeah.
And you really can't argue with, you know, with the whole massive amounts of saving going on.
No, they're just the way it's set up. You do end up with just those B bomb site defenders die or A players go down. Instant save call. 6-3 for Legacy's T side on Inferno, looking very good. It's been a team effort as well. You know, Nissim's won a couple of rounds for you. Dumao and Lato haven't really needed to chime in a whole lot, but
haven't had any complete rounds. I've had a couple important kills between the two of them.
But I think that's good enough. Like, you know, on Inferno, that, like you just said about the saving, that's how it works. You can see how low kill count. Like, there's not a lot of fragging going on.
No, there isn't. I mean, really, it's kind of like 2 frags have decided a lot of these rounds, and then Pain's gone. They're like, oh, the B defenders are down, and that happened in 5 seconds, so I'm out of here.
So the impact moments aren't these like big sequences or clutches or post plans. They're very much the impact is you find a kill that's so decisive that the round's over it. And we've got NQZ peeking out from top car, and he's going to fall away.
Nice nade damage, though, on the exit. Great job. Lands straight onto Dumao and Sadzin, both of them down to 52 apiece. I think the logic of that, too, is like, okay, well, we can't let them just have Banana now, because now they've kind of used it as a late-round audible, a second option that they fell into. And now it's difficult to handle, so let's at least get the op to come over, deny that access, make them a little bit nervous about challenging. Unfortunately, with that piece of information, Legacy has picked up the pace on wrapping around. They've beat Snow's rotation back to the bomb site.
Snow and DGT holding on for Pain. Couple of important kills, but Lux, oh, again, it's Nissim.
Dude, he's a monster.
Those are the impact frags coming out from Nissim again. Out of the balcony, 9-3 right now in Inferno. He is carving up Pain Gaming.
And you're going to save again with these 2 weapons. The AWP has no interest in coming over and trying to retake the bomb site, and without him, there's no point for Big Uzero to check it. So this defensive Pain is getting beat so efficiently at the point of contact. that they haven't been able to even consider retaking a site.
Yeah, this is brutal. Absolutely brutal at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny because like 3 rounds ago, I was like describing it as a positive, like, oh, they've managed to save some of these, that's why their economy's so strong. But now it's just kind of like, yeah,
you gotta win with those buys.
Yeah,
though,
if you don't take advantage of that kind of, if you don't actually get the positive end of that, then we're just like, ooh, you just actually aren't fighting for anything at all.
Yep, you're just getting absolutely wrecked. Fantastic work from Nissim. He's had a real tough tournament here compared to what he was having out in Shanghai. Really good to see him show up here in the playoffs.
You got to say, too, this is like a beautiful place for Legacy to be in terms of, like, Lux is having a field day as the IGL, right? Everything on this map is available. You've beat him at the B bomb site. You've beat him at the A bomb site. You've beat him with lurks, with wraps.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like worried about Dust 2. Even though we have, Pain have looked good on it, Snow's looked good on it. Like, I do worry for Pain Gaming that if they lose Inferno in the fashion that they are right now and they don't get into this, there's a world in which Legacy just go on, have a great game on Dust 2, start T side.
Very possible, yeah.
Lux is fantastic as well on that map, and there's just so many signs to me that Legacy could 2-0 this today.
Well, I think what's the most impressive is, as we described a number of times, Legacy has this kind of a lead and this kind of a run up against buys. Like they haven't had an easy round against pistols. They haven't had like, oh, I'll just buy a Mac 10 and rush B and steamroll everyone. This has been against the op frequently. NQZ saved it plenty. 6-1, and you're 3-7 down. Like, it's kind of actually insane now that I say the numbers out loud.
Yeah, it doesn't make, you look at that without the scoreboard, and it's hard to know who's winning.
It's weird, like on some level, NQZ probably feels like he hasn't even played the game all that much, Like they're not even, because Legacy takes over the bomb site so fast, he's like, I actually don't get a chance to have impact in most of these rounds.
And honestly, when he has had those moments to make the difference, he has had a couple of missed shots as well. Frustrating, I'm sure. Alright, no one has gone down in Banana, but it could happen here for Big Uzera. He gets naded. Over the top is Dumao, and Big Uzera holds on.
Another gift given over. Legacy maybe trying to be too cute around this smoke, and now they've lost a pair, but for Pain, it's just a sigh of relief. Finally, they get to play with the advantage. Finally, they're not getting pulled around the map, unaware of where to head. It's them who can be comfortable and confident in their setup because it's a 5-on-3. Now, Big Uzera and Snow have been tagged down. Low on HP, so one clean opening fight, and we know Legacy's going to come right through this.
Yeah, smoke into a spawn utility going to be trickling in, and you've just watched Big Uzera make his way to Dark, so it's a strong setup in the bomb site. It should be really tough to break both players open without taking one casualty at least. The flashes are good, and Nissim again with an important kill. Big Uzera pinned at Dark. They're going to get him, so they don't actually lose a single player on the take of the B bomb site, but 10 seconds left. Lato through the smoke. Once again, Legacy are back in a better position, and this would be an absolute nightmare. You talked about NQZ feeling like he can't get into the game. Well, now he has to throw himself into the round. His teammate making next contact through Banana. Nissim whiffs for what feels like the first time on the map. So it falls onto Lato for a big moment. And NQZ will strike with his 5-7.
Oh.
Nissim's won them a few rounds here, so we won't give him too much, but he definitely needed that kill when the opportunity presented itself.
It's a very confident position up on top of the boxes, right? You're also managing 3 different angles, so he's up there in case the AWP tries to actually push past coffins, but it's a little bit unwieldy for most of the other fights, especially the one coming from Banana. And nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, overexposed up on top of it, but really, these 2 deaths is the round maybe getting away from Legacy, trying to slide through, not the burst deal, but then trying to spam down through the smoke, giving away your position.
Let's be real, that should have been a far more comfortable finish for Pain Gaming, but things get awkward when the flashes come into the B bomb site there.
I mean, also, I'll say in the 3-on-2, it probably should have been a win for Legacy once they crack in and get that kill through smoke. So that round went really back and forth, both teams having advantages at various points.
So important that Pain wrestled for the round win, though. Keeps them in this first half. They can actually leave with 5 rounds on the CT side, which wouldn't be bad whatsoever. Big Uzera getting tagged up. He's 16 HP. Doesn't want to be stuck around there while a nade comes flying over the top. So he's just going to retreat. In fact, Big Uzera is going to rotate over towards A.
In 9 of the 11 rounds played, the bomb has been planted. 3 defuses, 6 bomb explosions.
Tells you how convincing this has been.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, as we've known and watched, so many saves just because those bomb sites just can't even be attempted at a retake. But Legacy have just had access to the bomb plant whenever they've wanted it. The only 2 rounds that didn't have the bomb plants are the pistol and the second round. Into the B bomb site we go yet again, but 2 smokes over towards coffins. 1 not in place in CT spawn just yet.
We've got Snow touching the fire. Not a big fan of that. Drops it behind the smoke, and Legacy have populated the B bomb site. It's going to be a heavy retake scenario to round out this first half.
Yeah, and there's going to actually be a lot of pressure on Legacy because they double smoke towards coffins. They have no more smoke now, and they have to create the safety for the bomb plant. That's a risk with 15 seconds on the clock, but he gets away with it.
Parkour with a C4, and he's got away over towards coffins. And we've got a lot of damaged players for Pain Gaming trying to get back in on this retake. Sadzin's cut off Banana. That cannot be an access point right now. You've got to rely on Snow coming back through the coffins, and he's really trying. But they're paranoid, and then Sadzin, what are you doing? Giving up his life in Banana. That's an opening that allows Pain back into this, and Snow's now moved forward. Lato still fighting on, Lux beside him, and now it's all on Lux. The 1v2, there's the quick kill on Big Ozera, and QC falls next. And the in-game leader of Lux able to secure it at the end here for Legacy. Sadzin does his best to get it right back there to Pain.
Yeah, he does his Monacy impression, but they're able to kind of anti-Falcons the rest of the rounds.
Woo!
Yeah, important save for Legacy. That would have been heartbreaking going into the second half, having 2 post-plant advantages at the B bomb site both go away from you, but an incredible performance on T-side Inferno. That's going to be really, really hard for Pain to match that kind of proficiency. So we switched sides at halftime. A very low-scoring affair with all the saves that Pain was forced to make. For the Legacy side of things, Nissim was the star player. Got them off to the good start in the second round, quad kill with the Tech 9, and he was a force to be reckoned with throughout the entire half. We didn't get to see it. I actually want to know what Sadzin did to move from the car. What's up with Oppers in that position, like being like, all you have to do is watch the long angle down Banana.
Boring, Jason. It's so boring.
What is up with the Oppers these days?
TikTok brain.
What the weapon is made for.
Yeah, well, regardless, Lux saves the day. 8 rounds to play with going into the second half here for Legacy. A pistol round victory, and they are absolutely in pole position to take this map. And I'm all for it. I'm enjoying this Legacy run that we are seeing over the last few weeks.
Legacy's just like overall, just straight up, not even just this run. They're just a fun team to watch. And I think hopefully as they are able to string more of these kinds of runs together, we see them get invited to compete against the big boys, and then we'll see what they really got.
Yeah. Lux really starting to show up as an in-game leader. Frag an in-game leader as well. Nissim on the boost. And good night, Big Ozera. Nissim fall off. Oh my god, he should have fallen up, but he actually got a second headshot somehow. And then Lato and Lux have a combo on the double, but NQZ has some fight left in him.
Yeah, boys, don't give him this. Come on, Dumao. That's a swing that's maybe a bit too much. Lux had gone down inside the bomb site. 2-on-1. There's a minute and 10 seconds to play with.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration perhaps for Dumao. Low kill game for him. He wants to get himself into the fight, but they're going to walk forward. They haven't checked him. They're not looking at him. There's a world in which NQZ can get another one here. They're separated. He's running a bullet. Run him down on the reload. And NQZ, oh, it's going to be so frustrating, heartbreaking, having to take the reload as they run him down.
Yeah, he never wanted to reload because he wanted to make them feel like he left the B bomb site, like there was that window where he could have slid back to Banana and then make them panic a little bit. Just running out of bullets, almost putting together a decent scenario. Some nice shots from the 1v4 to get into the 1v2. I can't believe Nissim gets the second kill. I can't believe Lux survived as long as he did, overturned first oranges. But just another lovely pistol round for Legacy. And a 5-round lead now here on Inferno.
All right, let's see if Pain can bounce back with his force buy. It's not a pretty one. You know, you're all on Tech 9. She didn't get the extra cash flowing. And they're going to start flowing out of the balcony. But Nissim, this is his domain, and it's a 3K. No getting past Nissim in the apartments. And Pain Gaming evicted. 10 rounds for Legacy. No money in the bank for Pain. It's likely to be... Oh, my God. All right, nice and easy there for Nissim in the end. He just walks in, knife out.
Yeah.
Well, then.
What's up? What you got?
It's not pretty, is it, for Pain?
No, it's not.
It's actually quite ugly.
Yeah, they're getting battered now. This went from like, you know, you managed to stick in it despite all the struggles that you've gone through. You've actually done some cool things with the saves early on in that first half to stay alive and keep fighting and have so many gun rounds. But it becomes a negative when you look at how many of those gun rounds just went the other way. That Legacy was still able to come out on top of, despite the fact that you had all the money, all the resources, and all the weapons you needed. Second timeout called by Legacy at this point with a 10-4 lead. Nothing strategic. Maybe you're trying to make Pain feel really, really crappy about the situation they're in, looking up at the scoreboard, let them stew in it a bit, but also just trying to make sure the guys are staying focused. Plenty of conversations would have been had within the Legacy team and organization about how to handle yourselves when you have this kind of a lead. You're approaching the W.
A moment to breathe. A little bit of silence, Jason.
Yeah, time for all of us to relax and chill.
It's about to get loud again, though, as we head into round 15. Not going to be fearsome sounds, though, as Pain Gaming only have little Glocks and a Deagle. Should be 11 without issue for Legacy. Are you on board with me in terms of if Legacy do close this out, say 13-4,
sure.
Dust 2 up is the next map? Like, it does feel like that world of a 2-0 is actually pretty likely.
The only thing holding me back from just kind of buying it, I mean, look, I buy into the possibility and the potential for it, but I'm mentally staying away from buying into it because I want to watch Snow. I want to watch Pain and I want to watch Snow. And on some level, I'm kind of more like, you know, even if Pain don't win that, I want to see the signs that this change of roles for Snow and the new position he's in is having impact and is giving them some different and better looks.
Doom out. He's like, please, can I get some kills now? I've been waiting all map long. Can I just get a few? And yeah, you're allowed a couple. Up to 5. Blasted away by NQZ.
Sitting there in his bare feet.
Yeah, his toes curling at the idea of getting a kill in bottom middle.
Someone in the green room yesterday tried to tell me that it was having bare feet on the stage when you lift a trophy is grosser than bare feet on an airplane. And that's a terrible take.
Does it affect more people though, Jason? Yes, it does, because, you know, thousands of people at home have to see it. Whereas on an aeroplane, it's only the 2 people sitting beside you.
How many of those thousands of people like it?
That's true. How many? But you don't know about the airplane situation. I can tell you though.
That's a fair point. Okay, we go either way on this one.
I don't like bare feet on the airplane.
Okay, yeah, no, nobody does.
Especially when they put their feet up on the chair beside you when you're trying to eat your snack. That happened to me in India. Not pleasant. Snow,
not pleasant.
Waiting for the apartments push. This is it for Pain. You know, you got to show us something here.
I mean, you got to show yourself something here.
Yeah, true.
Forget about us. You got to show yourselves that you can win around and start coming back into this. There we go. Good, 2 good openings. Sadson with the op can try and recover this. Needs to nail it off the rip.
It's still going to be really tough. His teammate rotating in. He's blinded. That should be it, realistically.
Yeah, save.
Save call. Get out of there. Run back to the B-bomb site.
A taste of your own medicine, perhaps.
The save simulator opens up again. Sadson has a green knife, and he's called it the Booger Blade.
The Booger Blade.
I like that. Let us know what you guys have got. You know, there's a big fire sale on at the moment, Jason. It's a Halloween special.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, you can buy all. I was watching these videos of like the Chinese traders just spamming trade ups, just thousands of butterfly knives entering the market now, Jason. You know,
I went to go do that to get my 5 red upgrade.
I remember you tried that, yeah.
And they changed what? You have to do like 10 blues to get the reds, or 10...
No, 10 pinks.
10 pinks to get the red, and it takes 10 blues to get a pink.
No, it takes 10 purples to get a pink.
I mean, whatever the colors are, it takes 10. I gotta go, like,
yes.
There's too much going on. I gotta go like way far down.
5 coverts to get a knife.
I have to like upgrade everything from the full basic items. So that's gonna be like an hour of my day.
It's gonna take you that long. If you want, I can come over to your room and do it for you, Jason. If you want.
No, they took the PCs out today, Dinko. We don't got them anymore.
That's true. We got a Steam Deck, though.
I do have a Steam Deck, but that would take even longer.
It would. All right, well, there's the first step. Although, like we've been saying, you know, if you get the 3-man save going, you still have a really good buy in the next round. So Legacy Still a great opportunity here to grab map point on Inferno.
Still huge advantages. There's no panic at this point, right?
No.
There's no concern, no worries just yet. And they have that same effect that Pain has where, yeah, it sucks to have to actually save the round, but 3 players survive. You still get to build up some money, drop some weapons, and they had enough in the bank to help sustain some of this as well. So they're doing okay. Aggressive in the halls again. Flick is not there. NQZ never expected it. Nissim, does he want to fall back? Feels like he can't get away. Well done from Snow. A double kill.
Okay, now this is making me excited about Dust 2. Snow showing something here on the T side, ripping them apart in the apartments. A nice shot though from Sadzin keeps this one on the table for Legacy.
And the bomb is so far back that there's time. This smoke is going to fade before it arrives. Another one to replenish. But still plenty of time for the third player to come over, and Legacy is going to feel like they can actually line up to go for this because they're going to be in position to challenge as soon as the bomb is planted.
Yeah, Dumal's worried he's holding that utility, but he's worried he might just get caught by someone running through the smoke. There's the plant coming through. Now the utility goes forward. Snow is now committed to the bomb site. And Legacy going to take their time, putting themselves in position. Those final pieces of utility from Pain being tossed out. Still smokes available,
Honestly,
one flash.
They might, oh, they're going to go for it.
They're going to charge right through into the bomb site. That smoke is up. It's cleared now. Damage done. Snow finished off. DGT with an important kill as time is ticking on. That fuse is running thin, but it's Big Uzera for the clutch. Smoke is up. Sadzin protects the defusal, and it is 12. Legacy up to map point on Inferno. Pain Gaming at breaking point.
Yeah, what a beast. What a beast mode round from Sadzin. That's perfect. The pathing with that smoke to jump up on the box. Snow not seeing it coming. A Molotov in place by the default plant boxes to prevent Snow from peeking wide on that smoke to hold them contained. Everything really planned out very, very well. 12-5 lead. B-Stream. Ancient is over. A 13-4 win for Saw. So trap effect not coming in yet.
The Liquid one, 13-4.
What did I say?
You said Saw.
Oh, my bad. I was looking at their logo and, yeah.
It's all good.
Liquid wins 13-4.
Be happy. It's a Liquid win,
I am
Jason.
happy. I acknowledged it in my brain. My mouth just said the wrong thing.
It's okay. Hey, Legacy about to get the win here, though. There was a 13-4 for Team Liquid. Could be a 13-5 here for Legacy.
We have so much in common.
We got a whole extra round. Maybe we even get overtime. That would be something.
That would be an incredible comeback if we could. 7 straight, yeah.
Well, Sadzin, he's going to wear it short. And there's actually the other AWPer on the other side, NQZ. And that's a very slow peek around the corner there from Sadzin. Shows him a little bit too much. NQZ's happy with that, though.
Yeah, very happy. I don't even think Sadzin saw him on the screen, so NQZ's like, yeah, I've been in that position as an AWPer. That angle kind of sucks. I'll take the kill. Back to the B-bomb site we go. Dumao in position. Lado with supportive flashbang set up as soon as contact or noise is made.
Yeah, this is that combo I was talking about. The Dumao Lato B-bomb site defensive squad.
Yeah, but the timing's got to be perfect.
Oh my god, the flash ain't perfect though. Dumao, it's a team kill though, so I think they'll be happy enough with that.
30 seconds, they can go elsewhere. Molotov and smoke is out. Luck's going to wait for Lado to shoot before swinging.
Oh my god, they're not looking at him now. He can actually catch this. Goes out to the open. There's an instant trade from Davideus, but Lato at new box, not going to check him. Oh, he misses it. Oh, Lato, that is lackluster. Bomb plant put down and round confirmed.
Yeah, that would have been great. Getting that kill, and you could have bought some time playing, forced them to chase you down in an awkward fight. Maybe you can win another one, but you don't see Lado miss a spray like that all too often. I wonder if there's like an impact in the game where because there were so many saves for Pain early on that like Lado and you mentioned it earlier when Dumao was hunting down some eco kills, like we haven't had to say his name a whole lot. So many saves in the first half, maybe they just never felt like they actually got into the groove of the game. No big deal as they're still up 12-6.
Terrorists win.
Poor chicken.
It's worse ways to go out. That was quick.
It was quick.
Merciful. And a blast. Well, a lot of money built up, obviously, for a lot of these legacy players. Still get a really solid buy. AWP present for Sadzin. M4 was coming out across the board. Not going to feel too worried yet. You know, you still have so many opportunities to round this one out. Smoke down middle. Got to be worried about that if you're paying gaming. Could be some CT aggression thrown in.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of it yet, so maybe they're thinking could push down. They're still very passive on T-ramp, way deep behind it, just supporting Big Uzera from far away.
Big Uzera, oh, here's that random jump from Satsin towards the car, and actually Big Uzera eating a grenade.
Doesn't matter against the AWP though.
Does with the wall bang.
See nothing yet. There's the flashbang, takes the blind shot, backs away. So Big Uzera's helped get banana control. Nissim has gone down in the meanwhile during that exchange. So 2 defenders at the A bomb site. It's Lato inside the bomb site. It's Lux over in pit. And all 5 players here from Pain.
All right, Lato, Lux to step up to try and close this map out for Legacy. Here come Pain Gaming, breaking down the door. It's Lato gone, Lux from the pit. Strikes on the snow, gets back into the cover, shrouds himself in the smoke. And a grenade to clear that smoke away. And he'll actually headbutt it and then get wallbanged by NQZ. Quite the combo to break down Lux, and the save call already made for Legacy.
Pain's doing a very similar thing to Legacy on this T side, and I mean it's kind of towards the other bomb site where Legacy was able to crack into the B bomb site so efficiently. Pain has had no issues behind snow mostly to just march in towards the halls, get a double kill, and essentially make Legacy save right out of the gate. Once again, they just rinse the bomb site, and a 7th round now found for Pain as they extend this opening map of the series.
DGT on the hunt as well, trying to take everything away. It would be devastating to lose the AWP and M4 here for Legacy. They're all close by, but Mercy seems to be, given on over, and they will be able to save those 2 weapons over. So 12-7, still a long way off, but like you said, they are doing what Legacy were doing in the first half. So it's not out of the realms of possibility that if this continues, Pain Gaming could find themselves in overtime. It's very unlikely.
Very unlikely.
And they're going to take a timeout to make sure that it doesn't happen here.
It's one of those leads where you feel like, Legacy can kind of luck themselves into one round of just good fortune, one round where just one bullet goes sideways through a smoke and you get an extra kill that you didn't deserve, and that could just be the end of it. However, 3rd and final timeout means if Pain continue snowballing this into just huge momentum, there's no more ability for Legacy to pause and take a breath and to kind of assess the situation. Finally, that money is ground down to a point where Legacy don't have the motivation to invest. Op and M4 on Sadzin and Dumao, but pistols aside from that.
Three players are waiting around the corner here for Legacy. This is what they want. Come towards the bomb site that has the rifle, that has 2 players extra. Not exactly the best weapons, though. You've got a little USP and a 5-7 out towards CT, but Utility can make this messy. If Dumao can do his job effectively, and out from the fountain, it's damage being done. Low HP, Dumao's got the double. Dumao and Lato delivering here on the B bomb site, and this might be enough to just round it out for Legacy. It's got to be Snow and NQZ to try and save the day. Snow slipped through the smoke, but he's been spotted, he's been tagged, and they know exactly where he is. Satsin misses the shot. Will that cost him?
Very well could. Remember, it's still only Dumao with an M4. The other 2 are just pistols, so Dumao still has a huge role to play.
They've been given a golden opportunity, but Satsin unable to take it. A Dumao boost is a wonderful idea. 35 seconds. They construct the boost. They elevate Dumao. He peeks towards CT, sees the light, seizes the chance, and now it's all down to NQZ. A 1v3 getting flanked out in Banana right now. There's the 5-7. It's Nissim to close it out. Legacy with a 13-7 win on Inferno. And what a heartbreaking round to lose it on for Pain.
What did you think about that? Our first map here in the Brazilian Brawl?
Classic Inferno, I have to say. Kind of typical first half where, even if you do some of the right moves on the CT side, you just lose the right kill and it just goes the other way. I think NQZ was something like 8-1 at some point when they were losing 3-6, and that just tells you all you need to know, really.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Legacy just plays such an impressive play style on the T side, and if it doesn't get you at first, it's eventually going to get you because they're just relentless. And I think what was big for Legacy is you kind of got to see some of the evolutions that this team has really had lately that's helped them succeed, and that is, even though Dumal, their primary space taker at Banana, was kind of struggling in the first half, Nissim has just become a different player, in my opinion. Like, he's always been solid, like in his cleanup roles and stuff like that, but now you're seeing him take more initiative. Like, he'll find his timings to come out, you know, porch and get a couple of kills, or out balcony and get a couple of kills to open up that A-bomb site. And also, Luck's just been entering like a madman this tournament. And when you have that kind of going for you, it makes up for maybe a discrepancy somewhere else on the team.
Yeah, Nissim, we've seen a little bit of a reversion to the mean from him from the CAC performance that he had. That obviously was a big factor in the fact that they were able to win that tournament. It was a big overperformance, and since then he hasn't necessarily looked the same, especially on the T sides, where I felt like his lurking wasn't really having that much output as it was back at CAC, but this was kind of the opposite. I mean, he had the 1v2 in round 2 where they broke the economy instantly, you know, the force buyback. Then round 8, round 10, a couple of double kills that turned big rounds around, you know, from that boost position on Banana or on B. So the huge impact in just the right moments for Legacy.
Is it fair to say that the map was won in the first half?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, for sure. I mean, then it's just about the pistol, and then you know they have such a big cushion. I mean, we were thinking maybe there's going to be a classic fake comeback, but even that didn't happen. You know, with the last round, kind of a half-buy situation.
They were trying a little bit, but now we'll see here from the scoreline. Of course, I think the player that you both mentioned that we kind of need to focus on again, Nissim, he really did have a good map and made the difference for Legacy, as you both said.
Yeah, it's great because it just shows the depth that Legacy now has as a roster, right? I mean, they're no longer relying upon one or two guys popping off. Now they have a field of players who can all have impact in different capacities. And again, I feel like the fact that you're seeing Nissim kind of come into his own a little bit on the extremities, being able to not only lurk, but again, just look at how he's coming out of balcony on some of these kills on the T side. Like those kills that he got coming out balcony unlocked rounds for them, right? And then obviously just playing his role on the CT side as well, obviously to a high level. And yeah, I mean, they're just starting to get a little bit deeper, I feel like, with their players. You know, even though they haven't made any changes per se, you know, to the roster, it's just with more reps, more time working together, these guys are getting more comfortable playing Team CS.
Yeah, I mean, this is the round 2 clutch 1v2 where that just breaks Payne's back for the next 3 rounds, you know, and then you have this whole situation where you have to go through so much just to try to break Payne's economy or Legacy's economy, and that effectively never happened because then he had the pistol in the second half that just pretty much destroyed Payne's chances in the entire map. Okay,
let me switch this over on its head. What could Payne have done to make that scoreline a little bit different?
I mean, they just need to be better defensively the biggest thing, right, is like we kind of talked about how some of their players have had a resurgence this tournament, how Big Azera seems like he's been in better form, how Snow's like adopted this new role and he's been playing a little bit better. You know, some of these things just didn't necessarily really materialize for me, and you know, I still have my concerns. Like, I think DGT has been a great pickup for them in general, but I think you're still kind of wondering about the consistency and performance for some of these other players on the team where, you know, we were hoping that what we saw in groups was not an aberration, that was something they could actually really build upon, but you're up against a Legacy team who, again, are very punishing. And yeah, it might be the teacher versus the student, so to speak, as far as the in-game leader battle goes on. But Legacy have just been on it's like Payne have kind of dropped in trajectory, and they're trying to come back upward, whereas they're meeting Legacy on their way up, so to speak, in my opinion. And so it's an interesting clash point, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it is just sometimes how Inferno goes. Like you lose the banana battles, you try to go on the rear grass, and they just don't work out, or you just get picked in the transition, and yeah, you just give up the right kill or the wrong kill, if we're talking from Payne's perspective, and it is just how it goes sometimes.
So we are moving on to Dust 2. This was Payne's map pick. Do you think that it could be a little bit different for them here?
Well, we saw them win the map the 2 times that they have played it so far at this tournament, so clearly they are in a better position on it, at least now, than they've been this entire season so far, at least so far that we've seen. I think there's a big kind of switch up that we've been talking about before the games, with Snow being more of an active piece in the middle. He's being used a lot to gain short control, and he's actually finding a lot of impact there. So I think that's been a big factor in their T-sides improving a lot on this map. And then, yeah, we see the switch-ups now. I mean, Davidos is now on long, DGT is in upper, where before it used to be Snow in upper, and then DGT on, or Snow and Davidos in mid, and then DGT on long. They're just trying to get a little bit more out of their pieces this way, and it's actually been Snow, the one that's been activated the most.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, coming into this tournament, Pain had lost their last 5 out of 6 games on Dust 2, so something had to give, right? And there's no more roster changes to be made. Like, you have to kind of look internally and figure out what can we adjust, try to make things happen. And again, Snow, people may not know this, but when he was a young guy playing on Case before he got his opportunity to play on Pain, he was more of an aggressive rifler on that team. And when he came to Pain, he kind of got relegated to more supportive roles and extremity positions. And so now what they have done is DGT has always been a natural extremity player. They actually had him in middle for a little bit, if you didn't know that, because David Davis was not working out as a mid-entryman. And so they put DGT in the slot for like a couple of games. That didn't work out. So they're like, all right, let's give it to Snow. And so Snow has really had a lot of impact in these 2 wins that they've had against GamerLegion and Bait, being that guy, you know, taking entries on Catwalk. And, you know, Big Azera has also been big in this, I have to say, is, you know, it's kind of allowed him to get more in his kind of secondary entry fragging role that he's been known for in the past. And so this has to bear fruit, though, because it's been good so far, but now you're going up against a, you know, Lux and Lotto duo that have been nasty, you know, defensively. So it's going to be a different kind of test of skill, I think.
And that's actually what they were struggling a little bit, Pain, on against in the game against Bait that we had on the mainstream a couple of days ago. It's just seemed a little bit flat from Big Azera towards the beginning, and then they got a couple of lucky breaks that got them back into the game, and they actually ended up putting together a pretty good T-side after that. But it just took them a long time to get rolling, and they just struggle a bit with some of their opening moves where they just feel like they're not very well thought through, and they just kind of like everyone has their own ideas of what they want to do, and they don't necessarily always line up in those ideas. And so I'm curious to see whether that's going to be a little bit tighter for this game, because they're going to need it.
My other big concern, besides like the whole like will Snow actually work in this more active role, is that I don't know if you've noticed this, but when I was watching some of their games, they simplified their playbook a lot. Like I feel like Pain used to be like really nifty because they could do like these crazy like little fakes, or they had like these little gimmicky things that they could do. And I feel like now they're kind of just gone to like we're just going to gather and go at this point. Like we're just going to gather and run cat. We're going to gather and go for long A. You know, like they've really simplified their playbook, and it makes me wonder what type of adjustments they're going to have if things aren't working out. Meanwhile, Legacy, they've been so good on this map lately. Like they've really made this map a home. They've won 8 of their last 11 games, and they just play that in-your-face scrappy play style, and they're so good at it.
Yeah, I mean the unfortunate part for for Pain is that Legacy's been pretty active on Dust 2. Effectively, Dust 2 and Mirage have been the two maps that they've picked. So if you're Pain, you kind of have to go into their strengths as well. So it's always going to be an uphill battle.
It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out with these 2 Brazilian teams, Legacy up against Pain. We're moving to Dust 2. It is Pain's map pick. Like the boys said, though, it could go either way. We'll find out how this plays out, but first, a quick break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my hands going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, I'm Big Azera, and here is our road so far.
The first game against Gentlemates was a difficult match, difficult game. And I think we were so prepared against them, but at the same time, we knew that they were like oscillating because they had a very good pro league, and we knew they are very good players, but at the same time we didn't know how would be the match. So at the same time we knew it would be difficult, but we didn't know how much difficult it would be.
Martinez, the last of 4. Pain take it in 2. Gentlemates. It was a double overtime affair. Map 1.
The game against GamerLegion, I think we have a history. We have more energy to play against them, and I think the same about them also. And obviously, it's better win them. So yeah, was a great match. They are a very good team. We know that, and it's always good to beat them.
Pain's flawless CT side on the line. Are they denied? Not today. Pain will close this. A systematic failure for GamerLegion.
The game against Bait, we knew would be a very difficult game because they were so confident in this tournament, especially. And we knew that they had a very good Mirage and would be a very difficult map to us. But at the same time, we knew that the two were kind of under control. But yeah, I think, to be honest, I was thinking the third map, but yeah, we made it 2-0 and we did it playoffs, so we are so happy.
And it's Big Uzera, whose clutch was the catalyst to get this going again for Pain. And it's Snow, the man to close it. A 13-10 win for Pain Gaming. They take a 2-0 and they celebrate playoff qualification.
We, Pain Gaming, are more comfortable to play this kind of format, you know. And before the tournament begins, we were practicing screaming very well here. And we, like after the first match in the tournament, we got some confidence against GamerLegion, getting more confidence, and now against Bait, we did a very good job and we made 3-0. So we are so happy, we are so confident, and right now I don't know which team can stop us. I'd like to play against maybe GamerLegion. Like I said, I feel more energy, not just in our part, but I feel they play with more passion also. And I like to play this kind of match, you know, that both teams really want to win each other, you know. And yeah, I would say them.
3 frags on the round, really nice stuff.
For sure we can take this event. I'm so confident right now. I know that we worked a lot the last month especially. I feel right now the Pain Gaming can show the real Counter-Strike that we know. I really believe that we can beat anything here and lift the trophy.
Pain Gaming versus Legacy continues here in the quarterfinals of PGL Masters Bucharest 2025. We're heading on to Dust 2. Legacy with a 13-7 victory on Inferno. Now we move into Dust 2, which is territory for a 2-0 here with the way Legacy are playing.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, this is where it comes to me, where I mentioned the biggest thing I'm interested in on this map is watching Pain and the way they've started reutilizing Snow in some new positions, some new responsibilities. Looked really, really good when they played earlier up against Bait. He was dominating them. He was a force. And I think when you consider the way that we saw Legacy playing on Inferno and the level above Pain that they were, it's going to require a great effort out of Snow here on this map to help them get on track.
Yeah, well, we've seen glimpses of him on the T side of Inferno, but there just wasn't enough room to actually get back into the game there for Pain. It was too strong for Legacy in that first half. Interested to see how this first half goes. You want to see Pain come out on Dust 2 and get going immediately.
Yeah, and I mean this more applies to the CT side, right? Because you also have another map where sometimes the bomb sites, especially the B bomb site, can feel really restrictive in terms of your retakes. But that was the big issue Pain got into. That's what got them in that hole on Inferno, is way too many rounds early on where their players individually and with their bomb site buddy were not able to actually put a stop to the hit or delay the hit or make the hit take a long time. It was just clean wins from Legacy. And Pain just couldn't fight for so many rounds in like the first 6 or 7 rounds of that half. And then they're in such a hole where it's hard to get out of. They have to avoid that on this map. Now, they start on the T side, so it's not going to be exactly the same. But when they switch over, the concept still applies.
Well, something I've been talking about in this tournament is the fact that Nissim's been a little bit quieter than he was in CAC.
Not on Inferno.
Not on Inferno. But he has had a number of moments on Dust 2 in this competition. He's maybe looked a little bit weak. We'll see if that is the case again, or if he has another strong performance like he did on the first map of this series. We've got a lot of utility for Pain Gaming as they gather up outside of the tunnels. I'll have NQZ just spotting any long pushes. Big Azera clearing out lower. He's got his teammates in behind him as well.
Ooh, Lux has spotted one. Oh, beautiful.
Oh, he got a
another
second.
one
There's no
blind.
way he should have got away with that.
Who needs Lado and Dumal? You got Lux.
That's what I'm saying. He has such great Dust 2 performances, Lux. If he can get going as well, he's another factor for Legacy that just strengthens their case on this map. Oh, 2-man advantage immediately, and whatever plan Pain had, well, you've got to go to plan B or C at this point, because a minute left on the clock. They've just been punched in the face as soon as the round started. Now Sadzin's turn out from Goose. Oh my God, no one from Legacy's missing right now.
No, he had. Oh, and Dumal has a great turn as well. That's lovely. Everyone's getting a chance at it.
Yeah, screw your idea, Pain. Doesn't matter. You just ain't allowed to play. All 5 players go down without a kill returned, and it's Legacy finding the pistol to kick off Dust 2.
I wonder if we can count how many shots taken by Pain in this round when the replay comes in. I really feel like only one player got a clean look at an actual fight. Let's see. One.
That's a shot.
2.
2. None.
Still 2. Still 2. And this was the only clean fight earlier against the other player inside the bomb site. So yeah, like 5 shots total for the Glocks in that round.
Yeah, that's wild. So obviously no bomb plank, didn't get close to it. So a weak investment. You've got a scout for NQZ, and everybody else is going to have to play on an eco. So Legacy are going to get that 2-0 lead out the door.
Tell you what, Sadzin may be crapping his pants right now. He went for the risk of not investing, only with the USP, and then gets hit with the scout, and he's like, ah, crap, I thought this might be a full save without the bomb plant, but it's actually a buy.
Looks down the line. Hey, guys, you got this one. I think I'm going to sit out the rest of this round.
I'm just going to hang out in CT spawn for this round. If you guys could just handle it all, that'd be cool.
Oh.
Tag on the Lux.
Lato's turn up in the lower tunnel. Don't want to be taking any casualties here, like you see. You're losing a lot of damage. And luckily, Lato is going to recover it with Lux's flash and the utility to boot.
And that's beautiful teamwork. That flashbang probably saves his life, at least saves it from being traded. I mean, only for so long. There's only so much Lux can do, you know?
Exactly. It's on you at a certain point. Yeah. Well, Big Azera are able to get 1 kill here for Pain Gaming. Let's see if they can get anything else. Because of that initial damage done, Lux is on 29 HP. Well, Sadzin's got a USP and he's on 46 health.
And here's the gap, because Lux with low HP had to go out towards long, and Sadzin is now going to have to challenge and hold towards short with the USP. So if Davidea starts creeping out, he's going to have a good angle. And with low HP coming back to the corner to cross back into the A bomb site, you don't really have the. I mean, you can't even take a body shot from the Deagle.
Lux positioning himself very well. He has a lot of cover, forcing them to hit the headshot. Should have a chance to get the body shots off, and he does hit the headshot. Davideus. Uh-oh, Sadzin now feeling the brunt of the damage from the earlier stages in the round. It's on to Dumal and Nissim to try and recover this, and oh, they've gone down to Big Azera. A round that had a scout purchased into it.
Why aren't you waiting? With all the great teamwork that we've seen, why are we not just kind of waiting on short? You have two teams. Sadzin's coming back from long. He's communicated that. That's a gross round for Legacy to give up.
Very silly. Pain Gaming loving it. They didn't even force buy.
Yeah, that's really brutal. I mean, the missed spray from Lux as well onto the deagle of of Davideus over towards short, over towards that Gandalf corner. That was kind of an ugly spray that could have been a kill, that could have kept the round in control. The USP situation with Sadzin actually coming down the stretch to have a huge impact in what fights he's able to take and what resistance he's able to provide.
A clean pistol and a disgusting second round.
Like bad disgusting, not good disgusting.
Yeah. Literally, foul. Rotting. Well, Pain Gaming going to be happy about that. You see Snow getting hyped, getting excited, as they actually have an opportunity now to get off to a good start on the T side, which is what we were saying they needed coming into the second map after getting absolutely drowned out. And in fact, Legacy is so unhappy with how that last round went, they're calling a timeout.
Yeah, you probably, I'm not going to argue against it. Need to have a little conversation. Might have, that one's gotten away from him. But again, it's like, as a coach, you don't want to cause more panic by making it seem worse than it is when you call an early timeout like this. It's just like, all right, guys, like that round lost some focus, some miscommunication probably. And then also you want to have the conversation about the money and what kind of buy you're going to come up with. So it's more just like snap back into shape, boys. We let that one go. That was ours the whole way. That's the one we get.
And you probably can't play a standard round in a round like this, right? So you've got to come up with something a little
I would imagine we
tricksy.
See some potential, like some movements, like maybe like up fast towards short, see if there's a Molotov in play, see if you can take like a cheeky jiggle peek. 4 players towards the B bomb site to start. 2 going to stick around over in middle.
Quick burst out long here from Pain Gaming, Davideus.
Late pinch in towards Halls.
Yeah, Lato, he got the dink down to 1 HP, 1 digit.
Well,
cleared out by Nissim.
There's your non-standard opening, and obviously an AK-47 to recover as well, but I think they're going to ignore it and try and hustle over to the bomb site because they need to get here quick. Davideus about to cross over, gap in the smoke, and a pre-fire off the flashbang. Lovely work.
Yeah, Pain Gaming now with the advantage. Staying committed towards this A bomb site. Some utility going forward. Lux trying to assist Sadzin, who's elevated on top of the box. Can the rifle, with the help of the fire, get a kill on towards the side? The answer is no. Oh my goodness, Sadzin with a jumping kill. Nissim also finding one on the rifle.
Yeah, but they got to take some time. They got to reposition on the map. They know both spots, so both of them going to wrap around. One going to go up short. That is Nissim with the 2 HP. Sadzin headed towards long.
The scout
not
is
planted yet. Yeah, so they're timing this.
The scout's also effectively an AWP here for NQZ, and Big Azera, oh my god, has gone down. 1 HP on Sadzin, 2 HP on Nissim, but as I mentioned, that scout is basically an AWP at this point for NQZ. Both players extremely low, but he's 17 HP.
Yeah, but the worst weapon, if you want to just clean up a low HP player, you'd love to have even just an SMG at this point. So slides out, wants to get aggressive, doesn't want to stick inside the bomb site.
Oh, nails the headshot. Now he's down to the 1v1, trying to figure out where Sadzin is.
No kit.
Sadzin's got to move. He'll give up his position. NQZ favored to win this now. The position is strong. The 1 HP. And there's the headshot.
Damn.
NQZ stays composed and silences 2 in the clutch.
So calm and collected. Great composure. It's got Snow hyped up. We can hear him yelling at the tail end. This is how it started. Another round where Legacy felt like they had a good crack at actually stealing this away in a 2-on-1. And just completely ruined by the Scout and the Tech 9. 17 HP on him, so it's not like he had a whole lot of mistakes to give up either, NQZ. Beautiful stuff, and no investment in this round from Legacy.
Oh, Zeus for Dumao in the lower tunnels. Let's see if he can get a little bit of excitement going. No. The taser does not connect. DGT will take 2 off short, and we leave Lato 1v3 with the AK. The bomb is top mid, very far away from the rest of the squad right now.
Any more damage he can do would be great, and it's almost like just stay aggressive, just stay like moving and trying to make it a play. Oh, that would have been if he hit that shot though. That's a very difficult shot to hit.
Oh, it is. But I liked living in the world where it happened, even for a moment.
I think you just save this if you're Lato as well. He's got a similar kind of idea, just falling back towards long A and just going to hold that position, knowing they're headed towards the B bomb site. No reason to attempt the 1v3 without getting an early kill.
Yeah, just hang on to it. But, you know, 3-1, the way the pistol started, it was a worrying sign. It looked like it was, you know, you don't get a bomb plant. It's a weak force by just the scout.
Legacy given every opportunity to try and continue some of that momentum from Inferno, but that second round was disastrous, and so Pain have taken their opportunity. They've run with it. They're now 3-1 up in the game. We're going to get a buy back in the next round for Legacy. This 8k save is huge because you have 3k already in the bank. And Sadzin will get the AWP out. Then we get to see how this game is going to continue. Will it be Pain showing us those new position changes, showing that impact that we've seen earlier in the competition, or will Legacy's defense have some real stopping power? A lot of questions that will be answered over the next few rounds here.
Terrorists win.
Mac 10 for Big Uzera, despite having money for something better.
I think the logic is they're just coming back from a force buy, going to be a lack of head armor most likely on a few players.
And he's right, there's 4 players without head armor.
Yeah, so whenever they do decide to go, Big Uzera can lead the way, or just any micro moment within the round, he can be the aggressor if he needs to. Legacy not motivated to hold on towards long when they saw all the flashbangs coming over, the smoke at the corner. So a firm retreat back into the bomb site where Sadzin's AWP can have some distance and some range to it. Lux immediately slides over towards short to hold on towards Catwalk, make sure no pressure is coming to pinch them inside the bomb site. For Pain's side of things, it's long control, Big Uzera lurking over towards middle, throwing some utility to help activate Davideus, who will be in charge of cutting off any kind of rotation or any kind of presence from Legacy in middle. Lado has the last remaining CT smoke. That's over at the B bomb site, so nothing to chuck down long to make Pain a little nervous about stepping forward. They block the cross smoke, so they don't really feel nervous about having to use utility to break it open and get information. In fact, coming back to a clear of mid. But equally, Pain is coming back now, so this is dangerous. This can end up being a trap. Good first kill, and it's quick. So now they can sink away and disappear, but there's one more. Big Uzera coming in for a follow-up lurk.
Sadzin burning. He's going to have to drop on down and actually gets caught in his retreat downwards. DGT.
Big Uzera getting closer.
Yeah, Big Uzera around the backside. Mac 10 at the ready. Dumao out at Gandalf. It's going to be ahead. Oh, shot taken eventually by Big Uzera. Took a while to line it up. No reaction coming through. Lux took a while to get that one as well. Spun around and nearly capitalized on his opportunity in the long play, but NQZ continuing to fry here for his squad and Snow to topple Nissim. A 4-1 lead for Pain Gaming, getting into the bomb site and keeping 3 players alive.
That's such a brilliant play from Big Uzera. I don't know if like this was his mindset, but I almost feel like Big Uzera understood the situation with that Mac 10, that he couldn't just peek top mid and try and support his teammates. So it's almost like, all right, I have to bait you. Like, you're going to die. Maybe try and get one, but then you set me up for that flank, and boy, does he win the round for his squad. Causes so much chaos and confusion. Just that one missed detail of Legacy, clearing out the lurk in middle and assuming it's going to be clear for the entirety of the round remaining.
Pain Gaming getting the start that they dreamt of here on Dust 2. Start to put that Inferno behind you straight away. You're in the quarterfinals finally. Snow going to be progressing up short. Molotov to the ledge, flash to assist. And Snow will clear as he progresses up Cat. Strong control already for Pain Gaming with a minute mark left.
From as much as a talking point as he was for me in particular leading into this game, these first 5 rounds he's been pretty chill. Haven't had to get involved and be super important just yet.
A little bit more long focus from Pain in the last round instead of Cat.
And very little like defense over. Like in this round, we see him take short, which was so impressive against Bait, who was playing a lot of aggressive short defenses. Legacy not given those same looks, so Snow hasn't had much to be involved in to start these rounds.
Yeah, don't have the resources here. Gotta hope that Dumao can do some of this. 5-7, and he absolutely will. Dumao, double kill. Now they're gonna start pushing through the tunnels. Will they be able to catch him? Will they be able to catch this player, Big Uzera? The bomb nearly getting taken out in the lower tunnels by that Lado push around long side. This has suddenly become a very, very difficult round for Pain Gaming. One that could easily slip out of their hands. They're going to be coming out of the tunnels. Dumao's got another on the 5-7 somehow.
And Satsu just keeps his head tucked down. It's Nissim on the 5-7. And then Legacy just kept charging in. Dumao, how has he got away with so much impact on the pistol?
Listen, Dumao is going to be in the frag videos, but that's basically a double kill for Sadzin. That flashbang is so perfect, it blinds 4 players of Pain all outside of the double doors that lets Dumao get 2 kills and survive. Just a perfect flashbang. And Dumao does the rest of the work from there. Very impressive and really, really, I almost did it again. Really, really hurtful to Pain. Yeah, really, really hurtful for Pain Gaming.
I mean, having to go for a timeout, it's rattled them, obviously. That's a round you don't want to be losing. I was just banging on about how this is ideal, this is perfect. It's exactly what Pain would have hoped for.
Well, yeah, there was always going to be a rebuttal at some point. You just don't expect it to be in that fashion, right? And that stops you cold. And look at the money now when we come back into the server. There's the flash. Look how many people are so blind. Not a single one.
Dumao just kept going though, man. Like, he just went back, running through the B door smoke at the end as well to catch out Snow. When that 5-7 rips the heart of the attack out of your chest, it's just trying to figure out plan B and respond on the fly, and they just couldn't figure it out, that Pain. Then the Lado long flank comes in. That throws more confusion into the mix.
Yep.
Pain Gaming go for a timeout, and they don't have a lot of money built up. This is breaking point. Legacy can make the most of this.
Could be a big missed opportunity if they don't string 2 together. Big Uzera, lower dark, nade comes in, good damage. Chunk down to 72. Bomb is way outside upper B. Right out of the gate. Throws a mid to B smoke from that position to set up his teammates. Big Uzera and Snow starting to push in, and here comes the split.
Oh, this is a quick split, but 3 players waiting inside of the B bomb side. It's going to be hard to split open Nissim. Lato goes down at the window, though. That thins out the defense quite a bit. And Nissim getting caught, so it's Dumao again required. Can he go huge? He will get a double, and that keeps his team in this fight. Pain Gaming into the post plant, and the retake being set up.
Defense feels like it's not even close to strong enough for 3 defenders in that position inside the B bomb site and with the opening kill. Great work done by Snow to take out the window player. Molotov in towards car, but smoke is still up. That was thrown by Legacy, so
Lux
it's
is
gonna
through.
last.
Lux is run through, but Davide is in a position that Lux is just not ready for, and NQZ with a no-scope to the chest.
Was that a team flash that blinds Lux? That might have been an improvised play, and you say flash over for me, and you just don't really know where the flash is going. Maybe that part wasn't communicated, but Lux, I think, eats his teammate's flash.
Regardless, though, you're right. That defense did not post enough. Dumao barely is able to keep them even in that round. If he doesn't get the 2 kills out from Car, we're looking at nothing. Lato dying at the window. I should say, huge kill from Snow. Disappointing from Lato not to get anything done there. And Legacy, he had Pain right at the breaking point there.
Yeah, but because you won a 5-7 round and picked up some AK-47s, you've got another strong buy here. So everything you could possibly want if you're Legacy to try and get that one back. Oh, what a great shot. Break of the smoke. Dumao was just creeping out the cross.
Yeah, it's Snow showing what he can do. Even with the AWP, when he gets that long spawn, grabs the opener here for Pain Gaming. It's going to be a 4v5 to try and win here for Legacy. And this time, Pain Gaming are coming short, and there's no one here. They're not detecting this. So this is going to be quite surprising because Pain are going to have so many resources already on Catwalk.
Yeah, Lux is coming back now. He's got Molotov and smoke to delay things as long as possible. That smoke is actually headed towards the mid double doors, so that Molotov is all he's got to delay. Pain's loving his decision there.
His closest help is Sadzin. He's got the AWP out long side here. Here comes the Catwalk execution, though. That'll negate the issue of the AWP. Oh, good break. But, I mean, a little bit too early. Doesn't detect him. Oh, Lux, this is risky. Going forward, going into the fight. Just about gets himself in position. Ready to fight on for a double kill. Davideus continues to sweep away at this defense, but it's a 3v3, 40 seconds left, and Sadzin is paranoid about the long flight, but comes back and gets destroyed anyway by Davideus. DGT in the open, Lato with an important kill, and that grenade goes up into the bomb site, but it's not going to be all that effective.
Yeah, a little bit of cute from DGT, kind of stepping up and trying to use that smoke as a one-way, completely punished for it. Lato blocked off now, his teammate's gone up Catwalk. That's going to be Nissim, bomb chucked up into the site for the plant. 18 seconds on the clock as that goes down. And Lato looks like he's going to be content to wait out this smoke. NQZ hears the footsteps and knows it.
Yeah, he knows he's in that. Got him trapped behind that smoke. It'll start to fade away soon. There it is. Here's the fight. NQZ so primed, so ready. And another post plant goes the way of Pain.
Dominant on Dust 2 thus far. 6-2, they've overcome every complication and every obstacle. Yeah, they lose a little bit of a silly round to the 5-7s and Dumao, but they get it right back in the next one and back to their winning ways. Now you got them playing Counter-Strike. Snow taking the spawn with the op, not usually seeing him with the weapon, a broken smoke for an opening kill, and then just precision. Lovely shooting here on Dust 2 so far from Pain and Legacy. With all the skill on this roster at the moment, they can't match it.
Another timeout being taken here for Legacy. It's going to be frustrating because they know how capable they are on this map. They've had their opportunities, a clean pistol. They lost a stupid round in the follow-up. Then you win a 5-7 round. You think that's got you back into the game, and you can see 2 gun rounds in a row. There's an update on the B stream. We just watched a dominant win for Team Liquid. You would be right in saying that
I would have been right
going to win this one. Yeah. Dude, we talked about Train looked so good for Liquid the other day.
Yeah, it did. Obviously, it's gone the other direction. The ups and downs of a new roster that haven't had a lot of time to practice. It's all been improving on match days and match experience. And we've seen throughout the group stages, there's, map pool for Liquid is still a little bit shaky. Some maps look good, some maps look rough, especially individually for someone like Elige.
Legacy have decided to invest a little bit into this round. It's a bit of a mix and match in terms of who's invested, who's left some money over. Dumao obviously weak on cash in the residual department, but he's got a 5-7 armor. They've cleared out tunnels. They've got a lot of info early here, Legacy. But they're not in position yet to deal with the A threat, but they could get back in time, and it looks like they will.
Been spotted out clearing mid, so that's basically Big Uzera just saying, okay, they know what's up. Again, in a round like this, you don't really care. You kind of know that they know what's up. You just have the overwhelming superiority in terms of firepower and utility.
Yeah, let's see if that's going to be enough. Legacy putting the numbers on the bomb site at least, but let's see if the 5-7s and pistols of varying kinds can show up in any way. DGT making sure Lato is uncomfortable. Oh, that's an important kill. DGT though recovering the mess.
He's looking sharp.
He is looking very sharp.
Precise shot onto Nissim, who had the sole M4, really the only point of danger that could have won the round for Legacy, and he beams him between the eyes.
Well, 7-2 now for Pain. And you're right in terms of the main talking point coming into this was all about Snow. Haven't really had to play that game plan. It's been quite a lot of long focus.
Yeah, and I mean, Davideus is playing really well, NQZ is playing really well. Big Uzera only 3 kills, but he had that huge flank up catwalk a few rounds back that won them the round. So even the players not getting big numbers of kills are making impactful plays when called upon. Really cool look of Pain here on Dust 2. Nuke would be the deciding map. If Pain continue on this kind of a trajectory and bring us there.
Okay, Big Uzera, a little bit spotted. Sadzin strikes for the opener. Reaction from Pain Gaming is to accelerate up through short. Sadzin's going to drop back. He was initially in middle, now over towards the A bomb site. And Pain Gaming, they slow it down. They progress up cat, they take the control, but they're blocked out by smoke at the moment.
Yeah, and you have some time, even with the man disadvantage, to use some of this utility to try and bait out some counter nades, bait out a peek. I think they're gonna fall back into a mid to B split. Flashbang's gonna allow Davideus to execute. A whole shot into that smoke by Lux to find one, so now a 2-man advantage.
Snow down into a CT, an important frag from NQZ, and right back into the round again of Pain. Dumao, short play, that's the bomb. An important kill to find. Can Snow win another fight? Yes, he can. Takes a lot of damage, down to 33 HP as we hit 30 seconds on the clock. Lato racing back, catching DGT, and actually had enough bullets to deal with Snow as well.
Yeah, a little bit brawly in that round, got awkward. Good push from Dumao to stop the bomb plan, and that made Pain really have to get flushed out of their positions to try and recover and still save the round in their favor. Snow does everything he can. 8 kills for him, 8 deaths. It's a 4-round lead for Pain. But Legacy have given themselves a chance to claw this back as close as possible going into halftime. But they're fighting tooth and nail to stay in so many of these rounds.
Can they go on a streak at the end of the half, though? Legacy has been so sporadic, unable to string rounds together, but they really need to at this point if they want to win this series 2-0. Reminder, you got to play the semifinals today as well. You don't get that break, that usual day off between playoff games. You've got to go right back in again. So you want to make sure you win the series as quickly as possible if you're Legacy. And if they win this round, Jason, 7-5 is likely.
Yeah, is doable as well.
Snow's the bomb carrier. Just keep note of that. Progressing up through Cat. Lux has been pretty solid at points throughout this half at getting a multi-kill, and he's going to play on the ledge. Just behind that smoke. And speaking of smokes, there's one for the CT cross.
Yeah, unfortunately, that smoke thrown to the mid double doors, DGT was already out, so he sees that it's clear and actually takes advantage to just step in front of it. They're going to boost up to pick towards the... Oh, this is dangerous! Easy shot, lovely boost.
I love that play. And QZ to grab the opening move with a little bit of ingenuity. 35 seconds left on the round. Sadson, can he strike with his AWP? He absolutely will. Doom out, tapping away from Carr, a second headshot, and that breaks apart Payne's walk in towards this A bomb site. Davideus had his chance. He actually managed one after that labored spray. And then QZ is just not going to do much in this round. He retreats to save the AWP, but even that mercy is unlikely to be given, but he earns it with a shot on Lato.
Now be careful, money isn't good for Legacy. They can't actually afford to take this AWP down. That one kill is going to seal it. Payne will have an AWP in the final round of the half. And I think Legacy, a couple players, they should be mostly fine. Lato's hurt, but he can get a drop. They should be fine for a full buy as well. End of this final round. But the problem for Payne is around that AWP, you can't really get everything. Everyone else is stuck right around $2,000. $2,800 on Davideus is the most of the remaining guys. NQZ surviving means no bonus money, so he can't pass anything over. So really labored. And you're right, a good advantage for Legacy, despite the half that it's been, despite how dominant Payne have looked for the majority of it. 5 ain't bad at all. This is the first time Legacy has strung 2 rounds together. The last 2 that we've played, they won the pistol, and then they didn't win a round all the way until round 6. And then these last 2 rounds combined for 4, and now we can see if they can string 3 together to go into the next half.
Well, Legacy better take this opportunity. They missed out on a few of them in this half already. But 7-5 is doable, especially if they win both pistols on this map. Here goes NQZ. Not towards top middle. It's going to be Sadzin's off. Aggressive in the lower tunnels. Get out of there. Don't want to be traded or even taken out without a kill. So he's dropped back behind the smoke. Made it to safety behind the double doors. He's continuing to fight on. And Snow actually has sustained heavy damages. He's down to 4 HP. But look at this. Look how active Legacy are, Jason.
Yeah, I like this a lot. And that's why you see Lux just chucking out delay utility. Just saying, let's set him up perfectly for this flank from Nissim.
Oh, Trigger Discipline as well. Wants to gather as much space, as much information as possible. Guzera, he's guaranteed to be dead here. Don't let him go through the doors. Yeah, let's let him go.
He's fine. He just wants to make sure there's no one else on Cat. He's like, guys, it's Big Guzera. He has a deagle. He's going to be out mid.
Oh my gosh, he's still letting it go down, and now they know it's a long play. Doom out. He's just waiting. Out from Blue Bin. It's a kill on the rifle. Nissim did take that kill eventually on Big Guzera. Now we've got Lux at Car. 50 seconds. Good angle. Should be at least one here for him. But a boost again. Run boost over the top. Bursts at the head of Snow. DGT with a response. But it's Nissim with a big round here. Proactive through the tunnels. Comes back to finish on the A-bomb site. And 5 rounds collected in the end from Legacy.
Took them a lot of time to plant their feet in this half. Took them basically the entirety of it. All the way up until round 10 was when they started this 3-round win streak. So they've clawed together just enough. But make no mistakes about it. That's a dominant half from Payne. Dominant to a degree where it feels like the scoreline isn't enough in their favor. We get to see now what Payne's defense can do, what Legacy's going to call on the offense. And I don't know, it's going to be interesting considering how Lux called on the previous map was so impressive. You get to this one now. Let's see what you got on the T side.
Yeah, pistol round win would go a long way. Legacy obviously winning the pistol in the first half, having a disastrous second. They didn't even let the bomb go down. They still lost the round.
No, that was not a fun round to watch. That's one of the ones you want to have back because they gave up a lot of advantages. Kind of set the tone, it felt like, for the rest of the half after that. Took him way too long to snap back into things. Pistol round is live. Snow's going to have dualies on the CT side. Smoke flash for NQZ. Smoke nade for Big Uzera. So a lot of utility on the Pain Gaming side.
Yeah, smoke flash, smoke molly here for the side of the Legacy. See what kind of call Lux has up his sleeve for this pistol round. So the bomb will start outside of B. Toss a smoke, line up into middle. On towards the Xbox. And then everybody else gathering outside of long. And then the short take with that Xbox smoke. Sadzin's going to be running up.
Even missed the Molotov that helps protect him from a peek, but nobody home for Pain to actually challenge for anything. And it's very noisy up on short, making tons of footsteps, making sure that Pain know they're coming here.
Well, Davideus retreating further and further back. A flash forcing him around the corner. At least no casualties yet in the round as Legacy race up long. It's Nissim's opener, continuing his fragging from the last round of the first half straight into the start of the second. It looks like two pistols back to back here on Dust 2 for Legacy.
That's such a sick round. The short players just bullied Pain. Like come fight us catwalk. We'd love it. And Pain wanted nothing of it and backed away from every single chance and was playing passive from the start, but then your attention turns, you let them out long, and then you've got nowhere to play. That's actually well constructed and puts Pain in just terrible positions to fight.
Well, now that 3-round sort of string that they got at the end of the first half becomes a lot more impactful when you start the second with a pistol round victory. If you are able to win this second round, unlike the first half, you can get off to a pretty good lead here, Legacy.
That's what kind of sucks for Legacy, although it doesn't really matter for them in the moment, as you've won both pistol rounds, but you don't really get the effect of the first pistol round you won because you didn't convert. So it would have been great to have that in this map that can close out the series and bring you into the semifinals. Still going to be confident. 4 rounds in a row, stretching back into the first half, and Legacy get the advantage moving into round 14. Famas on Snow, Deagle picked up by Davideus, MP9 on DGT.
The threat is going to be there. Let's see if Legacy can avoid it. Can't afford to slip up here. It's going to be a long start. DGT heading over that with NQZ. They'll nade stack into long. That's going to be a lot of information. Nissim's going to see the nades and call over that they've started heavy long. Big Uzera taking a tag.
That's a great tag to get early on as well, because Big Uzera is not going to be very motivated to actually challenge and look for picks of his own and tags of his own now. He's got to just switch positions into the B bomb site and play safe. So you've neutered one of the most dangerous weapons the opposition has in this round.
Catwalk execute, deploy for Legacy. Should be favored to comfortably take the bomb site. Davide is blinded. Again blinded. Again blinded. Just flash after flash landing in his face. He goes up into the fight. They haven't taken the site though. They haven't taken control. And in fact, NQC's got a kill and the rotation has arrived. It can get messy here. It can get very messy, Jason.
It's already messy. They're trying to clean things up as we speak. I don't know if they'll be able to.
Oh my God.
They almost want to back away. They have time. They have time to pause though and just be patient.
Oh, not again, Legacy. Not again. Dumao trying to get the plant. He's going to secure it, so now it comes to a retake for Pain Gaming, but Snow has taken Lato. It's Dumao still committed to the bomb site. Nissim saving the day again. He's got that read on the flank, but he's still looking towards the ramp. He's trying to bait out the peak now for Big Uzera, but the timing, will Big Uzera go at the right time? The tag, the shot lands. Now Nissim is going to be looking solely on Big Uzera, but the grenade comes in. Now it's the AK. Time is ticking on that fuse, and Dumao keeps his head down. Keeps himself hidden in the bomb site. Big Uzera on the hunt, and Dumao will cast him aside. A 4K as Dumao delivers them that second round here in the second half, but it is so damn close again.
20 kills and 8 deaths for Dumao. A huge save in the clutch in the 1v1, but he is just racking up frags in this match. It's a strong carry performance from one of the stars of Legacy, and that digs them out of a very difficult scenario. Pain Gaming back to just pistols. No investment here as much as they'd like to. Not able to muster up any kind of a buy to put a stop to Legacy.
always a question, you know, when we talk about Brazil, the conversation is always the best Brazilian players don't often end up on the best Brazilian team. It's hard to put that super team together, you know. The Brazilian players of talent are all spread across different organizations. Dumao and Lato have always been in that conversation. It's been a long time building this legacy project up. Start of the year in January 2025, we see Lux leave the Pain organization, go over to Legacy, become an in-game leader. And we have watched Legacy grow throughout this year. They went to Austin. They weren't meant to be at the major. That was their breakout. A slow start to the second season here in 2025. But they've won a trophy now. They lifted it in Shanghai over 3D Max. And now they could be toppling Pain in the quarterfinals of PGL Masters Bucharest.
And we're starting to see the consistent performances out of Dumao and Lato as well, which is making this team just very, very dangerous moving forward. Going to be fun to watch them competing. Round 16, the guns are back out for Pain, up in the hands of NQZ. M4s across the board surrounding it. Double doors smoke. Legacy being very cautious in case of a lower push. And they'll have Xbox control moving forward.
Two players at risk of that MAC-10. One of them is NQZ, so the MAC-10 is currently coming towards. The other one's DGT, both A players. They're going to block out Dumao, stop that continued push with a smoke, and actually DGT goes back to the issue.
Actually, I mean, that's painful, though. I mean, there's no smokes remaining at this A bomb site. When this one goes out, the only other smoke is on Davideus, and he's down at long. So Catwalk's going to be open for the attack afterwards for Legacy.
I see DGT looking over to the
Here
screen.
Comes Flash Peek coming in.
We got the swing out with the flash coming up, but DGT just cast aside, opening for Legacy, continuing the push over. NQZ, oh, he's missed too many shots, goes for the re-peek, and that's the site falling favorably into the hands of Legacy. At least one kill from Piguzera, but it doesn't really change the game, especially when Dumao just drops in on him, and the MAC-10 is effective.
Yeah, still chewing up those players without head armor for sure. Out towards long, Davideus just waiting, and I mean, he was hoping he would have some impact late in the round if his teammates could do any damage to this attack, but when that doesn't come, he just has to sit here and wait. Now hitting tab, Legacy's going to realize the long player's still alive. We've never been up towards pit. Lato looking to flush him out of his hidey hole. Sadzin and Dumao coming down to help out. Good kill from Davideus, but can he get another? Op will be recovered when the bomb blows it towards Dumao's position. He's going to try and catch it out of the air. Surely.
He got it.
Oh, yeah, he did. So there's no shoes. He's got some hops.
Dude.
Yeah.
Who needs airs when you can just use your feet?
Natural jumps.
He's just running around the court with his bare feet. That would be next level.
Timeout for Pain. It's their second one. Dude. On the back foot on this CT side, yet to win a round. It's now 7 in a row stretching into the first half. 4 straight in the second half for Legacy.
It is so unreasonable, though, isn't it, that you win your first trophy and your brand is that you're the guy that doesn't wear shoes or socks.
I'm here for it. I like it. Good for Dumao.
Oh, it is a tough old time now for Pain Gaming. It's been a while since they've won a round here. Legacy on a run. The momentum on their side. There needs to be one big moment here in the game for Pain to finally put a stop to it. Otherwise, this could run away from them.
It's a scrappy buy in this round where they do have the ability to actually win it and snatch it away. You probably want some tags with the scout. Going to be hard to do now that Biggie Zera's been tagged on the cross.
He's just having a rough time, isn't he,
you want Snow with the M4 to be able to do something for you, but the next round, Pain has all the bells and whistles. They've saved enough money. The next round will be the off, full utility, M4s with full utility, diffuse kits, everything. But running out of time to put a stop to this onslaught.
Oh, DGT, side of the smoke. Dumao taking some backtracks. Doesn't want to put himself in too risky of a position. That Lux put on notice at 12 HP. Oh my god, another tag from Sadzin.
Who's on notice now?
Still Lux. He's now got the AWP. He's been given the duties of the opera, and okay, Dumao, the way he's playing. Don't want to lose his life early in the round itself. Here goes Lux going for the peek, and the wall bangs that. Doom out to take NQZ out of the question, and this is all falling apart for Pain Gaming.
That's not a wall bang. He actually shot him through his teammate. Yep, but he did every kill matters. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't matter how you get it. Job from Nissim deep in towards the B bomb site, catching someone off in CT spawn, and a huge advantage. Smoking off door. He's won the round, secured the strongest position. It was always going to be a tough round with the scrappy buy brought in by Pain, so they're content to back off with the one rifle they came in with and an extra AK-47 on top.
Ooh, well, Legacy can see the finish line. They can see the semifinals on the horizon.
This next round is everything for Pain. This is what they kind of saved some money for. Now with these two rifles, DGT and Devadeus will have some money in the bank after the rest of their team invests moving forward, so some money to play with regardless, but best opportunity to stop this is going to be round 18. Motivated to hunt a little bit, but when they don't find anyone inside the A bomb site, kind of giving things up, turns the corner. DGT off angle takes down Nissim. No big deal there on the loss. 3-round lead for Legacy. 5 in a row in this second half.
This feels like the moment for Pain Gaming. If you're going to show up, if you're going to come back into this game and send us to the third of Nuke, then take this gun round. It's your last timeout. Gotta end this streak. Otherwise, it just has all the signs that Legacy are going to run over the top of them. As you mentioned, they're on the side of the bracket with Liquid and Saw. Legacy took a loss to Liquid to kick off the tournament 2-1.
Liquid's actually beat them in the last 2 series they've played against each other.
If Liquid get through Saw and Legacy win here, that'll be a moment of graduation for Legacy to see if they can defeat Liquid. But that's all to be seen, as that third map is only starting in the quarterfinal over that. 10-7. Legacy on a run. Pain Gaming gotta show some life right now, and they're gonna push into the tunnels with 2.
It's being watched, though.
It is, but Nissim gets his gun out in time, moves behind the cover. If he goes too far in the open, NQC actually hits the shot, but Nissim still able to stand, and he's got the information.
Yeah, how is he alive?
I
Took some
don't know.
M4 bullets, an up shot through the wall, down very, very low, but still being alive is brutal. The secondary op gets a tag. They've got him pinned down. Molotov is there, sneaking in his Nissim. He went aggressive. They never expected it, and now he's caused chaos.
Dude, how has Nissim got away with that? Not only how is he alive, but how has he just walked into B and got a kill? Lato, with the chaos created, is able to get himself a follow-up, this time on DGT, and they know Snow is alone inside of the B-bomb site. Snow's got to go massive, and Lux goes so far ahead of his teammates. He runs in alone. The tag's there as well. Snow's got another one, and Snow is saving Pain right now. Lato gets a kill towards Big Uzera, who's trying to come and help. Davide is spotted. No kill from Lato, and it's Dumao up against Snow for the 1v1. 11 rounds for Legacy. If Dumao can win this, but it's Snow to save the day.
Finally they put an end to the run. It was 8 rounds straight going back to the last 3 of Legacy's CT side, but Snow has an incredible performance. Nissim almost undoes everything that Pain wanted in that round. That's actually a really disgusting play with 2 health.
Remember, this is the loss bonus is definitely helping out right now. A round like that where you have a double op set up and you lose everyone apart from Snow would often just be breaking, but Pain have extra cash. They still got that double op setup going for them.
The 2 saved weapons as well in the previous round. That's helped them out with some extra money to be able to buy something strong here.
They've got to go on a run now. Snow has given them the moment.
Oh, it's a miss Molotov, and that's not ideal for the short play, but NQZ has kind of gone more passive. Deep grenade chunks down Lato.
And Legacy look to stabilize. They can bounce back with a response that is swift. They can get back on track immediately. Coming through the mid doors, Dumao makes the solo play forward. He's got Lato racing in behind him. Lato just going up to the B-bomb site, but Snow, he's removed Nissim. He's removed that threat. And Legacy have now fallen to 2 players, and this is going to be Pain's.
Yeah, this time they were doing similar kind of moves to create chaos once again and slide into the gaps, but this time Pain handles it all with no issues. They can't win any of those isolated fights.
Pain are back online. DGT making a sound cue. Sadzin not able to capitalize on the opportunity, and Lux has died elsewhere.
Okay, game gets interesting now because Legacy is out of money.
Right.
It's a great opportunity for Pain to tie things up at 10 just when all seemed lost. Such a massive streak for Legacy, and it felt like Pain was never going to get back into the game. Snow provides them with some life.
Try and hold on to this AWP with everything you've got, Sadzin. You know where NQZ is, pinned at the door. Barrel confirms it. Flash coming up. Oh, the damage done, but not enough to drop NQZ, and he's humbled. He'll fall back. He doesn't want to commit to that.
Yeah, but that's enough damage done and enough of a presence to be able to say, I'm going to save this up. Like, you guys aren't taking this out of my hands. Looks like Sadzin, or excuse me, Big Uzera wants something to say about that. Okay.
Boom. Oh, quick scope is close. Ooh, it's a dangerous battle going on right now between the Operas. Sadzin, don't die after the time, whatever you do. And he won't go for the peak, so he'll hold on to the AWP and at least carries that into the next round here. But Pain Gaming, this is their second chance.
I think you just save everything you possibly can around this if you're Legacy and have a strong buy going into the next round. No need to risk it all by putting your economy in a weird place. Almost creeping out middle and finding some of these angles and finding some of these cheeky kills that could have unraveled Pain. They want a pick in the B bomb site from the AWP and they just want to follow it up. That's a great deep nade onto Dumao, but he won't care, and now potentially a boost.
Okay, this looks strong. This looks very strong right now for the Pain defense. You got Big Uzera's AWP, Snow's rifle. Big Uzera will take the first contact. Snow will be set up to knock him over.
If you chuck out a lurk smoke, the problem is it makes Snow's position even stronger. But maybe one of the hardest rounds to work around a hero weapon is like the AWP can't go aggressively find you something. Not in this situation in B tunnels. So you very much do just only have the option of feeding the pistols forward and seeing if you can create the space for the AWP to get involved in the late round.
Big Uzera descending onto the platform. Snow's taking the first, and there's the second. That's what you're talking about with that lurk smoke. Gives Snow a lot more options to play with. Sadzin eventually dropping him through the side of the wall and through the smoke. He'll drop back again and attempt to save call with the sniper. Might be a little bit more deliberate in terms of trying to get rid of it, but not really in a position to do so. Davideus is now arriving up towards top mid.
You want to be careful, though. Davideus has 300 in the bank. Big Uzera has 100 in the bank. If Davideus goes down, would need a drop, and then your money's not exactly pretty. You'd be setting yourself up to be reset in the final few rounds of the map, and that would be a nightmare. Footsteps made. Sadzin turns, doesn't want the shot, wants to preserve the AWP, so still in play, and now his teammates around him can buy AK-47s and rifles instead of just the unarmored pistols in the previous round. But we've got a game on our hands now that Pain has woken up in the second half. 10-10, 4 rounds remain. Semifinals on the line. Legacy just 3 rounds away from meeting either Liquid or Saw in the next stage of the playoffs.
And this feels like one of the deciding rounds on Dust 2. Dumao sets up to try and deal with the Big Uzera aggression, but Nissim just strolls on in. It's Big Uzera with the opener. Dumao sprinting up through short. He's got it. Dumao to drop DGT. And they're not hitting pause for long. They continue to move up through short, but that grenade is brutal.
Yeah, Beefy softens him up for Davideus, who's going to play in towards
Oh my God, Dumao.
I don't think NQZ ever expected. He just had to pull the trigger in shocking fashion, and the hit is following up.
Yeah, this is now looking rough for Legacy. Down to 3 players, 2 of which are incredibly low. You've still got to get past Davideus. The rotations have arrived. You just ain't winning this one. NQZ and Davideus shutting it all down. Lado caught from the Davideus peak. 11-10. Legacy just seems to have thrown everything out the window and are just trying to brawl.
Just a game of streaks at the moment. It just feels like one team has all the momentum until it's taken away from them, and the other team is able to really challenge back. A large chunk of the first half was a 7-1 run for Pain. Legacy wins 8 in a row to bring it back, but then once again, Pain has just retaken control. 3 in a row.
Yeah, now we're looking at a Galil. Pistols on the rest here for Legacy. Pain Gaming should be taking this one to map point. That Snow 1v1 earlier on against Dumao, winning out that clutch has brought Pain back into the game.
Tavares and Snow both with 18 kills. Dumao's done so much for Legacy, carried them through stretches, but now you need a second player to be there with him.
Lux running. A lot of stats being heard here for Bigozera. Silently dropping, not giving away his spot. Davideus, the long flank this early in the round. Lux actually won that fight against Bigozera, so the round is still on. PGT in a bit of a panic. He's running out of bullets. He's running out of health. Dumao over the top. Davideus on the flank. Again, trying to save them, but Dumao's Deagle ripping through heads. It's Snow and NQZ, a 2v2, and Lux starts rattling bullets off. He got the dink. Can they overrun him? The damage being done, and he sets up Sadzin. 3 HP, 8 HP. Low HP players down in spawn. And Sadzin, he could swipe them away. He could tie this game up and give Legacy a chance again. Oh, but it's instantaneous death. Snow with the headshot. The shoot confirmed that we get nuke. Again, it is Snow stepping up for this Pain squad. He won a crucial 1v1 earlier against Dumao, which is the reason Pain have gone on this streak, and that looked set up for Sadzin.
Yeah, most of this game, Dumao was the star, but in this second half, Snow, ever since they got this winning streak started with his performance, he's been a beast. That is an incredible shot to save the day. 11 combined health, and Snow makes it no problem at all. 12-10. Legacy got to rattle off 2 in a row, but they've had so many strong rounds, so many advantages in different situations, not able to close it out.
Yeah, got to get this one into OT now. There's Lato, good start, takes the long spawn, takes it for a spin, but Bigozera, the response from short is swift. Here goes, oh my god, Dumao again, just making such risky plays.
Well, they're reading the fact that there's that aggression off Cat, right? That they got the pick there, and you say, okay, most of the forces will be not at long, but he was so wrong. And the double op is now chewing Legacy up.
Yeah, this is going to be nuke. Sadzin and Lato. You can't say Legacy didn't have their opportunities. It's wild to have seen them go on such a streak, lose one round, and then never show up again. Very streaky game of Counter-Strike here on Dust 2. The semifinals still on the line. DGT ready to drop Lato. Easier said than done, though. Is it still doable, Jason? They've still got a minute left. Just under. Smokes the cross. The smoke will ran out. Severs off the vision of Bigozera. Snow is going to start coming closer to this A finish as 30 seconds remain. Pain Gaming will know Legacy will attempt to finish on this A bomb site. This one is for the map. Sadzin crosses over to the car. The bomb is made it to the site. Bigozera out from the elevator is going to punish Sadzin's op. And there we go. Pain finally close it out at 13-10. Snow is their savior here on Dust 2. And we're going to nuke to decide who is heading to the semis.
How did that happen to Legacy? That one round loss after their streak and they just couldn't come back. Why not?
It was the same thing in the first half too. I think they lost so many situations. It was just 2v2s, 3v3s, 1v2s. Like a lot of the clutches basically went the other way. And despite that, they actually put on a really competitive performance. But in the end, yeah, one round when it goes wrong, and then just Pain takes over.
I'll tell you what, Dumao tried to drag him across the line. He was kicking and screaming, trying to get them over there. Huge individual performance from him. Almost single-handedly brought back some rounds. Also, obviously, was kind of one of the dominoes that fell in the final round that ultimately led to the loss. But man, Pain just phenomenal CT side comeback. even though Big Uzera didn't have the highest frag count, I feel like his secondary op actually had a lot of impact in some early round situations throughout that comeback run. Snow, even though we talked about and hyped up his role swap on the T side, and he didn't do so hot there, in the spot he's classically known for as a B anchor, did a lot of work there, as well as having some good, rotates on retakes and having some multi-frag moments in that regard as well. So just all in all, really cool to see the resilience there from Pain.
In those last few rounds, Pain really controlled the pace of the game. How were they able to do that?
Just getting aggressive and getting in the face of Legacy. Legacy's a team that likes to play like a very forward, aggressive play style, but if you can disrupt that and not let them get their feet underneath them, that's one of the ways you can kind of dismantle them. You don't want to let them set up and just stage or execute and just like send out their, 2 or 3 players with good flash layering to just entry you. You need to get in their face a little bit, and I feel like that's what NQZ and Big Uzera were able to do with the ops in a lot of these early round situations.
Yeah, it just feels like when you're playing against the double op, some of these openings that you play have to be a little bit different just because you have to be careful about the 2 angles now, effectively. Like you find one op that you know that there's going to be another one on the other side, and actually Pain used both of them in a pretty good fashion, right? I mean, they had MQZ posted up on short, right, and just trying to pick off somebody, and that was just able to give Pain the openings, and then they were playing the rest of the situations correctly, right? So that's just how it happens.
I think it's also worth noting that Legacy's like mid-B hits were just a little bit disjointed. I felt there was so many times where, Snow was inside the site by himself, having to worry about B tunnels and double doors, and they're kind of just feeding him one player by one because they're so scared of like spam coming through CT spawn and don't quite have the coverage that they want there. And that happened like a couple of rounds in a row in that mid-stretch where they just could not all get together and actually, split window and door simultaneously and overwhelm the B defense that was still there. So a little bit of sloppiness in that regard, but also credit to Pain for, again, just being disruptive, constantly nading out their CT spawn smokes and, never letting them feel comfortable in the half.
Obviously, normally when we get to this part of the show, we focus in on the winning team and the top performing player, but I do kind of want to draw your attention to Duma here.
You tried,
because
man.
Damn, what a performance, and to think those 28 kills still not enough to drag them over the line.
He had the map off, actually, kind of last map, honestly. He didn't really play up to the standard we're used to. The rest of his team kind of had his back, though. On this one, it was kind of the other way around, where he was out there trying to put his best foot forward. The dogs were out. The shoes were off, and he was trying to get something going, but he's not going to be walking across the stage just yet. He's going to have to play at map 3, as, they just could not piece it together in the end.
On the other side, you have Snow. Obviously, we spoke a little bit about some of the changes that have happened at Pain for this player. He was the big hope for such a long time. A lot of conversation around him as being the next Brazilian superstar.
Yeah, for sure. To be fair, like it was more towards the end, as Dust was saying, that he was starting to pick up the pace. Before that, it was NQZ with some of these clutches. Davideus was actually having a lot of impact in some of those situations I was talking about earlier. So that was actually quite spread between all of the guys on Pain who had all the impact in the key rounds. So it wasn't necessarily just him, but towards the end, yeah, it was a lot about Snow and how much he was rotating.
Yeah, again, it's just his anchoring performance on the B-bomb site kind of was the other, pillar of that defense next to the double op setup that NQZ and Big Uzera were cranking out. And then also he just had some really good rotations on retakes as well. And just, getting his rifling skill out into the open and allowing him to express that aim that we know that he's got has been nice to see. I mean, it's nice to see something going Pain's way after having so many struggles, and you're kind of trying to figure out, like, who is it that could step up for them? Like, who could actually get them back? And it's been Snow, who's been so impactful.
Yeah, this was one of the key rounds that we were talking about, where Pain gets or Legacy gets the 5v3 effectively, but then they are forced into this awkward fight into double doors, right? Where they have guys on CT spawn shooting in their backs, and, they're kind of forced going into Snow one by one. And that was kind of the swing round for Pain, really.
Credit to that last one that we just saw, by the way. I think Snow had, 3 HP, 8 HP.
Yeah.
Sadzin's into 1 versus 2, and he's into 1v2, but both of them are bleeding out. Like, just one tap, they're both gone, and Snow still hits a clutch headshot on his way up the slope at an awkward angle, despite being low on HP. So just the fearlessness of that guy was awesome.
What's your key takeaway from Dust 2?
I mean, I'm impressed with... I thought Pain was done for. Like, I thought Legacy was making like a nice little resurgence on their T-side comeback there. It felt like they were in control of the game there for a bit. So I'm impressed with just the fact that they dug deep and found a way to, keep the fight going.
I do think that this is kind of a frustrating map to lose if you're a Legacy, just because of the amount of situations and what that went against them. That puts you in a... I don't want to say that like in a bad emotional state, but like when you have so many situations where you feel like, oh yeah, if we just had that last little push, we would have easily had this map in the back for 2-0, right? So heading into Nuke, I think it's going to take a little bit of a reset from that aspect.
There's going to have to be a conversation outside, right, between the coaching staff and the team. You've mentioned Nuke, it is our decider. This is what it's going to come down to, who will be going through to the semi-finals. These two teams now, you've had a chance to see them. How does this play out?
It's tough to say. I feel like Nuke's kind of in the middle of their map pool for both teams. Like, I don't really identify either one of them as like a heavy favorite on a map like Nuke. But, you know, obviously Pain, we talk about the changes they're trying to make. Snow is the other big change that they've made on this map, letting him be kind of the primary yard player. He had always been a guy who would kind of be secondary yard or something along those lines, but now he's really kind of the point man in that regard. And I know kind of the opening day, we kind of were critical about that. We didn't really think that it could actually work out. And I still think the jury's out on that. But if you could have a big performance here, that would go a long way for a team like Pain, who, again, has been kind of hit or miss on Nuke throughout the year. And Legacy's really kind of in the same boat.
I'm just gonna say
a lot of Nuke.
I'm just gonna say this graphic doesn't look right. There's no way they played this many maps over the last three months. So yeah, I don't think that's
It's also worth noting that in a lot of those Nuke games that you're seeing there, that's with different rosters, right? I mean, that's back when they had different guys on the team.
26 nukes in 3 months.
Yeah, there's no way that was the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the whole year. Maybe not even that.
Okay, let's talk about the two teams and how they laid themselves out here. Well, what is it going to look like?
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be scrappy. We've seen it at the beginnings of both maps effectively, where it goes force buy after force buy, and some of these crazy situations that we saw, you know, like the Dumas situation in middle, and both maps started in a very scrappy way, very situational. I think we're just headed for another map like that.
Yeah, it's been interesting because Big Uzera's had a tough year, but he's had a great tournament. And, you know, with him being that primary yard defender, I think that he's definitely a guy who can really kind of lock down that zone. DGT is such a great ramp player that NQZ, again, has been kind of the best Brazilian opera for some time and can certainly have a lot of impact. So they have all the defensive tools they need. But if you have Dumal and Lux rolling, like Dumal was just playing the previous map, the fact that Lux has had such a great tournament as an entryman, like that could be what they need to kind of penetrate what is normally a very stout defense.
Yeah, I mean, I also will look at Lado just because he's the guy on T side who's very roamy, who just kind of picks his fights depending on what the rest of the team does. He's doing a lot of helping Nissim in inner effectively and trying to help him, or even trying to go for some of these opening plays into ramp, into lobby. Nissim's actually the more passive guy who's more supportive on that side. So I'm going to be looking to him because he's usually going to be the X factor on maps like these.
So just to correct those stats, they were in fact wrong, which made sense. 5 times on Nuke, 3 wins, 2 losses.
There you
go. So that paints an easier picture to digest, I think. I know that it's always difficult to do predictions. It's not something anyone enjoys. But damn, when you take a look at this series, I gotta ask. On the other side, you got Liquid and Saw fighting it out for a spot in the semis. Who will be joining them? Will it be Pain or will it be Legacy?
I mean, I have to go Legacy. I just feel like I've seen more out of them more consistently, right? I know that was a very tough loss on Dust 2. Is very damning to see them have that comeback effort and not be able to cash in on it to get the 2-0. But again, just watching how they've played CAC, how they've played this tournament, how this team has grown and evolved over time, I just think that they have a little bit more realistically to be able to get a pressure game done like this.
Yeah, out of the even situations, I think they looked a little bit better. Obviously, you know, they had some of these force buy wins to help them along the way, but still, I think they were the stronger team in all the gun rounds. The things that went against them was all the, you know, clutch situations, 2v2s, and that's not necessarily something that you can rely on if you're Pain, you know. So I do still think that Legacy looked better in this series.
And you think Legacy will look better on Nuke?
I do.
Okay, confident decisions there from both of our analysts. They're leaning towards Legacy. If you disagree, you can let us know in the Twitch chat. I'm sure they'll read it and see what you have to say. That was sarcasm. It is Halloween, so for one of these teams, it's going to be a horror story, and they're going to be heading home. For another, it's going to be a damn good treat because they'll be marching into the semifinals. We'll find out how this plays out after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from PGL Masters, Bucharest. And today we're going to be going around finding out where players' nicknames come from. Do they have a meaning? What is that meaning? Let's find out. Join me.
My nickname came up, my name is Artem, so I took first 3 letters, which is art. It's obviously like a cool word. And I started to add things like some other thing, art and something. Most of the time I had like art style nickname, but then somebody told me that this is a Dota player, and if I use this nickname, like everyone would think that it's like a plagiat or something like this. So I had to change it. So I was just changing it again, and one day my friend told me like, maybe you should try Art Frost. I tried it, and I just liked the way like it looked. The way I typed it, and I just stick with it. So this is basically the story of the nickname.
My nickname comes from like when I was like a child in my neighborhood. There was like just old guys, and I was like the small guy. So I was 8 that time, and they used to call me Bigorrilho, and I don't know exactly what it means, but I think it's something like a small guy. And when I start to play Counter-Strike, I'm not sure, but I think the zero comes from Code Zero. I'm not sure about it, but maybe it was the same time that I start to play and Code Zero. And I think that's it.
I mean, back then I just heard a word hat-trick, like from football, 3 goals. So I didn't know what does it mean and how to spell it correctly. So I just put it kind of on my feeling. So back then, yeah, I didn't understand, but now it spells like this, you know. So yeah.
There is not like a big story behind it. I was searching some servers in 1.6 to play some pugs, and I saw a team that was named Exit, and I liked the names. I was like a kid. And I put it, and everyone started calling me Exit, my friends, my internet friends, so it was like not a big story, like just like that.
It just stuck with you the whole time?
Yeah. I stuck with it.
What I remember is that I think it was music from Rammstein, that it was Mutter, I think it's mother in German. So I kind of adapted to Mut only. And after some time, there is a singer in Portugal, hip-hop singer, and he was called Vampiris, and I adapted the Mutiris. So yeah, it's basically it.
Okay, that's a cool story.
It's a little bit weird because I was very fan of Fallen. So when I saw his video saying about his nickname, he said like, oh, it was about a card, Angel Fallen. So I was thinking, oh, Fallen, like, it's a little bit sad, you know? So I was thinking, oh, okay, let's put sad and zing. So yeah, it's very bad, the history, but this is it.
Well, a spot still up for grabs in the semifinals. Just one spot, as SAW have actually defeated Team Liquid in a 2-1. They move into the semifinals. So Legacy and Pain are now challenging each other on Nuke for a game against SAW in the semis, Jason.
Yeah, we could touch on that for a second as well. I mean, just an absolute beatdown for Team Liquid, who took the first map 13-4, but then loses the second map 13-2 and the third map 13-1. So quite an embarrassing way to exit the tournament. But remember, for Team Liquid, eyes on the major as they're in stage 2. So take everything they've accumulated over the past few weeks of competition, and you get a break in time to boot camp and time to fix the problems and deepen the map pool. Still going to be, you know, depressed today at the fashion of that loss.
I think you'll be definitely depressed. Especially, it's the way you get beat out by SAW. But early days still for the Liquid team. Certainly not early days for Legacy or Pain, 2 rosters that have been together for a while now. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this series ends, because both maps have been exciting. Inferno was one-sided, but still had its moments. Dusty was back and forth and chaotic. So let's see what Nuke has in store for us.
Yeah, Pain going to be starting on the CT side. Upper rush, first kill for NQZ. Traded off, and down the vent we go, but can't make it. Lado gets caught, so the bomb is the only one down here, and Nissan will be challenged by DGT. So now Legacy have to slow it down, and they have to play the chaos of the scenario rather than hustling in and playing the post plan.
Nissan with the bomb on his back. Oh my... Okay, well, not much you can really do about that. DGT just peeking out from ramp. Dumao at least still fighting upper. but he's separated from his teammates. Sadzin's going to put that bomb down, confirming at a minimum there will be a good force buy in the next round. But what can Sadzin really accomplish on his own?
He has to get one coming into transition, and there was Davideus. That was the one you would have liked to have had. Remember, this bomb isn't going to be easy to defend the defuse, especially with 2 more players coming in.
Yeah, so now the waves of CT players come. They're going to block him, close the doors. That defuse can be stuck around the opposite side of Silo, just playing with him, keeping those doors open and closed. And Legacy will just have to settle with the fact they got a bomb plant and 2 kills. But that's a huge start here for Pain Gaming. Going to be feeling on top of the world after closing out Dust 2. And it was Snow that was the deciding factor. I mean, we were talking about him in the context of the T side, but it was the CT side where he delivered the most impact in the late stages.
Yeah, just stepping up in various moments. But, you know, it's one of those tricky things. You always hear players talk about confidence. This was a big talking point for Naf with his resurgence individually and his post-game interview just the other day when they qualified for the playoffs, talking about how important confidence is to a player. But you put Snow in different positions on the T side and he starts having better and better games. That confidence is just going to build and it's going to bleed over to the CT side. So, yeah, Snow was incredibly impactful on Dust 2. Big reason, probably the most important reason why they actually won the map and brought us here to Nuke. So we'll see what his performance is like on this 3rd map.
Well, with that bomb plant, Legacy have money to either prioritize utility or prioritize getting good rifles out. They've decided to go for the AK-47 option. There's 2 of them in play, one in Lux, one in the hands of Dumao. Dumao had a stellar performance in a game that was lost by Legacy. So let's see what he's capable of in a round like this. Nothing. Big Sarah drops both rifles immediately.
Yeah, cheeky little off angle for the first one, and then Dumao distracted as NQZ peppers him as well, and Big Uzera just gets to mop it up on the repeat. AK-47 salvage on Sadzin. Lado's going to come out here and try and do the exact same thing, but those smokes are about to fade, so it's got to be quick. And Sadzin's got the bomb as well, so you're really motivated to join up with him because you don't want that bomb traversing on its own. As we can see on the minimap in the lower bomb site, there's already Snow rotated down here to keep attention and keep information for the Pain defense in a 5-on-3.
Just jump spot him. Lato and Sadzin eventually going to walk into what is going to be a grenade from Snow. And no, actually, they haven't.
Crouched underneath it. He hasn't spotted it yet.
Now you'll see them. The grenade goes in. But they get on by. Sadzin with the AK up towards the double doors.
Taking their attention for the crossfire. Beautifully done. An easy kill for DGT. You need that frag if you want to bring the bomb back up the vents. And Sadzin, there's 9 seconds. And you either need to plant or you need to die. And he's going to get a kill and the plant. Snow going to have to bomb rush him. He's exposed to control side. Bomb will not go down. AK-47 recovered as well, but at least taken down before the time of the round ended and no bonus money.
Yeah, 1 second in it as well. So either you were dying before time or you were getting the plant. So either way, he had timed it perfectly. Pain Gaming 2-0 lead, looking good. For Legacy, that force buy doesn't pan out. The 2 AKs, unfortunately, the first 2 victims of the round. So Pain Gaming with a great opportunity here. And when you look at Legacy, you don't win the pistol, you don't win the second round force. That means you're going to have to win your T rounds in gun rounds. And this 3rd and final map becomes the most difficult it can be.
Dumao's going to slide outside. No rifle to really turn this round entirely, but some damage is what they're looking for to start. Big Uzera with another angle behind single box. Being a little ratty in these first few rounds outside with the way he's taken fights and positioned himself. Easy at a distance for NQZ. And again, Legacy in a 2v5 and really nothing to talk about here. So 3-0 for Pain on the start. Without taking a whole lot of damage, you're gonna be loving this.
What we've seen throughout this game so far is when 2 of these teams get going, it just seems to be a big streak, right? You just get this huge streak of rounds until they're stopped, and then the opponent grabs them.
Yeah, that was Dust 2, wasn't it? Big run from Pain, big run from Legacy, and then a big run from Pain to close it out.
Yeah, but for Inferno, it never really fell out of Legacy's hands.
Yes.
They were in control of it the whole way forward. Pain have the opportunity to be in that position on Nuke. I mean, you can really set the tone on the CT side. We're about to find out what kind of fight Legacy are going to bring on this T side. Legacy have played Nuke. They got a win on it. They played it twice at this event so far. They took a loss against Liquid and then a win against Astralis. Astralis, a good Nuke team at times. At times.
At times.
Sometimes. I mean, yesterday they got a win.
against Aurora.
Well, yeah, Rugga and Magisk was opping, so...
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, who's going to beat him on the map when that's happening?
All right, let's see how this Legacy 5 AK-47 round goes. Outside smokes, only the one, the first smoke. And Dumao's going to work with it.
We always talk about T-side nuke, how nice it is to get an economic advantage early and just pile on some rounds because of that. Well, Legacy has to get to work quickly because of the way the money has worked out in these first 3 rounds and so many players surviving on the pain side of things. You've done nothing to limit it, to limit the cash growth. That's a very bold start to the half, a very aggressive mid-round lobby push from Davideus. They think ramp is completely clear because of this push. I don't know how this detail has been missed by Pain's defense, but this is a nightmare of a moment for it to have happened. For whatever reason, they thought ramp was just going to be completely clear.
Snow winning in the vent. Oh, a double. Snow looks very comfortable until finally taken out by Dumao. Biguzera. Oh, it's going to be an easy kill for him. Satin just running with his knife out. Wasn't ready for Biguzera to be standing there. 44 seconds, bomb on the ground. A mission recovery now for Legacy with 2 low HP players. Biguzera finally finished off by Dumao. We can go back to the double doors and pick up that bomb again.
Okay, there's Davideus with another one. It's only Dumao. 1 versus 2. Into the bomb site we go. Gonna plant inside the smoke. NQZ calls it out. Here's the click. So Davideus coming down ramp. NQZ over by the single door. And Dumao's got to win something special to get his team started on nuke.
Dumao can be the impact player time and time again for Legacy. Trying to figure out what is the best pathway here. They get on that defuse now. Dumao realized it might be too much of a risk to get out to a single door, but he's not even going for it now. They're just going to hold it. They stick it on the first defusal. Davideus gets the shot off as well. And as 4-0 as Pain Gaming continue the flawless start.
4-0 here on nuke. They ended Dust 2 on a 6-0 streak, Pain. So, I mean, 10 rounds in a row going back to the second map. It's been a long time since Legacy had something positive to hang their hat on. Any kind of a round win. Biguzera has been a nuisance outside so far in the early going. 6-1 for him to open up on nuke. 5-2 for DGT.
Lux on the run, down the vent. Good position to gain early on here. DGT is going to have to address that as the communication flows through the comms that, in fact, there has been one player that possibly could have got down into B.
Yeah, and it seemed like they had the idea. He went and checked, but saw nothing, and now Lux just has, oh lord, he just has so much room. It seems like there's no concept this is possible.
Well, DGT is coming back, but Lux is all the way up on ramp. Like, DGT is about to get spotted and taken out here. The Galil has easily taken that opening kill, and that's opened up the ramp room entirely. Now Legacy can just flow down into B.
Yeah, Lux is doing a great job of controlling these double doors, and now with the Molotov, nobody's going to peek from there. So block off the single door. Snow's going to push right on through. Legacy, the best advantage they've had on this map yet.
Oh, Snow moves out into the open. Dumao continues to frag out here for Legacy. Davideus in the mix. A good double opens up the conversation again. The bomb is not planted. NQZ still around. And with Lato's head no longer attached to the rest of his body, it's a 2v2. And Biguzera, he's still coming down the ramp room. He's still yet to get involved.
This is terrifying for Legacy. Such an advantage in the round, and the way that it's emphatically ripped away from you. Now you just feel like you can do nothing right. Pain always in the position.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, position, Biguzera arrives at the perfect time to stop that plant from happening, put a Nissim in a 1v2. He's got to recover this bomb, put it down in the site. Time is ticking on. Doesn't have that luxury to fake a plant here and really try and work this. He fakes it, then he's dead. As he looks into the wall, NQZ peeks out, and look how fired up they are.
I love it.
That's a round they really should not have won.
I wish he had more bullets in the magazine. A dominant start to nuke, and Pain is letting Legacy know that they're in complete control.
Davideus, man, what a moment. On lower, capitalizes on the chaos.
Capitalizes, I mean, also, that play doesn't happen that successfully if Snow doesn't go through first, right? That's just having players beating the timing. You could see when that smoke is thrown towards the single door and through it to kind of block that avenue, Snow's like, you know what? You're throwing this so deep, I've actually beat the timing to get in front of it. You think it's not going to be possible? It is so possible. Davideus following it up just as the icing on the cake.
Pain Gaming
on fire now. 5 rounds in a row. Legacy continue to throw weapons into the mix, but it's a little bit of an investment. They're saving money for the next. But like you said, it must feel like you just can't do anything right.
Well,
so low.
Yeah, legged on the run boost. And that's the only rifle brought into action. A little bit of a rebuttal as NQZ provides him a peek into the smoke. So presence outside established, smoke wall set up. It's making Pain very nervous for the outer yard. 3 players with attention here, but DGT clearing it out and gathering information. Ramp room has already been overrun. Lower bomb site has already been overrun. And all of a sudden, Legacy yet again have a huge advantage in the round. Even with weaker weapons, having this kind of positioning is great.
How do they lose this one now? Or rather, how to Pain find a way into it. DGT catching out Dumao on the upper bomb site. We gotta start putting the pieces of utility in place. There's the flash. There's the chance. Davideus not taking him. A big Azera absolutely will. The cleanups here. And now Lux 1v3. Deagle inside of the site. First kill's good. Time running low as they get ever closer. It's another shot from Lux. Can he pull it off? A luxury with the Deagle, and he shuts it all down. A Legacy finally get one of them.
They needed a miracle. That's how hard they've had to fight for this. Pain does such a good job coming back into the round. And Lux delivers something special in that moment to get them started. That's the rebuttal for NQZ shooting the bodies in the previous round. Now you get something going. And a huge benefit to do it with pistols, but a 1v3 with the Deagle. You're never going to replicate that. You're just happy that Lux provided it for you.
And you really needed one of those to start killing your way. Pain was just racking up rounds. Even that round looked like it was going to be pulled back in favor of Pain. Good early damage here from the utility as they're trying to assemble a boost. Sadzen is eventually put up on top, but there's no one to be seen, no one to be spotted.
Backing away from outside. For Pain Gaming, the conversation is, forget about that one, we dropped the ball. Just keep playing the way we're doing it. We've been dominating him otherwise, other than the mistakes we just made. So no stress. Get right back to your winning ways. Smoke wall outside pops, and Big Uzera's got a lot of bodies cut. They want to slide through this, it almost seems, but now going to just traverse back towards Secret through into Big Garage. Dumao making a creative play, and too many bullets and too much information past the Lux.
Flying out of the sky. Superman landing with a headshot. NQZ's turn. Dumao ripped away from this attack. Nissim sends himself forward and in tandem in the kill feed with Lato. Davideus must go massive.
These past 2 rounds, Pain is giving a lot of room for Legacy to work with. They're getting a lot of real estate for free. The fact that you're able to creep up that close...
Hold on. 15 seconds, though. The bomb is only coming down Secret now. Snow could be an issue. If he can deny the bomb plan at the right time here, Jason.
Yeah, they have no time to clear anything out. Actually, this is crazy.
There's the plant. There's the door open, and the headshot required.
Shoot his body now. Get him back.
Nissim on the track, on the hunt, finds Davideus. Legacy playing themselves into the first half now.
All right. Well, Lux provided exactly what Snow provided on Dust 2. Lux has given you that very same clutch and moment that re-energizes the team. 2 rounds in a row. Pretty convincing for the Legacy side in this second one. And they've taken the money away from Pain. AWP, not affordable. M4's not really within reach. I think Pain's going to have to descend to just some pistols and sit 1 round out. And Legacy needed this reprieve from all the full buys. They needed that economic advantage to get back into the map.
Should be an easy round for Legacy to handle, especially getting the opening kill. NQZ
Trying to get the sound cues dropped, then he'll come back up for the peak again. Lux is trying to clear the boost, and then NQZ gets a free one. Had a second crack of the whip there, but ends up just getting blasted away by Nissim.
Molotov will activate their entrance into the ramp room. A good shot on the flank. And this save round has been whittled down. Sadzin wants nothing to do with the ult moving forward, so just throwing it up so nobody can actually take it, recovering the AK-47. Okay, Dumao looking a little sketchy here on Nuke. He was excellent on Dust 2, was good and quiet in the first map, but not needed. A slow start here on Nuke. What?
Snow given a chance for a kill and then eventually taken by Nissim.
Okay, that's a freak scenario, but it gives Big User a chance to go for this clutch. 1 versus 2, and he's got plenty of time.
Creeps up to the control room. Sadzin's gonna look like he was gonna spot him, but he doesn't, not yet anyway. And then eventually peeks up into it. So Big User was always a long shot, but it was an opportunity presented to them. Legacy really now on this T side. 3 rounds is good. Yeah, we talked about the fact that they lost the pistol. They got off to a slow start, didn't win the force buy. They're going to have to win it the hard way, right? They have to do it on these gun rounds. And right now they found 3 of them.
Well, they've already had their first accomplishment, right? That first break of the economy for the CT side that's let them jettison that 1 Lux clutch into 3 straight rounds. So you've kept it close, and now you can feel some of that pressure kind of subside because the disparity isn't getting out of control. How many more can they claw together throughout this half? How many gun rounds without a pistol can you put on the board? Right through the ramp Molotov, and DGT's got the first.
And he's just got to peel away with that as well. Doesn't want to commit himself to any re-peaks. Just maintain that advantage here for Payne. Sadzin throws the bomb down. His job is to try and be the battering ram on this B-bomb site. Snow is ready in front of that. Molotov goes up into the peak. He takes damage on board, down to 53. But they could just completely sideswipe him here on the peak. That's the bomb. And Lato wins it.
Tons of damage taken, though, from Lato, and the defense has already arrived. It took him quite some time to feel confident to swing and clear out Snow. Nissim doesn't open the door in time, so Big Uzera shut down by the AWP, and still Lato holding onto the bomb. They're giving time for Dumao to make a play and take all the pressure out of their hands.
NQZ sees the feet.
And the bomb can't join up with him now. Bomb's actually stuck.
Oh, this is rough. The Dumao-Lato combo, but they're severed off from one another. They can't play together. It's gotta be on a mistake, an overextension, a peak perhaps from Payne Gaming to reopen the opportunity for Legacy back into the round.
What does Dumao think? Does he think eventually he's just going to be able to come down and join up? This is, I don't know how they think they're going to be able to join together and actually fight in a 2 versus 3. Op shot miss.
Well, now he goes because he heard the AWP was watching towards double doors. He did have that opportunity, but regardless, it will be Payne back to winning ways.
Yeah, that's a nice recovery. 6-3 now, and a pretty convincing round, a round where they keep 3 weapons alive, so money still gets to grow for the Payne side of things. And for Legacy, without that plant, a couple players right on the edge, so they've got a decision to make. If they force buy here, a lot of the remaining stage rounds in the half come down to this.
You have to make a decision.
Yeah, you kind of shove your chips all in if you decide to buy here right on the edge, because Nissim can get a weapon, a rifle, an AK-47 just fine with utility. Same with Dumao. It's Lux, Sadzin, and Lato who are right on that edge.
Definitely worth burning a timeout to discuss it. Yet to commit.
Yeah, saving here lets them fight for the last 2 rounds with a little bit more to battle with. If they were to go all in, you'd kind of sell yourself short if you were to lose it. So conservative decision with the money in this stage of the game. Khalil on Nissim, upgraded pistols otherwise.
Quick pop of the outside smokes. There's send one player out there, that's Dumao. They're going to try and get him in towards main. They can split the A bomb site from 2 sides. He's actually just going to go to a secret instead this time with a Tech 9. And just let him search. Let him figure out what's available. And they could even go ramp here, Jason. There's lots of options to Legacy, at least at the start of the round. And right now, DGT's waiting in a slightly different position than he's been using.
Well, most of the issues Payne's had... Okay, hold the phone. Fast towards ramp. DGT handles the first one, but it's sloppy.
Not very well, yeah.
Yeah, so he can't convert.
So then Snow waits down on the B-bomb site. Gonna hear them charging on down. Can Snow handle this pressure?
Oh, first bullet inaccurate as well, but Snow has the cover. Stabilizes for 1 kill, but Dumao, he got himself to this position very early in the round, and all of a sudden, Legacy, with a conservative approach, have found themselves in a 3v2 with a bomb down.
I was going to say ooh, okay, smoke in the face, so Dumao doesn't get caught around the edge of the smoke. Big Uzera is going to check. He's going to go for it. He's going to try, and Dumao rips his face off.
Wow.
Now NQZ saves the op. I was going to say, the most issues that Pain have had with the Legacy attack has been when a few players get a ton of room and a ton of scaling and a ton of real estate without really being challenged. And Dumao, once again, got all the way towards vents without anyone realizing he was there, without anyone spotting it or considering it. So he quietly gets into a position to stop that vent drop in rotation, which is when Legacy really secure the lower bomb site, and as we eventually find out, the round entirely. 6-4. Legacy doing getting a good number of rounds on the board without a pistol in this half is wonderful.
Very impressive, and in fact,
yeah,
they win that round without fully investing, right? They had 1 rifle, and then they had pistols and the rest. Now they've got so much money, and you look at Pain Gaming, it's the opposite story for them. They do not have enough to get a really solid buyout here.
Actually, when you phrase it like that, I mean, even the first round where Lux had that 1 versus 3 with the Deagle, not only is it 1v3 with the Deagle, but that's a round of mostly Tech 9s. 2 of the rounds, and the most influential round that they've won have come from pistols. Gun rounds have otherwise been all for Pain, but if you're on the Pain side of things reviewing this match later on, it's really frustrating that you have such a strong half with rifles, but lose so much on some of the anti-force buys.
Well, they've got to hope that they can have some success with some weaker weapons in play as well. There's 3 players on pistols here. Davideus is not going to be finding success straight away. It's going to be Snow on the USP, at least taking 1, then Davideus caught by Nissim. Yorp going for a wild maneuver over the top of Heaven, and NQZ decapitated. So a 5th round for Legacy. They could tie the half.
That's crazy to think about. 5-0 start for Pain, but a 5-1 run since then for Legacy. Big Uzera going to prioritize this M4 surviving into the next round. They're going to need a drop over to a teammate. And this is what's made Legacy such an interesting team at this point. The eye-opening experience at the Austin Major of the kind of run and the kind of upsets that they had, starting off with Vitality, a big headline there. Some of the struggles since then, sure, but you're seeing them come back into form, and that efficiency, that effectiveness to get 5 rounds without a pistol on T-side nuke and battering down Pain's continuous buys in this half. Very impressive performance in Legacy, who are buried early on. Final round of this half, and then they get to switch over and have the CT side confidence. Pain at the moment is just like, damn, this didn't have to be a game, you know?
Like, how has this happened, guys?
It happened so fast.
NQZ's just lighting up bodies. Everyone's getting destroyed
Ever
as they're running
since
at
that
Pain.
moment, it's a good point. Ever since he spammed the body, it's been a 5-1 run for Legacy.
That was it. That was what went wrong, Jason.
It's a classic in Brazilian Counter-Strike lore. Do not piss off the Brazilian players. Do not give them the motivation to come back into the game.
You know, it's always a great point that I love that Yanko consistently brings up, and it's the fact that Legacy are the only top team that are actually fully Brazilian. All the other organizations have went out there and they've picked up, you know, players from different parts of South America, or now even with Furia going in picking up European players and Molodoy. So you ended up in a situation where Legacy are actually bearing the Brazilian flag. They've just won a trophy in Shanghai last week. They're flown back to Bucharest. They could defeat Pain Gaming, show that you can win with all 5 Brazilian players and get into a semifinals again.
Yeah, for those uninitiated, Davideus from Chile.
Legacy have got a lot of control outside. They've moved down Secret into the lower bomb side already. Snow already in the vent. He's rotated down to try and address this issue, but Lado led to Snow's mouth. And they'll continue to fire their way forward into the lower site. They know where that AWP is. They detect NQZ.
Okay, a little bit of a weird round. Bomb's already in the bomb site, but it is alone, and now they got to find some way to give him some safety, because Lado's like, bro, I'm not planting the bomb. Are you crazy?
There's no safety.
Absolutely crazy, and DGT makes sure it never goes down.
DGT, great rounds here on the lowest site. It's going to be a 2v3, still recoverable. A minute left on the clock here for Legacy as Lux and Dumao try to move into position. Here's one of the kills back. It's Lux. Shadow spotted. He knows DGT's there. He moves forward. Low HP gone. And all of a sudden, Davideus up against Lux. And Lux needs another clutch, this time on the B-bomb side again. That plant goes down. Lux has health. Davideus at 45 HP. A hole in the double doors. They swing wide open. Lux just peeks out, and another clutch to add to Legacy's tally. And he is so fired up as Legacy somehow come back to tie up this first half.
He gets him into the game with a 1v3 clutch with a Deagle in the lower bomb site. He ends the half tying things up with an incredible performance in an impossible situation. So difficult. Lux just ignores the problem of DGT for the moment, cuts off the rotation. Everything else can be solved later. They know where DGT is, so take out the other players first. And the big brain of the IGL delivers again for Legacy. Man, that's, I mean, considering how dominant the start of the half looked for Pain, they're going to be so shell-shocked. They were flying high, everything going good, everything working, and then Legacy came to play. And a very impressive half, recovering not only from the 0-5 deficit, but doing it without winning the pistol round, having this many rounds. Absolutely beautiful on the T side. So all eyes towards Pain.
Yeah.
And what they can do on the offensive half of Nuke.
I mean, Pain decided to move away from playing with Lux, right? He was the joint highest rated player in 2024, and you think that, you know, going out of this Pain roster might just stall out Lux's career, slow him down a little bit, but he's gone off, he's changed his role up, he's become an in-game leader, he's won a trophy with Legacy, he's went to another major, and now he could be knocking Pain out here in Bucharest. Pistol begins in the second half. Legacy's defense is off to a peak here. Lux going for the opening fight. Blinded and held back.
Couple initial jiggles just to keep him tantalized with the prospect of an open duel with those Glocks, and then the flashbang comes in. So caused a little bit of a delay with this smoke wall, making him a little nervous to traverse it early. But now going to slide across towards Secret. 4 players crossing. It is Lux downstairs, but he is alone.
Lux heading up for a peek, drops in behind the double doors, back into the site. Pain Gaming going to continue their march into lower. This is very uncomfortable now for Lux, quite claustrophobic as he has to play from dark. Sadzin's gone. Lux trying to peek out, but NQZ with the P250 is perfect. And that plant now being secured. Nissim, oh, closing down the ground. Another great shot from Nissim. His teammates have now arrived. Nissim gone. It's on DGT and Davideus to try and hold on to the site, and the flank is in. Dumao's getting flanked. DGT, oh, he's missed. And the door's closed in his face. There's no way, surely no way that Dumao can win this. He goes back to it. But DGT eventually comes through. And Pain Gaming, no round is easy, no round is comfortable. But they win the pistol to start off this second half.
That was the only way Dumao had to win it, was to get close up and just time the opening of the door to get an instant headshot. What a brutal battle. Nissim does everything he can, takes incredible risks to bring them back into the round, back into this pistol, but just cannot contain the flood of Pain players. This is beautiful. 1 kill, hunting down the other. He knows the bomb is being planted. That player can't help out. He knows his teammates are coming to single door, but the shots down the stretch from DGT. Lovely work on a Dumao. And both pistols for Pain on the deciding map of this series. An advantage for them to head into the semifinals, a 1-round lead.
Gonna see if they can steer away this force bite. And get Snow over towards Secret. Running a rotation down. Lux waits on B. Just on the steps outside those double doors. Flashes into main, being set up by the Secret player, Davideus. A little clearance of the smoke as he peeks towards top hut. Just trying to wrap around the CT side of Legacy, making them feel uncomfortable. Sadson trying to gather info, sees how much space they've lost outside.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is tough. You have to execute the lobby crunch right now. Tees are going to be prepared. Oh, maybe not a clearing over towards Trophy. Oh. Double kill, AK-47 to recover.
Not like this. Pain, they've lost 2 players in that ramp play. They now come through Heaven, but they can focus entirely on the Heaven play. Sadson can just scope up and look towards Heaven itself. They're worried about man a little bit, but for the most part, they can just be preoccupied. There's the play from Nissim. Another kill picked up from Nissim. This is ridiculous. Pain all of a sudden in a position where they're surrounded by CTs.
And Nissim makes the noise cues of dropping away back towards ramp room. He's got a teammate that just slid into his position, so a little bit of trickery, hoping maybe they decide to rotate
10
down.
seconds. This is going to be a save up in heaven.
Oh.
This is a conceded round, and this is all Nissim. Like, it's incredible.
It's not just losing the second round and failing to convert the pistol. It's also just the fashion in which this happened, right? Completely disrupted. You never got to get anything going for you. You had all the advantages wrapping around heaven. You were making it really uncomfortable for Sadzin. And then all of a sudden, you have no options. You've lost everything, and you just get stalemated and sit up in heaven until the timer subsides.
Yeah. Pain really feeling the hurt of their former teammates. Nissim used to play for Pain as well for a period of a few months. What a round from him. We've now got Galil's AK-47, Tech 9s. Pain continue to buy.
Smoke, flash, flash is all that's available to Pain Gaming in this round, heading towards ramp room. Smoke wall set up outside. They want to take some attention away from ramp, and Nissim's actually repositioned, which gives a lot of space.
Yeah.
A new angle that he's fighting from. He sprays down one. Good damage on a Davideus and drops. Descends into the lower bomb site, into safety.
Oh, DGT just shows a little bit too much to Lux. You won't mess that one up. 2-man advantage. 11 HP on Davideus as he trades out the AK to Snow.
Going to stay quiet in this 3 versus 5. They want Legacy to realize what's happening as late as humanly possible. Davideus leading the way with 11 HP means Nissim can double up quite easily when he gets this first kill. Can transfer over very fast.
Oh, the right ball again! Nissim! Another multi-kill. That's 3 in the round for him, and it's all on Snow. Down on the lower bomb side, here's the vent steps. Hear them coming towards the double doors. They're also peeking out single. Nothing Snow can do. And Legacy, they stop Pain from having the success at the start of the half that they had in half 1, right? Where Pain were able to go up 5 rounds in a row. They lose the pistol here, Legacy, but bouncing back immediately.
Yeah, now they get that advantage too to run up an early lead on the CT side, and then let's see if they can build it into something that Pain can't overcome. Mentioned it had been like really, really streaky throughout Dust 2 and even into Nuke to a certain extent. 5-0 run to start for Pain in the first half. 6 of 7 for Legacy. And now a chance to go on a streak here again, as only Glocks should be a pretty simple round for them to close out, and moving forward against the AK-47 is going to be the big test. This quarterfinal, establishing the hierarchy in Brazil.
There's a swing out. Lux holding down. Just shredding them away here. And keeping it easy and breezy as Legacy go to 9. Nice decoration of corpses here for Halloween.
Yeah, that's what they were going for.
Yeah.
All right, well, Op is out for Sadzin now. He's going to bring that out on the CT side. On the T side, it's all AK-47s, 5 smokes. Plenty of flashbangs to utilize. Not completely flush with all the utility they'd like, but they have plenty of pieces, Pain, to make this work.
Ooh. Headbutts that one. Disrupts the smoke slightly. Clearance. Oh, Snow does get detected. Smoke breaks open. Snow spotted at the last second.
It's almost like he read where that smoke break was for which peak it was going to be opening up, and got drawn to it like a moth to flame. Sadzin loves that.
Burns him up, melts away the snow. Now we got 59 seconds on the clock.
Might not have expected an AWP outside, but clearly an idea, I think, to wrap into Mini to help supplement this upper hit. But now that option, that resource is taken away.
Will they get past the top hut player? It's Dumao, ready to deliver.
No one on the roof for a hut Molotov. They don't even have one available, so it's going to be tough.
Turns from the flash. Now Dumao, 1 kill. Really important trade kill coming in from DGT.
Bomb hasn't committed that. NQZ, he's waiting for the flanks. He's waiting for Nissim's play. Heard the footsteps coming back. Nissim's going to go down. Surely 1 for 1. But you still have Lato that you haven't gotten past.
Yeah, Lato's still waiting. Sadzin drawing attention towards Heaven. Lato's going to send the nade out. Gives away his position. It's 1v1. Sadzin from Heaven secures it for Legacy.
Oh, it means everything to him. Means everything. I'm amazed at the play from Lato, but he's doing it to help out his teammate. Nade softens up the player looking towards Heaven. He's able to catch the bomb planter in transition with an immediate headshot, and Sadzin cleans it up. Close affair.
Not getting the ball plant either is really hurting Pain when it comes to a buy at this point of the game as well. They're going to have to go for a half buy. They're going to have to get Tech9 to Khalil. If they even sold back to Khalil, so it is just going to be Tech9s across the board here for Pain Gaming. And Legacy can sense it. They can sense that semi-final. They got a taste of winning out in Shanghai.
Now
they want to challenge for another trophy.
Yeah, they do. It's a lovely event forward. Every team in the playoffs licking their lips and saying everyone here is susceptible. There's no such thing as a top dog at PGL Bucharest because Aurora's looked flat. Tournament is wide open and Legacy looking to string trophies together. Early loss in the round. Snow able to exploit, able to do in this round what he couldn't in the previous.
Sadzin, a missed shot. They could overrun him. Oh no. This is a round that Pain should not be finding themselves in a comfortable position in, but all of a sudden a 4v3. Can Lato recover the mess? He sees them descending down. They waterfall to their death, drowned out by Lato. And the A-bomb site back under wraps for Legacy.
He just came from Hunt. I don't know if he'll expect Snow.
Yeah, let's see. Lato getting the information. Snow running him down. Quick rotation of a player back up towards Heaven. The reinforcements are arriving. Snow would have to pull off an exceptional ace from this position. And they're not giving him that chance. They're just toying with him. Giving him little looks every now and then, but he's got to work his way around the back and he runs out of bullets. Pain Gaming trying to mentally stay in it, but it's getting so frustrating down the line.
Yeah, you can see the moment getting there as well. Frustration building because the semi-final is seeming so far away for Pain at the moment, and Snow knows every single one of those situations is critical. Every single one of those situations where he feels like he has a chance to win the 1v3. And a lot of stress going to start descending on Pain's shoulders, so a timeout called to talk things over, to settle the emotions, settle the nerves. And as you mentioned, with that trophy win so recently in Legacy's mind, pressure for them not nearly as bad, especially nursing this 4-round lead. It's 11-7. But now 5 straight in the second half as this defense has just locked in.
One last hurrah for Pain Gaming. They lose this, they will be broken in Bucharest. And Dumao kicks it off. DGT gone, advantage Legacy. At least some space being taken for Snow all the way down Secret.
So 4 and 5, but you have some advanced positions. Legacy's rotated 2 down themselves. Sadzin's AWP still out here in Big Garage. That could catch someone just off guard because he hasn't been spotted, hasn't made his presence known. But equally, Legacy's going to believe this is covered.
Davideus with a space up Heaven. Lato's head turned away. Not anticipating this as a possibility. Davideus now erupts through. You can see Sadzin now locking in, looking up.
He can focus on the main play, though. Biggest error going back for a second. Sadson finally taken away from Heaven, but he's done very well to get a double. That actually keeps Legacy ahead. It's a 3v2, and Pain Gaming in a bit of a panic because now Nissim spotting out Davideus, but he's doing everything for the team.
Yeah, this is lovely from Davideus. Drops down now, changes the position. Now it's been spotted. Both players inside the bomb site. Molotov coming in. Huge to flush him out into the open. It's Lux again. Double kill, and he will not let Pain get a foothold in this map.
Not at all. It is Lux who is showing that he can frag, he can lead, and he has taken Legacy to a higher position in the Brazilian hierarchy. They are looking like the team that are guaranteed semifinals now over Pain Gaming.
Oh, loving it. Loving it. Feels so good. 1 round away from the semifinals. The semifinal up against Saw with their upset over Team Liquid earlier in the quarterfinal.
Portuguese speaking semifinal.
Just lovely from Sadson. His off has been so good. It's been sharp on Nuke.
I mean, Sadson has been called the X Factor. Richard was calling him that a couple of days ago because we witnessed at CAC how he can go missing, he can be quiet, he can win you maps, he can lose you maps. But here in Bucharest, he has been standout. He has been the standout for Legacy in a lot of these maps. Just so impressive.
Yeah, incredible op impact in the previous round. All right, Payne, coming out of this timeout, this is the point where you call that round in practice that always wins you something. Every team on every map has a round that they feel is just good for a round whenever they need it. Whenever they have to have a win, it's the one they go to. What is Payne's?
The outside smokes and lets Snow play solo. They're going to come at Nissim with the AUG. The scope is up. In the back box in the ramp room. Nissim to try and drop the opener. Damage, but no kill. Davideus remains sharp in back-to-back rounds.
Ramp room control, 2 players drop, but Snow, he's loving it. Once again, going to wrap around towards Heaven. Saw this available in the previous round. Once again, it's open to Payne. When Snow clears out above... Oh, Dumao might catch him. Oh, baby. Snow turns. Reads something coming. It's quiet on the map, and that's an immediate headshot. So Legacy might be kept away from the win just yet. Kept away from the semifinals a little bit longer.
Lux in towards the lobby. NQZ gone. At least still in this fight for the round. 35 seconds remaining. It is Lux again. Another important shot. Sadson strikes straight to the head of DGT.
Bombs in lobby.
It's got to be Davideus. It's got to be Big Azera. It's got to be a recovery, but 20 seconds left. It just looks so unlikely. Sadson goes to the AK. Big Azera hunts him down. Davideus left alone, and Sadson secures it. Semifinals for Legacy. Lux leads this team. In January, he was kicked out of the Pain roster. We thought it would be a step back in Lux's career, but he would not let that be his legacy.
Vindication for Lux and Legacy while on their way to lifting another trophy after their win at CAC. They now find their way into the semi-finals. What did we think about how they performed on Nuke?
From being down 0-5 with 8 total kills to their name across those 5 rounds, somehow they found a spark, and that spark was Lux. Just an absolutely crazy clutch on the lower bomb site to kickstart a comeback effort that was just poetic almost. Like to see him do it again the final round of the half, another clutch, and then to see them just go on almost a perfect CT side. I mean, just the 1 round. I mean, incredible stuff.
We said it was going to be scrappy. We were right about that. I wasn't necessarily right about the fact that Legacy looked like the better team. They were going to be the better team across the gun rounds and all that stuff. This was them relying on the individuals to get them out of trouble, effectively. It wasn't just Lux. either. You know, it was Nissan once it switched over to the second half. Of course, the first half ends 6-6. There's nowhere near over, and then Payne wins the pistol round. So there's obviously every chance for Payne to win it. But then Nissan steps up in the couple of key rounds on CT side to bring them back. Then Lux has this last round at the end again to pull them out of trouble. It is, yeah, just completely individual win.
Yeah. And I'm mistaken, it was a perfect CT side. That one got away from me. I thought they were going to win that round, but ultimately Sad comes up with the final clutch to kind of put a punctuation mark at the end of this game. And crazy to see Legacy be up against the ropes and look just that beaten. I mean, they look so slow on the T side. It seemed like nothing could really go their way. And then, as we've already kind of described, Lux leading by example, making so many big plays happen. You start to see everyone kind of get fired up after that. And by the end of the game, again, they had 8 total kills across their entire team through the first 5 rounds. And by the time it's all over, everyone seemed to kind of have their moments in the end. Like, you know, Sadzen obviously having the finishing touches there.
Frustration for Payne though, because it looked like such a good start for them.
And it's another pretty horrid T side to end it on, right? Because that was something. Yeah, I've been very critical of them, and it's just been. Sometimes they just fall really flat on the T sides, and it's just because they just are so disjointed. They don't really have the supportive plays, and some of it, you know, was coming through here as well. I mean, some of these throws of 5v3 situation, you know, where they just need to group up and play together. Obviously, you know, it came in situations where they just let a player slip by them, and it was just the right timing. So they got unlucky in some sense a couple of these rounds. But still, it's just something that they keep having to work on, and they haven't really figured it out yet.
Let's take a look at the standout players on the side of Legacy. Who for you was the one you were keeping an eye on?
It's got to be Lux.
Yeah.
I mean, just the fact that he has been playing so well all tournament long as an entryman, but then you saw him come together in 2 massive clutch situations to kickstart their comeback and to finish off the first half, giving them just that little bit of added breathing room. Not that they needed it. I mean, again, a flawless CT side to add to it. And him being the outer yard player, again, he was very pivotal, you know, in some of those rounds, getting those double kills to put his team in positions to have a chance to win. And so that's really cool to kind of see that, especially, you know, looking across the stage and knowing that other guy that he's playing against is Big Uzair, the guy he played under for, you know, a long time on Payne and had successes and ups and downs, but now he has reinvented himself as an in-game leader in his own right. It has proven that he is more than worthy of that role and has now, like you said, led Legacy for an opportunity to perhaps go back-to-back, grab another trophy in the cabinet, and be one of the rare teams that have more than one win this season.
We'll talk a little bit more about Lux and this win for Legacy, but first, I do believe Jackie is with the star himself.
That's right. It's Halloween here, Sam, and it was not a trick. It was an absolute treat for Legacy. Lux, you've brought it home, closed down the series. Very individual game. A lot of explosive CS from all of the boys. Talk me through it, man. What was going on out there on the server?
Man, what a relief. This game started really well for us, and then the game slipped out of our hands on the Dust 2. We went to Nuke. I think it was 5-0, something like that, and I won that Deagle clutch. I told you, I don't hit Deagle shots like, I think 3 months. And yeah, I don't know what happened. And that round gave us energy to come back. It was like a crazy game for us. We really enjoyed playing this game because we're really energetic. We brought back the legacy from the Austin Major. So I think it was really fun for you guys to watch. And yeah, really, really happy.
You say obviously bringing back that form from the sort of Austin Major that Legacy had. It feels similar as well in terms of how you're playing off each other, feeding the energy, very selfless plays as well. It never seems like, even if it's a bit of a slow round, Sadzin's trying to bring the energy up. You're trying to switch it up a little bit in terms of the perspective of managing the game. Did it feel like a lot of it was, you know, sort of self-belief of, look, we need to give everything here and then keep pushing more?
Yeah, I think like this semester was really crazy for us. We had some ups and downs, and now I think we are in our best form of set, best shape, and we kind of worked a lot on our mental because we were stressing a lot on those games. In the Dust 2, we kind of brought back that, and in this game I told guys, let's just play, let's have fun, you know. And I think we did have fun.
You definitely did. And then I imagine there's going to be a lot of fun coming up as well. Obviously, next game in the bracket, we had Liquid taking on Saw whilst your game is going on. Saw won that 2-1, closed it down on the third and final map, 13-1. With Saw as the opposition ahead of you, how loud is this room going to be getting? What kind of decibels, Lux?
This game, I think this playoffs, if it was in an arena, would be even crazier. But right now here in the stage, we're listening to the guys shouting and screaming. And against Sal, I think will be the same because they speak Portuguese. So it will be a lot of vamos and here, vamos there. So yeah, it will be a fun match. I think we didn't match them yet, like in this year. So will be like difficult because we need to watch the game like right now and have the game like real quick. So yeah, but it's the same for them, and yeah, that's it.
And lastly, before I let you go and obviously reset before the next game, is there anything you want to say to the Legacy fans, I imagine, that are very happy off the back of seeing this result come in, Lex?
I'd like to show some love to the Brazilian fans. Muito obrigado aí todo mundo que está acompanhando, acordando cedo desde da China. Está sendo uma absurda esse campeonato. A gente fez que nem nosso semestre, ganhando, perdendo, e agora a gente está aqui nos playoffs com uma vitória, chegamos na semifinal. E é isso, continue torcendo que está dando muito certo. Amo todos vocês, beijão.
What a legend. Lux, an amazing man. We're going to be getting back over to the panel. Let's keep it locked and see how Legacy do.
That's the thing right now, because of the way the schedule's played out, you've got semifinals. You've just won your quarter and you've got one game, one best of 3, could be 2 maps to figure out what the next game plan is. And of course, if you weren't watching the B stream, there was this big upset. Saw is now the opposition, not Liquid. They are so not back, Dust.
They are going back home, in fact, is what they're going to be doing, and having to regroup in a big way if they want to have a chance to have impact at the major. But yeah, really cool just to see how many different unique matchups we're getting in this bracket. As obviously we talked about how the fact that Payne had never played Legacy before. Obviously, you know, we had Heroic against GamerLegion for the first time with some of those guys having known each other from being on the Young Ninjas Academy system. And now you kind of have a similar situation taking place where you have, you know, Legacy and Saul playing each other for the first time. And Legacy is the only team in this bracket that has a chance to be a repeat winner. You know, the other 3 squads have a chance to get their first title of the year. So in a season where we've had a lot of different people win tournaments, there's a chance for that to happen again, or for a chance for Legacy to really solidify themselves as a consistent contender.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the ranking guy. I was just looking at if Legacy made it to the top 10, and they did after that Liquid loss as well, because there's now 17 points between them. Legacy's now in the top 10 of the VRS, which is, honestly, a month ago, who would have thought?
Who would have thought? And now they have an opportunity to lift back-to-back trophies. I do believe if that happens, it is only Spirit and Furia who have done that in this season leading up to the major. So something in the back of Legacy's mind. They have to get through the semifinals first and the grand finals. And we actually have our first semifinal coming up. You saw their GamerLegion up against Aurora. And we thought it would be good to catch up with Aurora after their victory in the quarterfinals. So Jackie is with Woxic. And when that interview is done, Richard Lewis will be here to take you into the semis.
Down here with Woxic, fresh off the back of the Aurora win, semi-finals bound now. Man, a hell of an excitement there. Obviously, good start, good energy. You know, speaking to Maggi yesterday, right? You did win the Astralis game, but it felt like it was a bit of a struggle to get through. Ups and downs versus Rugger as well, subbing in for Device. Can you talk to me a little bit about how maybe the team is today, if there was chance to repair things, sort of how the individuals are feeling, Woxic?
I think as individual-wise and energy-wise, that was like really nice to see from the boys. Like they never stepped down, because we have been like struggling between the maps, or sometimes like losing the first map. We just starting, and also in the maps we just losing like 6-0 or something, and after that we're trying to bounce back. But anyway, whatever happens, it's like everyone just stayed like a focus and on point and just keep communicate. No one just was like kind of stepping down from the game or being angry or on something. I think everyone wants to get out of from the situation that we have been facing for the last tournaments, and I think win is a win, you know. In the end, it doesn't matter how you win. Of course, you should show to your level for everyone, from them to get scared from you. But now we are not able to show it, but we will bounce back.
Yeah, and I think that's very true, because obviously that's a characteristic of your team, right? It feels like you really do have very strong individual firepower, and when you're all on point, you know, Zantara's popping off, Jota's hitting shots, you're coming alive with the AWP. And I wanted to talk to you a bit about that, because in the Astralis series, obviously we had the mouse issue, right? From the stream's perspective, you were swapping between the mice, but I wanted to know what was the reasoning behind that, because going into train, you were hitting everything. It felt like whatever was wrong was fixed.
Yeah, there was something wrong while I was playing. I just find out in the like 7th round of I think it was Nuke, the first map. I just realized, and like when I'm just trying to move the mouse on point, it just bringing down to the right down on the screen. It's instantly for a second, and I'm just bringing back again. But I didn't want to share for the boys because I don't want to go in their head like a mentality that this guy like having a mouse issue or something, that we'll lose this game or something. But I just wanted to do my best. And after the like first map end, I just instantly like opened the brand new one and I checked. But that time also was sensitivity wasn't feeling the same, and I made a bit lower my sense to like make adjustment from the previous one. I don't know why every setting was same, but it was feeling like much faster. I don't know why. But in the end, after just bringing the second one to the fresh one, and also not feeling any pressure of your mouse that can sell you out, you know, while you are shooting, it gave me the like confidence back again, and I just. But anyway, that was like I'm fortunate that they had to play with their coach, which is I'm sad for Device and the Astralis boys. But this is kind of life, and if he's not able to play, you shouldn't risk it. They did their best. Also, we were about to lose. Maybe if he was playing, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation right now and talking to you, because we were already going back to home. I don't know. Maybe God wanted it like this way, you know?
It's fair enough, man. I think, you know, again, it's not anything to do with Aurora, right? You've got to play the opponent that's in front of you, so you approached it the best you did. So then let's talk a little bit about what's to come, obviously, now with GamerLegion picking up that victory in terms of your side of the bracket. What's your thoughts on that one before I let you go, Woksik?
The thing is, I think we played against GamerLegion very long time ago. We couldn't even face against them like Vitality, because we played against Vitality and it's gone. We never kind of find out each other in the brackets as well, and also same for GamerLegion. So it has been like really long time. But I thought before we start, if we win, we'll play with the Heroic again. They beat us, so we need to beat them back to go to the final. That's what I say to the people. But after we finished the game and I heard GamerLegion won the game, I said sounded interesting, because we never faced for a long time ago. I think it was like a major, I think, that we played the previous time. They're like good individually and also playing really well, I think, at the moment. So if we play like we played against B8, I think it's gonna be really intense game to watch for everyone.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, Woksik. Always a pleasure. Wish you the best of luck on the server. Let's see how it goes versus GamerLegion.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Yes, welcome back, esports fans, and happy Halloween. And we've got a couple of spooky semi-finals coming for you from the PGL Bucharest Masters. I'm your host, Richard Krugis, and we've summoned two analysts from the very depths of hell themselves. We have Yanko Unchained and the Blair Witch Project. How are we doing, guys?
Well done. I mean, listen, we already had a horror story earlier with that Liquid game, right? So the terror continues, Richard.
The terror continues. I love it.
I didn't even know it was Halloween. I thought you were just the biggest flamenco fan of all the talent out of everyone in Bucharest.
So yeah, no, look, obviously we've had the quarterfinals earlier. We've got to really see where the teams are at today, and we're going into a semi-final that one of these teams I think we feel does belong here, but only kind of sort of. But you're right, that Team Liquid result earlier has really now put this pressure on Aurora to go and close it. that probably wasn't there before.
What did we say yesterday, Richard? You know,
Correct.
for Liquid's run, it's like if they go up against a team that permabans Mirage, might be a bit tricky. Saw permaban Mirage, it's not in the pool. And Liquid, I mean, 13-1, 13-2 on the final 2 maps after winning the first one. Just really an atrocious score. But hey, how about Saw? They just continue to impress, continue to surprise. Narrowly missed out on the major, but making most out of their opportunity here in Bucharest.
I mean, definitely, and obviously bringing in those players that we've highlighted over the course of the tournament looked terrible on day one. Betting in now, you know, and honestly, like I think all bets are off for this one because I know we said that at the start of the tournament, we didn't really mean it. But now you've got like teams like GamerLegion. Based on what I saw on day one, day two, I didn't think they were going to be in the playoffs, and now here they are in a semi-final.
For sure, you look at the first couple of days, and it was grim, right? The T-sets were looking rough. Even on the best maps, they were looking completely abysmal. But they've somehow righted the ship, right? It's looking really good. PR especially, phenomenal form heading into the playoffs right here. I think it's the third highest rated player in the team as well. So, yeah, if there was ever a time for GamerLegion to get a pretty massive scalp in the form of Aurora, it was right here today.
I think it's just GamerLegion feels in this tournament, they do the opposite of the expectations, right? Like when you expect them to win, they end up flopping, and they gave up a couple of big leads and lost their map pick multiple times, right? And then you think, all right, seems like they just don't have it. They're out. They surprise you, and they end up making it into the playoffs and then coming back to win 1-0 down against Heroic in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, what PR did to Heroic was thoroughly indecent.
It was criminal, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely amazing performance from him. And I'll just say there's news circulating out there today that, you know, 100 Thieves might be returning to the space, and they might be looking to steal away the GamerLegion core and hook up with Rain. So we've seen this a few times at PGL events, actually, where teams come in under this cloud of, right, a roster change is impending. It happened quite famously with your friends over at Falcons with Dexter. They won the tournament. So I'm just saying, we got previous here.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll see if that affects them in any way whatsoever. They were even aware of that on the team.
Yeah, maybe they just found out.
These
They were
things
like,
happen on an organizational level, right? But on the other side, we've got Aurora, who, despite their best efforts, are in the semifinal.
True.
Again, and it's also interesting, right, when it comes to them that these two teams haven't played each other at all.
Yeah.
Like last year, this year, you know, the cores haven't faced each other, but they've been at a lot of the same tournaments, so that's a curious fact.
Yeah, and for the side of Aurora, like just that win, that loss against Astralis and Nuke definitely was very worrying. It felt like it could be an absolute disaster, but they've looked good. They managed to close it out, and today as well, despite...
Hang on, Blair.
Okay, go on.
Drop a map.
They dropped the map, which is sure, it's Mirage. But guess what, Richard? There's not going to be Mirage in the pool here in this matchup. So already things looking good for the Turks.
Yeah, but actually, I think Mirage could conceivably be one of their, could be their third map or something.
Right, so I think it's the weakest map right now. It used to be the earlier good map, but I feel like the CT side right now, they haven't changed anything up. I think most teams know exactly how they like to play. They've been predicting it, and they've been abusing them on this map.
I think this series is really important for Aurora because both teams, and especially GamerLegion, it's overpass train, right? And I think both maps will be in the pool. Actually, I'm not sure, because GamerLegion might pick overpass, but Aurora has had some good results on it. I think today they won it as the third map against Bait, and they do go for the Aurora. I like this because I feel like for Aurora to be successful, right, to find their way back into potentially contender status, is Overpass and Train have to be your two best maps in a way, right? Like you can't be going on these standard defaulty maps and expect to play against the best. You know, the reason why they were making playoffs all the time, good reason for it, was Anubis. They were one of the world's best team on it. Well, very few other teams enjoyed playing the map.
I mean, Aurora had the option of, going for the Train, which we've seen it time and time again, and now, just going into Dust. No two big surprises here. For GamerLegion, though, these are two maps they like to play, actually, right? I'm talking about Dust 2. Even though they don't necessarily pick it, they've had good results. Train is a map they're comfortable playing on as well. But that being said, again, it's the fact that a map pool, they overlap quite a bit. What's sad for me is just the fact that Aurora just kind of given up Inferno, man. I thought it was a map which could have been, a constant. It's a map a lot of other teams used to play as well, but they seem to have lost a lot of confidence. But if there was ever a time to kind of build your map pool, like Richie pointed out, take a Train, Overpass, you got to specialize.
The problem you've got, and this is what I say, it's all cool if you're the guys that are playing the maps no one likes to play, but then you're going to run into a bunch of permabans, and then it gets difficult.
You still got to pick one map, right? So surely.
But you got to play 2 or potentially 3.
Also Overpass, even though they battered bait on that map, we saw the interview from, I think it was Alex who gave an interview on HLTV. He pointed out, it's a map that we're not very comfortable on either. It was very messy. I don't think Aurora have really been tested earlier today. So this could very well be a map that GamerLegion should be able to steal away from them. They looked abysmal in Malta on this map, and I haven't seen much improvements even here.
Yeah, well, also the issue, Yanko, as we talked about, we alluded to it during the Astralis series. Madja came out. I'm just going to stick to Madja for now, but we won't get into the Madja Major discussion that everyone loves. But we saw Madja give an interview. It's like, guys, you won. Yeah. You won. And he was so deflated, said we're out of ideas, we're low confidence. He was appealing to the fans, please no bully. And it's like, I don't know, dude. Like,
F the fans.
Yeah, you've got to be stronger than
that.
This
should be your mentality, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
F everybody.
Exactly.
You've got to have that. You've got to have that Mourinho attitude, right?
Man,
like,
listen, I loved it when someone interviewed Searson in like 2021, and they asked him about, what do you think about all the people calling you a non-liner, right? Because it was like we were coming back to line. He said, I don't give an F what like anyone says. You know, I know what I believe in, what my teammates tell me, and that should be the attitude. Yeah. Right? Yes, of course you're going to make the statements when you get a question, you're going to be media trained and whatnot, but you shouldn't really care about it, or you shouldn't even read it whatsoever. So I think we'll see for Aurora. It has been the problem for them, right? That emotionally they've been so up and down where it's been a struggle to find consistency because of it.
You know whose opinions I will never say F to? It is, of course, Connor and Mohan. There they are, up on the screen. We're getting a hangout for a change.
What do you eat for Halloween?
Me? I'm your best friend.
One day only, I guess.
Terrifying.
It's my favorite day of the year.
I didn't recognize you without a golf club in your hand.
Yeah, it's on the floor.
You got to talk about Counter-Strike now, bro. How do you see this one going?
I think GamerLegion have all the energy Aurora wish they had right now, and I think you compare them as teams, Aurora's better. GamerLegion win today.
Okay, well, the game is live. We're going to see if your prediction comes to pass.
See you.
Take it away. See you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your thoughts, as always. Here we go, Mo. Aurora trying to tap back into the potential they showed us at the start of the year. GamerLegion trying to get this damn dry spell over with. And with the performance we got earlier today from PR, that is why he continues to rise the ranks on everybody's radar. And just through the stats of this event alone, trying to top. Ooh, Xantera's no escape, my friend. Speak of the devil, PR, the first into the kill feed for this semifinal. Woxic's gonna tap Rez out. Looking for a bit more. PR finds the kill back into the site. So more of the same as far as what we saw earlier today. PR off to the races. We've got GamerLegion up inside of the B-bomb site. Rotation down from Joda at least to control something. But there's still a player down in water. Was, in fact. The Heaven players come through with a kill apiece. Dude, that is not what GamerLegion were looking for. Losing positioning inside of the site puts more pressure on PR and ZTR right behind him. A tap of the bomb is going to cause a bit of a panic, and PR needing the ace. Oh, 4 kills. Man. And potential is all that's going to be. Potential for the 5 frags, but instead an Aurora pistol round win.
Yeah, Woxic talked about how they would start 0-6 down and then get back into a game, and it's just like every game they have to do that because in the middle of their matches, they're having a lot of struggles, right? They're just struggling right now. I think as a team, traveling to all these events and everything. So starting off like this is great. I mean, for GamerLegion, we're watching that from PR's perspective. It looks like he wins that round, single-handed. But in this situation, obviously, he's not enough. It's already crazy to see 4 kills from that spot.
Fast move for ZTR. See how rambunctious GamerLegion's game plan's going to be versus an Aurora that I think they would hope to catch sleeping like so many other opponents have. Those 6-0 starts you just mentioned, it's on everybody's mind, surely on Aurora's.
Madger's top 1 in the world at going for that spam. He's got the lineup with precision that no one else has. That'll be something they use definitely as a weapon on the CT side, because if you don't have a blue player, if you have somebody who's jump spotting from CT and knows when to nade and molly out this spot, how to spam through the door, you can still have a lot of impact. Here comes that half buy.
Looking to charge it down.
Force
We've got
down.
M4s galore, and Wicadia, clean lineup.
Whoa.
He's looking for more here. Very offensive here. Wicadia taking this stoppage by storm. And that's going to send a message to GamerLegion that Aurora are happy to sign up for fights.
Wow.
That is blood in the water type conviction, the way he climbs over top the barrels.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's it. That's kind of what we were hoping to see last game from Aurora. They're good enough to get to this point, even when they're having an off day. We know that about them. But to see them start off this well is a welcome sight. That's awesome for Wicadia. And he has been one of the players, I think, that stood out the most for sure for Aurora recently. Lots of rifle 3Ks. Lots of proactivity, lots of energy. I think the formula for them is it's as simple as energy.
Boost gets predicted by the Desert Eagle, but Towson's not able to do much about it. And damage back in return. For so long, when we talk about Turkish Counter-Strike, it's just all about Xantares, but here we sit, starting the semifinals in Bucharest with Wicadia holding a 1.2 rating at the event to Xantares 1.19. A duo of that caliber is kind of what Aurora need to bank on in order to put a gap between them and the rest of the opposition. You know, we came to this event, a lot of eyes fell on Aurora, a lot of eyes on 3D Max, and a lot of eyes on Legacy just due to the recency bias of their win last week and their continuation of punching upwards. Well, Legacy, the only team to have kept up their end of the bargain. It's Aurora's turn. And this is the kind of start that's going to convince you that they will make mincemeat of GamerLegion today. Nothing from the Desert Eagles. Ooh, Xantares. There's another 4K inbound.
All right, here's what the forecast says. The forecast says 10-2 half, but the weatherman lies sometimes,
Sure.
So we'll have to see. But this is all the right things that you want to see at the beginning of a game for Aurora. Obviously, GamerLegion can hang and bang on overpass. But if everyone's playing to their ability, that might be a nice day for Aurora. Wow, all 5. And that's,
You wanted
that's a
energy?
good mood, yeah.
You wanted energy? That's I just saw. By God, I see Aurora smiling.
I'm shocked.
Mohan.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
It's a welcome sign for a team that is looking for the victory. It's been, you know, a tale of kind of news in 2025. Joda unlocking a lot of potential for this squad. Kicking off this year, their very first event in Bounty was a high. A high that has been fleeting ever since. Flailing in the face of burnout. A difficult travel schedule. And all the complications that come with it. We are in the final run of 2025, and they seek that trophy lift. Madger's going to go ahead, find the 5v4 in the rifle round, so GamerLegion's guns already off to a poor start. Can they get PR back to where he was in the pistol? Because the rest of GamerLegion still have 0 kills, and he will find nothing here in round 4. Aurora putting a kilometer between them and GamerLegion out of the gate here in map 1.
Again, you see, like, the fact that Madger can have that much impact from within the B site, like safety, that's something that GamerLegion, it's hard to stop that because you kind of have to just wait till it happens, and there's no other time to attack him. Hurry up. It can be full passive here from Aurora. They do have 2 lower players, but they're not on this site.
Smoke
They
Molotov,
got the
2
B push.
flashes.
They're going to rotate 1 extra up CT. This is going to be ugly for GamerLegion.
Once they get closer, ZTR can add his Molotov to the collection of util to try to get them going. But again, like you said, that rotator is already up in this spot, so we've got another one inbound as well. Aurora absolutely convinced this is the play. Woxic's going to confirm that close presence. Xantares, good flash dodge. It's a limited look downwards, and Hypex trying to get anything going, but it's only the ZTR frag, and that 1 kill's all he's going to be afforded. It is another round that leaves 1 kill to ZTR's name and nothing elsewhere for all of GamerLegion combined.
I mean, it's so beautiful. It's so perfect here from Aurora, like the rotations. And sometimes when you push through Monster, if you got 1 player, you have a huge gap when it's stairs, and sometimes players can come down and then take advantage of that late round. Aurora push, they made sure to take over con control, didn't die, had that B flank in place as well after they cleared out information, and there was just nothing GamerLegion could do to win from that point. Also, Xanteris' flash dodge, how great is that?
So good. Jota stealing Madras Thunder as the two of them just blindly shoot through, hoping for the damage to be done, and Towson's taken a bit of it.
A lot of pressure on ZTR in this game if Aurora are going to be full strength. He had a couple of strugglesome T-sides at this event so far. Not all of them. Some of his T-sides have been good. But, you know, your T-side can be good and you still get smoked on a map like Overpass. Kind of interesting because there's a lot of Overpass teams that you can punish at the event, but Aurora are not one of them.
Forwarded this walk up at the very least, but still kills elusive. Missed shot for Woxic could have opened that door if not for Xanteris being right here and ready to go. Another missed one from Woxic. Another pickup for Xanteris, so you've got another piece to pick up slack. No way he gets 2 aces 5 rounds into play. 3 kills is enough. The rest of the team floods forward. He was so low health, he didn't even want to die. That's how locked in Xanteris is, letting everybody else go for it, making sure all 5 players survive. Again, no kills here for GamerLegion. About damn time Ash tries to figure out what the hell is going on.
Yeah, you want to avoid burnout and win fast. That's the Aurora strat right now. It's quickly 5-0 within minutes. 2 players over 10K. 4 players close to 10K, my goodness. Trying to overcome a CT side with this much momentum and this much cash is the absolute hardest situation on any map right now. Overpass is just where you can use all those, you can use extra incendiaries, extra smokes, extra ops, and make the map feel suffocating for the entire round. Closest they've come to winning is PR's 4K on the pistol round.
And it was close.
And since then, his teammates have still only got 1 kill.
The semifinals, uncharted territory for the likes of GamerLegion. But you'd think that when you're playing the same day in the same environment, not even kind of a kickoff into a huge crowd, that you should be able to harness the success that you showed us earlier today. But thus far, Aurora look like they've just kept heating up from their first game earlier to now. Des talked about how Aurora weren't even really pushed in that overpass earlier today. Obviously, we have different expectations for a team like GamerLegion, who has been making this home territory as of late, who've been able to weaponize PR on the attack, Towson on the defense, the kind of duality between these 2 young rifles at the moment and being a T-side and a CT-side specialist. Hypex growing in form and impact as Bucharest has gone on. All those talking points out the window right now because the only thing GamerLegion need to focus on is getting a goddamn kill.
Oh, another boost, but they'll see it too. My
Easy.
goodness.
5v3, the charge comes forward. That's the bomb delivered at their feet. Yet again, you're not catching just 2 players trying to get overly active, but just a well-supported 4-player B defense in the face of GamerLegion. They can do no right. Sure, you get a fire kill from beyond the grave if you're Towson. PR down to a quarter HP. Jota's going to make sure he should survive here as they go shoulder to shoulder in the water and let Woxic take contact. This is one of those clutchable rounds for a guy like PR, if not for that up in Overwatch. 6 rounds straight. Aurora wanted to talk about their slow starts. Stark contrast to what we were coming to see of them as of late.
I love seeing the use of verticality on this map. The amount of boosts that you can pull off, it's so dynamic, and it's so much of it is from safety. Again, they don't have to have Xanteris go down the stairs to have full control of the middle of the map. GamerLegion have made it a point to take it over since it's being sort of given to them, but it's really a Trojan horse. Like, they can walk up to the end of stairs, that door can get blown open, someone can look in from above. Like, there's no free lunch here for GamerLegion.
7 kills over 6 rounds. And this one, with upgraded pistols and utility, should be no easier for GamerLegion. What a power-up we are watching from Aurora at the moment.
Gonna be a real test of ZTR's mettle, and you know, he's probably got a fight against his young team getting real quiet in a situation like this. They've had fun this event, but now we're in playoffs. Could end any game.
Again, this Woxic Xanterez double combo on the Bathrooms hold, supported by Madger's jump spot. They see one come around the corner and drop a smoke for it. Now, this is one of those moments, though. It's a lesson that we've all learned on Overpass. You let these pistols get close to the A site, they can get that sudden pop in, and by smoking off the end of long, you have allowed for this group to try to stack up behind it. But Xanterez predicting the walk up from ZTR. Here comes that execute.
Oh, man.
First volley of util. There's still flashes to be had, but Towson just walks right into the duel versus the Terminator, and terminated is this attack. There is no opening, no chance whatsoever. Hypex, 1 kill again. A 1-kill round coming out of GamerLegion 3 times since Pistol.
Yeah. Oh, man, it's
what
awesome.
the hell?
And it's like the ideas are flowing. You see all the setups. You see the team that was vying for tournaments at some point this year. You see it. You know, maybe it's when you can see the finish line, you get that extra burst of energy. They have made it this far into the event.
And their year is going to come to a quick close. They're playing here in Bucharest, and then you'll see them next in Budapest. And if you show up at the major with yet another shortcoming in the semifinals to a young, plucky roster like GamerLegion, who haven't shown promise throughout the year, while you are trying to tap into deep playoffs runs, how many times have we watched Aurora get kicked out of playoffs because of the Mongols? Who ended up being one of the best teams of this year in challenging teams like Vitality and pressing it deep. You thought to yourself there just wasn't room for 2 teams of their caliber. This is different, man.
Yeah, this is the kind of game, it's so lopsided right now. 1 plant here for GamerLegion this entire half so far. I mean, it has the makings of a 13-0 with how Aurora are playing, and because GamerLegion, ZTR, he does sometimes freeze up on these T sides. I'm not really seeing the call that's getting closer to a round win. It's a brutal map, but it's one they want to play. And it's a map that really emphasizes a Star Opera and Rifler combo. All the best in history, whether it's from, you know, Shiro and Axel in 2021, Simple and Electronic, like these are duos, Xanterez and Woxic playing together on the A site. This is where your strength comes in when you're a top team.
I was going to try to walk this one in ahead of the utility, but they now hear it coming. That tick of damage, all Joda needs to remain on high alert.
Oh, that's a good
kill. Inside a bathroom short, but Madger fast on the scene, trying to stop the bleeding. We've got 3 walking up, and he'll clean up res. Second kill to Towson.
Come on now.
3. Oh, man, across the board, when we talk about Woxic and Xanterez facing bathrooms, okay, you're allowed to fall victim to that one, but Madger walks out wide, and he is now surpassing Wicadia. Second most amount of kills on the Aurora camp, just shy of Xanterez.
Wow, he's really showing off, man. Look at this. The burst fire, the repeats, all 3 handled. They assumed at one point he'd be scared and fall back. Nope.
Aurora eating good in this quarterfinal, semifinal day. Wicadia dropping the nade down. That's going to soften up 3.
Oh, more nades
Another
gonna
nade
hurt.
over top of it. Yeah, it's Madger just to straight up kill one with util. PR trying to press through smoke, gets caught. This is a bloodbath and nothing else. A stomping and a smothering of GamerLegion on a map pick where they were trying to make a name for themselves. They have gone up in smoke.
What in the world? Happiest they've ever been. Oof. Going to need some answers now, GamerLegion.
Final timeout for Ash.
They basically got the infinite money glitch now. They can They're buying till the end. Three guys on AKs. I got nothing to be worried about. And it's not just great aimers. It's really not. It's great setups.
It's money. Cash the check, Aurora. Feels like an impenetrable CT side coming together. We are still waiting for a second bomb plant at this point.
Goda's just chilling 5-0 still. 10 rounds in.
Just cheering alongside the boys. Having a grand old time.
All right, so they're going to go with a set play. Pocket strat after this train passes. Thing is, with these boosts in place, they're keeping 3 here in B.
More nades to try to stop that attack. It's real guns in hand, watching for the smoke aggression. You know, when Wicadia has already had this willingness to jump over top of barrels, that Towson should be on high alert for that aggression to come out again. It's good early damage this time for GamerLegion with Xantares and Madger both low. That flash in the middle of everybody. Xantares still picks one up. This could be it. The GamerLegion breakthrough coming together finally in the face of that overstacked bomb site. It's one of the moments where Aurora have to kind of be on the receiving end of nades. And a great dink into Woxic looks like it's going to push it over the line. 10 rounds into regulation, and GamerLegion should be winning their very first. With as much runway as they have, you'd think Woxic should just play for it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean,
come on now.
Got to be a mathematician here to see he's doing pretty well.
We're talking about all 5 players on Aurora with almost maxed money.
Staying for exits at least? Come on.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not even sure that makes sense. I mean, the money can disappear for sure to buy.
No,
I mean,
no, it can't. You literally can't spend all of this money in the time that you have left.
A little lifestyle creep, couple extra subsidiaries, too many kits, maybe. I mean,
go to cancel. That's crazy.
Okay. Yeah, great exit. Could have just even had the impact of getting 2 extra kills matter so much more against GamerLegion. Either way, that's a route for them. I gotta say, love the attack. You know, they don't go through the barrels with a flash too early. They pulled it out at a very weird timing. You saw that Wicadia got nervous, tried to turn around to dodge it. ZTR threw a great flash and had both of the CTs blind behind it. They waited long enough that I think the CT spots became predictable. So right before their smoke on the left side of the pillar sort of started to come up. And they also avoided all the utility that came in towards Monster from Aurora, which has basically had amazing efficacy so far this half. So, good call. And personally, I think to get back on the board, it's always going to be a set play like that rather than a slow-crawling default where, you know, Xantares roams around, they start pushing things. And
trying it again. Utility out of the gate for the short control. Yeah, PR trying to play with a bit of tempo on this one. Getting that CT utility out of them could bode well as the round goes on. But still a bit of disjointedness here. Bombs back in spawn. You've got a bit of play over towards Fountain. Timid in the face of potentially some kind of over-facing Aurora setup, but that's not the case either. Even with this 9-1 lead, we're not getting it off of the leash. Fountain fights from the A play. When sitting on the A bomb site itself has worked so well, why would you overstep if you're Aurora?
No, it's really interesting that you mentioned that. Like, they really have not pushed for aggressive space on A ever.
It's all fun and games. We see the laughing going on in the Aurora squad, which is really what you need to dominate. We said it was a lot of mood that they would want to weaponize today, but back to it feels like business to just make sure that this doesn't turn into that 10-2 half. Aurora, no strangers to the choke. And so every round mattering here on the defense. Here comes the attack from Towson. Wicadia shaves the second player into the site off. Madger's going to have to come up with something yet again. No assist for the moment, but
they're not holding it.
Nah, they let their guard down, and if you give him a shot, Madger's going to take it. He finds his moment to strike, puts the advantage back into Aurora's hands. They do not want GamerLegion to get this second round win. And with Hypex tagged down to 50, fall back slightly.
They have a smoke.
And kits on both. Should still be a comfortable retake attempt. Hypex to try to flash his way back into this fight. Smoke denies him his vision. He's going to have to fight through this one blind or hope to find that spam through it. MIBR diffuses while Woxic gives cover. Double digits Aurora and a potential 11-1/2 still on the cards.
I like that you can see GamerLegion trying to show their math and go for something that they know works. They try to dress it up a little differently, find a later timing of the round. But ultimately, it's this B play that got them one. Like, at this point, they're just going for as many yards as they can, like, as sort of trickly as they can, but without going back to full defaults or anything like that. It's a nice try for GamerLegion, and the entries almost are good enough to get them a win, but still, Aurora say one's enough.
MIBR, Wicadia, Xanterez, all above 100 ADR. Defense runs deep, and especially if you're going to make those kinds of mistakes where MIBR goes unchecked last round. You had two players on that half-vaulted cover.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Right? Both of them just kind of staring off into what was a smoked bomb site. Thinking more so that, somebody's going to come through smoke or push over top of it as opposed to pop up water. Just a small gap there in coverage cost GamerLegion a real chance at their second round on the T side. And now a second round is best case scenario. Silver lining as these more recent rounds have gotten a little more competitive. We're actually looking at a GamerLegion that aren't all sitting on 1 kill each. Just 2/5. Here we are in the final round of the CT side, and I swear Aurora have still never pushed past the bathroom's door.
And look how much time they bleed off the clock, just having GamerLegion assume that they're going to search. I mean, yeah, Xanterez has even played top bath like once.
Yeah. Have you seen a CT in connector this game?
I don't think so.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Just so happy to give GamerLegion space as if they're just going to kind of hang themselves with it. And that has been the case. We get a bit of a rebuttal here in the 3v5. But Woxic's Tech9 confident enough to push off at the site to finish what Xanterez had gotten started. You know PR's low from his duel. That missed up shot could reopen the possibility.
10 seconds.
Very little time to spare. Another moment where MIBR could be the guy to step it up. And PR on the edge of the plant. Double spray down made all too easy. 10 rounds the gap here as MIBR leads the charge. Ties Xanterez, 16 kills each.
He played insane.
Domination on GamerLegion's map pick.
He played insane. I think he just did everything, to be honest. Like, all his players looked comfortable. The setups were great. He had all that impact from the B site as well as the A site. That's 2 multis from A site and the boost ups, the nades, everything over on B. He really controlled the map. 2 rounds to close this game out, and, you know, everybody and their grandmother knows if you win 2 or 3 rounds on T side, it's wide open. But now, even with the pistol, it's just so bleak here for GamerLegion. They've kind of blown it. Now, if they make this comeback, it's like a historic once out of every 100 times level of comeback, and that's just not where you want to. That's not where you want to be. Not after the sort of the performances that have shown us a GamerLegion that's better than they have been. Like, they've been trending up. Such a sour note that it could end on.
It was Towson's performance here this week in Bucharest that had kind of started to turn heads and give you a belief in the GamerLegion core. Said Hypex as well has kind of given us some moments in certain halves, but he's also had flat ones, and this is going to be on that negative pile as well. It feels like usually in these blowout games is when even Rez will kind of step it up for a round or two to just give you that lifeline, but he has been even more quiet than all the other names I mentioned. So here we have an Aurora that's taking over bathrooms while we get this challenge out of Rez. Could this be that round he takes away? Because in a pistol...
Oh, you heard.
Yeah, he stomps, and now MIBR's got him. A sitting duck over top of Party. He makes a mistake by giving over the audio. Still a long player, though.
No kill, though.
Doesn't get the headshot they were looking for as the bomb's going to go down. Joda's hands no longer busy. 3 players in sight for Aurora. MIBR on the support through the bathrooms, and Aurora are going to chew through GamerLegion like they are nothing. Forcing Hypex to try to get it going from long. Pinched from the flank. Smoke in front of him. This is so toast. This is an Aurora that wants to run it to grand finals.
Yeah, this is next level, man. all the credit in the world. This is not what I expected at all. I thought energy was going to be their biggest problem. It seems to be their biggest boon. They're about to crush. And this is, again, Major. He was the guy left behind. They spotted ZTR. To be fair, a pretty crafty setup from the CT side. It looks like there's one spotting from inside bathrooms. There's really two on long. And Aurora don't actually know that. They only find out because those players miss their shots or give up their position too soon. Good luck with that.
Swinging the door, swinging down the stairs. How about we move this semifinal to the second map of the series, because this one is so over. And the joke when Saw beat Aurora earlier this week was that their psychologist had left the building. Turns out all you need is to have a strong start. So many of those 5-0, 6-0 beginnings to the maps had Aurora looking like a shell of themselves. This one, so different. A victory to kick off the day versus Bait in a 2-1 fashion, and not the first blowout of the day either for Aurora. They ended that series as well with a huge lopsided scoreline. Probably thought to themselves, well, if we could make it that easy versus GamerLegion to start the semis, then we'll see who's going to step up to the plate.
What are you planning on doing from here, Towson?
Just wasting our time.
Yeah, I mean, bombs planted. They're like, yeah, you must be rotated to go look at other things. Like, okay.
Just hanging around, man.
Be a very fun save.
Yeah, wet floor, all right. This is a slippery slope of a result for map 1. This sets up Aurora at an all-time high. It puts GamerLegion's gut in a wrenched position. How the hell do you walk away from the computer and try to find anything about this map to be a positive to set you up in the series? Ash has his work set out for him as he has to take a step outside. There is no time to defuse. 5 seconds already surpassed. No chance today. What an unexpected and yet very welcome version of Aurora. Total blowout to kick off our first semifinals.
Well, we said the terror might continue on this Halloween day, and for GamerLegion, that's an absolute nightmare. As Freddy Krueger said in Dream Warriors, that's Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Welcome to primetime, bitch.
listen. I think GamerLegion could, declare this a force majeure because majeure just gave them the D. Absolutely wrecked. Like that.
I'm reading a new headline tonight on HLTV, 100 Thieves no longer interested.
Oh, we've got jokes. Here's the problem. How do you analyze that?
You can cry or laugh, Richard.
Yeah,
I'd rather laugh.
I think, unfortunately, that, it's just one of those maps. Clearly, GamerLegion, don't have the repertoire on.
Earlier today, GamerLegion got their first playoff win, right, for the organization.
Yeah.
This was the year where they made playoffs for the first time, right? It was in Bucharest as well against then the Falcons, who trounced them on the way to lifting the trophy, and they faced Falcons 2 more times last season in the playoffs. Didn't go great, right? But this is looking more like those outings, right?
Well, also, why is it taken to the semi-final against GamerLegion for this type of energy to come out? I don't know if they've been listening to what we've been saying, but
it's also, their energy is coming.
Look at this. This is crazy.
I know. The energy is coming because they're owning them. You know, everyone's having multi-kills. Everything's going great, right? There wasn't a moment where things were not going amazingly well for Aurora.
I mean, Connor made the point as well on that T side for GamerLegion. He's like, I don't think I saw anyone get past the bathroom.
Here's a crazy thing, right? Firstly, I think it was round 3 or 4 when Xantares gets a 4K or an ace or something and he starts smiling. I'm like, that's the smile I was talking about, right? That's what a doctor ordered. But also, it's not like that damn smile, the deadly smile. And here's the thing, okay, it's ludicrous fragging coming out from everyone on the side of Aurora, but Lawrence kept bringing up this point again and again. Aurora barely ever contested connector. They had no one towards bathrooms at all. I think Woxic once pushed up towards party with the AWP. That's it. They just had this crossfire set up on the A-bomb side. So much space being given to GamerLegion, but they didn't really do much with it. But it's also, man, when you have 3 of your players and 1 kill, 8 rounds in the game, you're mentally just dead.
And this is again the map of overpass, right? if your default isn't working on the T side, if you can't default well, there's very little you can do to adjust, right? Absolutely. Like it's not like a map on Nuke, you know, where you can, all right, we can't play slow default, let's do faster into secret, let's fake A-pop, go ramp, like all these different things you can try and do. The only thing that you could sort of try something towards B, which they did, worked one time, couldn't replicate that sort of success, but they were getting picked off everywhere, man. First couple of gun rounds on the boost from B, player dying in connector, dying in water, then Voxic would get a pick over towards the A bomb site, and you can never get past the first phase of the default, right? There's not much you can do in a 3v5 and, you know, on overpass, right?
Yeah. And it's also like, you know, when you're going to be playing in this fashion, when you're not able to really kind of abuse the rotations, they were just walking into 3-player stacks at every side. And, you know, for the side of Aurora, good read coming in. Man, I got to give credit where it's due. Major was everywhere. He was getting multi-kills out of multi-kills towards B side, towards A, just playing the rotate position as well. Also really helps the one player, the Turkish Terminator. Whenever he starts off a series, he's been having his super slow starts. What a way to start when you have an ace, you know, in round 3 or 4.
I think maybe as well, you know, maybe they needed Team Liquid to go out previously to Saw, and it's like, okay, for real this time. Like, for real. Like, if we don't win this tournament, like, it's all the stars have aligned for them, you know, all the other big names that were here have kind of like massively underperformed. The people they're going to be playing against, theoretically, assuming they win this series, which I think they'll close it on Dust 2 now, you know, you should be beating them. I mean, you're Aurora. They don't have the reps. They don't have playoff reps. So, I mean, listen, things are looking
let's put it this way. If they get to the final and lose to whoever's on the other side, I mean, that would be just another huge blow to this roster, right? Because now it's not like, all right, you're losing to... First it was losing to Vitality or losing to Mouse and I don't know who, Team Spirit. Now it's losing to the Mongols, to Furia, to Navi. But if you end up losing a best of 5 to Legacy or so, now it's like, well, now you're going so far down, you know, to who you're failing to beat, where how are you going to have any confidence moving forward?
Yeah, I really don't know how you do. I mean, especially when, and this is the value proposition of Aurora, you have 2 incredible riflers popping off in the form of Xantares and Wycadia,
yeah,
right?
For sure.
I mean, they just took over that game, and sure, GamerLegion made it easy for them, but they weren't looking this crisp in previous series.
Absolutely not. Look, Wycadia, yes, right? Even when things were looking grim, he was the only shining light. But look at some of the plays he's going for. That's sheer confidence, right? The second round is a force by just pushing into the smokes, just being so mobile, and just playing like you're the better player, you're the better team. And for Xantares, man, I just wanted him to start a series looking good, right? And finally we get to see that, and I don't see him slowing down or petering off in the series at least.
You want to know what's crazy, Yanko? Well, right, so Madja in that series, 2.68 rating.
Sick, yeah.
All right, new
on the map.
New HLTV update, rating update coming out.
Yeah,
well, there's too much around swing.
Nero, make it so.
I think the problem for GamerLegion is as well, you know, this was their map pick, one of the things. So now you're going into Dust 2. And actually, the problematic thing is you're starting on the CT side. Because you're going to go up against Aurora, who's feeling it at the moment. They're going to be dictating the pace on the T side. They got the AKs in their hands. Is, you know, how are you supposed to stop that, right? Like, and Dust 2, they've been incorporating it lately into their map pool more, but it's not, you know, looking great at the moment. It still needs a ton of work. We saw in their second game of this tournament against Spain, they had a 10-2 CT side that they couldn't win a single round on T side on that decider. So, yeah, that's why it's a struggle to be optimistic, you know, about GamerLegion potentially bouncing back and making this interesting.
It's also the fact that when we were discussing this kind of non-existent map pool for the side of Aurora, we said, you know, Train, Dust 2, these could be the 2 maps they're kind of comfortable on right now. The CD side especially looks super, super good and solid despite some of the trials and tribulations they've had thus far. And now, as Yango pointed out, he's starting on the T side. Xantares got an AK-47 going for him. It's going to potentially just snowball here. And I just can't see how GamerLegion can mentally recover from this.
I think this is where, if you're Ash, you really need to, for the start of the game, have some set rounds for your players, even on the CT side, right? Like,
whatever the score is, because you always have set, whether you're 2-0 up and they buy, 3-0 up and they buy, losing 0-2, losing 0-3, whatever it is. But have something, if you say, if they're playing default, we're going to do this. Like, we're going to fight for mid delayed, from short, from mid, and just give them something where they don't have to take initiative on their own, but you're telling them what to do. And just pray that you get off to a good start and that works, because they need something like that to start feeling confident again, and then they can start making plays on their own. But right now, where's the confidence going to come from in the mid-round to call, hey, let's do this aggressive play? Everyone's going to be playing not to lose because, you know, you're a map away from being eliminated.
And it's also like PR, like he seemed to be the only one who's able to get anything done on that map, despite it being very little. Like you can't.
He ended up with 8 kills.
Yeah, and I mean that's the best player right there. Right? So you can't have Rez, you can't have Tossin, who've had some pretty good maps, pretty good series thus far. You can't have these people get off to a very slow start. Right? It's a mental game.
We'll talk about Dust2 in a second, but I do just want to point out as well, we had that moment where it was just a close-up on Rez, I think, during a timeout, and he thought he was back in NIP. Yeah. It was horrible. He was just trauma.
I mean,
he's still in the playoffs, right? It's a win.
Yeah, but I mean, put it this way: when it's cool, you know, you've made it to the first playoff, had your first playoff win. That's all great, right? You know, you are making that forward progress. But when you're getting battered like that, it doesn't matter what you've achieved prior to it. That just feels terrible.
Absolutely, but you know, he's the veteran presence, you know, on this lineup, and someone you'd hope you'd be able to lean on in these games and in these moments. So obviously had an atrocious first map, like the entirety of GamerLegion did, but I'm interested to see, you know, does he try to go for more plays early on Dust to sort of lead by example and try to restore some of the belief from his teammates.
So Blair, I'll come to you. Yanko has already kind of called it. He said what he wants Ash to do is kind of come up with some aggressive CT set plays that you're going to make. So if game situation is X, no matter what, we do Y. And that way you remove a bit of the onus and kind of drive from the players. It's all done for them. Just do what I say. Is there anything particularly you would do on Dust2 or you think GamerLegion can do on Dust2 to push back against this relentless Aurora type?
I mean, it comes down to just, you know, starting off on the right foot, right? Winning the pistol, getting a few rounds going your way. But I agree with Yanko. Also, you're going to have like 3 timeouts overall. You might have a few set plays you might initially have, but he can't keep being in the comms all the time, right? It comes a lot down to ZTR as well. But I'm looking at Rez's position towards mid. You look at PR, we're still having a good time. I want that, you know, that short mid control just to try and force Aurora to kind of, you know, struggle a little bit to get that control. Just can't get it for free.
And I'm telling you, you know, what I talked about, you don't want to be doing that. That's not because this contract is so situational that if you have to tell them to do something no matter what, well, they might do it when...
You shouldn't do it.
When actually it's the one thing you don't do.
Yeah, but right now they're in a position where I just feel like that's the lesser evil, so to speak.
Yeah, I get it. Well, it is a day for evil, apparently, especially...
The lesser evil tagline right there.
We've seen some crazy one-sided maps today. It's actually wild. Anyway, we're going to take a break. Hopefully this one won't be as one-sided. Make sure you join us after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We will shake these walls! We will raise this roof!
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from PGL Masters, Bucharest. And today we're going to be going around finding out where players' nicknames come from. Do they have a meaning? What is that meaning? Let's find out. Join me.
Well, my nickname, to be honest, we had to create some login for the LAN that I played with my friend. And I didn't want to play, I just want to like go out, play football or skateboard. Then he asked, oh, let's go, I create an account for you. How can you remember? Then I said, oh, just put our names and then I just log in after and we play. Then I put half of his name and half of mine. And then create like, it was inverse, it was Maudu. And then what the fuck is this?
You flipped it.
Yeah, and then he said, it's a bit weird, you know? And then I would just flip it and then that's it.
Actually, it doesn't mean anything. One day I just wanted to find a nickname, so I Googled nickname creator. I just clicked and this popped, so I took it.
It's literally simple as that.
Yes.
When I was playing matchmaking, like of course I was a noob that time, no name. I was thinking in the future, like casters should read my name in a good way, you know, like how I should do it. Like that time there was a lot of X, like Z's, Zipnik, so I put X. Then I was trying to be creative. What can I put next? Okay, F, L, X, Cloud. Then it was like that, but there is no meaning. It's just a name that I wanted to casters read my name, like when I do some clutches, highlights, X Cloud, you know. So but there was no potential yet when I was thinking about it. But no, I'm in the stage, I'm in the tournaments, and it is happening like I dreamed.
My nickname is Exercise, and I choose it like when I was way younger, and I had to do like homework and stuff at home, and I just choose that name. So I didn't lie to my mom when I say I'm gonna exercise, you know.
That's brilliant, actually.
I wish I had a very good answer, but the reality is just that I don't remember where I got the blame from, but I was called Blame. I think it was because I like to rhyme it with like blame, fame, game. Like I had a lot of like those in my nickname back when I played even like Condition Zero and stuff for fun. But I remember I took the F from Trace F, who was playing 1.6 because I thought he was a cool guy. And yeah, I think I was called Blame B maybe at one point because my surname is Bremer. So Blame B, but then I think I saw that he was called Trace F and I thought, I'll take the F, and then it just became Blame F. And then funny enough, I actually ended up, he joined the Astralis as a coach. I ended up playing with him, even though like he was coach, I was player. But so yeah, that was how I got Blame F.
When I was really small, like 12 years old or something, 11, I had my name like Regal, like I was watching like basically Real Madrid and I just put Regal. And then it was in a funky way written down, like, like how kids do, like one big letter, one small letter, some numbers and shit like that. And then I had one friend of mine, he was casting one of the like face it pugs or whatever, and he read my name as Regali, and then I'm like, okay, this is it.
I like to watch so much Code Zero. He was my idol when I was more young, and for me he was the best player. And I want to copy his name, like in my way, and Code and Snow have something, and yeah, it comes from Code Zero. Yeah, it's a good nickname for me.
A wake-up call, a rude awakening, label it whatever you want. GamerLegion just got slapped upside the head by Aurora to start this semifinals, and there's a big question mark as to whether they're ever going to get into the competition here to close out their day, because Aurora have stepped it up a notch just from the start of this event to earlier when they blew bait out of the water in that decider map. They have harnessed that energy yet again here in this best of three.
You just couldn't ask for anything more. Major has his, I saw Trav post, best career map by a country mile. The round swing, I think, was 18%. Numbers we've never seen before. Unreal, and it's from the setups to what looked like the communication to the individual plays as well. Outstanding performance, and yeah, I mean, it's a masterclass. That's what it was. Overpass was a masterclass.
Now a matter of repeating the performance back-to-back in the series. Is that too much to ask of them? Surely GamerLegion are going to put up some kind of a fight at some point. Hypex going to be surpassed by the four players trying to push up catwalk. Good shave-off kill by ZTR, and a flood of GamerLegion members joining from the CT spawn. But here's the chance for Aurora to answer back. There it was, and there it went. Unfortunately, here for Aurora, looks like they're hitting a bit of a wall. ZTR ends up finding some impact.
4 kills.
Another quad in the pistol for a GamerLegion player. This time, it actually nets them the win, though.
It doesn't have to be the clutch in the end. He's kind of the only A player, right? They have Hypex, who had to drop down into CT. Got real awkward for him. Aurora had a full commitment all the way through to the site. If they had taken out ZTR in the back, it would have been so hard for his teammates to walk backwards up CT spawn and fight from that fishbowl. So really good here from GamerLegion. They pull one out. They're on par with their overpass rounds. Oh my gosh. What? A flick.
Oh yeah.
What the flick?
Yeah.
What in the world? Hypex thought he could buy a scout this round.
Sorry,
That's
buddy.
Funny. No, Rez, no.
Uh-oh. It's not just one MAC-10, but 2. Xantares sees that as a chance to swing. Good recovery there for Rez to drop Xantares quickly.
A little awkward. They don't double it, even though Acadia is looking in that direction as well. So there's one back.
It's a CT smoke that left a gap on the right side. It's going to keep half of GamerLegion still preoccupied with holding off in tunnels.
Oh, that's 2 spotted now in
What's
tunnels.
the play, though? Do you
They could go
surpass
out
the
mid,
setup?
I think, but
Yeah, do you surpass it or do you come clear it? And it looks like they're going to go with the latter. Coming to clear out tunnels from this side. If Acadia can keep
believe he's still
serving up this
fighting here.
distraction, Rez is going to peel away now.
yeah, but if he keeps peeling away, he might go look at something else because he's going to think this is clear for a second, right? His teammate's outside of B.
At worst, he's thinking maybe 1 player, but the fact that there's 4 of them ready to go, Aurora trying to slip into the jet stream that Rez left behind, and he gets hit by that flashbang, so they will overwhelm still inside this site. Rez not having a good go of it so far in the series. And as Towson takes a look out through the windowsill, now he's got that FAMAS right down beneath him. But are there more players in tunnels, asks Woxic. Puts that scout on the flank, and that's going to leave him a sitting duck to this window boost. Great way to try to get back into the round. But remember, there's no kits here for GamerLegion. A 10-second defuse needed, which means they've got 10 seconds to spare. And as they start to come in through that doorway, they're pulled apart. With Cadia MAC-10 brings them back into the tunnels. It's false hope for GamerLegion because the pistol just went up in smoke.
Damn. So it starts off with that Woxic flick. And that's one for the highlight reel. What an unbelievable shot. Like, he's... Wow, man. Crossing high when you're aiming low, through the wall as well. And it's just pure efficiency in this post plant. Even though they get that boost, which was pretty cool to try, it's not enough. A tag again.
Oh, man. Oh, it's going to be one of those days, isn't it?
Whoa.
Aurora. A sight for sore eyes to see them back in this kind of a level.
Looks like Rez is just off it a little bit, too. He looks kind of uncomfortable. Doesn't seem to be in with the timings. They'll need him. 3 CT setup here. Oh, and now it's known. Smoking this back's a little uncomfortable, actually. They lose Cat and Long at the same time. That might have been a mistake.
Magic going to keep that pressure up. Easy pinch onto the A site, so no resistance here for GamerLegion. Despite them coming in with everything they could afford, it is going to be playing off of the back foot yet again at the start of this third half of play. Oh, what could have been with the pistol round win. Acadia already laughing at him again. Feeling of victory. All Aurora can think about at the moment. To keep 5 players up, I mean, that is kind of the dire spot that we had back on Overpass, was just the total lack of frags coming out of GamerLegion at the start of the half, allowed for Aurora to grow up this huge economy, nearly ending that half with $16,000 on all 5 players. Nature of the scoreline, they were just untouchable. And here we go, gonna start working the same formula. 5 up, Scout can be traded away if Woxic doesn't want to hold on to it, but Aurora's limits right now, no bounds.
I just don't. I'm not sure if they're going to be stopped anymore. You know, right off the bat on Overpass round 2, you could just instantly see the future of the half. How bad it was going to get. How overwhelming their presence feels right now. It's good.
Gonna try to pop it with the USPs. You catch Xanterra fully blind at least, but he's got 3 teammates behind him at the top of the mid-ramp, which should have been good to get all these frags, but there's still fight left in the tank here for GamerLegion.
What?
Now they're grabbing guns. Hypex puts his hands on the AK, smoke fades to 2 backs turned. Ooh, that should have been both for Major, but it's okay. Him and Joda still combined to clear it out. The only thing they don't know about is Rez is in their spawn. If only he had more health. Yeah. I was going to say more to work with, but that M4 could be the key to him winning this clutch.
He's got the bomb,
he grabs
turned
that
around.
Bomb, he kills Joda. If he grabs this M4, Joda's dead.
He sees it. Oh. Okay. Oh my gosh. That's just
Gun was
so
empty.
risky for some reason.
Picks it up with 0 bullets, has to hit the USP.
All right, well, this can be a free B plant if he wants to. Rez is actually going the wrong way. It's going away. It's actually going to cost a little bit of time.
No matter what, it's still a better place for GamerLegion. The fact that it could do some damage this round. You need a moment like this to convince yourself that you're not entirely out of it, but...
He's got interesting grenades for this, but
no armor, no kit.
Yeah, it might go like K-sharp and hope that he's backside. It might, you know, nade molly combo in the same spot. I don't know.
He's going to have to
At least he is playing there, though.
Major sitting right here ready to close out and does so as you'd expect. First bullet hit is the round win with it. Not ideal if you're Aurora. Xanterra's getting blinded. The fact that Hypex has enough space to grab the AK.
He kind of just stared at that flash, too.
Yeah. I think a part of it, you know, I'll chalk it up to also Woxic's still playing with the scout, and he's one of the 3 players top middle, so you miss a scout shot or 2. That's what let Hypex grab the
AK or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah. The Dodgers lose.
Grab that AK and make it work. Woxic not going to find damage out of the gate this time. So, GamerLegion, you just convince yourself you can kill them. You can kill them. They're not invincible. And now you've got guns to try to get this CT side back under control.
Worst part about all this for ZTR is just having to call all these ecos. You keep losing. And now it's another relatively thin buy here for GamerLegion. I just say that because it's like no kits, half armor. It looks decent, but you know, they're 2 deaths away from just saving in this situation. Full A split coming in. Very standard lay of the land here for the T side.
Xanterra and Joda versus ZTR. Bomb also right behind them, so ZTR doesn't have the numbers on this one.
No, Op watching this, they might switch with Hypex. There's a chance for him, but they're wadding.
They're on the angle
now, yeah. What? Xanterra, dude.
And Xanterra's on it. He's going to double down on ZTR, so...
Wasn't that kind of silly, man?
Yeah, Hypex not set up to succeed on that one. Good flash out of Rez, though, and a kill on Wicadia. Trying to stamp his name on yet another round. Woxic eats that flash, loses the support, but Woxic misses his off shot up close, pistols both sides. And Aurora come out on top of the 2v2 with both players still surviving. There's a chance at a recovery there off of the back of Rez and his assists. But the fact that you go down 2 bodies on long with nothing.
I mean, this was silly from Hypex. Like, they just saw an A-split coming in, and then what do? After ZTR gets this info, Hypex just walks into the angle. Like, that's the fight that you obviously don't want to take. You just want to make them walk into your next angle. Like, you say a car, and then you can fight them on a more passive line. ZTR maybe can go back to the site, or you just start Hypex on long if that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that'd be better.
What did that info do, is the question.
Now we have 3 players for GamerLegion trying to slam against the long setup. Looks like they could run away here, trying to give themselves still smoke to play from. Madra's not going to let them all escape for free. Neither will Xanterra. Keeping that pressure up, making mincemeat of the vanilla pistols, making mincemeat of GamerLegion yet again.
You think they'd be turkey or chicken or pork?
Lamb. GamerLegion?
Top shelf.
Just little baby lambs.
Oh yeah, I see.
Soft, fuzzy youngins.
Right, Aurora would be turkey.
Yeah.
Naturally. Lean killing machines.
Yes, sir. Flightless birds in the way that their year never really took off.
Wow. Bars. At a time like this as well.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, you know, you got to remember.
Yeah.
I'm all for Aurora showing that they can play top shelf CS, but man, oh man, did they make us wait for it.
It's the feet of clay that makes the gold of the image precious.
Yeah. That's what I always say.
So what's the next semifinal today? Oh. How about that liquid match?
All jokes aside, honestly, it's kind of Aurora keeping up their end of the bargain at this event. Because 3D Max didn't. You know, going off of like who can get to grand finals, obviously. We just had that 3D Max Legacy Finals, and we were thinking maybe we'd end up getting it again if Aurora didn't step it up to the plate. Well, they have stepped up to the plate, and then currently knock the semifinals out of the park. So meanwhile, we've still got this loose cannon that is Saw. What the hell is Saw? What is Saw?
What is Saw?
Who are Saw and how are they doing it?
Muterus.
Questions to be answered just when you think they're out.
Yeah, they're a team that's powered up at, you know, sort of alongside GamerLegion, beating their recent other games. And, well, yeah, Saw come into this again. They could have just been a punching bag. People are tweeting how bad their performances were because they lost to Saw specifically. Well, now it looks like you might have lost to just a very legit run. This is them getting better and better.
But back to the game at hand.
And back to what feels like an A split after they take lower control. Listen, wait a second. Oh.
Everybody looks away, so Xantares gets fed to Rez. Uh-oh, that's a team nade that bounces back in Joda's face.
Oh, he's ahead of that smoke. That's really bad. PR, they're going to flash this? They don't even need to.
Nice.
My God.
Cadia moving faster than they anticipate. Hypex good on him to recover with the frag to Woxic. Molotov in front of the CT spawn as well. That draws CTR back from long. Whoa, dangerous, almost getting caught on the climb up, but Joda does get away from those two mid players of GamerLegion. Uh-oh.
It's kind of interesting because it would be actually favorable for them to plant long here, but they don't have the long kill. Pit's taken. Oh,
Cadia just
timing.
missed.
But Hypex not pushing.
Oh, for the flash. Wacadia finds that perfect moment to strike him down. Wacadia going for his 4th kill of the round as he has done everything to open this up for Aurora yet again. Takes a bit of chip damage off of the nade, and Towson blocked in the corner. Quad kill with Cadia. Does everything he needs to. ZTR trying to run for the hills, meets Major. Aurora go up 6-1. Quad kills across the board for this Aurora squad at the moment.
I think no more nades this round.
No more nades.
You know, they misused everyone. This flash into lower just gave Rez confidence of full swing into 4 players. Then they get this death because of this flash.
This death because of that flash.
Yeah, every single one.
Whoa. Scout for PR over towards that A site. Maybe he can have some kind of heroic moment, but it just doesn't feel like anybody on GamerLegion's got it in them right now. You know, there was an actual question about being able to come back from that overpass smashing. Pistol looked good, but nothing since. Much like overpass, Pistol's going to be the most successful thing that GamerLegion get in the first 12 rounds of play.
This is like a coughing baby versus Kasparov right now. Like, I don't know what's going to make the difference for GamerLegion, but sometimes it's a team that's cloudy. You know, they don't have ideas, but this is like an overwhelming force that you just don't have an option but to lose.
This is why games started to make skill-based matchmaking. That's what this feels like.
Yeah. And this is why people complained about it.
Yeah. You know, this is like Call of Duty nuke kill streaks type lobbies at the moment.
Trying to just let the dogs out this round.
Call in that AC-130.
You can do dogs in Call of Duty, right? You can spawn them.
In Call of Duty World at War, I know for sure. The World War II one. Beyond that, I can't remember. I'm just a Battlefield guy now.
Oh, can't miss. Just can't.
Try all you want, brother.
It's not the game to miss right now.
You get one shot when it comes to killing Xanteras. One shot. Do not miss your chance.
I think Hypex has learned a series of lessons this game. Maybe too many to learn from right away, but
Xanteras doesn't feel a reason to kind of let off the pedal here because, again, Aurora are just playing with this aura that they can do no wrong.
Oh, the second up. Surely this actually nets them a free kill. They might just walk by it, right?
Maybe. But Rez also has to hit the shot. Like you said, no room to miss at the moment.
Doing the waggle.
He's going to press into it. Good kill on Major. No immediate swing out from Joda. He's met by a smoke, so this one's going to cool off. Rez, eats
solid.
That nade, dude. 50 damage on that nade. Another one that he dodges.
It's the thought that counts.
But now Xanteras has an op, and Woxic has an op, and the double op is on the T side in a 4 versus 4.
What in the world?
I don't know if you need to make it make sense if it works, and all you have to do is topple ZTR, that solo A-hold. These two players in mid just held back by smoke, and down he goes. Headshot out of Wicadia.
Save that op.
Man, you can play with 3 ops if you want, because you've got that AK entry yet again. A move to put a player on the long flank. GamerLegion have to make some kind of a half of this. And so it looks like they've got the rumblings of a retake in position. There's a couple of flashbangs, a couple of kits. Missed shot from Woxic also opens the door of that long pressure, but a smoke is just going to deter this, you'd assume, if not for him stepping into the crosshair of PR, who is going to start to crank that dial now.
They're not doubling up on Cat, though. I feel like they need to.
Bomb at 15 seconds, no kit on the play. It's going to have to be PR. Nobody else can even get on site in time to defuse. He's got to win this on his own. If he frags Wicadia, he can stick this bomb. Oh, he's doing everything he has to, but the final player here is going to win it while his teammates offer nothing. Why doesn't Towson come in and make that happen?
Yeah,
Why is there no split?
Come on. I mean, they could have just gone with Towson, pushed up. Like, PR, he's taken all the responsibility coming up long by himself versus an op and a rifler on site.
You know,
and his two teammates can't even work together to take Cat.
Unless the agreement was like, we're only going to go for exits, and everybody else held to that idea and didn't think PR would keep going with success. But if Towson pushes into that Cat
That's not
stairs,
exits, though.
Last player's dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's like he sent the memo by airmail. Pigeons. They did that.
Wow. Yeah, snail mail.
Aurora have flown the coop. There's no putting them into that box of disappointment that they have offered us one too many times this year. It is nothing but round wins after round wins so far on Dust 2.
Oh my goodness.
Another blowout queued up in this semifinal. You may lose the player up into the tunnels, but that's fine. If you're Aurora, you'll go all in on long, close proximity from Xanteras, catches ZTR off guard, and again, it is a death with grenades in hand. Utility is the bane of the GamerLegion tonight. Trying to prevent them from putting down this bomb. Doesn't look like they'll be able to stop it, and now you have to ask, is a double op retake going to come to fruition for GamerLegion? Hypex and Rez looking for targets as Joda takes this deep elbow spot, dodging flashes, and Woxic gets his kill, so now the edge very much Aurora yet again. And Hypex just lost within these smoke grenades.
Doesn't really have a plan. Two ops just wandering right now. It's not even him getting out at this point.
Desperate act to depart. Will kill Joda to guarantee his save. And he'll run it. Run it and run it fast because Major is on the hunt.
They've just siphoned all of the confidence. Everything that GamerLegion have built to believe that they could take this match, to have convinced me that they could actually take this match, is zapped. It's been sucked from their life force. Like, there's just no chance. It's that GSP quote again. Having confidence but no ability to access it. It's like having all this money in your bank account and no bank card. You know, like that's where GamerLegion are at right now. They know they can play better than this, but they're fundamentally destroyed.
Whoa.
This is where Ash has to come in. It's where ZTR has to be, the IGL to step up. Like, that's the bottom line. You don't get to win tournaments unless you can play from behind, even the most dire circumstances. And as much as we criticized Aurora and sort of, poked fun at them over the year and seeing how, much struggle they've gone through and not delivered on those results, like, they have shown an average consistency despite their sort of tiredness. That's really impressive.
Plenty of bodies in mid to try to stop Xantares, but I'm looking at that tunnels build-up and feeling for Towson. 18 health solo B defense. And Xantares is going to continue to preoccupy everybody else. They walk out onto that bomb site. There's not enough health here for Towson to stop an entire team. He'll drop Joda in the process. Utility goes beyond. He's got 2 kills. Honestly, all you could really ask for somebody working with as little as he had. And so there's still enough to stand on, but Xantares activates out through mid, getting a second to himself this round. And Rez tries to walk it through the smoke. Oh, the Tech-9 taps. And that, my friends, is Aurora's 10th. Even after that Towson attempt inside of the B site, it still falls flat for GamerLegion.
They're holding the flank, pushing in the smoke. They're not even talking to each other, man.
This just feels like a total breakdown in the GamerLegion camp.
Completely. Like,
and that's not to take anything away from
Aurora.
Aurora.
At the dentist right now. Like, they just want it to end. This is a root canal.
And a rude awakening.
They didn't sign the waiver.
Top-seeded team coming into this event in Aurora. It wasn't the cleanest path to a grand finals, but it's been the fastest route you could have possibly asked for through the semis. While teams like 3D Max didn't even hold up their end of the bargain whatsoever, Aurora are starting to piece it all together when they need to. Once the playoffs come around the corner, when push comes to shove, Aurora just 2-arm throw GamerLegion over their shoulder. And we've got Woxic to give cover down in tunnels where the trajectory of the nades have been found. That's the bomb to move up catwalk soon. ZTR still trying to get away with these smoke plays. My God, I don't think Ash is allowed, but if he could, start waving that white flag.
Oh, Xantares knows where the last guy is. Just go for it, man.
This would be for the ace, but he's going to join forces, make sure that Aurora do not give any wiggle room to GamerLegion. A top box plant on site. Bomb has been planted. And Towson, I would not want to be him in this moment. It is another 11-1 first half, both maps of this semis.
Xantares not even in it for the highlights, man. Here for the win. Gave him the excuse of overpass. CT side losing there. Sure, we didn't get to see theirs. But Dust 2,
man, if they
go
win,
for the most one-sided map to the most balanced.
Honestly, if Aurora turns around, wins this pistol, and then converts for another 13-1 win, I can't remember the last time I saw 2 13-1s in competitive play, let alone in a playoffs bracket.
I mean,
this might be one of the most lopsided events of the this might have to be the most lopsided game of the year.
Yeah, I mean, those last 2 maps with Saw and Liquid were competing for it, but at least they won something there.
Everybody wants to be a part of Counter-Strike history, but not this type. GamerLegion, whoa. And on a day when they were feeling high coming out of that quarter, first semifinals for this team.
Yeah.
You break new ground just earlier today, and life comes at you fast.
We've kind of just got one whole map of CS so far.
Barely.
Not even a whole map of CSGO. Now we find out how much worse it gets. And with a stomp like this, Madger's overall match rating is going to be absolutely insane.
Through the roof. I can't wait to see the stats page if they end this 13-1 again.
Yeah, Math Guy's going to be creaming himself after this.
Oh, numbers. Gonna try to X up the catwalk. Badger lets them out. Him and Woxic. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
12-1 queued up.
what?
Dog, throw in the towel.
Yo,
Leave
see
the
ya.
server. Leave the server. Walk away.
Come on.
Get on that airplane. Fly home.
It's just
see you at the next
unprofessional.
event.
It's like unprofessional to
Get
do
out.
it, but like it's the one exception.
You got it.
Yeah, it's just.
It's done. It's toast. Whoa.
What are the odds? Like 30-1, 40-1.
Whoa. I don't feel jealous of these young gentlemen whatsoever. This is the nature of the beast, bro. It's the brutality of competition when things don't go your way. A loss is one thing. A loss this bad leaves permanent damage. It's going to be a tough evening in the prac room tonight for GamerLegion if they can't even get a few more rounds going. This is probably going to be the most lopsided loss of all 5 of these players' careers.
That's actually wild.
Rez included.
Ash is really going to be the king without a crown, huh?
Man, and it comes out of nowhere because they were powering up as this event went on. PR enters this semifinals as one of the highest rated players of the event overall. Him and Towson are in the top 6 rated players for Bucharest, making names for themselves. And then Aurora decide to come spoil this party. Total, utter domination and nothing but. As long as this semifinal has gone on, Aurora have been in the driver's seat. Nothing but a speed bump on the way to another Aurora Grand Finals. This is setting themselves apart from the rest of the pack in Bucharest.
Yeah, just absolute nightmare fuel there for GamerLegion, but less so for Aurora. I mean, their most convincing performance here. I mean, obviously, right?
I mean,
or ever.
Yeah, maybe ever.
13-1, 13-1. That's like Godzilla versus Paw Patrol or something. Like,
Not
Jesus. Bad. There's nothing they can do there. Like, GamerLegion, I think they won the pistol, and then they get immediately reset, and then you can see the light just slowly fade away from their eyes, Richard.
Oh, that's right.
What?
That's their one round, was the pistol.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah. I mean, we did say they needed to win the pistol, Rich, but... they didn't want a few more after that.
I mean...
That was domination.
Men's 13-0,
Yeah, look, I think, obviously, there's not going to be a lot of perspective at this moment in time on how GamerLegion have still made forward progress at this tournament. They have had some horrible moments overall. They've had some big chokes, where they've been like 10-2, 10-1 up, things like this. But ultimately, this still represents an evolution of the team. And with all of the news swirling around the core, they probably don't feel so bad in a day or
I mean, yeah, Rich, I wouldn't spend too much time talking about 100. I mean, GamerLegion, right? I think more about Aurora in this one because we've been very critical of them lately, and I think for good reason. But this is the best they've looked arguably ever in a series, and I think it's important to know they've had plenty of games when they were up 5-1, 6-1, 7-1 that would go horribly wrong. Hell, they were up 11-1 against the Mongols and still managed to lose that game in overtime a couple of months back. So the fact that they were able, just even across 2 maps, across the full series, to be this dominant and look this good, perhaps it can be a turning point for Aurora.
I think the key is where they look different today overall across both series as compared to the rest of the tournament. It's synchronicity. They've actually been able to, we're going to take trades. It felt like in earlier series, they were kind of relying on Xantaras having to get 2, Katie having to get 2, Woxic having to, get a kill. And if that didn't happen, the round would fall apart. There, pretty much everybody seemed to be very much aligned.
Look, GamerLegion clearly the weaker team and all of that, but I don't think it doesn't really matter who their opponent were. I think they just needed a win of this fashion, right? Just the injection of confidence. I was joking all this while about them needing therapy and all of that, but this is sort of therapy they need. This is therapy. This is like...
You know what type of therapy it is? It's punch bag therapy. Yeah, sometimes you don't lie on a couch and have a dude talk to you. You get down a punch bag and you work it out.
I mean, it worked for you great, Rich.
They know that punch bag.
No, absolutely. Unfortunate for them. But look, if I'm GamerLegion, I'm not going to Obviously, it's an extreme disappointment, right, going out in this fashion. But let's look at the season overall. Like you look at EPL, for example, who they had to play, G2, Vitality, Mouse. They've had some really good runs overall, just a little unfortunate with their opposition. So I don't think you can read too much into this one. You can't get too hard put. You just got wrecked.
As we said, they got their first playoff win today. It was against Heroic, you know, and unfortunately, this game against Aurora is how a lot of their other playoff games have went. And I think that's the one issue, is not the loss itself. It's like how, one-sided all these losses have been. But hopefully they'll be able to
the
build back better.
champagne's going to taste pretty flat, I think, after that performance. But speaking of flat, last time we had an interview with this guy, he looked very, very sad. Matches with Jackie, I think he's going to look a little bit happier this time.
Rich, absolutely. There's definitely better energy coming out from this man. He's always smiling, though. Maja, it's a hell of a result, right? You basically just walked your way through that one. That was a semi-final, and it looked like you turned up far more like the Aurora that we know and love. Can you guide me through that series a little bit?
First of all, hello everyone on the chat and the couch. Yes, today was way better, way better. I'm very happy about the performance of the boys and myself also today. Like I told you, yesterday, if we can show this face of Aurora, that I think this level of play that we showed the first months of the year, I think we can beat every team in the world. And today it's a good example when all my players are confident and everything goes smooth and we have the energy. It's really good, and yeah.
And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that, because obviously you've been no stranger to this. You were talking to me even back on Media Day and saying, we know when we're at our best, when we're playing good CS, it requires the tactical side, but also the individuals to rise up. Obviously, yesterday when we spoke, a lot more lower. It wasn't in the same place. How did you correct that then in terms of outside the server? Or was it more so, like you say, just getting everyone on the same page again to kind of trust their gut, play individual CS and stick to the system? I saw you yourself as well, very energetic today. You were showing off the guns, Maja.
Yeah, brother. Like we have a lot of talk since this tournament. Every day was very difficult. We should not forget that today is a win with confidence, but we also play really bad CS in this tournament. I'm aware of that, and we have to keep working for that. And today was a good day for us. Good confidence, good play, extra. So yeah, we have to be like today for tomorrow, and hopefully we can leave the trophy. Yeah.
We'll touch on that a little bit then as well. Then, of course, you say, the sort of hands on the trophy, obviously, going into that. The other game that's going on, Legacy versus Saw. Is there any sort of quick summary of that one? Any thoughts on an opponent you prefer to play? Or is at this point, it's just reset, take it as whatever best of three you get, that's the start and end of the tournament for Aurora?
I think between SAO and Legacy, you mean? Who was going to win? I think both of team are really strong at this moment. Legacy just won a tournament recently, and SAO beat us here. And I think they play good chess when I play against them. So doesn't matter. I think SAO Legacy, but like I told you, if we play like we play today, and if my boys are confident like this, and we have a good energy like this, I think we can win this tournament. And yeah. That's all I can say.
It makes sense, yeah. Of course, lastly, before I let you go, Madge, then obviously to relax off the back of that one and calm down a little bit, is there anything you want to say, obviously, to the fans watching at home, friends, family that have been watching the journey of Aurora?
Yeah, guys, for every fan, I will say in English for now, in Turkish, thank you, everyone. You're supporting a lot of, in the tough time, you're supporting us, and we try to show you good Counter-Strike, and we focus on the game, and hopefully we can do the same things tomorrow.
You want to do it directly in Turkish as well? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because my kids are not in school at this moment. They're watching. Defne, Aslan, Ceren, size seviyorum sizin için. I told them that I love you.
It's always beautiful. Smile on his face today. Lovely talking to Maja. Let's get back over to Richard and the panel.
Yeah, thanks, Jackie. So, Matt, from Sadja to majorly happy. I'll workshop that.
He's not mad for sure, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
That's the happiest I've seen him in months. But
yeah, well, I mean, look, let's put that into a context. He's obviously on the precipice of actually doing something they haven't done yet, which is winning a trophy. You're in a final. It's a best of 5.
Yes.
The opponents that you're going to play, theoretically, are 2 teams you should be able to beat, but one has beaten you at this tournament, so you've got the tape to fix the issues with how they beat you. And it couldn't be more favourite.
And the other is coming off of a best of 5 final win of their own. Yeah, so I think it will be interesting either way. But Yeah, I think it goes without saying Aurora should be the favorite, especially after how they've played, against GamerLegion.
It's also like, the one complaint we had was like, for example, the T-sides and whatnot, but like, look at a Duster T-side, the cohesion was spectacular. They were just abusing all the mistakes, not even the mistakes GamerLegion were making, they're just abusing them overall across the map. So this every tick box required being checked. And Major also having perhaps, I think, objectively the best map he's ever had in his career as well, so yeah.
I mean, well, we can highlight the stats. It's just kind of...
That's across 2 maps, by the way. Like,
yeah, I mean,
off.
It's kind of crazy because, look, I usually, when he's at the top of the scoreboard or doing crazy things, it's because he's occupying the space of players that have failed and then not doing the things. That really wasn't the case kind of today. I mean, like, everybody did everything they were supposed to be doing, and he just seemed energized and more engaged than I've sort of seen him for a while. Like, he stepped up.
Yeah, things were going great for them individually. He had great moments on Overpass especially. But man, it's just great to be Jota in this series, right? It's like team project, got an A, didn't do anything, right? He had 13 kills over 2 maps.
Yeah.
And they were just, stopping 13-1, 13-1.
I mean, if you can't see anyone, what are you going to do, right?
No, only kill what's on your screen. Fault of his own, but that tells you how good of a day like Aurora has had, 3 players over 100 ADR for the series with KDX, Antares, and Major just had their way with GamerLegion in this one.
It's also a crazy day because I think Yumi just put out a stat as well, taking a look at it. The teams who have lost to maps today across all the games we've had, they've averaged 5 rounds. It's been very lopsided wins overall by the favorites. Well, not Liquid, but yeah, everyone else.
We just don't talk about that. We don't go to Ravenholm. Anyway, we'll take a quick break. We've got an interview with Bucharest coming up now. Obviously, Saw have been the big surprise of this competition so far. So we're going to get a temperature check with them. They're going to be taking on Legacy. We're obviously going to be breaking that down. I think we can all agree, though, Saw probably are the real surprise of this tournament,
I think absolutely. I mean, if you're looking at the positive surprises, right, absolutely. They've been punching well above their weight, it feels like. And for me, the player has been Aragon, right, coming into this event. He's one of the lowest rated players. And he's right now up there alongside Agile. So again, Bucharest working wonders with people most people have never heard of.
Yeah, well, we can get a bit of insight into what he's been doing with Saw in this interview we recorded earlier today.
Jackie here, fresh off the back of the Saw victory over Liquid, joined by the wonderful man himself, Matires. Mate, that was a hell of a victory. 3 maps, you close it down 13-1 in the last game. The entire team were truly staying as warriors today. Talk to me about it, bro.
Well, I don't know. It feels amazing to play like that. After the first map, we just go out and I'm just saying, okay, we couldn't do anything. So it was all about reset and come to our map. And I don't know, I think that Train, it's a map that it's going very well for us. And in Inferno, we knew that it would be 50-50, but we controlled everything. So yeah, I mean, it's those type of games that you just feel that everything is going okay.
And it seemed that way because obviously watching yourself play, even in some very key clutch rounds, right, there was moments where it felt like the whole team kind of just rose up. It felt like you were awake today, you're hitting all of your shots. Did it feel like as much as it was obviously the tactical side of Saw's Counter-Strike, it was just individuals giving even more today, ready for playoffs?
Yeah, for sure. I think that when the problem of our team is when we are getting destroyed, that's when people become more quiet and stuff like that. But when we are this way, it's kind of hard to stop us. And I don't know, we can be a retake or whatever. We are just calm and we are just playing. So that's what I ask them. It's just don't think too much. Just play your game, do what you feel. And that's what they did. So I'm extremely happy.
Okay, so it's one of those games where it's more you just sort of have the freedom of like, trust your gut, go off the leash. If you want to make a play, now's the time to do it in that series.
Yeah, for sure. And after that first game, it's really hard to come to the map. And if I just say, okay, let's be very strict and don't do anything. Yeah. So I think that people just needed to feel a little bit the game. And when they felt, they just destroyed. So I'm really happy.
Yeah, I can imagine. Obviously, we've got the game going on in front of us over here, right? Pain versus Legacy, third map. Yeah. That could be your side of the bracket, upcoming semi-finals. Yeah. What's your kind of thoughts on what's ahead of you? You even thinking about that, or more just fresh off the win, reset?
No, I don't really. We didn't think about anything. So we we didn't want to think too much about the opponent. Of course, we adjust just little things, and I don't know, they are just two great teams. So who we're gonna face, it's going to be a very hard game for us. But like I said, we are fighting a lot. So I hope that we do a good game.
Yeah, I hope to see it, man. It's going to be awesome to watch. The boys have been playing some great CS today. Best of luck in the following game.
Thank you so much.
Let's get back over to the panel.
So yeah, great to hear from one of the veterans there. Obviously, Bucharest for me, I remember him back, way back, playing for Kick.
I played against him.
Oh, did you really?
That's how far back he goes.
That's
against him and Roman, who was up until recently also on Saw. But yeah, he's been around for so long. Managed to make a major finally last year, I believe, for the first time. But yeah, I mean, just still there, still going, still grinding, still finding ways to play good CS with new players constantly from Portugal.
I've always been fascinated by the Portuguese scene, Blair, because it always feels like it doesn't have the population benefits of, say, somewhere like Brazil or whatever it might be, and yet steadily they have produced Counter-Strike teams that are always there or thereabouts, competitive internationally, going all the way back to Kick, but there's been several names down the years in every iteration of Counter-Strike.
I mean, in the early days, it was only Fox, right? Like the one. I mean, that's for the oldies.
HLTV legend.
That's for the old guys out there. But yeah, absolutely. I feel like the most impressive thing for Bucharest as just a leader is you're looking at a Saw lineup who were kind of making waves last year, right? When they had Roman in the team, they had Ujokes, Aras Dosse. You thought, all right, this team could really start to do things, and then they have to bench a player, one of them leaves, and then you're kind of wondering, is it really going to pan out? They had a couple of players coming in as well. That didn't work out. But all of a sudden, you have Agile getting activated, looking so good this season. And then, of course, the new pieces in the form of Aragon and Crazy. And I won't lie, I was looking at some of the stats and some of the results, and Aragon was he was struggling quite a bit. And somehow, this event has kind of seemed to found himself, so to speak, and finding so much impact.
Just not an online player, just a guy who thrives on LAN, maybe. But yeah, I mean, that was the heartbreak last year. So just started making results.
9th place overall at the tournament, by the way.
Yeah, and then from that point on, they lose like arguably two of their best players. You see that it was but there was something behind the scenes that was going on, right? That you couldn't put your figure onto, and you felt like, damn, there's no way they can rebuild back from this. And the start of the year wasn't great, but slowly. But surely, they're getting back into the swing of things. Narrowly missed out on the major with that loss to 9 over at Philadelphia.
Yeah,
that was heartbreaking, but, making the most out of their opportunity.
Well, I mean, you couldn't make more of what they did to Liquid. I mean, just crazy result in retrospect. Didn't just beat them, dominated them on
it's also, I like the mentality, right? You don't make it to the major, and understandably be so disappointed as well. And yet they come into this one, they had a rough start to start things up, but they still managed to kick ass. And yeah, that Liquid beating, it was something.
So talk about the Veto.
Yeah, I think it's interesting what Legacy will do here. I think they should Veto train probably and leave Overpass through, because for the side of Saw, they like to pick either nuke or train, right? And then it's just about picking what you left in. And we see the train ban come through. Mirage is the perma ban for Saw. I don't think they need to gamble and let anything else through, right? And then for the side of Legacy, here it gets a bit interesting because it's been all over the place for them lately. And in this tournament, right? I mean, Inferno is what they decide to go for. And then, as I said, probably something like a nuke or an ancient for the side of Saw, depending on where they feel more comfortable at.
All right, new coming in. Also, the interesting thing for Saw is the only time so far this event where they've won their map pick was against Liquid just a couple of hours back on Train. Apart from that, they picked nuke multiple times, Ancient as well, to start things off of the tournament. They've lost each and every one of their first picks, so that is a worrying thing. But then again, I mean, that Liquid win was spectacular here. But yeah, that's also the thing with playing against Legacy, right? This 7-map pool they have, that's something they can always try and abuse and take away your best map.
Yeah, I mean, it's put it this way. Like, I know Legacy, they aren't the strongest yet, but the thing I like about them is they kind of feel that they're competitive even in their losses, and I think they're competitive on other people's maps. They always seem to find a groove. It's like a period in the game where they string a bunch of rounds together, and you go, okay, they might close this one out, and then they either do or they don't. But there's always a moment where you feel moving forward, they could be in this. They could win this.
It's also because I feel like a lot of the players on this legacy side are so mercurial, right? You can have someone like Sadzin, I think, is a perfect example where
mercurial is a word.
Yeah. It's feast or famine, and if it's feast, he's just gonna just eat you alive.
I think both of the teams will be happy with the veto, though. Saw get Nuke in Ancient. Legacy don't have to play Overpass or Train in this one. And what's interesting, actually, is, I mean, there's been no time for these teams to prepare. Like, that was a very, very quick semi-final, right?
That's the thing. Those can sometimes work against.
The Legacy game went long against Spain. I mean, they had 2 hours, even if that. So I think this series, a lot of it will come down to not anti-stratting, not preparation. It will just be focusing on yourself and seeing who has the fundamentals and the protocols down better.
Well, I'll stay with Yanko for a moment. You don't mind. This is the map, Yanko, that they really emerged on the scene. Remember, beat Vitality to end that streak. I know it's a best of one, but whatever. And so what is it they do well on the T side of Inferno?
I think it's just, as you see, having Dumao and Lux in those positions towards Banana, being able to find openings and establish control. But outside of that, it's just having a lot of also fast A plays, so they keep you honest. A lot of CTs like to go for that 3B opening, either to just drop nades to make sure you get that control of Banana, and Legacy just has so many plays fast towards A where you're actually taking a legit risk going for that opening because you might find yourself in a 2v5 over on the A bomb site early on.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like, speaking of Lux, right, I think he's been really having some really cool moments in this tournament as well. Like, you might have Sadzin have been going a little bit quiet. You have Dumao obviously just being a rock overall, right? But so many impact moments in the IGL as well. I think that's a cool thing about his team. There's no, like, one weak player. Everyone seems to be delivering when they need to.
And this is actually a huge game for Saw in terms of the VRS. If they're able to win this, I mean, they move up, I think, 3 or 4 spots up in the rankings, right? A lot more on the line for them than for Legacy.
Well, we're going to see if they can seize that opportunity. The game is live. Take it away, Mohan and Connor.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, sir. Big implications for Saw. I like that Yanko brings that up right before we go into it. I also just want to say that of all the teams that we could have expected to get out into the top 4 of this event, the thing Saw still have going for them is they are very much an underdog, even within this pack. Second lowest ranked team coming in, barring FlyQuest. And now, again, with 0 time for preparation, leave it all out there. Let's see what you've got. You've already got Legacy charging you down through the short side of A site, though. Agile not going to stop them from getting footing on site, rather just wants to keep himself alive, and Crazy throws himself at a chance to get a kill. But we go 4v5 post-plant, quickly cut down to size, and because you were still able to maintain that control of the apartments, there's no way Legacy feel comfortable at the moment. That smoke is soon to come up. Lotto could save this. Him and Nissim trying to piece it together, and this pit hold still going well. Nissim with the 1. Oh, it's a bit labored, but 2 kills all he's gonna get, and we've got Saw to crack it open in the CT pistol.
Lovely start for Saw, man. Like, that's that fast A play that Yanko was talking about, right up lane, ignoring everything, not worrying about the halls at all. And even though they went that quickly, and it looked pretty scary, especially as they were trying to come out of the balcony, all of the CTs were flanking and pushing and finding small opportunities to get a shot in after this B flank took place. Right here, beautiful shot from Crazy. Like, you gotta love the activity. Fighting fire with fire. I know that's technically not what that phrase means, but it still makes sense.
Think about it. They'll have a second to. You think Saw is one of those teams that's going to be able to handle the aggressive Legacy stance as it goes on? You just said fight fire with fire, and we know Legacy will just keep that tempo up.
Yeah, I just think that Legacy is just not a gimmick for them. Like, it's just who they are all the way down to the core. It's how they wake up out of bed, They probably start yelling at their cereal in the morning. Like, that's just that's not even them pretending. They're not putting up a face. So it's just they move fast and they're really good at it. I don't think... The thing is, like, you keep up with them or deal with it in different ways. And, just like Astralis showed SK, you can slow down a fast team and you don't have to speed up to fight them, but you're not going to change them. It's just going to be... I think we just saw evidence that they can and what way they'll do it. I mean, I'm not sure I'm ready to believe Saw can win this series yet. I know they are looking better and better, but...
Eaton flashes his story right now. He's in the middle of all this. Back turn, bomb drop. Oh, Not the prettiest, but at least he does a bunch of damage. And Crazy is going to draw attention as he comes out for Library, which really just lets Agile keep his head down inside of the pit. He's able to take an extra second, make sure they maintain control. And so good on Story. Kind of felt like he definitely relayed the message that this was this all-in hyper-aggressive move, and then he still stuck the timing on his own individual play.
Was that the smoke push?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just said that, you know, I thought GamerLegion were going to come out Juggernaut style, go through Aurora because their energy wasn't great. Saw, if they surprise us, I mean, I will be surprised still. Even though this is a 2-0 start, it's feeling really good for Saw. I'm going to need more evidence. I think Legacy for me right now are standing out as a team that maybe could win 2 tournaments back-to-back. If Saw win this, the VRS points jumping up 3 spots, even if they don't win the finals, they've completed a Cinderella run.
Whew. Gonna mow through 2 players with guns, folks. Story, triple kill on an attempt for Legacy to break down the door on brackets. Looking a little bit stubborn with how adamant they are to get this bit of map control in these first few rounds. Costs them 3 players, all dying with no frags. And Story really seizing the opportunity here. Quad kill, real chance for an ace. Early days in this map. Nissim just kind of timid on the corner. That's why. Huge moment for Story, churning through those rifles.
Oh boy, an ace here. You know, it's for Story, it's for Saw, it's the 3-0 start, it's versus head armored opponents here. This is impressive. This is looking really interesting now.
Perfect nade. Pops open the smoke, gives him a shooting gallery. Dumao, who probably maybe didn't realize just how much of vision he was giving over. And then the closer's just as clean as the start. Single. Well, that's Spanish, but you get the gist of it.
Yeah, nice try, pimp.
Maybe if I tweet 40 flags. Oh, okay. Or, oh, no way.
Wow.
Just slammed, man. Come into this one. A little bit of Kevlar, a little bit of pistol, a little bit of hope. And Aragorn lines you up on the wall.
What's in the water today?
Upset sauce. Well, I say upset like Aurora shouldn't have won that, but they had just kind of given us, they had slowly chipped away at our confidence in their ability. And today was a very, very quick reminder. Very quick reminder as to Aurora's ceiling.
You said that was an hour and 15 minutes.
An hour,
right?
yeah. When the game ended, I went back, checked on the YouTube VOD. It was an hour and 15 minutes from the first round of Overpass, including desk segments in between.
Crazy. That's
an hour and 15. Has to be the
speed run.
fastest best of 3 on land this year, no doubt in my mind. Maybe ever, dude. That
it could be.
That was a playoffs game.
That was possible.
And it felt like an opening Swiss stage to me.
Swiss cheese.
Otto trying to get anything going here. Desert Eagle looking for the bomb plant. If you can get that stray Deagle headshot on somebody, then yeah, maybe bomb goes down and you make some cash, but Aragorn gonna give it a few seconds and make sure all 5 stand strong for Saw. It's only 1 gun round that Legacy have flopped so far. They'll be coming back with their second here in round 5, but very convincing start for Saw. The kind of start that builds up a ton of cash as well. You know, we've seen the makings of this. Like, this was them versus Aurora as well. Saw back on Nuke, they kind of, you know, when Aurora discussed their slow starts at this event, it was at the hands of Saw, really. That was the real prime example.
Yeah, it's like, you can't lose to Saw. That's sort of how it felt at first.
You know, and even that third map, when it got competitive out of the gate, Saw still had the recovery. So Saw have shown us that if you give them this runway at the very start of maps, they are going to test you for the entire run. I don't doubt that Legacy will power up into this T side, but you've got a lot of economy now to try to slowly chip away at.
I mean, Liquid just got turned to mush by Saw. That was pretty unreal to watch. Like, I mean, that was just on Inferno as well. It's still the same day. Go brought up, they got the 2 maps they're looking for. Really makes you think.
So for the re-aggression, well done from Muterus, setting up Aragorn for success. That was 2 kills and half of Dumao.
Such fantastic timing.
Dumao grabs that bomb. He's going to try to come join forces with this look at the brackets again, a position that Legacy have been tried to fight for, but have not really found success whatsoever.
There's a tip-off there, though. I mean, they're starting to throw grenades, so it doesn't matter now, but CT can come over.
Miss him shut down. Lotto answers back. A chance to pinch this A defense. Agile's got to be careful not to give himself up. Lotto's going to try to cheese around this smoke, but Muterus locks into Moto corner.
Such a good move for Muterus. He could still get snuck up on, but he'll get some info for his pit player. And yeah, like Lotto's looking in library for him.
He knows he's somewhere, and he could still consider Moto.
Can't believe it.
He writes
That's
it off.
so good, man. Muterus.
Cut down from the balcony. It's another kill for Muterus, in fact. So Muterus gets a 2K, and that Aragorn double kill over towards Banana just puts Legacy on the back foot yet again.
That's such a sweet reposition. It's such a small detail, but like, you know, yeah, someone's in library, they're perfectly safe. You wouldn't expect them to be moving out to a spot like that. You've got to love it. Old but not tired. We've seen Saw also, you know, go through some of the craziest losses in history with Muterus on the lineup, and I don't mean like they got stomped. I mean Deus Ex Machina level crazy timings. Jame getting them out of a major, them trying to qualify to the major for the first time. That was just. It has been brutal. And the fact that he's been here, you know, scar tissue and all, still gaming,
just
new
chasing
lineups.
The dream,
yeah.
baby. Just refuses to give up on the dream. What a perfect event as well for them to kind of burst back into the scene with.
Like losing Aristos and U-Jerks, it felt like those are the keys.
Yep. Felt like it was going to set them back years again. But here they are. Testing Legacy, one of the hottest prospects of the second half of 2025. A prospect, though, that with even MAC-10 still has explosiveness in their toolbox. And so this balcony pressure could still find a way to fight its way through. But blindsided is Sadson. Crazy insight. Gonna keep going on. And that's 3 frags to Crazy. Tech9 hits the ground. 6-0 start for Saw. Tell me they don't believe right now.
What is happening today?
They're owning.
Holy.
This would be a huge event as well. We talk about, you know, just it's something that we kind of neglect a lot in the conversations of Counter-Strike's events, because when they're being won by the same teams over and over, prize pool becomes this conversation in a back burner sense. You tell Saw that they have a chance at $200,000 for the players, $200,000 for the club share.
Yeah,
it's a $1.25 million event right now.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it's lovely that it means a lot in VRS and dollars.
You know, you seize the opportunity, an event without the top dogs at it. Oh, a chance for Aurora to get their first win? Well, Saw have other ideas. Years of hard work for a guy like Muterus being put on the line because he knows that these chances, they don't come every day of your career. And just when Legacy start to become familiar with the feeling of victory, this tough pill of a 6-0 Saw start on Legacy's map pick, no less, has become a reality. Low health in the 4v4. Still a couple smokes, still a couple mollies. They can go in for this full-blown B execute. Stories off is going to be leaning back towards Coffin, waiting for a target. And wait for Crazy to start dumping his belt of utility in a second. He's going to try to interrupt this execute. And the fact that the T's went in with both their smokes, both their mollies, means there is no second volley. They have to try to charge through smoke.
What?
Aragorn double, and then Crazy comes through with the solo of his own.
Oh my goodness. 2 per player. Was that just the smallest little spray transfer, or was it a stray bullet? I don't know, but it's not what Legacy wanted to see.
Ripping it apart with that smoke grenade. Just the right tools put in place by Saw.
There have been no saves for Legacy this game. Not a single one.
Just going to keep trying. Story happy to interrupt that quick mid-flood. Second victim made way too easy. Lotto thinks that he can skip some steps. Thought maybe Story would go on the retreat, but he stuck around just enough to make that one happen. Now there is a chance Nissim pops out from balcony. Crazy! Tracks the headshot. Story triple and another full house.
This is the craziest day of CS I can remember. What are these?
0.
3 maps. Last series was only 1 map worth of rounds.
After that GamerLegion blowout, Richard called it nightmare fuel, and it feels like that's going to be the same case for Legacy if they can't pull out of this tailspin.
Not a single save. When's the last time we got a bomb plant out of Legacy?
That would be in the pistol. Near identical situation to what GamerLegion faced Aurora on Overpass.
Story's hitting.
So is Crazy as well. And Crazy in their previous games, there was times where I was like, yeah, he is crazy.
I think, you know, with the slower games, Crazy a little newer as well.
Sure.
You know, maybe is not cut out for that just yet, but like in these maybe faster paced environments, we can let his aim go. I feel like he's actually enjoying it a lot.
I would be too. 11-2 at the moment.
9 rounds in, Muterus is 3-2.
Yeah, it's all good. He's molding guys like Story, Crazy, and Aragorn into the beasts that we see before us. Trying to pounce with these Tech 9s. We're going to get smokes to deny Muterus' angles. Here we've got a lot of pressure. Again, better weapons still for the defenders, but Legacy have been afforded some close proximity. It's all about peeling them off, and it is a 1K from Crazy. Muterus goes down with nothing. Agile, the same. Able to break down that defense just by getting close enough for it. There is still a recovery to be had because Aragorn has been a key piece to the success here of Saw. Fire into the bomb site.
Oh, that nade?
A frag with Sadson's name on it, but he does get in behind the deepest corner of this site. Another nade that didn't go deep enough. Utility just keeps on coming, and Story's going to zone him. So Nissim 1v2 almost lined them up. They're going to go wide swinging with the own T's guns. Story swinging with Tech 9s against him.
The nades are amazing. It looked like they were maybe just getting into that a little too soon, walking out of the library smoke, but no, they get the pit player. Headshot in little pit. And there's just no way to stabilize and play together in that post plant. It's even faster than Overpass. This might be faster than Dust 2.
I've never
9-0.
You know, I could stomach one of those maps. I could hang on for a second. I am almost at a loss for words that we're getting another map like this in the semifinals. And like a team like Legacy, usually, you know, they fight back in these kinds of tough starts.
I mean, come on. You can see Legacy doing this, and then we just talk about, oh, well, yeah, they're the better team, and, you know, they maybe have odds of winning this event, and they're looking so strong lately and consistent, and 9-0 versus Legacy.
It is expectations today blown out of the water. A GamerLegion power-up that went up in smoke. And some Legacy aggression that is getting utterly stuffed. 10 rounds into Saw's CT side, still yet to lose one. That last round was the first bomb plant since the pistol. And even then, the retake looks smooth as butter.
It looks like the baton has been passed on Legacy's Inferno.
Oof. Good jump by Lotto getting over the scope. So Story wasn't quite ready for that player to run up, but the other two A defenders already have a kill apiece, and they get those kills with barely any damage back the other way. Again, they hold the line. Crazy and Agile with a 2K apiece, and the bomb has been found on Lux running elsewhere. 25 seconds, missing his jumps. This is a desperate attempt to get into A if he even wants to take a swing at this. But I think you've got to concede a 10th.
I don't know. I mean, like, you need a round, right? It's...
He'll walk out from the balcony. There's eyes on it right here from Crazy. Chance for the op. He hits that through the lip of the tall box, but there's no time. He needed that kill and then a second somehow. Never going to happen with players on the site. Another test stood tall by Saw.
That's better that he doesn't get the kill. Otherwise, he would have died to the guy on site, and that would be that. So 10-0. Guillotine's coming down at 100 miles per hour. It was shocking to see Saw beat up on Liquid so badly. But now I'm looking at a team that has just about the same amount of kills as they did.
What a run that we are actually watching Saw go on. Best of 3 victories consecutive over Ninjas and Pyjamas, GamerLegion, Aurora, Liquid, and now potentially Legacy. So what's an Aurora rematch for a team like Saw right now? We knew that somebody was coming to Bucharest and was going to seize the opportunity. And we had a short list of front runners. No list had Saw at the top of it. Agile dropping smoke in the face of this balcony pressure. There is still a world where Legacy will chew away at this A site, get themselves something of a T side going. Crazy are getting zoned into the Moto corner. And Bomb on site, 3 players over towards that pit to hold off.
Nissim could nade him, so close to dying. Just get rid of this problem.
Frags over top, retake ready to go. Still tons of util for this. You could smoke off the pit, deny these angles. It'd be Legacy with low LOS. Aragorn starting to wrap it around. Nissim's nade doesn't go for the low player, but rather the 2 on the retake, and he does chip both slightly. Lux and Lotto looking over their cover for contact, and that's going to work out. Crazy desperate to get it going. Legacy burst through that A defense at least once on this T side.
That's something. At least get that 1 kill, and I mean, I appreciate that Saw just hung out to fight. I don't think they really believed they were going to easily win that retake, but if they got a few kills, that would be painful for Legacy at least. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter now. We're on the last round of the half already. It's been an instant transmission here. Some semblance of life out of Legacy. Finally, kicks off with this shoulder spot going awkwardly for Agile.
Sadson gonna try his hand at the counter op.
Oof, they wanted to commit, but
through Boiler again, thinking maybe the solution is aggression, but remember, Bomb is still down on T ramp. So nobody's able to really commit until Doomao doubles back from B, if that's the play. If you want to get Saw overcommitted to an A site, considering it's the real target that Legacy have been going for. Oh, flash dodge, and Nissim comes out on top of that duel. Then you've got Sadzin already on this op angle. But again, Bomb to be scooped up. That gives a little more time for Muterus to come over. Him versus Lux on Arch. Only 10 bullets in this magazine for Crazy. Certainly not ideal that he's already sprayed half the mag. Will need to go for the reload as he dives into the site, doesn't get a chance at the multi-kill, and so Legacy sink their teeth into this A site for a 2nd time consecutive. 10 rounds straight for Saw, but there is an answer, a sign of life for Legacy. They're gonna kill Aragorn in the backdrop. Muterus stuck into the Moto corner, chipped down to half health. The fight continues here for Lux. The fight continues for Legacy. Muterus locked in, nobody overstepping. They don't want to be the first to fall in a 1v3 attempt that they absolutely need to close. And there's further damage done. Luckily, Muterus was able to bank on teammates to get this ball rolling. Now he's going to have to finish the half on his own. Swaps the guns over. Lux right on the box is where this one ends. 2 rounds for Legacy. Something to believe in.
Yeah, I mean, it's like even 2 rounds is kind of surprising with it being a 10-0 in like 5 minutes. But 2 good rounds versus A. 0 successful B takes this game out of Legacy. It ended up being the A plays. Yanko called it. I mean, Saw don't get to end the half laughing, at the very least. I mean, how much does it really matter?
I'd say for a team like Legacy, actually quite a bit.
Like, Saw happened to be here on Inferno. Like, I don't think they were even leaning on... Like, they're going to T-side. I could say this. It would have to be a choke now. They're doing on Inferno what Legacy were doing on Inferno in June. We also know for Legacy, like, they've been picking Inferno lately, but it's just not the same map for them anymore.
Charge for Lotto down middle. Legacy looking to play as they do. The identity is not in question. I'll give them that. They remained adamant about breaking down the doors on A. They will give a taste of aggression over to Saw in this CT rush down middle. Still 3 players on the retreat. They could still sign up for a fight versus Aragorn that they don't want a part of. He finishes off Doom out. Sadzen has to retreat low.
They just took all those fights. They saw 3 there and still kept going for it. Sadzen down low, but Legacy have the fallback cut off. 2 on the site that Saw are going towards. All this nade.
You're going to see him. Smoke exposes a low health Sadzen. Luck's going to take cover in behind second orange. Do they clear? Aragorn jump spots the corner, and they've broken back into this. There is no kit on the round for Legacy. And so Nissim, in a desperate act, 1 versus 2, has to take this back over. Legacy thought that some aggression down mid would be the key to get back into some realm of control. T's go for the split, wrapping around back over towards Church Door. And if Nissim goes to clear it, this is a good read to at least try to shave off the first player. Nicely done. Had to get him out of there. And still, 17 seconds on the bomb with no kit. He's going to tap it to try to get Aragorn to bite, and Aragorn doesn't give him what he wanted.
Oh my goodness.
No peek behind it. No chance for Nissim. An embarrassing pistol as he is lost in the sauce looking for contact. Never had an idea as to where Aragorn gets off to. Huge recovery for Saw.
Oh my goodness, Aragorn is playing with his food. He's disrespecting Legacy because he's earned it. The place that they put themselves in, they just know they're going to win. What a round to fight back against that mid push. I love the conviction of the protocols. It can get messy and you think, oh, maybe we should just go B in this situation. They have 3 A spotted. We got 1 kill on the push. But instead, they catch 3 CTs who just feel like they have to fall back now because they actually haven't won bottom steps. A team that's on the same page.
Nice frag out of Legacy at least. And we're going to have to grasp at straws to praise them for anything so far.
Yep, 2 good nades and a late smoke. You saw want to go through it.
2-round half.
I think they're a little antsy because they didn't expect so much utility coming into a round like this.
Nice.
Oh, beautiful stuff.
Really good utility coming out of Legacy, setting themselves up to honestly hold this back, even though they're only on pistols, but a team kill for Crazy, certainly not ideal. At least it's still a B site open, and the rotator's coming over. There's still that frag on Nissim, which could kill the bomb plant. It's a little bit late.
Oh, nice.
Just misses it. Bomb still goes down. Gets the kill, of course. Can't take that away from him. And very awkward story trying to play around these smokes. They're looking to get off into the banana control, but they also predict that Lux would be over there.
Mid-round.
Bomb is planted on the corner just by Coffin. Obviously, no kit here to play with for Legacy, and it's going to burn time because they're going to assume that there's players still in these corners. But both got off of the bomb site. 2 players repositioned to banana, and Story is not going to let you back in.
That's straight up beautiful CS. I mean, taking a situation like that and making it even more difficult when if they played standard spots, it would have been a fine post plant still. but they didn't give him any chance. They moved off the site in a safe way, around that smoke, off to CT spawn. It's just impossible to read, really. And yeah, we're watching back these amazing grenades that came through. Like, you gotta give Legacy so much credit for coming up with a tactic like this, even at wit's end, but it's all cosmetic.
Can't believe that reposition.
Scout, UMP, Mag 7.
Lotto scratching
MP9 and a 5.7. That's what they've got to stop this.
It's a mixed bag. Saw in total control.
Will do Mao jump. The kind of game where he dies jumping, right?
Gonna let him round the corner. Oh. That frag grenade set up. It's an easy kill for Dumao, but that's gonna scare them back over towards the A site. And it doesn't look to me like Saw are gonna waste any time with it.
Yeah, it's a quick call, 3B, they're right.
Straight up avoid that Mag 7, move it over. Scout shot is good. Again, softening up the targets as they get closer to these bomb sites. I don't count Legacy out just yet, and we've got that fast flurry over through Library. Already adding themselves to this bomb site are Lux and that Mag 7 on Dumao, but now Saw sort of forced to slow it down because of the scout damage, because of the kill. At 35 seconds, they group back up. What sort of options are left open?
Trying to keep a death grip on every single round. Squeeze it dry. I don't know if there's time to actually go back, but the bomb is...
Yep. You know you've already got Legacy against the ropes. You've got real rifles to lose in this instance.
Yeah, they could have given those
Let
over,
it go.
that's true.
Yeah, let it go. You know, okay, let Legacy get a third one. You have given yourself 10 map points, and I like that Saw take this opportunity so seriously. You could have burst back through with that sprint over to the A site, but once the scout and the damage comes out, let it go.
And they picked up one Galil off of that because they saved 3 of those AKs. So that's all that Legacy will get. They'll buy up, upgrade some of their value village bargain basics buy here, and they'll still have a scout. They'll still have an MP9. But Saw still have the edge.
And attack pause with it. Save 3 AKs, hit the tack pause, and then put a little cherry on top here of Inferno. What a convincing way to do it. The power behind this 3-player core right now in Story, Crazy, and Aragorn. Awesome to see a guy like Crazy kind of come into his own versus opposition like Legacy. I think you were right about that. You know, it's kind of his style to be playing this sort of fast CS.
Probably how he got noticed.
Let the AK do the talking. Exchange of util over towards Banana. Saw taking another swing at closing this first map. This 2-player CT boost inside of the apps. It's going to be challenged on both ends. Good test. Trying to time that one correctly. Crazy lets them get away as he grabs the AK-47.
Does he want to repressure this? They've smoked the end of halls. There is a small arch gap. It's being watched with a scout here from Sads and on Moto. I can see are playing back this round. I mean, even on B, they're posturing, they're showing strength here on A with their nades and trying to show that they know what the T's are doing, but they actually don't have the info. Aragorn's here with a pistol, controlling car. Wow, this actually might be the golden move. The CTs cannot get out of here, and they haven't pushed. They're going to have to go for a lane retake. It has to be the 2 guys at B.
Not wasting time. Lotto commits to the tree. This MP9 is going to be gold. Oh, and it is! 2 kills on that smoke, but not expecting Crazy to come through, who does further damage onto Dumao. Aragorn going to try to run him down, but you've only got an extra 5 seconds. He could still slice through Dumao, but no, sir. Both of those defenders had to go big, and they do.
The smoke is perfect. Is that a deep CT smoke from... Was that a CT? That's okay. Yeah, and it was like popped at the perfect time where the MP9 could actually get those 2 kills. You could see they were watching it. That was still a great call from Saw, again, because they were controlling top banana with 1 guy.
I think that's the one downside of going as fast as they did through CT spawn, is that you gave him just that extra second of warning so that he could throw down his smoke and get into the corner on tree.
It was kind of low time.
But enough of a warning sign gives Legacy's defenders a chance to put the very few tools they had in the right place. Make that unlikely hold just slightly easier for himself.
The cohesion is looking fantastic, though, from Saw. And the just inspirited calling and... Even the fact that these mid to late round situations are close, or they really hard limit what Legacy even get out of it if they want to save. Like it. Looking at the first half, Legacy didn't save at all.
Fallen style. Unlike GamerLegion, at least Legacy have a chance to rebound, but it's a long road to overtime. Sadzin gonna get run down by the Glocks. Just don't lose on this round. This is just Glocks across the board.
It's just Glocks.
Only Glocks for Saw. They get close to that A site. They suddenly pop out.
No.
Just Glocks to start this round. And still that pit player is standing the test. There should have never been any sort of test.
Oh my goodness.
Nissim, well done, because your teammates just died to Glocks, brother.
That's chaotic. They forgot about Pit for a second. They were up there in Graveyard. If he didn't expose himself in that second peek, it might have actually been a Glock round.
Great way to keep the money humble for Legacy. Still 7 rounds to close out map 1 if you are Saw. Shy of a couple AKs, but nades galore here for Saw. We'll see what kind of moves Legacy start making. We know that Legacy, you saw it in the pistol, happy to take fights on their terms, but when you have no margin of error left over, that is when you could start to play as a shell of yourself. These risks down banana, the glance out mid, all of that could be the start of the end if you are Legacy.
They might get another HE kill, actually. They've just softened up Muterus, Aragorn. They have another setup for that half-wall position. Sov avoided now, well, taken 2, avoided 2. But it's the same spot where they split CT last time, and they know that Legacy don't actually have information. They're getting pushed off the ball. Oh!
That's what you're looking for.
Oh!
But a gun round, no less.
Still Arch is open. Yeah. They still have a B split, right? Even if they go back mid, the CTs can't just rotate through CT spawn because they don't have control of it. Instead, Dumau's pulled back, and they aren't splitting, but they're still going B.
They could still try to find a way onto site. They have just enough util to block off that CT cross, just enough to try to give a challenge over to Lotto. You know Dumau's going to come running to the assist, though.
Is he going to run through this?
Does get here in time. Can Lotto stop it in its tracks? Eating a nade in the process. He'll finish off Aragorn. Tough to get him out of this box. Lotto holds on for dear life, and he gets himself all he needs, just enough to hold off for the assist from Dumau. Legacy's comeback into map 1, slowly but surely being pieced together round by round.
They're all good rounds, but they were all losable positions. And again, if you take a snapshot of the map, you know, before that op collateral happens on Arch, even after that, Saw found a way to make the right split happen. They almost had a 3v1 on site. They had Juma on a rotate spot. They haven't peeled back to Speedway. None of the CTs on the A site had bracket control or arch. Didn't have information.
Through the fire, they will fight. In the face of pistols, Saw just hide behind their corners, waiting for that opening move Legacy like to make. They've survived it with minimal damage. You're dead on in
so
that.
Passive every round, man. Like this is like a big style defense, like 2020 big, where they would stay on B with 2. They would use all of their lineup grenades to put all the pressure on, and they did a good job of landing them. But it's all unconfirmed damage, right? You get those hits, but you don't have numbers. You don't have rotation speed. You don't have anyone to come and support you, to flash from CT spawn. It must be these 2 players.
So far, it's worked for Legacy just enough to keep them in the game, but blinded in the process is Doomau. Tech9's also full white. Everybody trying to find safety, and it is Legacy to leave it open for the taking. You painted the picture perfectly. You still allow for Saw to pounce, and in doing so, pressure on. No margin of error here, Legacy. It is a retake demanded. Nissam's going to get flashed into the church, and he will find Aragorn for free. Now a frag grenade at the feet of the others. Muterus going to get bombarded out of the corner. A real retake inbound. Everything coming together here for Legacy, showing that even with the risk, they can step up to that plate. It's as if it was never even close. All 3 thrive on the retake, and that lead now cut down to a measly 5-round gap.
Wow, man, they actually made that look so good. The double HEs, and again, it's nades. This time it's the retake nades coming over for the A site. That has just been the most important part of the utility for Legacy, using those extremely effectively, and they ran through that retake. It was fine spots by Saw. They don't have the best guns ever to hold. It was a sort of a round where they're half buying, waiting for this rifle. It's another close call. The worrying part again is, if they're going to stage all these situations where they have to retake, I promise eventually something will go wrong. But they are also looking for opening plays at the beginning of the rounds, but Saw have really been careful about avoiding any damage there.
Feels like that's the part of Legacy that Saw are very prepared for. They understand damn well that they will come at you, but this is different. Doomau is dead. It's one thing to sit in your bomb site to try to hold them back. It's another to go around that corner for the challenge. Even more pressure added to Legacy now. 4 versus 5 is where they're going to have to pull this one off from. And you're not dealing with a Saw that's just flying around the corner with Tech9's full gun round for Saw to close out. After 5 rounds in a row consecutive from Legacy, starting to believe in this ability to build the comeback. It's one thing to have a small margin of error, but they have none. Not after losing the second pistol and letting Saw convert. So how do you hold off
They're gaming them
in this 4v5?
They keep winning on these rotations. Okay, it's come to the time now. Nissam's hung out in halls long enough. He's told his teammates, okay, you got to be worried about B.
Flash to the pit, and the util comes over top. It's going to be another high-pressure situation for Lotto. CT cross, though, challenged by Lux.
He's going through.
P2000 in hand. Uh-oh. Act of desperation. Doesn't go for the reload, doesn't go for the retake. Just tries to keep Saw on their toes, but Agile turns it around. And that one right there could make the difference. They know Sadson is up in this church, and he has had a hell of a half. Not in a positive fashion, split between these last 2 Ts. Saw took Aurora off guard with strong starts, and they could kill Legacy with it here. They will. Finally, just put this one in, push it over the line with a 13-7 finish, and Legacy against the ropes as Saw's hopes for semis to finals lives on.
And yes, Connor, we're continuing the Halloween theme. Saw said to Legacy, do you want to play a game? And they said, no, actually, we don't know. It's just a semi-final.
That's your best one all day.
So, yeah, unfortunately, a nice little comeback at the end, and it's important to get those, get some more rounds under your belt, get settled in. But realistically, this was only going to go the way of Saw because they gave themselves so much runway for takeoff.
What a statement opening of the first half right for the side of Saw. You could see how good the individuals were, just taking the fight to the side of Legacy. And I got to give credit where it's due, man. Crazy was, well, kind of crazy in that game. He's one of the lowest rated players for the entire tournament. We saw Aragon's really stepped up, but Crazy was just a rock on that A-bomb side alongside Agile.
They definitely seemed ready for the style that Legacy was going to bring on their T side, right? Players stepped up multiple times in those early gun rounds, just multi-kill after multi-kill. And if there's anything, that you can sort of talk about Legacy and something that they're missing on Inferno T side, it is they tend to fight fire with fire. If you're aggressive, they're going to be aggressive right back at you, and they're not that good at just slowing it down right when their opponents are on a roll and letting them take banana, just playing slow, letting them expend some of their utility, and then in the mid round starting to retake some of that map control, starting to figure out what the defense is actually like. That's not something they're good at, and was difficult for them to adjust in this one.
Yeah, and that explosive style has been one of their hallmarks. It's got them some big scalps on this map, but obviously this is the problem with success, Blair. They've had this deep run at the Asia Championships. They won that. There's so much tape on how they play Inferno, and it's like I'm sure even though Saw couldn't have necessarily foreseen they were going to play Legacy by now in this tournament, they have a pretty good idea about what they were going to get.
Sure, they had very good answers to Yanko, for example, pointed out, before this match started, how Legacy like to go for some of these fast A plays, for example, and I think Saw handled that very well. But even outside of that, I love the aggression that was being showcased by Saw, especially towards that mid brackets area. Story with the AWP, he was getting opening kills after opening kills. Going towards the B-bomb side. You're looking everywhere all over the map, and it's just highlight moments coming out from all the individual players. And also, Crazy and Agile, they were being tested towards the A-bomb side time and time again. A lot of these poppy rounds, very fast-paced from Legacy, and they handled it with aplomb.
Yeah, and these numbers are great. Exactly what you would want out of somebody, kind of putting up that strong CT side, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important, when they did try to do something towards Banana or towards B Legacy, they were shut down. I mean, they had only a couple of opportunities in that first half, but even in a 4v4 situation, right, Saw had some good reads. They sent the third player over to the B-bomb side. That's where Legacy tried to end around. They're able to just clean up. So, yeah, it was pretty much a masterclass in that first half from Saw.
Well, we can start highlighting some of those rounds, right? You picked out a couple for us, Coach.
Yeah, we talked in the pregame about the fast A rounds. First gun round, what does Legacy do? Pop through the mid-smoke. And look what Story does. Just triple kill, shutting it down completely. And then on top of that, cherry on top, he gets the final 2 kills as well from this long position. So that's the first gun round, and you just get an ace. There were only 2 players on A, by the way. One was enough, just Story. You go a couple of rounds later, Legacy again tried to go back to that fast A play a little bit different. This time Story has the AWP, gets 2 quick kills, right? Legacy just staying with it really hard to adjust at that point in a 3v5. They try to push through, get completely shut down by Story and Crazy. It's 2 gun rounds where 2 players have completely stopped you in your tracks, when you tried to hit that A-bomb.
It's also like a lot of the rounds you could see from Legacy where just these kind of like 5-man group ups coming in, not really kind of pressuring the other extremity of the map. So even if, let's say, they get a couple of kills, the rotations were just there immediately, not really allowing the Legacy players to get into more comfortable post-ban positions as well. But yeah, overall, I just love how all the individuals just popped off there for the side of Saw, continuing what happened in the Liquid game.
Yeah, and we've got some interesting things we can look at here as it relates to Crazy. We were joking about it at the start of the tournament. I will say, I still would have chose a better name if I was him, but that's fine. If you do this, I get you can have a crappy name, I guess, because he played so well in and around this site, and these are the types of kills that you have to make, particularly if your AWP is going to play forward and go for those mid picks. He's taking a risk, so you've got to be solid. You've got to be that foundational aspect behind him, and you can just see here Blair just Just a fantastic spread of kills.
And also, like, playing from the A bomb side, kind of rotate player alongside Agile. Like, his important thing is to try to stay alive for as long as possible, try to buy time, and try to, even if the T's get the bomb side, try to, just get control of pit or get control of app. So just be alive, basically, enabling the retake. He did one even better. He was just getting multi-kills after multi-kills. And even in positions where he should 100% have been traded out, we saw, for example, you look at where he's getting all his kills towards Moto Box, for the oldies on the side. He should be getting traded out instantly, but some incredible spray control, some really good aim coming out from the young gun.
Well, I mean, that's the difference, isn't it? Those positions he's playing there, you have to be good for one kill on the CT, but if you're able to multi-frag, you pretty much just win
done more
round
than
on that
enough.
basis alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was the issue for Legacy. They came into the game sort of slow. They couldn't get some of those trade kills. Luckily for them, they were able to string rounds together in the second half, and some of them were clean, right? You saw some multi-kills from Lato, Duma, Nissim starting to show up, and they were never realistically going to come back into Inferno, but they're not without their chances on Nuke, right? Still in this series, they've had to also play so much Counter-Strike in the last couple of weeks, right? On one side, their playbook is getting depleted, but on the other side, you had so many reps recently that you can always sort of figure it out. And we saw their CT side just now against Pain. Nuke was the decider. They were able to have a really strong CT side to close it out and win that series.
We've got about 2.5 minutes before break, so let's set up Nuke a little bit. Obviously, it's Sour's pick. We know that they do like to play this map, but you already highlighted it in the pregame.
They've lost, I think, 4 or 5 of the 4 or 5 times they played, right? So far, it's a map they want to go for all the time. And here's where I'm going to be touching. Obviously, they're going to be starting the T side over here. I think the T side, getting off to winning the pistol, getting a few reps going is going to be really useful. But when you switch over to CT side later on in that half, Crazy has been someone who, despite having a very good map over here, he's been struggling on this Nuke losses. You look at the numbers of all the individuals, and he's playing towards ramp, right? And that's where we even saw a lot of the action coming out from Legacy against that Pain on that particular matchup. So I'm going to continue keeping my eye on him, because if he's able to replicate what he showed here in Inferno, it could potentially be a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. I will just say, though, obviously, Yanko, we know Legacy are no slouches. We've seen them pick up wins on Nuke, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think all maps outside of Overpass Train, you Mirage to some extent, you have a good feeling about them. They've just played it in the quarterfinal as well against Pain. And what's interesting about Legacy a bit on Nuke on their CT side is Dumao and Lato play the A bomb side, right? Like arguably 2 of their best players. Lux is outside, Nissim on ramp, and Sad's in that rotation role as the Opera. And Dumao does play outside on the T side. So that's a bit of a switch up that they have there. But yeah, I don't think they're going to be, obviously you lose your map pick, it's not great, but I think they know that they can come back on this map.
Well, it's happened to them a bunch of times
for sure.
As well, over both the tournaments. We've seen them back to back. So it's definitely not new territory for them, and we know they have the mental strength to come back in these series.
And also just to, just remind everyone of the point made earlier, right? Like for the side of Saw, they have lost 4 out of the 5 map picks so far in the event, apart from just Liquid a couple of hours prior. So it could happen.
Final thought from you, Yanko, before break?
I think Legacy will bounce back. I think we will get a close series. I think they were slow to get into it, right? Probably didn't have time to properly reset from that quarterfinal even, but I think we'll see them bounce back on you.
All right, we'll see if you're right. Our quest for a competitive semi-final continues. We're going to see if we get it after this break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Are you ready?
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live at PGL Masters, Bucharest in Romania. And today I'm going to be going around finding out some of the memories that spring to mind for players when I ask them about their first Counter-Strike event. Let's see what they say.
I think my first ever Counter-Strike event was in a small LAN cafe. It was like 2020. I just started to play CS full focused for like 1.5 years. Like it was my first year when I got my computer. I was like 18 years old. I got my first computer, and then after like 1 year, I reached 3K on Faceit, and somebody invited me to play this local LAN tournament in my like hometown. So yeah, I went there actually with the friend because I was afraid that somebody would steal my skins. So I went there with the friend so he could like guard me.
One of the first is we play Academy League with Neo Junior. It was one of the first like bigger professional LAN events for me. So I think that one is more memorable for me, and also maybe Blast groups when I was playing instead of Simple like for Navi. It was also like a good event, I would say, like next level.
It was in Turkey. It was in I think it was, it's not Istanbul. I don't remember now, but it was in Turkey. We got invited because we won a tournament in Brazil, and it was my first tournament outside of Brazil. And then it was so funny. I had like 15 years old, and I was new, and I could see everybody that I have admiration, and I was watching to play like in the same way. And then it was very nice and very fun. So
that I play was Starletta on China. And was amazing because my first experience on LAN, it was like an international LAN, and was amazing because I was in China, and all the things that I experienced there was amazing because I don't know, China is another world, and everything there is different, is amazing, and I don't know, it was amazing everything, and I remember to see the practice rooms, and was one beside another one, and have like some glass, and if you touch some button there, the glass, I don't know what happened, but yeah, it was so crazy, and was the whole shit.
For me, it's probably Copenhagen Games, because that was my first LAN event, I think, ever, or it was, and I think it was. For me, it was special because I played a lot of online, and I didn't even know about how big Counter-Strike was and stuff. So I kind of like even discussing with my parents, like, I'm going to go to this tournament, it's going to be really fun and stuff. And they even came to watch me and stuff. I'm not sure how many parents go and watch their, 22-year-old son go to Copenhagen Games, but they came to watch me, and it was very fun, and we did some good upsets. I was playing in Great Danes back then. We beat like LDLC, for example, which was at that time 10 times better than us. So I would say Copenhagen Games was just fun. Also, just first time I met the online people I've been seeing online and stuff. I met them in LAN, and put some faces on people and stuff. Yeah, so I would say for me it was Copenhagen Games, very fun experience, and also just experiencing kind of like the fatigue and stuff. I remember one of the games we ended at 4 a.m. and I had to play again at 10 in the morning, and of course they just told, like, I was like, how am I supposed to get home, sleep, and come back? And they said, that's just how it is, and I was like, wow, okay. So just fun memories, I think.
So wild day of Counter-Strike here for the PGL Masters Bucharest playoffs extravaganza. Quarterfinals, semifinals, all in the same day. Plenty of CS to go around, but not enough of it in the semis, I'll say. Blowouts after blowouts, a bit of a recovery for Legacy, but still giving themselves so little to work with on Inferno means they've got to win this from a map disadvantage as the series goes on, and in a series with a map pool that I think SAW are still happy to be playing.
Yeah, the funny part about this is they were on a like 9-map win streak on Nuke. They come here to Bucharest, they lose it 4 times in a row as their map pick, and now if they want to win this semi here on Nuke, well, they picked it again, and they've got to end their loss streak that they have on land right here. Legacy will be a tough team to beat on it. SAW can absolutely win it at any time. I don't know. I kind of like the fact that they keep picking it because they had this like very, very long win streak on it. I don't believe that everyone's just suddenly figured them out. They're waiting to target them on land. So they'll have to prove it to us. But the thing is, I saw a no gimmick win on Inferno. I've seen SAW get better each day and even within days, like even today. They're playing sick. They're playing good fundamental stuff. Their mid rounds are so cool. Even every round on that comeback for Legacy, SAW had a chance to win, no matter what. Whether it was Glocks, half buys, they got all the rotations correct. They only lost out to frags and the good utility that Legacy used. The HEs were awesome.
The loss that they had to stomach versus Aurora on this very same map was just a strong T side out of SAW. 7 rounds versus the 5 CT of Aurora. It was them unable to kind of get the defense under wraps. So we'll have to see if they're able to improve upon that once they swap over. But we've had no real red flags on the attack. So let's expect good things from SAW from map 1 to map 2. Let's see if Legacy can power it up with the hopes of a second trophy lift at consecutive events on the line. That is what Legacy fight for right now.
Crazy got another kill upstairs. They're thinking about changing up.
Taking a look at it. Muterus thinking about rejoining.
This is actually not right.
Beretta's top ladder. Oh, the player down beneath didn't let Muterus all the way back down. Muterus tried to get off the ladder, but he's standing on his teammate's head.
Yeah, they were going to commit upstairs, but now Lotto stops them.
Lotto, you've let him get into the middle of it all. Beretta's starting to tear through everybody. Bomb on Crazy's back. Starts to head back downstairs. And you have allowed Lotto to get away with this. For a moment, he had nobody to shoot at. But that thought of returning back to the upper floor, all of a sudden, you put Crazy in a place where he needs an ace. In a round where Lotto has 3 kills to his name. Sadzen going to start that defuse as they're not working with a kit. And he's going to have to push out through the double doors. He does get the crossover. Ramp player's dead. Still the defuse comes through. Woo!
Wow.
Sadzen sticking it all the way as Legacy robbed the pistol round back because it started off so well for SAW.
It's great for Lotto. It's like, unfortunately, they were changing their strat because Crazy got those 2 kills upper. That does seem like a good reason to go back upstairs, but they just didn't realize how many of the Legacy players just rotate so quickly and were there, ready to just plant that position. And Lotto put himself in the middle of all this. An excellent round for him. So key that he follows his kill down the vent. It's so hard to communicate what you're seeing when you think that your teammate's about to just walk into an open site through hut.
It's like the 4th or 5th 4K in a pistol throughout the semifinals. Showing pop-off potential in the first rounds of halves. Wow, the secret wall outside and the kill on the smoke definitely kind of scared CTs there for a second. Legacy looking to rotate quickly because that is what they do. Controlling the vents, eyes outside. Nissim falls away from the presence inside of ramp.
They got 3 players downstairs now. I mean, obviously Legacy could just run into this, but they do a good job of sniffing out these stacks. And the reason you don't rotate down, some teams get frozen, it's because it's hard to rotate back up, and that's where Legacy are at right now. Oh my god. What?
That helps. But MP9 on the hut door. Oh, no multi-kill. Crazy's AK still in this. Oh boy.
It's another sick mid-round out of SAW.
Oh boy.
But the retakes have been fantastic out of Legacy.
And that's going to keep on rolling. Lotto, quick kill to Aragorn. Vent player comes through. All's good. Yes, sir. You're right. It's another good retake out of Legacy. A scary one considering they let Bomb go down, but they can stomach those losses. It's still Rifles move forward for all 3 of the remaining Legacy players.
Nice with the majority. I mean, yeah, they've been really good on retakes. I've been so impressed with Legacy's utility. It's kind of wild, like the quality of game we just had, even though it was so one-sided at first. You know, it's like they really, I don't know. That first half, it was lopsided. The second half, you really saw Legacy like actually play well and still get outdone. This whole day, impossible to predict.
Saw with the tac pause to fine-tune before they come through with the first gun round. Gun round with 4 Galils, Mac 10.
Why is Maozasa such a fun name?
Why is Lotto giving the camera a thumbs up? 2 rounds into this second map and feels confident, I suppose.
4K later, yeah.
Little 4K in the pistol.
Hasn't died yet.
They've just forgotten about what was going down on Inferno. I mean, at least unlike GamerLegion, Legacy can say that they were coming back into Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, as Ben Hogan famously once said, the most important round is the one coming up.
I think it's Hulk Hogan that you're thinking of.
Really, did he golf?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Brother.
Hole in one, brother. Well, that's some guaranteed info on this fake cross.
I had no idea who Ben Hogan was. I should have known it was a golfer. I should have known. Should have known.
Yeah, you should have, brother.
Well, it's going to have to be an Andre the Giant-sized comeback for Saw in this round. 3v5 to the ramp room. Mac 10's inbound. Nothing to be proud of, barring the 1 frag on Sadzin. Yeah, this is the Legacy I know and love. This is the Legacy that are always just one step behind one another, where there's one, there's multiple, and so ready to either, you know, show that willingness to rotate downstairs, to just get ahead of your play. So
they're
the
kind
first
of like
guns of Saw fall flat.
They're like Pikmin.
Olamah!
They can like pick each other up and throw them.
Yeah.
Throw each other at the other team, and they can swarm. They work together. Are there other ones? I don't even know.
Of what?
Like, they have other names? Olimar and... Yeah.
I'm not sure. No, Olimar's the guy.
The guy?
The guy that throws the Pikmin.
Oh, I thought they just threw each other.
No.
I gotta play the games I talk about.
Yeah. Frag on the smoke, but nobody exposed. The smokes will tell a different story, though. You know there's something going on outside. Again, Lotto's just not going to be too timid about this. Happy to go take presence. He sees that there's nothing just yet. Odds are they're still stacked up behind the smoke and red box. And you may know what they're up to, but it's another story to stop it. Lux is going to try to thrust himself out of the vent with a teammate. Had a teammate, past tense. Both die on the rotate down, but there's more where those first 2 came from. Again, they're so fast to get into the action that Nissam's position will catch them off guard. And if not for the damage done versus Sadzin, you would think that they would have just held it all off. But he's got to go for a huge reroute with only 19 HP. Muterus still a full bar of health.
I mean, this is kind of wild. Is he going to try to go for it?
With the Booger Blade. His name tag, not mine. Slides down the ladder.
It sounds like a name tag you'd have, though.
With the kit. Doesn't want to even make the play, huh? Has 20 seconds to try to slide down that vent. Could have taken a look at decon, could have taken a look at the exit, but doesn't believe in the 19 health 1v2 clutch. So he's out of here. And that, folks, is Saw's first. Not in a gun round, but rather just a stack up outside of the red box and a follow through down secret.
It's just, yeah. Tech 9, I think that was another $500 pistol, one-shot headshot situation. Lotto was there, popped up, and his opponent was just too close. Great follow through here for Saw. And you can see they had half a mind to try to go back upstairs. They got those kills, and they were like, oh, we could trick them now, but I think they got worried about, you know, ending up in the same situation. Lotto's got the auto shotty in play. Another double.
Aragorn takes a bunch of damage, so if he can get anything out of this, he'll be lucky, especially with the pressure of the nades. Of flying frag's gonna finish him off. Story dives off Silo before that challenge can come from over blue box. So they're gonna walk away from that outside setup.
Don't you just want to watch him walk into this noob tube?
A little bit. Lotto.
Sported originally by Hiko, followed by Simple.
Lux pressing in. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Ramp players both caught off guard by the fact that Saw were just right there. And again, it's another moment where Saw are just going to crank the dial, fly downstairs. And this time there is no chance at a rotation for Legacy.
No, they have outside control as well. Like, the CTs can't even move.
Done. Ooh, what do you make of the CT players in transition like that getting caught by Saw's pack?
I don't want to say unlucky, but I want to say they were looking for this. They were kind of carefully approaching ramp to take that fight, right? This is a rare situation.
Story's just been sat outside all round long, hiding at times. Scouring the field now to try to close out and finish off that last M4, but Saw break through 2 rounds in a row. Going to be pretty key for this T side to get these rounds early.
Yeah, it's it's a bit of timing there because it is them walking up to ramp to try to fight it. So there's a moment where the Ts have a small advantage on the fight. If CTs there just think it's going to be a ramp take, like in the next couple of seconds, you could take more of the ROPS angle, which is a bit more depressed, and let them come out a little bit. Then you'd have a huge advantage on the fight. But instead, he was lined up with Turnpike.
Yes.
So he got cleared incidentally. And it's not because that's the fight he wanted. It's just because he was about to swing on it. So it's a bit of timing. It's a great sort of punish here for Saw. They have been moving faster than expected. And that's sort of normally the recipe for Legacy winning over other teams.
And that's why I think in the first round of this match, you said, let's fight fire with fire. I think that last round is a perfect example of how it's continued. Saw taking a page out of Legacy's book. I say burn the books, let's play some Counter-Strike. Agile is going to clip Nissim, and so that one M4 in Dumao's hands yet to find a chance to really solve this round, a round that's going to be problematic once the guns have all just kind of crept across the map, which is the case now. Outer control very much here for Saw. Boosting Dumao around so that he can go and try to hold off on Heaven. Maybe this is a solution to outer yard falling, especially when you hear the flashes into garage and whatnot. This should give him a chance to find a fight at least.
I really love it. I mean, I think, again, rotating back up's the hard part. But they also know that Saw were trying to game their rotations. But Dumao going back down into hell, and Saw actually are also going back down lower. They're prescient, man.
Oh,
nice shot.
Boy. Makes things interesting, because now suddenly that's another rifle
but look,
for
there's
Legacy.
no one lower. They actually, again, picked the right site to go to. They need to get into vents, have control side, plant the bomb, and post-plant.
That's that vent control they're fighting for. Sadson going to have to use his utility just to stay alive. Lux, unfortunately, for the Legacy camp, takes a bullet upside the head. We've got coverage from the bomb because, again, nobody made it downstairs for the Legacy hold. It'd be a different story if that M4 inside of the vent got away with something, but pressured back up into A. And that's just going to be the evacuation plan put in place by Legacy to save these 2 Colts.
It's just keeps blowing my mind every day. Seeing how good, like the tier 2 is. Like, this is indistinguishable from the rotations of a tier 1 team, from, the quality of the aim and everything. When you see how well they're controlling the map, they're making moves without any, literal information. They have, they throw a nade to influence a rotation, then they play off of that read. Legacy are moving slowly around the map, and Saw are reading every single one of their movements. It's so impressive. I mean, it makes sense for someone like Muter who's been around for so long, but sometimes that experience doesn't actually benefit you. Sometimes you might be left in CSGO. You might take a long time to evolve your game, and that's just not been the case for him.
One-man smoke show. Triple util for the wall. Still damage on Muterus, though. Trying to cross over, and Agile's the death that Saw will have to deal with. Just going for the spam through the squeaky door. Legacy dropping smokes out of spawn here as well. Trying
Perhaps
to
a little light.
Stop this aggression, but Sauce just sees the chance to try to pounce, and it's damage done. Cue up the finish here for Sadzin, and a hopeful wall bang that's just off the mark. Any flood downstairs just yet? Yes, Lotto and Lux are quick to draw down, and with that, Crazy taking a look at sight. Lotto peeks off backside, gets the kill, and no answer back for Legacy in this one. If Muterus can open up the A floor, that'd be one thing, but the bomb is still taking a glance downstairs, showing Face's story. That's going to keep them committed downstairs, but the barrel got spotted by Dumao, and that hopeful, rocking of the boat back and forth between A and B, it's not going to come together. It's going to have to be story. 4 kills needed, 1 frag deep.
Oh,
no scope to the back of Dumao. Hang on. Could he leave?
2 bullets, 2 players.
Flash in front of Lux as well. That's going to make it awkward. Lux still blind. Fully white that entire time. Missed shot at a story. That one had legs.
Yeah, that one had centipedes worth of legs. Holy smokes, that was close.
Playing to be the hero tonight. But Story, it was a huge ask of him. Instead, Legacy get back into that lead. It's only the 1 round gap. We know Saw's T side is truly alive. But Legacy able to get downstairs, and with that defense in the back of the site, just continuing to win rifle duels to keep Saw at bay. It's nice to at least have 1 competitive map in these 2 semifinals.
Back on Inferno, Legacy are always trying to go out and try to find that first kill. They couldn't do it versus Saw. They're having a lot more success on Nuke. Saw are at their best when they live longer. Like, they don't rely on getting a first kill and then putting tons of pressure. They're taking map control 5v5 very effectively. Oh, but again, that's another opener for Legacy. Agile again.
Lux's position could certainly catch somebody off on the main approach, but they smoke main, so will Muterus think about this position?
He'll miss it. Oh, my.
Gets around, Lux holding the other side of it, more flashbangs coming over. Lux may activate towards the red fight, which is going to put his back to Muterus, and he still hasn't been found out. Muterus could catch off Nissim. Oh, but Nissim wins a good duel. Unbreakable peek there to the left side. Could have caught Nissim sleeping at the wheel. Not the case. We go 4v2 for Legacy at a CT side that has a real chance to put a gap between them and Saw. Heaven set ablaze. What's the move here? Low health Aragorn working with Story, 20 seconds, and I feel like they're just going to eject out to CT spawn now. Yeah, you'll go for the save at this point. So well done with the positioning inside of Garage.
Yeah.
Doesn't end up getting caught by that Muterus creep out through the smoke, and then very importantly as well, Nissim winning his duel.
They're not filling their trades. They're just at least getting that 1 kill right before they get away, and that's all that's needed to keep the advantage. Also, it's a story of opening kills. They're always isolated. It's often Agile right now dying as the squeaky lurk. I think that's sort of ruining the late round chances of Saw when they're trying to be really creative, where they actually thrive. It's the game plan that Legacy wanted. Again, back on Inferno. Lots of ideas on the CT side to get opening kills, but none came to fruition. Things have changed.
Pressure on the main play through Squeaky. Fast moves from Aragorn. Oh, but he gets stuffed by Lux up close. Muterus will be able to cross over towards Secret. And you've got damage on 3 Legacy members, but they stood that aggressive test out of the gate. Still room for Crazy to try to pounce. As Dumouse switches between holding Hut and holding off on Squeaky, there's a timing here boiling.
Oh, okay. Dumouse drops his smoke. They're up here listening.
He falls back for the real reposition. Crazy still yet to move. Concerned that he slides onto the door. You can see the angle Crazy's holding, looking upwards.
They still got the secret sort of split lower.
Honestly, a challenge from the back of A-Site could catch Crazy in Hut unprepared.
Sadzin's got a good fight here, right? Just for one.
Trying to bait out Sadzin's shot.
Oh.
Flash finds its mark. He'll go back to the angle, send one through the box, and depart. He's going to have to forfeit control of the ramp room. At 40 seconds, Dumouse still waits. He does find timing on Crazy. Felt that the squeeze was coming. We go to 30 seconds on this clock. A man advantage established by Legacy, but it's with low health on 2. And Muterus down through Secret.
I think Lux finally forgot about Muterus, but is he going to join up with them?
He'll announce
Nade's
himself.
come out. Yeah.
And then at that same time, Sadzin clips one with that op from the back of B. His counterpart in Story's looking to lock in on it, taking over to the dark spot, dodging the flash. Sadzin holds off, and a missed shot from Story. That is huge here for Legacy. For a moment, 4v4, and yet they hold off with all 4 players still standing. The damage is all moot, and Saw losing what was once a close game.
I don't think Muterus realized that he was unspotted and actually could have walked that path. But yeah, they're just taking too many casualties along the way. They're trying to get lurky, they're trying to spread the map, but as they do so, Legacy are the ones to have the advantage. Wow, that's a great no-scope from Sadzin.
I think there's also an unfortunate one there for backside A in Crazy's case. He'd waited so long for Dumouse to make the mistake, but just gets caught writing off the threat of a backside player. Muterus' Desert Eagle's gonna go down to nothing other than damage again, but damage hasn't been enough for Saw, and once more, they are stringy, falling into these 1v1 duels across the map, and giving Legacy's CT side some real momentum. Chance to build up money, a 4-round gap, and best case, 5 rounds for Saw on the attack. Pistol's gonna try their damnedest. Legacy happy to step up to the fights. Nothing more than that one. 4 players survive here for Legacy as they establish the 7-3 lead.
And it's great to see Legacy not going out flat. Like, you know, we saw from GamerLegion, they've shown high standards in their gameplay. And, you know, last map obviously wasn't a spectacle, but at least they put up some kind of a comeback that showed they were ready to fight. Now they're here to play for sure. You could already call this a success, but gotta be careful. Even though Sov lost 4 times at Bucharest, they still believe in Nuke, and they've just gotten lots of good practice. You know, they're really, so I think, comfortable with the reasons they lost, and they really believe that they can fix them. Will that Saw gravestone really read just never one Nuke?
It's gotta be daunting. You come into this event thinking that you have something stable to work on, a pillar of your success.
Yeah, like you have a free map.
Something that you're actually proud of.
And the craziest part is just winning the series anyway, every single time.
You know, there was pride in their Nuke. They brought it home to show their parents, who then just crumpled it up and threw it in the trash. This Nuke has not put a dent in their opposition, and Sadzin is not afraid of what you bring to the table in the 11th. Again, it is guns here for Saw, trying to take a look over towards the ramp at times. This has been where they succeed, and in this round it will be again. Agile catching 2 kills, as they could just take this back downstairs with pace. We get that rotate into the vent for Lotto. No look at the B site just yet. He's concerned about a walk-through secret. But it's not part of this formula.
Every time they pause, Legacy's find space. Oh, yeah.
Triple kill for Agile.
Wow, he's not done.
But they're not
But the
thinking
bomb's
about
over
this.
here, though.
Yeah,
Oh.
Sadzin's going to get popped by Crazy. And finally, one of these slower, kind of murky mid-round moments where Saw actually come out on top.
It kind of shows you like Agile's impact, right? Because he started off 3 and 6. He was a lot of the first deaths as he was getting spammed in Squeaky or outside when he was starting. And, well, now, like, triple entry. Who else is doing that? We going for this?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Tons of money in the back pockets and only 1 round left to play. Lux trying to get Crazy, peeled off the top of the hut, but yeah, now you've just got to go for the save. With 10 HP versus 3 and a bomb ticking fast, this one's toast. Saw will squeeze a 4th round out of the T side. They didn't do too much too different, but it's always made easier when a guy like Agile posts a quad kill, of course. Just dismantled that ramp room on his own, and even with Sadzin finding first blood with that hut push, never would have expected still 2 players inside of hut holding for his Squeaky walk-up.
He's brought back a scoreline in a massive way. He's now the only player positive on the scoreboard for Saw.
Sadzin again, kind of unleashed, wanting to get back into how he started last round. Muterus, though, he
gets by this.
He could have main. Oh, he could have it, but he's got to be brave. He's got to keep up this tempo, and instead he wants to go secret.
But this is wild, man. There's a guy right behind him. It's so unreal. He doesn't even understand the opportunity.
He just starts stomping, but they still don't know. And,
Yeah, they
and
didn't
with
hear it.
Lux running, Muterus just heard that. With the speed of which he turns around, he knows Lux is in secret, but this
Did
is
Lux-
weird.
He just did a fast peek? Was this is this being watched now? No. Nobody can hear anything.
I mean, no, Muterus knows Lux is there. He heard him running. But Muterus, because Muterus also ran, does he think Lux heard him as well?
They're going to break some glass?
Oh, man, this one is, there's all kinds of messy. Who knows what and who knows what the other ones know? Maybe who? Breaks the window, and Sadza doesn't react to that either
Well, they
because
must
they
have
covered
timed it, yeah.
Oh, Muterus has gotten away with this, but what more is there to be had?
When will his second kill happen? He's had so many chances. Oh my god.
Oh, he gets there thanks to Story, and Crazy kills Nissim, who is also here on ramp.
He's a genius.
Could have been way
Oh, he didn't even
cleaner.
get the kill.
He just gets the assist. And they will move back upstairs because Dumao and Lux come sprinting down to control. God, that was messy.
But they game these rotations again. They're upstairs. Could be a key retake. This one's going to be hard.
Yeah, trying to fight the hut player. Almost nades the little that was left of Agile. Lux has actually kind of earned a bit of space to exit. Wow, they let him out, but Muterus there for the cleaner kill of the 2 attempts he's had this round. And good on Saw to keep on fighting this one. Wild route that Muterus ends up taking, considering he got through those red box smokes the way he did. But you've got to go for the retake here, and you've got this kid on Lotto coming in from main a little late. Crazy and Agile to close out. It's still 5 rounds on the T side, but the red flag versus Aurora was once they switched over to the defense. So let's see if Saw can improve in that regard.
They were both going at it like heavyweights that half. I feel there was so many good things to say about Legacy. Saw's comeback as well. I think there were a lot of close opportunities, and the fact that, you know, we'll see how many opening kills they ended up giving away to Legacy, but to get 5 rounds despite that, I think is actually pretty impressive. So pressure's back on Legacy. They're a map down, only 2 rounds up in this game. They know now this pistol suddenly becomes important again.
Had a lot of multi-kill potential throughout pistols this series, and with how everybody's been looking to get into that kill feed, you know, there's definitely this call of the void that everybody's had to be the star, destined to be heroes in a semifinal like this, with Aurora waiting in the final match tomorrow. You know, Nissim being able to tap back into the potential he showed at CAC was a huge part of the series earlier today. Trying to vie with Sadson for the top spot here on Nuke. So who's got it in them? Saw opt not to get a kit for the pistol round. We'll see if a retake is even needed. That's not what you're hoping to smoke. Surely that's supposed to be the waterfall.
They can't wrap off of that, but they can push in if they want to.
Yeah,
Story shuts it down.
2 headshots. Oh my god, this one is as clean as they get. Agile jumping over the last remaining Legacy player, who's being given a chance to drool up towards heaven, but stopped in their tracks. That is the kind of pistol that Saw were hoping for.
Yeah, the lead is about to pull a David Blaine here. Or where has it gone? 1 round game all of a sudden.
Easy to tap out players when they're not looking at you. Story, long-range USPs, 1 shot apiece. Legacy come through with the force buy, not having that bomb plant in the pistol. They go for the triple smokes outside, but there's nobody actually behind it. They're setting themselves up to crank that dial on the hit. Utility all across the map, right out of the gate, immediately thrown by Legacy. They hold on to enough to go for another A exec, right? Double Molotov smoke for main. But that lineup for Aragorn's good to kick it off with an advantage, and Agile's got the cover of the site. Good reposition, left-right silo hold. Nobody coming through with the entry. Legacy kept enough tools for the job, but the most important part are the kills off that util. And no soft player destined for the body bags. It is 5 strong standing as they convert pistol for 2.
Oh, they're rich now. Rich, and they only had 1 MP9, so not going to upgrade anything. Just replenish that utility. Man. It's not often you get to play 2 matches in the same day. And to be Saw and take down potentially Liquid and Legacy in the same day on LAN. That might be a world's first.
Not to mention the nature of the blowouts across the series.
Yeah.
3 maps of the 4 they've played so far, not even contests. This one's still a nail biter, but not the round ahead of us. Round 15 should be just a mowdown for the approach of Legacy's players. You know it's desperate when the T's bring a Zeus to the hut hold.
Yeah. That's when you know the other team's confident.
So are going to find a lead early days on the CT side. You know, they may have been struggling to win Nuke despite bringing it to a bunch of the series here in Bucharest, but I do think that right now in a semifinals versus a team like Legacy, who have been one of the hottest prospects of this second half of the year, it'd feel real good to finally just put it over the line to earn yourself a grand finals versus Aurora tomorrow with a map pick that you want to be proud of. Agile's going to make sure that yet again 5 players stand tall. That is tons of money in the coffers for Saw as they establish the lead 8-7.
Can you believe what we're watching right now? And yeah, it is just 2 very successful ecos following that pistol, but like the money is high. Again, haven't had to rebuy or upgrade 2 M4s. They're just going to be on par with Legacy. Story hopping. They're going to need that opening kill magic in the second half. The one thing is, even though they keep losing the nuke, like, just for the fights, they get so much practice and comfort on the angles, you know? Just so many reps. That's what we've seen for Saw in their recent games, these last few months. Nothing but nuke.
Lux Molly to disrupt the setup, but nobody on hut. Agile waiting out the flashes, but he ultimately turns right into it. A solar flare of a flash. Aragorn and Dumao with kills each. Agile, nicely done. Helped out by Muterus. Lotto made a huge difference there with both of those. And we go to the 1v1. Lux on Story. He knows that Story's up in heaven still. That op well positioned. Bomb will need to be picked up. And Story considering this outer play.
Is Lux going to do something crazy and get downstairs? Now,
grab bombs and leaves.
Yeah, because Story's not going to think he would try this. Or he's going to go 2 layers deep and just come back to the A site and plant and assume Story has left heaven. We'll see. That's not the case. Oh, he shot.
Reveals himself, and Story opts to not yet take that angle just in case it was the fake. Out in the open, Lux, whoa, runs it all the way back, gives him 2 potential shots at that. And as Story moves back towards Hut, he's gonna think he's further. Lux,
Oh my
that is
goodness.
slick.
Wow.
It is so sick. The confidence to jump away and hope that Story misses.
I mean, yeah, he could have just straight up died, but my goodness, coming back into that corner, like he recovered it. That's all that we need to say. And Lux has actually put together a few clutches at this event. He's been very solid in 1v1 situations. I really want to see that spray transfer, though. That was from the floor to heaven, wasn't it?
Yeah, Lotto definitely opening it up when Saw were able to put some kind of a hold together. And shout out Agile, because eating that flashbang, he waited so long to turn away from the ramp, trying to dodge all of the flashes in that upper attack, but he just stares at it in the sequence of flashes that popped. Still able to post a hold. Story cuts through half of that 1 versus 2. But Lux is slippery in the clutch. And this game tied up, so good early answer here for Legacy. But again, we talked about all the money that was being made by Saw, the nature of keeping 5 players alive back-to-back, to not have SMGs, these M4s from the get-go. That'll be put to the test here in round 17. Muterus seeing all this utility outside, knows there's pressure on him. Oh, nice adjustment from Sadzin, and not to mention Unbreakable's occupied by Lux. Utility's gonna tell Muterus exactly what he needs to know. Story comes out to clipped wings, and Aragorn and Story.
Oh, they're trying to wrap in front of Mini, but it's not smoked.
Perfect time to bail their Muterus out of that tough spot. Hiding over towards the garage, gets away with it.
2 walking on the floor, Agile. He takes this one out. Dumau breaks this glass, but does it matter anymore?
Yes, it will, because Lotto's got the hut hold. At least for the 1. Story ends up clipping Dumau downstairs, and we've got Legacy in a tough spot now. A one-off round win.
Yeah, a one-off round win, a full rifle where there's so many saved. The first kill, Sadzin got it. He's got a pretty handsome scoreline right now, but answered back by 2. And then this play. And they just keep moving.
Keep moving, keep shooting, and don't miss. Blindsiding a lot of the Legacy players there that were trying to play it fast. It's going to be a ramp hit. Straight up challenge out of the gate. Here's Crazy's chance to hold him back. Oh, he's missing shots already. Nothing for the ramp hold. Molotov in front of Story as well. This is going to be a flood downstairs, and a second weapon. Nissam's got the bomb. He waited.
Yeah.
Nisam sat on top of the gun with the bomb.
Yeah.
And so Legacy's footing downstairs is all for nothing.
He went to go get it because, oh my gosh.
But, I mean, have they
He has
noticed?
the bomb.
They've got the bomb over inside of the ramp room, and still these CTs are signing up for fights down on B. Muterus is walking by players.
They have no idea. They can't see it because it's behind the box.
But, I mean, you killed him. In order to shoot him, you would have seen the bomb.
No. Did they nade him?
I don't think so.
I don't know. Yeah, or was it the op? Well, it looks like they found it now. They still don't know where the T's have got off to.
Dude, this round is still alive. This is awkwardly weird.
Why did Story fight that?
Trying to come back at it, looking to keep them in on B. I'm not sure, but...
Oh, it's right there. I thought it was behind the box. Or did they just pick it up and lose it again? Whatever the hell is happening.
It's inside of that smoke.
Legacy find a way to win this.
Which, I'm not mistaken, is also a CT smoke. Now they're going to throw one down deeper to try to get this bomb back. This round is huge. Huge implications in one of the messiest rounds of this half so far.
They're not going to get it just yet.
Dude, down to 15 seconds. They've got to make a move. CTs go over top. Lux is going through.
They can't find him.
Dude,
they switch places
now. Lux still doesn't have the bomb, but he could still get both kills. Muterus is low.
Why
Lux
is he
gets
here?
them both. Pressure's on. Mistakes being made. One of the sloppiest rounds of this series.
Why would you stay there and fight when he just shot your teammate and there's no time left?
That's nonsense for 40 seconds. We're going to need access to both team speaks and translators. What did they not, and what did they know?
They switch places, look behind them, and then don't leave.
Yikes. And the game goes on. No pause off of that. No, nobody wants to collect themselves. Don't need a chance to think things through. We just go right back to the action with Ops scouring the outer field through the smokes, looking for one another. Sadzin versus Story queued up.
It's such a big chance for Legacy. Look at the money for Saw.
Missed shot.
He shot just too fast.
Story is locked into Garage. Hit by the flashbang. It's going to call assists out from Aragorn and that Hell player. Muterus peels back from ramp to also try to hold anything at bay. Deep smoke grenades are going to deny those assists. And so you know Story's locked in Garage. You know any potential support can't help out. This is a golden ticket for secret control out of Legacy.
Yeah, there's no ramp push. They don't have info there. They see the lurker here, and Nissim gets taken out.
They could dive the vent, but
there's
Dumau's
two
already
downstairs.
so deep. And he's not hiding the fact that he's this close. Spawn is cleared off of the floor, and Crazy, with an MP9 at this range, dives into the cover. Sadzin and Story, the fight from the start of this round, but these are costly errors. A second op shot missed. Here comes Dumau back to the kill feed. He's going to try to get down towards control. They're going to need him on the bomb site soon, and they're still holding off on this ladder. Agile versus Lux goes the way of Legacy. It's a man advantage secured with a deep nade out from Secret, and all the while Crazy turned away. Legacy find a way to convert that last insane round for a 2-round streak and a lead.
I need more processing speed right now. What a situation Legacy found for themselves. Outside into secret control, kept the op out of play in big garage, took it downstairs slowly. Yeah, that's what they just saw right there. They were splitting atoms to make this round happen, to follow up the masterclass on ramp. Somehow Legacy have taken a lead back in this game through tens of thousands of dollars on a stack CT side with momentum.
Man, Desk is going to be having a field day with round 18. Best of luck unpacking that one. And the economy that Saw had worked so hard to build out of the gate is all on the line here in this one. Triple MP9.
Oh, and they're going upper.
Try the upper hit. Going to storm through HUD to their demise. Aragorn and Agile make it look easy. All that hard work for Legacy goes up in smoke.
Oh, that's the worst idea they could have had. 3 MP9s. That could have been an upper stack. They were having so much success outside. They were probably meant to treat this like an anti-force of some sort. This is what Saw were dreaming of when they bought these 3 MP9s.
It's the exact kind of round they needed to get us all tied up. And if you're Legacy, you throw that one against the wall, and when it doesn't stick, how do you pull yourself out of the depths of the gut-wrenching feeling that is smashing into MP9s and coming up with nothing? Back to the outer cross. We've got Lux down to the stairs, but there's already somebody down here. Muterus going to smoke off the approach. A second player from Legacy has been tagged up, and so they'll be fighting against damage this entire time. Story down towards B, looking to get into control, but we've already got ramp under wraps for Legacy. 3 players here with their AKs. How do they break into this round?
They're looking for anything that they can find. Lado got tagged down earlier. Now the kills are coming. They are getting picked off just like Legacy did to them on their CT side. 3 players, nuts to butts, walking back to upper for a late round hit. No lurks. And they realize this is going to be too obvious. But how are they going to make something interesting happen? They have no flashes. This kill hops into the lap of Nissim.
Tension off of that last frag. A slight bit of belief creeps into the heads of Legacy. This bomb's so susceptible to getting stopped, but the player towards spawn won't find it. Tech9 to come through main in a moment. Nissim is carving a path out from Hut, but down goes Bomb. How do you recover that if you're Legacy? By killing the A player that quickly, but you're gonna have to run over, and stomping it gives Muterus the information. Luckily, still doesn't have the vision for now. Nissim gonna hope that he can get away with the plant. The pressure comes out from heaven, and the MP9 gets him done. There's the retake, very swiftly. Don't even give him a chance to breathe. Saw back to the lead.
When one guy's hands are busy, that's the only way they have that material advantage in play. It's a nice round out of Saw. It gets scary towards the end, but it's so critical that Legacy found a way to put that together because look at the money. It's series point coming up. And they have to decide if they're going to go for broke. Surely this is a play for overtime.
$3,500 on Nissim's the best case.
But you can tell they don't want to do it, but there's just no other right option. They're going to have a goodbye next round. They've got to take it on the chin.
Heart starting to pound if you're Saw because you are actually doing this. So many individual duels as the replay shows. Legacy had a chance to fight back into that one, but not getting off of that bomb site. They'll tiptoe their way through this one, give themselves a smoke and a couple flashes to try to challenge a Saw that should never lose this round. Never. Not to let Legacy tie up again at 11. Let the CTs get through that initial volley of utility, but Dumao has managed to get downstairs, and we're talking about a Saw that still has 0 rotation in place. Instead, they've got 2 bodies here on ramp.
Yeah. Op downstairs, but how comfortable does it want to get? They know that they've left this open slightly.
And the flashes have already been thrown. Crazy starts to leave. Now there is no ramp control at all.
Wait, that door got open, but I don't think they didn't do that with Squeaky. I don't know if
Never
this...
in my life would I expect Legacy to win this round, but you have somehow gotten Dumao all the way through B, somehow opening the door, not covering his audio at all.
He didn't see the scope.
They don't understand why ramp would be open. Story's sniper has not been spotted, a matter of millimeters, and now Legacy are going to get drawn over into this position. Sure enough, Story reveals himself. Jump scare moment as Dumao gets a chance to grab that off. Crazy doubles back, and at least they're able to control the gun as we get this fast vent move by Saw, throwing themselves downstairs. Again, never had the tools to work with. The only thing that bodes well for Legacy is Dumao's P250 and the positioning he was afforded. He'll put his hands onto the M4. Crazy's gonna keep him corralled in the back of the site, and they will still finish this one off. Never should have even been this close. 2 kills and a frazzled Saw, but that is a 12th round secured.
Oh my gosh. I think he got 4-3 looking at that box. It could have been a lot worse. Dumao at least going 1 for 1 on the trade there. Made things interesting. Maybe at that moment, with that much space, they wish they had just invested, but this is what they were waiting for. 3 AKs, 2 Galils, full grenades.
He opened single door, and nobody reacted.
I don't know. They didn't time that with Squeaky, so I'm not sure.
Either way, it leads Legacy to this. A gun round in the 23rd, and a desperate act in 24 if they can pull this one off. But it's already Story with an opening kill. The op dominance coming forward on the CT side as he continues to piece kills together. A Saw that we thought had been gutted with the departure of Aristos and Ujurks. Reformed coming into Bucharest Masters. And yet they sat in the shadows as our expectations fell on so many other teams. Story connects a second frag in what could be the end of Legacy. But Lux has this positioning up towards heaven. If there's anything to bank on, it could have been his timing. Although Muterus gets up into position just in time. Only 7 kills to his name. Individual level, lets him down. We get the push out forward into the lobby. Lotto blindsided. Story is doing all of this on his own. It's a triple kill already as his teammates fall around him. 5-7 forward, quad kill connects, and as Lux jumps down from the heavens, he will deny himself that ace. We get this clutch back from Crazy, but bomb scooped up goes B.
Do you hear him on the floor? Crazy, he's got to come in. The guy we have not heard about on this roster, coming in, matching up to Legacy's playstyle and speed.
And flying down towards this bomb site, swings that door open, a clutch at hand, a kill he needs denied. Lux makes the difference in the face of stars from Story. It is round 24 out of Legacy.
We have to talk about Lux's clutches at this event. It has been an outstanding stat line for him, 1v2s and 1v1s alike. 3v4 situation, and he pulls this out. What a leader. Saw go to the timeout. That's a round one for Legacy where they were broke just a minute ago. Lose 4 players and have to buy again. It's still not going to be incredibly comfortable. But there's going to be concessions on the other side too. Aragorn on an MP9. Just don't rush upper.
That's the flattest round that Legacy have given us on the T side. When you thought you could skip protocols and slam Saw. Left in shambles the last time they tried it. Util dropped out of the gate. Can you replicate that round, Story? What is left to piece together? Because we've seen him completely neglected, left inside of Garage.
Oh, spotted.
Smoked off at times with no chance to get into a round. And it's small, but he missed that timing top main. 4 players on the red cross. Sadzin's getting tagged down to 30 health.
They're getting hit, but still getting across relatively quietly.
No rotate.
No one's moved yet.
Still no rotate. Nothing.
They're tucked into the corner on ramp. Legacy, are they going to overthink this, or are they just going to go for it?
Start to use that utility. You're going to announce your intentions.
They're stopping the vent rotation. They're worried about a ramp take. It's got to be Muterus to make it downstairs. No one's here.
Dude, you are making this as hard as possible for yourselves if you are Saw. It is a completely vacant B site. The Legacy have just tiptoed their way into.
And they don't put themselves in the situations to have to go for 5v5 retakes.
This is how it ends, huh? This is how it goes. A single kit in play on Muterus as well. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that because it's going to take time to chew through all of the members of Legacy. And a good first headshot, but Muterus doesn't seem to give a damn. Oh, and he gets himself a second from the bottom of the scoreboard of Saw. Muterus sees this as a golden opportunity. Nissim activates out into the lobby flank, and he's got himself a second.
That's 2 spotted.
Now they're going to have to play. Split between the doorways. Muterus onto the bomb is the only kid in this position, and he gets cleared from the double doors. Crazy can pick it back up. Nissim, he's got that chance as the low health pops. We go overtime map 2.
Oh, it had to be this way. A series of absolutely tumultuous rounds back to back, and it ends in Legacy's favor.
Nissim getting into that last round. We're not wasting a moment from the lobby play. He helped out with that Molotov that dropped into the vent that really delayed any kind of a rotate from the A floor too.
No guaranteed information on the cross. They had a big garage player. They were shooting through the smoke, but they didn't break them open, and they didn't move. And Muterus makes it a 5v3 for his second, somehow. His 8th and 9th kill. You couldn't script a game more insane than this. How much more stamina do you have? It has been so many overtimes for Saw in this event. They got comfortable doing it the hard way. Now there's only one looking at the cross, but only one on ramp. A lot of attention outside. They're trying to pay attention here. This flash is going to go down. You kind of just got to drop, to be honest.
Tries to fight it and goes down with nothing instead. Story eating a sea of flashbangs.
Oh, how are you going to make up for the rotations?
Aragorn on single door. Oh man, ambitious. Come on. Goes back to shut it. And just gets caught along the wall. He will be beating himself up for that.
The bomb.
Flat on the attempt. Bomb gets slowed down, but will surely be picked up in a moment. Main player gets found out as Muterus is actually taking a challenge back towards site. Bomb is on Lux, over towards control doors.
Wait,
Story kills Dumao outer, and now Lux is playing with the doors as he tries to get into this site. It's gonna be a plant in the back of it. Muterus just showed us what he was made of. Story's USP betrays him, and now caught out here on a silver platter, stuck between the two last players. It is Legacy to strike first in overtime.
I don't know what's happening, bro. This is so ridiculous. But what's definitely true is the more crazy the round, the more likely Legacy are to win it, no matter what. The advantage is all these lurks happening, some of them getting caught off guard. Crazy playing top of the ramp right here. This is a massive sore spot in the CT defense, is the fact that they've got one player ramp, and when they lose outside and they aren't getting damage on the cross, they don't know how to get downstairs. And credit to Legacy, they're finding new ways to get downstairs that are tricking them.
Man, with the way that ramp was taken so quickly, when Crazy doesn't get anything, when the Opera on the rotate smoked off like that, I mean, Aragorn's got to know you don't have time to go back for that door.
That was unbelievable. Yeah.
You do not have time for that.
No.
He almost didn't have time to even get to the Astralis corner if that was the plan, let alone double back for 3 seconds. And it'd be different if you get caught off by timing because they took ramp quietly. But dude, your two teammates know they can't fight 10 seconds ago.
Yep. No, this game doesn't happen when you're doing all the right things.
Okay, sure. yeah. Round 18, all you need to know. Scroll back and watch it if you're just joining us for these overtime rounds. Saw still trying to fight for the dream of the 2-0 over Legacy into Grand Finals. Aragorn spraying through, catches Nissim with the headshot, down to a quarter health himself. Oh. Ooh, huge damage found here by Aragorn.
But as long as Lux is alive, he's going to have impact. Oh, and this has just been such a problem for the CTs. Again, they've let this go and haven't moved. How can that be? I mean, how can you have a nuke streak and allow this to happen in general?
Muterus is in main. You hear the door open.
Yeah.
You hear the door open standing in main, and they haven't reacted to it again. Gonna have to check the audio settings after this because
now
look what
he's got to get his
allowed.
teammates to come ramp.
They're not going to believe their luck that this has happened again. Crazy gets tapped out of the round. They're going to try to scramble down the vent, and they at least do find that because Lux is only flooding through towards double doors now. Muterus has got to clear everything, but he doesn't in that deep corner, and they have just been lost in the sauce when it comes to that vent dive. And that's with Aragorn tagging Lux down to 10 HP. Nobody beyond that fact is able to come out with anything here for Saw.
Oh,
they are losing their grip on this game piece by piece. Legacy walk away with still 4 players alive.
Yeah, look at the smiles on their faces, man.
They got to be covering that audio with something.
Yeah, I don't know. But even the fact that he dropped vent. Like, they didn't rotate when he dropped vent. They tagged him getting into the vent. The players have crossed outside on their dime as they're getting tagged on the cross. It is very clear that Legacy are going lower, and nobody's doing anything about it. And to be honest, when you know, this is why you pick nuke, when teams don't know how to adjust to that and you can fool them. Saw had a 9 nuke streak. They're just choking.
Still failing to win this map at Bucharest Masters specifically. They've tried it plenty of times. And today felt like it was going to be the solution to springboard them into grand finals.
And Legacy can taste it, man. They see that. You know, it's got to be one of the comms last round. They're falling apart. This is our chance.
Got 2 MP9s to deal with.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh. Smoke just bounced backwards from Dumao's hands. At least you still have the 2 on the diagonal cross, but...
They got to try something different, too. All they're doing is playing on the inside of those smokes, spamming across them, instead of trying to play secret. They played big garage. That hasn't mattered because no one's wrapping into hell. And then there ends up always being this pressure on ramp. Now here, they're going to overstaff it. And to be fair, no one from Legacy's even outside.
Crazy trying to find the right time to swing into it. Lotto happy for the duel. Now it's Story along the wall with no util. Aragorn down elsewhere. Muterus, oh man, another double kill. And he's been having such a tough map, but Sadzin up close, able to deal with that pressure on the swing. It's gonna fall on Agile. Squeaky players going wide. Insta headshot out of Nissim. And Muterus, who's gotten the 2 kills from ramp, is well known to Legacy. They are looking at a sweep of T-side here in overtime. You left that door open, Saw, and Legacy have just taken it away from you. The hopes of the 2-0 are gone.
I am very worried for Saw suddenly, even if it goes to this next map. I mean, making this comeback would already be ridiculous, but the amount of tragedies that they have had to suffer in these last 15 minutes, they are going to be fully embittered. I don't understand when there's like a ramp stack like that. You're trying to invite players in, and you're constantly trying to stuff your face into their choke point instead of letting them go wide and having them commit harder. Luckily for Sadzin, he doesn't fall back when he has the bomb and that op. Just make sure to chill because he realizes they're going to be a little desperate. But there are frags happening on multiple parts of the map in a lot of these rounds.
Lux repositions here as Saw are gunning for a flawless T-side of their own. Great utility damage onto Lux. Outside clearly belongs to Saw at the moment, barring Dumao inside the garage. But that op is now on the hunt. Sadzin with the perfect gap, clipping Story. Back's turn to Dumao. He won't waste this chance. 2 kills made all too easy. And it is a gut-wrenching feeling if you are Saw. This chance at winning out on a map that you thought you could be proud of coming to Bucharest has eluded you. 2 chances to close out in regulation. And that's before we talk about the rounds they had previously with advantages that surely should have been theirs. But if you let Legacy have a sliver of a hope, we know what they can do and that they will run with this. All pressure on Saw as we go to map 3.
I've got a horror movie pitch for you guys, right? Choking in a world where they haven't invented the Heimlich maneuver, right? That's a bad one. Honestly, this is one of those things where I think everything's been so positive for Saw right up until this point. They can taste that they're in the finals. They're so close to it, and they let it slip away, and they let it slip away, and it is mistakes, and it is errors. It is their fault. Credit to Legacy, but Saw have let this one go. And now you have to go and play a 3rd map. I don't know how. I don't know if they got the mental.
It's sometimes like I feel there are many games we see where people are, oh, this team choked it, but it's not really a choke. You got outplayed, or things not quite going your way. This was a textbook definition of a choke. The pressure getting to them. They knew they had this one in the bag. They won rounds they shouldn't be winning earlier on, and then just unforced errors, like egregious errors. Just unforgivable. And also, I did say, unfortunately, Crazy, he has been a bit of a liability towards Ramp and all the new games they played. And considering how he performed in Inferno, expecting something like that didn't happen. But yeah, this was a choke of epic proportions. I don't want to see this round again. Like, this hurts.
I mean, this is where you really know it's going to go wrong. This moment here, all you have to do is run away. You know, I know it's all cool with the benefit of hindsight, but that's an elementary thing. You've got
that's where the choke comes in. That's where the pressure comes in. If you being unaware of the situation.
That's the ambulance being called for the choke.
lack of situational awareness, the communication breakdowns that we have seen. You know, Agil, once he gets that kill, just run away. You know, just run into the B bomb site. He doesn't have time to plant. Even if he did, he would have to sort of sit on the plant immediately. It's an easy 1v1 for you to clutch out, but yeah, so many situations towards the end where you can see them, either they're not communicating or they're communicating but not doing anything about it. You know, like they understand, all right, I mean, they could have gone secret, they could be going B right now, and you're just not doing anything about it.
Yeah, and we didn't see it there in the highlight package, but I think the final round of regulation as well, you know, I guess it's Bucharest is maybe called to read. Nobody rotates to the lower bomb sites, and they're all there. And we were like counting. We were like here in the studio going, is somebody going to move? Is somebody going to move? Move now?
You might have a read in that round.
Crazy.
Surely you can be like, yeah, sure, it's going to be a fake, guys. It's actually going to be a, you know, a ramp push or an upper push. But at least said somebody, like one guy, at least to kind of act as an early warning system or something.
The problem isn't just that they didn't send anybody B, it's they didn't push lobby or do anything really to react.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but then it's a 5v5 retake and you're like, all right, it's over. Now Bucharest gets 2 kills out of nowhere.
But remember,
like,
they only
wait,
have
is
one
this
kit,
on?
Yanko, as well. So if the kit gets displaced, you've got another nightmare problem.
But Nissim on the lurk, that was huge. If he goes down, the round probably crumbles completely. He was actually able to find 3 kills in this round in the end, even the 4th at the very end. So that was huge from him. And this was the one round it felt like that Legacy managed to win by outplaying Saw outplayed themselves, however you want to put it, but they were in an advantageous situation throughout the round. A lot of those rounds prior to that one were just Lux clutching, really, like Lux delivering clutch after clutch after clutch to keep his team in it, to keep them alive, to buy time for the team to sort of wake up and for them to figure it out to be able to win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it really did look like we were going to get the 2-0. And, you know, without, again, singling anybody out, I think you've correctly identified, the younger, more inexperienced players. This is the difference about playoffs.
Because the round that we saw that Bled doesn't want to see again, right? That
we can play it. I don't care.
That's a half by. That's an equal from the side of Legacy, right? And Crazy is playing behind the box on ramping. He doesn't get a single kill, right, with the spray down. He's just going to go down here, and it's only because Nissim dies here with the C4, right, going to pick up the gun, is that this round isn't cleaner for Legacy. And now this whole conundrum. Does Saw realize that they've dropped it or not? They keep challenging.
Even this story, he gets a first kill, right? He gets a tag as well. Why are you challenging? You know where the bomb is. You know your teammates are coming in from ramp at that moment. You're dry peeking out. They know exactly where you are.
But here's the thing: did he actually know where the bomb was?
Yes, we're middle of ramp. The middle of ramp.
I was like listening to the cast, and it was like. It's just so uncharacteristic, particularly how stories played.
He even jumped on his head, so just run. Yeah. You realize you jumped on his head. He's shooting in the smoke. Just run away completely. Like, just pull your knife out, run away, leave Muktiris, to his death or whatever it may be. The round is pretty much won at that point in time. So yeah, very heartbreaking for Saw.
It's also, even in overtime, we saw it happen once, another 3v5 situation which shouldn't have been won by the side of Legacy, where he dinks, I think it was Lux coming out from Squeaky in the smoke, one of the players upper, I think it was Agile or Aragon, whoever it was. He gets the dink. There is information, guys. He could have gone down towards vent, towards lower. No one bothers checking it. No one's rotating. And then you have the upper story towards ramp just gets taken out by the P250 from below. Like, how are you not aware? Are you not conveying information? Why are you not reacting to it? But there was a complete collapse somewhere there for the team.
I mean, I'll also say, just in general, to quote the Great Machine, that game was a shit show. I mean, like, it was like, let's not go too crazy analyzing it either way, because it just felt like people were just running around like headless chickens a lot.
I mean, towards the very end, it was, right? In the first half, Legacy was able to find a good amount of openings on their CT side. It was a bit of a difficulty side for Mutiris to call around. But the main thing now is, when you look about the next map, whether they'll be able to reset.
Yeah, and we've got this here as well. This is like there's
so many rounds.
Before the round.
Yeah, they're 5.
This is the clutch. Yeah. Huge play though from Lux coming out here, and felt like Story had done
4v2.
Gets a 4K.
2v1.
Yeah, just so many opportunities.
He played it super well though, overall. But yeah. Yeah, there we go. No, it's just like, I don't want to pin it on anyone because obviously, sure, it can be like, a couple of individual misplays and whatnot. It's just the fact that near the end of that map, it's just like they were not talking to each other, or they're just like, this is like Nuke 101. When you don't have any information, you need to react and, try and spread your players out. Final round of regulation, just gambling that it is 100% going to be upper is just crazy.
Yeah,
without the K.
I don't even know why. I don't even know why they...
I don't think it was a conscious gamble or anything. I think someone just either didn't rotate or they were just kind of stuck. No one made the call to do something. I don't think it was like, yeah, let's just leave B. Who cares?
Paralysis.
Well, look, I mean, the good news is we finally got a competitive semi-final.
Yeah.
And I want to say, I mean, that's what I was talking about earlier with Legacy. I think in most maps, they'll just have a run where it's like, I don't know if it's like the relentless aggression that they use to turn the screw, or if they can just have...
Honestly, they just persevered.
Yeah.
They were just hanging in there. They were hanging by a thread, but they were hanging in there. We said thanks to Lux for the most part with a couple of those clutches, and they just kept chipping away. It's so on the other side. It's not... I don't know, vitality. Like, they're going to make some mistakes sooner or later, right? So you just have to hang in there for long enough, and they were able to stay alive, and now they have all the advantage going into Ancient, just psychologically. This is where this young team of Saw gets really tested, right? Like, you just had it. You were in the final. You were, breaking top 15 in the VRS. You were 32nd when this event started. So... now you just have to find a way to focus on the Counter-Strike, focus on the map, and try to get back into it.
And it's also like, a map where they kind of got battered by Liquid earlier today, right? Even though it was very convincing with the end of the day, it was 13-4 for the side of Liquid. And for the side of Legacy, if you look at the numbers, it's like, 40% win rate. But you look at the recent maps they played, they lost only once. And apart from that, they played like this 4 times across CAC and this event. And they've won convincingly, I think, 4 out of 5 times. So definitely, momentum-wise, mentality-wise, map-wise, it is completely shifted.
Decent teams too. I mean, remember in the
absolutely
3D Max on this, I think.
Well, I mean, 3D Max. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but everyone's out on 3D Max. But, during the Asian Championships, they're the gatekeepers.
Yeah, but it's basically
that was a whack narrative.
I feel it's completely shifted the way of the Brazilians right now. Unfortunately for Saw.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing. I mean, we got about 40 seconds before we got a break here, Yanko. So I'll get a
not for me, Richard.
Yeah, not for you. You just didn't break already, are you?
I said enough for me.
Oh, enough for me. Yeah. Just a final thought. I mean, I just think Legacy are going to run away with this one now. I just don't see how Saw can reset.
I think what you saw on Nuke was the recent experience that Legacy was able to accrue, and just lifting that trophy over in China seems to have unlocked a little bit of something in them. But now there's constant belief in the win. They never give up. They just stay in it. And that was the tough part, was not losing on Nuke. It does feel like here they have an advantage going on.
Agreed. All right. Well, thanks a lot, gentlemen. This is it. We're going to find out who's in the final after this break. Are Saw going to be able to mentally reset, or are Legacy going to make it to their second final in a row? We'll find out soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We will shake these walls! We will raise
everyone, Jackie Powers here, back live from the building here at PGL Bucharest. This time around joined by the legend himself, Nerds from Team Liquid, Ashley Battier, of course, from GamerLegion, Museris from Saw, LNZ from Heroic. Is there a round or a play that sticks out to you?
I didn't have anything in my head, but when you said that, I remember Emma against Heroic in the major semi-final at Paris on Mirage, just coming up and I think he killed Jungle and then he killed the second guy Jungle who knew somehow he knew both were there, and I think he killed Ticket and then he killed the short guy, and I think he might have even got the ace saving the last guy. I just remember thinking, oh my God, we're going to win. We're going to make the major final. We might win a major or something, and seeing like that from a player that I'd worked with for 2-3 years or something at this point, and just suddenly everything clicked for him and he was so confident and worked out and he showed his class, and I'm glad he did that, and then he's kind of kicked on his career big time, right? Won another major and he's really settled in. I think again, he had a drop off and he's kind of shown himself again. So that was that set his career up to that sort of play, and I remember very fondly because that's one of the biggest upsets ever, maybe the biggest upset ever, and that was a huge moment in it.
Yeah, legendary moment, man. It was beautiful.
For me, it's legendary.
Well. Yeah, it was, mate, hell of a time.
It'll probably be like in the Stockholm major when it was the last game of when we played in NIP. We played against Copenhagen Flames, and we were losing. We were getting comebacked on. And then I had some 3K on Ancient, which made us come back. And I remember the casters were getting pretty hyped about it. And then we won the game and we made the quarterfinals in the major. And I think without that round, it probably wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
We were choking that game so hard. So I think that would be probably that one.
That's the highlight.
I mean, the highlight against FaZe on Nuke, that's, I mean, what I felt on that moment, it's something that only happens one time in your life. That's the best round of my life, and of course that is going to stick with me forever.
It was I will say the biggest one, okay? So for me, I have two.
Okay.
I will build up, okay? So I think the ace that I did in the grand final against Mouse, we ended up in 1v3, I won, but for me it's not that special, it doesn't matter. For me, it was one of the biggest teams there, and then it was against Heroic, 2023 IEM Cologne. For me, it was, I think they were leading by 12-10 or whatever it is. We were on T-side Mirage, I did 1v3. The next, I think it was also personal between the teams, and I did 1v3, and the next round, I was pulling a spray transfer, and I was standing up, and I was saying, I was telling Cadians, sit down, sit down, sit down. And for me, it was a really nice memory.
That's an awesome one,
Yeah.
dude. That's a hell of a memory. It embodies you as a player as well. Flashy, talented, and a very awesome guy to talk to.
Thank you very much.
It's going to be one of those days for Saw where either they run away with 2 best-of-3 wins and a shot at a grand finals, or a horrifying thought of what could have been.
I was thinking about the RMR horrors and everything, and then I was contrasting that in my head to how good this was, before they choked that Nuke game. And I'm going to call a spade there, because it also reminds you how those crazy situations happened in the past, right? You let go of control, you stop communicating properly, you start to make nervous movements, and a team like Legacy, they're tournament winners. The reason they won tournaments is because they didn't let those situations go consistently. And now they have you on the ropes mentally. Map 3, you didn't want to be here. You thought it was over.
I think the desk kind of accrediting Legacy's ability as of late to just, they're tapping into the newfound experience they have of winning and being able to grind out victories on top of that, right? That's that just natural evolution that we talk about when a team who bursts onto the scene shows us promise, like SAW are doing right now this week, and then the ability to make sure that you don't falter in the high-pressure moments. That is what Legacy just brought to the table. That is what a guy like Lux has been bringing to the table all week long. He is the clutch factor for this Legacy roster. And so we go map 3, a map that SAW never wanted to see, and we're so close to avoiding. But this is where this one ends. Aurora sitting in the grand finals, awaiting their challengers.
Both these teams, I mean, they feel that they can win that match if they have to. SAW have already shown us their skills versus Aurora. But it was never going to be handed to them.
Double smoke into the B hit, and nobody for Legacy able to disrupt this. This is a Legacy with no kit in the pistol round. 5v5 retake needed. They may not have a kit, but they do have a smoke to land on Cave, and that is going to block off the majority of SAW's post plan. And then Sadzen executes Agile as he just flies up through the retake. It's going to be a scramble out of SAW from the Cave. Talk about desperate, and there is perfect cover. The fact that all 5 players survived there for Legacy bodes well for the CT half.
Thing is, man, Ancient is a retake map. You can plant the bomb on B, but you need kills and then map control to win the rounds. Legacy are extremely comfortable in retake situations. We saw some of that strength back on Inferno. It's going to be the same case here on Ancient, and I think when you're nervous, that's when you give up retakes, right? You have an advantage when the bomb's down 5v5 for a second, but then you start doing this because you thought the round is over. You just want to just be comfortable for a second and let it go to time, but that's not going to happen if the other team has a plan and they know how to follow through and they've seen themselves win in these spots. Sadzen was the king of getting opening kills back on Nuke. He starts off with a 4K. It's another 4K on a pistol.
So many today. Feels like 5th or 6th pistol round with a 4K in them.
That's different about this one. It's totally unnecessary. It had 5 players alive as they ran into that site. It was just because Cave got smoked.
Yeah.
And that's the important thing to remember about Ancient. And the important thing to remember fundamentally about CS, if a site is easy to take, it's easy to retake. And if you don't control the good retake positions, then that's what's going to happen. And even though you might mentally think, oh, we're 55-45 in this spot with the bomb down, the time ticking on our side, that's just a farce, really. If the CTs have the utility.
Playing within that false sense of confidence could be a way where Legacy end up robbing rounds away. We'll see.
Don't forget the bomb.
We'll see if we have it in them. Yeah, doubling back is Aragorn here. They take a pause off of the pistol lost SAW. Making sure that they put the plan in place, fine-tuned. But it's a lot of pressure out of Legacy, down from the B-bomb site, smoked off doors on the approach, so even though SAW kind of have to take their time with it, look at this move from Agile. Gets out into the open A site, just kind of flusters Legacy ever so slightly, but we also have this bottom mid push out of Lux at the moment with a smoke in front of him, so they're going to have to do all of this silently. And leave it to Legacy to just re-smoke outside B, happy to take that lane control. So forward-facing are the CTs right now.
Yeah, total map control, and with elbow, you can't trick them anymore. I mean, this is almost silly from Bucharest if they're not going to also pressure mid.
He does try to challenge it, and Lux being this close. They exchange the fire. An A-main hit about to come through, smoke over top. A test for Sadzen with bodies, but he dodges the first 2, and that just cues him up wonderfully.
Oh, he's farming.
Glock is out, doesn't need to die, knows it, but as his teammates try to push beyond him, Sadzen on for the ace, lets Lux finish it off. It's like 450 damage out of Sadzen in the face of that full-blown hit. He does a great job of letting the first 2 players move through. The fact they're sprinting gives him all the audio he needs to just wrap that round up quick.
Yeah, he's been a monster.
8-0 start.
8-0. Going to be a lot of tension that SAW will only be able to release when they win a rounds at this point. So, not starting off fast mentally here after that last map.
I think that's why the desk just had so little confidence in SAW. It feels like Legacy have taken the game away from them.
Yeah, I mean, Counter-Strike is about the tactics and the aim, the positioning, all these things, but in the end, at this level, It's about, can you win?
Saw obviously just still don't know how to win yet. Not that they can't win, not that they don't have all of the tools that you just alluded to the moon goes Story. Alright, I had to.
That's just cartoons.
Boing.
Yeah. And you hear it referenced, teams want to win tournaments for the confidence to win bigger tournaments. And we'll go over stories where it's like, Donk at Kato or something like that, but they're special because they rarely happen that quickly, Most of the time you build up for years to win a massive prestigious event. And again, a lot of teams looking at the field here. They see this as a big opportunity. Yeah, it is quick. And they're actually not in Donut to listen to this. This will be a full-on retake. Another test here for Legacy.
Fast move from middle back in.
Whoa.
Missed off shot out of Sadson. Now a FAMAS challenge. I mean, certainly not ideal. But Nissim trying to fight for it tooth and nail with flashbangs. If they serve up a distraction, Doomao could attack from spawn. Damage goes both ways, but that's a bomb plant in a 5v4 advantage out of Saw. So Legacy maybe just not thinking that Saw would have the confidence to run such a fast strat.
So that's why you just want to have one Donut to listen for that, even if you're not going to play on A. But also, like Saw, it looks kind of crazy how they're fighting Donut, but if they don't get that extra kill, there's a really good chance the retake could take place. So like that little extra bit of effort, even though that bomb could have been dropped. Might even collect a couple of exit punishment kills. And there only remains Lux. Aragorn, are you really going to chase this down on this HP? No. Oh, he's just worried about the bomb.
Good sign for Saw to come out swinging like that.
Yeah.
It's going to keep Legacy on their toes, knowing that it's not just going to be a total field day on the CT side. And also, it feels like a nice chance for Saw to kind of tap back into that belief, that self-belief, that we can do this, we can win rounds. You just had a perfect call that cost you very little.
I see the strat book. We see the depth of Saw, we see the quality rounds, we see the mid rounds, even in pressure, but only pressure within maps, but just that one close.
It'd be way too easy to kick Saw right now while they're down after not closing Nuke, but there's a reason that they were even that close. And if they can tap back into it, this game is still anybody's to take. They will fight out middle. They will find an early frag. They'll lose Aragorn in the process, but they currently have Legacy split 2 players per site. And Saw content to slow it down. Nissim peels back from A, goes over towards the red room. Could wind up being an important part of the map for wherever Saw decide to end this. Bomb just stuck in the cutout of middle right now as that donut smoke fades, hoping that maybe Legacy will overstep, but clearly it's a B stack with a solo move in Sadson on A.
And if you do sit in middle, like there is a little bit of insecurity that will brew on the CT side that we need to get some information back, because look at the map at the moment. If this became a full A hit, they'd be in no position to win. Especially if Sadson, went down with this op in this spot. So usually you see like a late mid retake, but instead they're just relying on this lean. The bomb hasn't shown its intentions yet.
Cave push could really keep Legacy stuck on this.
Wow, that's a real big commitment, but just to draw more attention to the belief it's going to be a B-side hit when it's not.
Sadson doubles back, finds Story.
And he gets away.
No swing. Even the A main player trying to catch him on the climb up. Sadson's lucky to have gotten away as unscathed as he did. Not able to punish his fallback. It felt like he was going to get pinched. Now Doomao out through mid into Donut. Gets cleared quick, and that timing out of Lotto from the retake already is going to catch Mutaris off guard. They'll try to fight for it. They'll put the bomb down, and they'll whittle away at the Legacy players. But 2 survivors and a 4-1 lead. Not half bad considering how far Legacy were from actually holding this A site with numbers.
Yeah, well, it's a good 3 kills from Mutaris, and as an IGL, we're giving him his credit, but he definitely was not really there on Nuke. Had a couple of kills that didn't really have impact, to be honest. And that's always also something that Legacy, as like a new generation lineup, Richard was talking about this. They've got an IGL that can frag. They've got everybody being able to shoot. They're kind of a threat at all points in the round. I mean, it's their IGL who's literally putting up clutches nonstop.
Yeah, what did he say? Said that the new wave of IGLs are the meteor coming for the 0.7 rating dinosaurs.
Yeah, such a great
imagery. Valiant effort here for Saw. They actually have a lot to work with this round, and it gets shredded at the top of ramp. A lot of tools to try to play out there, but Saw try to weaponize aggression first and foremost and meet their maker inside B.
Yeah, that's they're zipping up the body bag right now, keeping the ideas flowing too. And I don't mind Saw trying some fast stuff, like throwing it in there. I think we've seen the best stuff in their slower defaults, but as long as they keep the variety up, that'll be okay. Problem is, it's just such a quick lead here for Legacy.
Tech9 charge into the cave gets denied. Same for the player outside of doors, and the signpost of Nissim. It's gonna get him one frag. They fight tooth and nail to get through it. Had one AK coming into the round. Lux, though, element of surprise, is gonna catch the bomb plant with hands busy, and the coverage here from Sadzin just if Muterus wants to peek. Missed shot, and a chance for Muterus despite being low health. Only has 4 bullets, though, in that AK right now, so how the hell is he gonna get them? Oh, boy.
Man, who does
Crossing
even
paths
favor
in smoke.
if the op isn't going to come forward slowly?
bomb
Maybe
down.
Lux goes down, but Lux pushes through. Ah,
Sadzin's coverage as well right there on the edge of it, so Muterus kind of misses his chance, doesn't wait for the smoke to fully fade out, didn't have the bomb, couldn't have crawled out through Temple. Legacy established a very early 5-round lead. And it feels like what the picture the desk painted of Legacy now taking control of this game and not letting Saw in whatsoever is starting to materialize before us.
I mean, they're themselves 24 hours a day, and like they didn't slow down when they were losing on Nuke. They kept to their same personality and playstyle even on Inferno. You got to give them credit. It's kind of impressive that they can do that.
I'm glad you bring that up. Even in the face of like the 12-3, you still had Doomau fighting down Banana. You still had them going for that mid-charge. Legacy have never let off the pedal. 4 spot every single round in that first half of Inferno.
They shoot so hard. It's a pleasure to have all these new sort of Brazilian names come up together.
You know, piecing it together behind Furia at the same time as we're watching the Stars of Brazil, inspired by Maladoy. You took an international injection, but at the same time, you also get an all-Brazilian roster hitting their groove. On the brink of back-to-back grand finals, running to Budapest, where they'll be looking to leave an impact on yet another major. Think of the confidence that they will be wielding if they pull off this save of a semifinal. Sadzin trying to fall all the way back, but Story's got the double, and Aragorn right there with him. So it's Lux to the clutch, which has been such a beautiful tool of Legacy, banking on him to win these sorts of rounds, and he cuts down Aragorn without taking any damage in return.
Might be hard to read this push. Doesn't seem like it's on his mind whatsoever. Story, he just has to play it calm.
He's got the kit and he's got the smoke. He could smoke off this angle, or does he save the smoke for the bomb itself? Yeah, he's gonna drop it out there. Lux loves to go for a jump.
Oh my goodness.
And as he tries to get into the cover of sight, yeah, predictable.
Yeah.
Story able to find him. He gives it a twist in the air, but sent spinning. It is a second round to Saw.
Good frags. Good fight here for Saw, keeping this alive. And also committing to their style of playing pretty quick. A lot of raw duels won here to put this together, but it's all about Stories 4K.
His shot out middle.
Oh, he missed.
Goes both ways, huh?
Big chance, though.
Yep. That slack you gave over to Story, he gives you right back.
Yeah, this player blind.
Expensive guns shooting blanks. Whoa. He crosses.
And it is a huge gap. I mean, there is no one guarding this.
Nissam's considering it. Moving around from CT spawn now just in case.
So weird of a position with the bomb still back on elbow.
That's going to unravel it for sure. Somebody takes damage, no? Whoa, through the fire.
He got by.
And now they're going to challenge up from Donut as well.
What?
Lux and Doomau is in it together, and Nissam's pressure, it's starting to unravel. All of this aggression, all of this forward-facing Saw setup gets denied.
Oh, man, and that's where those kills earlier on, the missed opportunities, that's when it really costs you. It looks like nothing at first, but you need to get those shots in while you can.
4 players survive for Legacy on that one. Sadzin off to the races, 14 kills, 2 deaths.
Oh, man, that's a frustrating moment. Like, inside of Red, you got 2 players who are, you know, seemingly ready to catch a push. Nissam walking right behind his own Molotov, and they can't put that off shot together again.
So 1 off again. No consecutive round wins out of Saw so far.
Do they believe, you know?
Money's going to be in a weird spot. Second timeout justifiably taken. But the one thing that they really haven't had to do throughout this run that they've pieced together in Bucharest is kind of play catch-up to this degree. It's a lot of, you know, 6-0 starts versus Aurora, 5-0 start versus Aurora. The one game that got competitive in that series, they at least kept it competitive earlier on, more competitive than this. And all the series they've won have taken 3 maps, but this is a 3rd map and a huge disadvantage out of the gate. Is it all too much to ask for a team that was on nobody's radars just 7 days ago?
Is he getting away with playing a relatively light? Saw want it.
And shot.
Free frag. Sadzin's molly will be pretty effective, actually. Oh my gosh, they walk by it. 2's fine.
Frag sends him to the stars. Crazy, trying to charge into Nissam, who doesn't waste a bullet between the frags. Clean rifle work to make quick work of everything Saw had hoped to move through Donut into the site. Now you're banking on a Desert Eagle, and that's going to bring Lux into the action. He is happy to close out with a pistol of his own. A very swift CT side being pieced together by the Brazilians. 8-2 the lead.
Now they're running through this like a bull in the China shop right now, and it's kind of wild because they're on CT side. It's Saw who are asking for high pace, fast tempo rounds, lots of quick trades, but they actually can't keep up with Legacy at the moment.
Uterus going to try to follow through with tempo. Waits a second and emerges to a smoked off mid setup, but that'll be challenged by Lux. Feels like Saw have shown their hand in wanting to get close to the red room. Wild fight from Uterus to actually end up winning with the Tech 9. Lux, well, he really let that left click go.
He let that thing fly.
Sadzin's gonna find Aragorn on the approach. Missed no scope, supported though here by Lotto. Draws them into the M4 instead. Opera still takes the stray pistol shot to the face. Doomau's gonna soften up the plant here of Story, and it is done.
Man.
Blown up like it's nothing. Legacy 9-2.
Yeah, just Hail Marys over and over again. Coming up short every time. They're going to lose sleep over this loss. And a lot of money in VRS points as well.
There's no denying it's still been a successful week for Saw, but when you were this close to a grand finals over a team that you have already won against, then you get that extra layer of confidence going into the grand finals. Instead, going to be tossing and turning on Halloween Nightmare Fuel. Lotto's going to just lean back here, allow for them to get ever closer to the B site. No challenge actually inside of the cave because things have gone so well on site. And maybe Saw's affinity for middle is what's got Legacy so concerned about it with that red room smoke again.
So crazy though. I just had 4 players in mid. Now they come back to B and everyone from Saw is readying up their attack.
Met by another smoke though at a minute.
They've got all of cave. This will be another spot where, you know, they could get a plant, but if they just smoke everything out, get a bomb down, that won't be quite enough.
Smoke in front of Lotto. 30 seconds on the clock. 5 versus 5. Post plant perhaps. We'll see what actually makes it through. Oh, Muterus sends one through the smoke to clip out Doom out. And that could bode well for Saw. Man advantage on the hold. We tried to hype up the retake capabilities of Legacy, and it's eventually going to be Nissim in the mix, but look at the health here that they have to work with, and that flank getting caught out by Agile. Looks like late in this half, Saw are going to find themselves something to work with unless they throw this 5v3 with a pretty massive health advantage. Crazy's allowed Sadson to cross over. Aragorn didn't stop it. Lotto finds one, the ramp player dies, and the pressure's on now. Aragorn's done for. Agile's already gotten the kill to the flank. But luckily, he's able to just lock this in. He calls the bluff of no defuse, and this will indeed be Saw's third. But down to the wire yet again.
Had to call out that fake defuse. I'm not even sure if there's a kit in play right there, but man, that was a close call.
There was 5 kits in play.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess that makes sense considering their money. 9-3 at the end of the first half.
Thoughts?
I just get this sort of like secondhand sort of like, I'd feel so bad, you know, after what they've gone through. But that's the game.
Think about it. If you can't shake it off, imagine how they feel.
Yeah. Yeah, under the gun, under the pressure.
You know, not to kind of write off Saw's resilience, but it is just such a story that we've always seen. You know, when a team comes that close only to ultimately lose it. I think there's a reason that the desk is so capable of calling that their confidence will be smashed. They squeeze out that third round, finally piecing something together. They had chances throughout that T side as well, but Legacy just kept the pressure on. And when you've got Sadson playing like an absolute rock star at the moment, 21 frags, 5 deaths, there's nobody in the Saw squad that have stepped up to that task. And Crazy trying to challenge now goes down 1 frag, 12 deaths. We talked about him maybe being one of those fragile players. In the fast, electric pace of Inferno, he thrived.
There's still this elbow flank as well.
Story gonna try to hold it back. Nice second kill for him to get there, and it's man advantage Saw. A pistol here would be a sigh of relief, but there's no guarantee of the pistol when Lux is alive to try to clutch. Him and Nissim, 2 versus 2 off of that first one.
Oh, he knows how to lock him off.
He's trying to keep them tied up over towards B.
Oh, he's trying to fake to actually get them to come here.
And it's working. Muterus tries to give chase. Aragorn's going to fall for the same trick, and that bomb is going to just tiptoe its way into a free plant on B.
Wow,
Lux is disgusting.
I know, he's so good in these moments when he's working alone, man. He's just perfect for the job. Oh, but he actually does get caught. He's trying to walk the flank. The bomb goes down. Now it's on Nissim or Aragorn if he wants a chance for Saw to come back into this game.
Nissim thinking about timing this deep peek. Aragorn tiptoeing up through short. Has to figure out where the hell he's got off to. Bomb is planted for ramp, so it would have been crazy for him to be inside of the cave.
Oh, it's the wrong gamble. Who's going to make no... Oh, no,
Now
he's going
Aragorn,
all the way around. Oh, my gosh.
with no kit in this moment, I mean, he doesn't have this. It's 15 seconds on the bomb already. He misses his timing. It had to have been in cave. He cannot win this round. And he just has to walk away with his dual Berettas. That's your prize for the attempt. Legacy, double digits, a 10-3 lead, and economic advantage because of a Lux and Nissim 2v3.
Wow, he could have absolutely got flanked there too. Didn't check behind him for any of that time. My goodness, 10-3. Sun's coming down on Saw right now. And the force buys in.
Lux in anticipation that Saw are going to make some kind of opening move.
They're getting really tied up in middle, but like, you know, retake on A is fine. It's just that they don't have the guns, really. It's possible they can get a pick off here, though. Smoke comes up.
Gonna try to pinch this. Nice kill from Aragorn. Double even.
And now the A play comes through.
It's gonna be a streamlined push out of Legacy, a 3v5 attempt, and remember, still pistols out there in the mix, so gotta get it going with the guns they had, and they do. Agile, now low, deep inside of the donut, and even more damage done to Story. Look at the health that remains here. Of course, Legacy are gonna find a chance to still pick up some frags, but Crazy could ultimately make up the difference. If only he was having a better game, he'd probably have more self-confidence in this one, but Story still to work with him nearby. Dumao's gonna clear it. Oh! Desert Eagle to the head. Nissim trades back.
He's sure they're together, and he's right. How long does he hold his nerve?
30 to the clock. Nissim buys his time, and that's good damage, but the headshot connects on the second swing attempt.
Wow, great recoil control.
And Legacy bounce back 3v5.
So solid by Nissim. They did everything really well there. I think they just obviously were hoping it was going to end B in this spot. They still could have been able to pick that up, but they took so much damage. They had numbers, but those players were very flimsy and only one M4.
Aragorn opens up at least. Forced to the very end. Dumao's got the response though quickly. Still bodies inside B, but Lux takes up position inside of the cave, and Muterus is announcing himself, running around with that 5-7. Crazy from the corner. Only the one kill as they just brute force their way through. Still saw players not far off this site, and Story's gonna keep that tempo, that aggression, that pressure on top of Legacy, as they are stuck in the back of this bomb site in anticipation of the CTs. Trades come through with the team kill. 12th round secured here for Legacy. 9 map match and grand finals points.
Yeah, and it's well earned. They ran through this. They kept to their style. They showed us how they've won an event in the past, and they're here to embarrass Saw. 1 round away from having one of the best days in this org's history. The best has got to be qualified to the major the first time, but this would have absolutely turned heads.
It's just a reckoning for Saw, and it shows that Legacy are here to make themselves mainstays at the end of 2025, setting themselves up for a fantastic next year as well. Saw turned heads today, but that crushing defeat back on Nuke left their confidence shattered like ceramic. They spend 15 rounds of Ancient trying to pick up the pieces, and Legacy just keep kicking them while they're down. Never did they have money to make this second half happen. It's been force buy after force buy to try to keep Legacy off of it, but this corner for Crazy.
They know he's here though.
Yeah, they're gonna still make sure he is locked into this position. Frag for him, he'll drop Lux at least, but Dumao's gonna play the patient game against a low health Muterus.
Muterus not really thinking about this at all. Dumao, statuesque over here, clears the angle slowly, and slowly the hopes fade of Saw.
Unable to get this third map in the semifinal ever going. Agile preoccupied with Dumao allows for the A main exit to come. It's gonna take something heroic now from Story. Such a lights out player for Saw throughout this event. But with 3 players on the other side, we have to accept the reality that is Legacy are becoming a Grand Finals repeat occurrence. In 2 weeks of Counter-Strike, it is 2 Grand Finals, and they will take a swing at Aurora for a trophy. Either 2 lifts in 2 weeks, or Xantares gets his. What a game we have left here in Bucharest.
Yeah, super disappointing for Saw. They thought they were in the final, but it was a booby trap set by a mean Machiavellian villain, perhaps. But instead, it's going to be Legacy, second final, back-to-back at Asking, just looking outstanding on Ancient. But you have to wonder, were Saw even mentally there for that one?
Yeah, you could clearly see the momentum we saw on Nuke in that comeback and how they were able to kind of carried over in map number 3. And yeah, just from the get-go, not ever letting their foot off the neck, making it looking super convincing as well. And yeah, there's not much else to say about that map. Kind of a stomp.
Not really. That was what we feared, Janka.
Yeah, absolutely. Felt like the writing was on the wall a little bit with the tail end of Nuke. You could already see the signs of them crumbling. They did try on Ancient. Unfortunately, you know, they lose Pistol and the subsequent force buy. And in the first gun round, they call an A rush, right? And they win the round off of the back of that. So Materis was really trying, right? And just couldn't get anything going. Didn't get much from his players, unfortunately, in terms of just pure frags and being able to convert some situations to convert round. And you could tell Legacy having a lot more confidence coming into it.
And even the players are just, you know, it's not reductive, but they're shooting way harder, right? A couple of players also kind of went missing. I think Crazy, he kind of went down to the mean as well. We saw him struggle to Nuke, ending this one, I believe, on 3 kills. An unfortunate outing for him on the final map. And even Agile, who's been a rock for them thus far, having a quiet game. So yeah, Legacy not letting go of the advantage they had. And also when you're hitting shots like that, what can he do?
I mean, I also think as well, Legacy on this map, it might be something that they want to think about moving forward, because best will in the world, I still think Sadzin is inconsistent on most maps. Yet whenever Ancient comes rolling around, this seems to be when he has one, you know, his better performances, seems to be a lot more comfortable in those up-close spaces where you can maybe get away with a rifle, maybe get away with an SMG if you don't have an AWP, but he seems to hit the shots when he's up that close anyway. So, I mean, ultimately, you know, I think Legacy, they probably learned a lot about themselves in these last 2 tournaments, and we'll see some adjustments moving forward. But one thing is for sure, just by the nature of VRS, they're here to stay. You're going to see more of them.
Not only that, I mean, if they win tomorrow, they have won $800,000 over the course of 2 weeks. But, you know, that's just crazy how many opportunities there are for teams nowadays.
Yeah, that's like Anders.
Something like that, yeah. And that's without having to play a top 5 team either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And no, but this is exactly why, you know, one of the great things about VRS, in my opinion, is that ultimately it sort of has enabled other teams that maybe wouldn't ordinarily get the attention to go to tournaments, win tournaments, climb up the rankings, get invites to more tournaments. And not just that, now suddenly you're playing regularly against better teams, you're developing your talent. And this is needed to happen for Brazilian Counter-Strike for like the longest time. And I love that we finally got a team emerging in the form of Legacy that are doing it.
For sure. Like, obviously, you know, we saw this kind of renaissance of Brazilian CS picking up, ironically, you know, CIS Opera and, of course, Yakinder's resurgence as well. And I feel like it's been kind of like a catalyst as well, right? You can see how Short Pain have had a few struggles here and there, but they've been looking better here as well. And Legacy, I'm just so happy that CSC wasn't a flash in the pan. They're here to stay, and I'm looking forward to the journey.
Well, we can go over for the interview now with someone, not Sadzin, more like Happy's in.
He's very happy. We've been chatting a little bit, obviously, before the interview. Sadzin, mate, a hell of a day, right? You had the quarterfinals, into the semis, the ups and downs. You showed up on the server. Legacy get another final, like second final in 2 weeks. What's going on? What's in your head, bro?
Oh, it was crazy, bro. It was one of the most intense games for us. Like, I think we never played like 2 games in a row, 2 best of 3, so it's very intense. When we won the game against Spain, we were just like, come on, let's eat something, guys. We need to have a game in about 2 hours. So yeah, it was an intense game, and so happy to get this final again. Yeah, everyone is very happy. We are so happy.
I can tell, man. It's contagious, honestly. I can't not smile when I'm around you, Sadzin. Let's talk a little bit about that then as well, obviously. Off the back of the first game, you have a little bit, reset, about an hour, and then you're back on the server again. Do you think maybe that contributed to the slower start to Legacy? Did it feel like it was sort of getting into the cycle of it all over again?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of a self-talk, about me. When we lose the first map, I was like, come on, like in self-talk with me. Yeah. Come on, I need to do my game. And I remember about a few comments, about haters saying like, oh, you don't have impact, you're not a good offer. And I was just get this energy and, I will show you impact, So yeah, I think it was insane. The second map and the third map, I was just thinking about, I will do my game, not be nervous, show to my teammates confidence, and yeah, we got this win. It's very, very good.
You locked it down. It was massive. I want to talk a little bit about Nuke as well, of course. It felt like some of the key rounds, it was Lux that was able to abuse lower sight, up ramp. We had the crazy 2v2 through the smoke where they peaked in the last 6 seconds. What was going on? How did you get so much control for free?
I think it's it's like in the flow of the game, you feel the game, the feeling. But like you said, like Lux brings a lot of rounds for us. Like in Nuke, it was insane rounds. He plays so well. So he's like the MVP of the match. I played very well in the last match, but like if it was not him, we are not in the third map, So he is the MVP for me. Like today he was very, very good in the clutch rounds.
It feels like it's always such a selfless energy with this team. There's never a moment of sort of, if one individual plays well, you want the whole team to rise up. And that seems to be a big element of why you were able to find this form. We'll talk briefly then, obviously, about tomorrow. Grand final. You're back in a final. It's a best of 5 versus Aurora. I know put you on the spot a little bit, but what are your thoughts about that, Sadzin? How are we feeling mentally?
Yeah, we're feeling very tense, like I said to you. But when we were in the first interview of this tournament, the first day, I was talking to you like the way we have to think. Like we just have to think about the next match, So yeah, we finally got the final. So let's think about the 5 maps. Let's think only about this map by map. Don't think too much about the future, Just be the present. The player is in the present. You're gonna be gifted, So yeah, we just want to be the team in the present.
It's very fair, man. I think it's a good way to think about it and approach it, and it makes sense with the Counter-Strike we've been seeing from Legacy. Before I let you go and relax, is there any final words you want to send to the friends, family, or the fans themselves watching back home off of this win?
Sure, of course. I will speak in Portuguese, so yeah. Obrigado a todo mundo que tá torcendo. Muito feliz de trazer essa segunda final seguida aí pro Brasil. Muito louco. E é isso, velho. Os horários é sempre intenso, né? Vocês têm que acordar cedo pra caramba. Às vezes, tem que madrugar aí. Mas é isso, estão sendo recompensados, né? Estão acordando cedo, torcendo pra gente e, estamos trazendo aí uma alegria grande pro Brasil. Espero eu, né? Vamos trazer, se Deus quiser, aí esse segundo caneco pra nós. Tamo junto todo mundo. E pra minha família, né? Amo todos vocês. Obrigado a todo mundo que tá assistindo. Minha mãe aí, ela sempre me manda mensagem. Ela sempre tá torcendo. Minha mãe e minha irmã, principalmente, sempre estão ali acompanhando. Então, obrigado por sempre estarem dando esse suporte e esse apoio pra mim. Amo vocês.
There you go, some words from Sadzin on the game and how they're feeling going into the grand final. Let's get back over to Dennis the Menace on the panel.
Thanks a lot, Jackie, and appreciate you dressing up as well. He doesn't normally look like that. And also, that segment brought to you by Duolingo. So, anyway, no, listen, super happy for Legacy, really am. And I love what Sadzin said there, because he brought up Lux and basically said, like, he's the MVP. I agree. I think Nuke, they were down and out, and having an IGL that can stay calm, call, and clutch, that's like a super rare thing. That's a unicorn. So very, very happy for him, and the attention is getting. And remember, he wasn't an IGL. He's just recently picked this up when he moved to Legacy and just headed in the right direction.
Was benched by Pain, whom he beat earlier today in the quarterfinal.
I bet that was sweet as well.
Yeah, back-to-back grand finals for Legacy. I mean, finally living up to some of that potential, that we saw from them. Actually, also here in Bucharest, first time around. You know, when they played, you saw some good things. They didn't have the results at the time, but now the results start coming in to back up the good game as well.
Yeah, nothing much else to add. I'm just happy because every time you see Brazilian teams, you know, just pop off, have a good tournament, right? And you're like, all right, this might be another Brazilian team coming in. And then you look at the next 7, they kind of fall flat. So for me, the fact that they're still competing, second Grand Finals back-to-back is very impressive considering how competitive the scene is at the moment. So yeah, just my expectations for them have gone up. And I really think tomorrow's going to be a fun game. Like I think Aurora, despite them being the favorites, they're definitely going to have to sweat for this.
They are definitely the type of team that can tilt Aurora, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So definitely think it's going to be interesting. Let's take a look at the playoff bracket so you can see, yes, confirmation indeed on your screen of what happened earlier today. They're just updating it. Look at that. There it is. Magic. Aurora versus Legacy will be our best of 5 final. It's going to be super interesting because both of these teams, they've got strengths, but when you start going down into those like third pick maps, they've got deficiencies, and it's all going to be about who can exploit each other's weaknesses on the day. Obviously, GamerLegion will now be taking on Saw, probably the saddest game of all time ever played, but that obviously still matters. VRS points. Up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give an edge to GamerLegion though, because this is a rematch of the gaming groups where GamerLegion threw away a big lead on the second map. They won the first map and lost the next 2 in overtime. So I think they'll definitely be out for blood tomorrow against Saw. And yeah, that grand final should be exciting. You talked about Ancient. We won't see it because it's Aurora's permaban, but outside of that...
And just super quickly, because this is the schedule, obviously, look, PGL, 2 streams, 2 games, 2 matches now, you know, so it's all going to be on one stream. You can see we're going to start, obviously, with the 3rd and 4th place playoff. That will be our little starter, and then a delicious best of 5 main course. But just super quick, just before we go, because we didn't get to talk about it, where did Team Liquid go from it?
I mean, they're just... It's not... a huge... I mean, it's a disappointment for sure, losing
I think it's a big deal.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think they're still early in their stages with not just Elige, but also Flashy as the coach, right? It's not the result that they want, but they know they need more work. Like, they need more time. The map pool, right? They didn't get Mirage and they lost the series. So,
and you said that would happen as well.
It's just a fact. Look, the thing with Liquid is because of the name value and what we expect from the team, right? Every time there's like a big capitulation like we saw today, for example, it's always like, all right, we got to make this change, but let's stick with something for a while. I completely agree with Yanko as well. I love the fact they've kept Flashy through some of the ups and downs they've had this year. You got Elige back in.
For 3 months. Like, give my boy...
In Team Liquid, that's a lifetime, bro. What are we talking about?
What are we talking
here
about?
today, you got tomorrow.
Like, he just got here.
And that's the thing, like, if they're able to just, you know, keep things through. Nerds is like, you know, said in his interview, you know, me and Elige are aligned and everything. Let's give it a bit. We still had a major and everything, so for now.
For now. By the way,
ominous.
I don't want to have to point it out. I'm not, you know, not a body language expert or nothing, but nobody made eye contact with Ultimate at the end when those sad fists were being handed out. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, just wait for the end of the season at least. That's what I'm saying. Let's not panic yet.
See what the market looks like.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, don't talk about the market. That makes people really sad right now.
We're talking about the CS market, guys. I mean, no, let's see the pro team market, not the other one. All right, no need to panic.
Anyway, guys, lots of fun hanging out. It's been a great day in our Halloween playoff spectacular. But for now, guys, that's it. We're going to end the broadcast, but we are back tomorrow. We're going to be 1 hour later than we would be usually, because obviously we've got the 3rd place decider and then a best of 5. So, you get a bit of a break, but make sure you do join us. It's going to be super exciting. We're going to see if Legacy can continue to cement their titular legacy, or whether we're going to enter into uncharted territory and Aurora's time to shine might actually occur. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.